Sumu dreams the same dream every day. Each time he wakes from the dream, his mental power increases by 1%, equivalent to becoming stronger just by sleeping. In the first year, he discovered he had become powerful enough to hypnotize others, turning gang leaders, school beauties, and beautiful CEOs into his slaves. In the second year, he could manipulate the 5 senses of others with his mental power, becoming the foremost illusionist in the nightmarish world. By the 5th year, he could create things from nothing with his mental power, even inventing things that did not belong to this world. Some began to worship him, calling him a god, while most viewed him with hostility, considering him a heretic. In the 10th year, in the face of nearly infinite mental power, fate became merely a plaything. He could manipulate the destinies of countless lives, blurring the lines between life and death, causing the living to die and the dead to come back to life. The world hailed him as the true god, with only a few heretics still resisting. By the 15th year, the one true god Sumu found himself somewhat bored, and so his vast mental power surged forth like the cosmos. From then on, the entire world was immersed in illusion. Chapter 1, The All-Powerful Dream. Sumu woke up from his 600-square-meter bed. His hollow eyes gazed at the enormous crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Made up of 1,239,800 top-quality crystals, shimmering with precious light under the sunlight. His gaze gradually focused, and there was a hint of fatigue mixed in his calm eyes. Suddenly, he felt a pressure on his chest, as if something heavy was weighing down on him. Frowning, he slightly lifted his head and saw a long, white leg, perfectly shaped and pale. Sumu frowned and pushed the leg away. Its owner turned over with a pout, displeased, and continued sleeping. A few strands of hair fell from her face, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, with a glimmer of drool at the corner of her mouth. Faced with such a beauty, Sumu felt no ripple in his heart, as he had 11 more women like her. Moreover, those 11 were sprawled out on the 600-square-meter bed, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. If someone were here, they would be shocked to find that these 12 women were all top stars, models, and school beauties. Sumu scanned the 12 beauties and finally locked his gaze on a school beauty with a pure first love-like appearance, then reached out his hand toward her. Chapter 2, The Illness of Infinite Mental Power Growth. After getting out of bed, Sumu sat at his desk, blood dripping from his nose onto the white pages of his notebook, creating splattered patterns that had a unique beauty. A sickly crimson appeared on his cheeks, and a severe headache made his body tremble involuntarily, yet he smiled, as if he had found some amusing prey. He picked up a pen and quickly wrote in his blood-stained notebook, 7 days. I have 7 days left to live. This is the 368th time I've woken up from a dream, and my mental power has increased again. As I previously speculated, every time I dream, my mental power increases. This increase is not a fixed amount like mental power 111, but a percentage increase. The specific amount by which my mental power increases each time I dream cannot be quantified with data. I currently do not have a standard for measuring mental power values. Based on my estimates, the increase should be about 1%. At this point, Sumu paused and added a concluding remark, 4th summary about the dream hypothesis. Dreams possess the characteristic of restoring and enhancing mental power. Even if mental power is completely depleted while awake, having a dream can replenish it and increase the total mental power by 1%. The increase in total mental power is unrelated to whether mental power has been consumed. Chapter 3, Hypnosis. At the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang, in a dimly lit hall, Sumu sat in a wheelchair. Behind him was a strikingly large wall covered in dazzling dark golden patterns. On closer inspection, the so-called dark golden patterns were actually tightly coiled Ouroboros, intertwined to form mysterious symbols. In front of him stood a sea of people, at least 100, all dressed in black suits and ties, with muscular men sporting black snake tattoos on their necks. Surrounding the hall were candles, creating a scent of jasmine that filled the air. Boss, over 100 men in black suits shouted in unison, their fierce and rugged faces filled with fervor, gazing at Sumu as if he were a deity. Sumu calmly nodded and began today's brainwashing hypnosis. This was part of his daily routine, using hypnosis to expend his overflowing mental power. Hypnosis was a skill he had self-taught. He had read every hypnosis book available on the market. The effective methods recorded in those books were few and far between, and the operations were quite complicated. Anyone with a slight sense of vigilance would not be hypnotized.
Chapter 4, The Extraordinary Ones. Zhao Chaoyao took a deep breath, a flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes, as if he recalled some unpleasant image. His head was smashed by a blunt object, with multiple fractures all over his body. During the time they disappeared, Yang Dongqing happened to be away from home. Based on the traces at the scene, it can basically be determined that it was Yang Dongqing's doing, but just what? Sumu's lips curled into a slight arc, as if he had discovered some amusing prey. His subordinates did not understand the professional terminology of forensic identification, but anyway, they died in a strange way. As if they were beaten to death by some kind of steel blunt weapon. Yet, there were still faint fist marks left on the bones. Chief! Could it be that Yang Dongqing beat them to death with iron fist gloves? Upon hearing this, Sumu silently laughed. His tea-colored glasses seemingly unable to conceal the glimmer in his eyes. Finally, I've found it. Zhao Chaoyao's expression changed. Are you implying that this Yang Dongqing is the legendary extraordinary one? But my subordinates have investigated his life. He is just a poor student. An orphan and... As he spoke, his voice grew quieter, his expression somewhat anxious, unable to look at Sumu. As he suddenly realized that his description was very similar to the chief. Chapter 5, Classmate Sumu, I like you. Dressed in a black casual outfit, Sumu slowly stepped out of the car, immediately attracting the attention of many students. After all, there were not many like him in District 13, who drove luxury cars to school. Wow, the latest Thunder X600, whose vehicle is this? It's so extravagant. Who else could it be but Su Die Xiao from Class 2, Year 3? Someone mocked, their tone laced with strong jealousy. Su Die Xiao. The one who suffers from narcolepsy. I heard he takes leave every few days, and someone even saw him fainting during class. Why is he at school today? Sure. Lower your voice, are you looking for death? Some classmates have seen him getting close to the Poison Snake Gang, and rumors say he is their young master. As soon as the name Poison Snake Gang was mentioned, the whispering classmates fell into a dead silence, no one daring to speak, or even look at Sumu again. Sumu leaned on a snake-patterned wooden cane and slowly walked into the school gate. The top of the cane's handle was crafted from golden diamonds, and a small clock was hidden in the center, with a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on the dial. He walked slowly with the cane, as if an emperor inspecting his territory. His handsome appearance, slender tall figure, pale skin, and the eyes hidden behind his tea-colored glasses exuded a kind of magnificent mystery. Chapter 6, The Extraordinary Yang Dongqing. A few wisps of smoke drifted out from in front of the restroom, mixed with muffled groans and screams. He used his cane to push aside the door curtain stained with yellow marks and entered. Coincidentally, a boy was walking out. The boy had an unremarkable face that could be lost in a crowd, but there was a hint of arrogance and hostility in his brows, with dark red bloodstains on his fists. Upon seeing Sumu, the boy did not speak, merely frowned slightly, his eyes carrying a warning. And then he swaggered out of the restroom. Sumu also ignored the boy, even though he was the target he intended to hunt, Yang Dongqing. He walked straight to the restroom stall, pushed the door open with his cane, and saw three boys with dyed yellow hair sprawled beside the toilet, moaning in pain. What the hell are you looking at? The curse was only half said when, thud. The cane lightly tapped the ground, producing a dull sound. A strange wave of mental energy spread out, and the originally fierce eyes of the three yellow-haired boys suddenly turned blank, then became serious. Chief! What happened? Under Sumu's gaze, the leader among the yellow-haired boys, Kui Hao, began to answer. We were extorting money from Yang Dongqing as usual. But this time he didn't pay and beat us up. Chapter 7, The Gambling Father, The Sick Mother. Ding ding ding. The school bell rang amidst the students' anticipation. Finally. School is out. Let us go play games. A new arcade has opened on Shishan Road. I'm so hungry, I want to go home for dinner. In the midst of the noisy chatter, Yang Dongqing left the classroom without saying a word. He seemed to be preoccupied. Ever since he raised his hand to ask to go to the restroom in the first class, his expression had not looked good. When Yang Dongqing reached the school gate, Kui Hao, who had been beaten and had a bruised face, had already gathered dozens of people waiting for him. Then he was dragged away by Kui Hao and others. Sumu remained indifferent, getting into his luxury car and leaving. Soon, the luxury car stopped in front of a residential building. Led by Zhao Chaoyao, the second-in-command of the Poison Snake Gang, he went to the top-floor room. The room was empty, with only a chair and a telescope placed by the window. Besides that, there were also two burly men in black and a girl in a cheap dress, looking innocent and timid. The combination of two gangsters and a pitiful girl always evokes some unpleasant scenarios. Sumu ignored everyone and sat directly on the chair, while Zhao Chaoyao quickly raised the telescope and carefully placed it next to his eyes. Chapter 8, The Beauty Trap at Night. Yang Dongqing, dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, stepped out. The reason for this disguise was that he never postponed revenge. During the day, Kui Hao had caused him trouble twice, crossing his bottom line. He could not allow the other party to breathe the same air as him. If it weren't for the crowd during the day, he would have definitely killed him on the spot. He was that petty. Since the last incident, his mindset had completely changed. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists. The sound of steel-like collision echoed as his palms met, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. Power. This is the feeling of having power, but it's not enough. I need more power so that I can survive in hell and dominate my life. His eyes burned with intense ambition. He adjusted his hood to hide his face in the shadows and then stepped out the door. His speed was quick, like a ghost in the night, racing through the shadows. When Yang Dongqing reached a secluded alley, he suddenly stopped, his brows furrowed. Help! Help! Please let me go. No, no. You bitch! Weren't you acting all high and mighty in the bar earlier? Now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. Chapter 9, The Unusual is Hard. What? Yang Dongqing did not immediately understand what was meant. My name. Yang Dongqing slightly spaced out. Nan Mo. He savored the name, finding it beautiful and seemingly poetic. But being uneducated, he could not express its meaning like Nan Mo could. It's a lovely name. Is there a story behind it? Really? This is the first time someone said my name sounds nice, the girl said in surprise. My friends think my name is strange, so they usually call me Jasmine. No way, I think it's very nice. Nan Mo smiled, this time her smile lacking some wariness and gaining a hint of happiness. The banana grove hangs low with double fruits, while jasmine in the southern state presses down on myriad flowers. What? Yang Dongqing was stunned again. Oh? It's the allusion to my name, didn't you ask about it? Nan Mo said with a hint of annoyance. Is that so? Ha ha ha, Yang Dongqing chuckled awkwardly, stealing a glance at the girl in his arms. It really does press down on myriad flowers. What did you just say? Huh? Nothing, you heard wrong. But I clearly heard you mention some flowers. Chapter 10, Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Nan Mo was startled but continued, I didn't mean it in that way. I meant his whole body is very hard, his skin feels like steel. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, skin like steel. Is this the ability of a transcendent being? Or is it Yang Dongqing's own ability? He didn't think too much about it, as answers would come soon. He then informed Nan Mo of the subsequent plan. After hearing this, Nan Mo showed a worried expression. You want to kill him? Sumu smiled. No, I just want to ask him a few questions. But is it really necessary to do this just to ask questions? Nan Mo's worries didn't lessen. You're saying too much. Nan Mo's heart suddenly tightened, and she looked up to see the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses, faintly visible, as if devoid of human emotions. The owner of those eyes was still smiling, but it was a smile that sent chills down her spine. She dared not speak further, and could only respectfully take her leave. At night, in a dilapidated bungalow, Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the figure busy in the kitchen. It was a little cook wearing an apron, dancing like a butterfly in the cramped space. Chapter 11, How glorious it is to die for the leader. When about half of the steak was eaten, a scream suddenly came from the surveillance footage. Nanmo quickly put down her knife and fork and turned to look, only to see Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were blood red, forcibly breaking into the headquarters of the poison snake gang, in a narrow corridor. At one end of the corridor stood the beast-like Yang Dongqing, while at the other end, a tide of black-clad men surged forward, wielding gleaming steel knives, exuding murderous intent. When the first black-clad man swung his knife at Yang Dongqing's head, Nanmo gasped, unable to look, instinctively covering her eyes. However, the surveillance only captured the sound of steel clashing. Clang! Nanmo instinctively opened her eyes, her mouth forming an O shape in shock, as she saw the gleaming steel knife stop at Yang Dongqing's head as if it had struck steel, causing no harm except for a few fallen hairs. How is this possible? A glint flashed in Sumu's eyes, and his smile unconsciously widened. This is the power I need. As long as I can obtain this power, I won't have to worry about my increasingly expanding mental strength anymore. In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing's face was as cold as ice, and his right hand struck down fiercely. Crack. Chapter 12. It must be very interesting. Upon reaching the second floor, what caught the eye was a wall engraved with a dark golden Ouroboros, the patterns lifelike, as if alive, surrounded by rows of white candles emitting the fragrance of jasmine. Yang Dongqing paid no attention to these. His focus was entirely on the dark gun muzzle not far away. The number of Poison Snake Gang members appearing this time was small, only 2, but both held dual guns, resembling 2 gate gods blocking the way. Where is Jasmine? The response to Yang Dongqing was the sound of gunfire. Bang! A fleeting spark erupted from the black gun muzzle, and a brass-colored bullet whistled out. Yang Dongqing did not dodge. His speed couldn't keep up with the bullet. Clang! The bullet struck him, creating a spark, and a hole was shot through his clothes, revealing skin that gleamed with a metallic luster. Yang Dongqing stared expressionlessly at the two, such toys. Bang bang bang. The dense gunfire abruptly interrupted his pretentious words. Clang clang clang. The series of bullets sounded as if they were hitting a copper wall, an iron bastion, causing only holes in Yang Dongqing's clothes without inflicting any other injuries. Chapter 13. Nanmo is the real fourth challenge. Want to play a game? Sumu suddenly looked at Nanmo and asked. Nanmo instinctively felt panic. She knew Sumu was not going to propose anything good. What game? Nanmo took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. It's a game of choice. Who do you think will win? Me capturing Yang Dongqing, or Yang Dongqing tearing me apart? Nanmo fell silent. She didn't understand why the man in front of her could treat his own life as a game so casually. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. No, you do want to. Sumu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the sound of his knuckles striking the redwood table creating a dull, rhythmic thump. I now allow you to leave. You can go tell Yang Dongqing that there is toxic gas on the 4th floor. Nanmo's pupils suddenly constricted. She had indeed thought of that, pretending to go to the bathroom to see if she could find an opportunity to inform Yang Dongqing. Because Sumu felt too dangerous to her, she couldn't believe what he would do after capturing Yang Dongqing. Would someone who doesn't care about their own life care about others' lives? She didn't want Yang Dongqing to die because of her. Testing. He's testing me. Nanmo realized this. Forcing herself to remain calm, it would be useless for me to tell him, if he sees me unharmed and able to move freely in the Poison Snake Gang. He would definitely notice and then kill me in a fit of rage. Chapter 14. It is Sumu who should escape. With his entire body charred and no hair or eyebrows, Yang Dongqing rushed to the 4th floor. The transcendent who earlier remained unfazed in the face of dozens of people attacking, being struck with knives, shot at, and burned, finally changed his expression at this moment. This was because he saw a beautiful figure at the end of the 4th floor. Jasmine! Yang Dongqing shouted in surprise, at this moment. He was at the entrance of the 4th floor, and upon entering, he found a wide, empty hall, while Nan Mo stood at the exit of the 4th floor. Separated from him by the hall. Jasmine, great. You weren't hurt, right? Young Dongqing was so excited that he was about to rush towards Nan Mo, but unexpectedly. Her face changed dramatically. Don't come over. Young Dongqing was taken aback. What's wrong, Jasmine? Don't worry, I'm here, don't come over. Quickly retreat, there's toxic gas here. Nan Mo shouted with a flushed face from across the hall. Toxic gas. Young Dongqing's expression changed slightly, stopping in his tracks. The joy of seeing Jasmine slowly dissipated. After the excitement, he quickly realized something was off. Why was Jasmine alone here? Was she not captured? And she looked perfectly fine. Chapter 15. Since we can't reach an agreement, then there's no need to talk. By the way, Jasmine, how did you escape? Nan Mo's gaze flickered. The people from the Poison Snake Gang all went to deal with you, and only one person was guarding me. I pretended to go to the bathroom, and then came over to warn you. You've worked hard. Young Dongqing took Nan Mo's hand and walked step by step deeper into the 5th floor. A massive dark golden patterned wall quickly came into view. On both sides of the wall stood 2 rows of impeccably dressed, armed men in black, each with a black snake tattooed on their necks and wearing pitch-black gas masks. Young Dongqing shielded Nan Mo behind him, his gaze coldly fixed on the group. Suddenly, the 2 rows of black-clad men shifted. Stepping back to clear a path in the center, their heads slightly bowed, eyes fervently fixed on what lay beyond the wall. As if welcoming the arrival of a significant figure. Young Dongqing narrowed his eyes, knowing that the mastermind had arrived. Under his gaze, a bald, muscular man in a black suit slowly emerged from behind the wall, pushing a wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair was impeccably dressed, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane. With a handsome face that even tinted glasses couldn't obscure, although it bore a sickly pallor. Chapter 16. Are you sure it's me you've taken hostage? You've been poisoned. Poison? Young Dongqing stared hard at Sumu. That's impossible. I didn't inhale the poison from the 4th level at all. How could I be poisoned? Sumu smiled casually. Who said you were poisoned by the 4th level? Young Dongqing was confused. Unable to recall when he could have been poisoned. But behind him, Nan Mo suddenly trembled, her pupils constricting violently, clearly realizing something. Young Dongqing sensed Nan Mo's unease and reacted. Was it the meal that Mai Li made? At that moment, his expression was a mix of disbelief, anger, and heartbreak. All merging on his face. Mai Li, you. No. It's not true. Nan Mo, pale-faced, explained, it wasn't me. I didn't poison anyone. And I ate it too. Miss Mai Li, you seem to have forgotten that you vomited earlier. Sumu kindly reminded her. But I didn't poison anyone. Young Dongqing. You have to believe me. I really didn't do it. It must have been Sumu who secretly poisoned it while I was cooking. Young Dongqing's mind was in chaos. The feeling of weakness in his body intensified, his breathing became more rapid, and he felt dizzy. Chapter 17. The Substitute. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable chill rose in Nan Mo's heart, but she still feigned calmness. What nonsense are you talking about? How could it not be for the leader? Sumu suddenly spoke in a fervent whisper. Then, he took hold of Nan Mo's hand and viciously dragged a dagger across her neck. Zzz. That was the sound of a blade sinking into flesh, followed by a spray of blood. Nan Mo was splattered with warm blood, staring blankly at the fallen Sumu. His face still bearing an unshakable fervor. I killed someone. Why did he? She looked at her blooded hands. The dagger slipping from her grip and clattering to the ground. At that moment. Clap, clap, clap. The sudden sound of applause echoed in the empty hall. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Thank you both for presenting such a splendid performance. Among the dozen or so black-clad men from the Snake Gang, a thin, seemingly frail man was clapping. He slowly stepped out from the crowd and removed his gas mask, revealing a pale and handsome face. Chapter 18, My Li is very smooth. The power of psychological suggestion is immense, so much so that when you believe you are dead, you truly are. Similarly, when Yang Dongqing thought he was poisoned, influenced by mental hypnosis, he began to exhibit symptoms of poisoning. Zhao Qiaoyao's mouth fell open. He didn't understand, but was deeply shocked. Sumu frowned slightly. Is it hard to understand? But leader, the premise of Yang Dongqing being poisoned is that he believes he is poisoned. But what about the dizziness and fatigue he felt at the start? That's not psychological suggestion, right? Sumu was increasingly speechless. If you were anxious and rushed over, experienced a bloody battle, took several grenades, and were burned, and during the fire, all your calming candles melted, releasing a large amount of calming fragrance that you inhaled. Finally, if you held your breath in a gas chamber for a minute, kissing for a minute, after all that, do you think you wouldn't feel dizzy? Zhao Qiaoyao fell silent for a moment, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. He seriously pondered and finally arrived at the answer, I would die. You son of a bang. Sumu struck Zhao Qiaoyao's bald head with the snake-patterned wooden cane, exclaiming, I really shouldn't have bothered explaining to you. Chapter 19, The Cruel Punishment. Yang Dongqing, whose gaze had been vacant, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, a terrifying power surging from his body. Ah! I'll kill you. Crack, crack. He struggled violently, the chains binding him rattling madly, even shaking the entire dungeon slightly. Leader! Run! He is about to break free. The man in the white coat turned pale with fear. To him, Yang Dongqing looked like a man-eating beast about to escape. However, Sumu remained unmoved, calmly observing Yang Dongqing. In an instant, a vast mental force surged forth, attempting to hypnotize him, but that power met with significant resistance as it entered Yang Dongqing's mind. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. Indeed, Yang Dongqing's strength seemed connected to emotions, willpower, and other ephemeral things. The angrier Yang Dongqing became, the stronger his power grew, and even his mental resistance increased significantly. Go bring Miss Mai Li here, Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly complied. Before long, the fully dressed Nan Mo appeared in the dungeon. The moment Nan Mo appeared, the furious Yang Dongqing finally calmed down a bit. Chapter 20, Just a trigonometric function. Yang Dongqing, do you know what the greatest responsibility of a student is? Sumu calmly interrupted. What trick are you trying to play? The greatest responsibility of a student is to learn. And you, Yang Dongqing, as one of the lowest performing students in your class, are seriously dragging the class down. As the class monitor, I have an obligation to provide you with after-school tutoring. Sumu pushed up his glasses, holding a thick stack of books, looking as if he could have excellent in character, and learning written across his face. Sumu, you're a complete lunatic. What the hell am I learning for? Sumu shook his head in disappointment. Your attitude towards learning is very improper. It seems I must motivate you a bit. Saying this, he took out a math exercise book and placed it in front of Yang Dongqing. Come, solve this trigonometric function. The formulas you need are all in the book. I want to solve it. Just as Yang Dongqing was about to explode with anger, Sumu's next words caused his expression to change drastically. If you can't solve it within 15 minutes, I'll cut off one of Miss Mai Li's fingers. Sumu smiled. Yang Dongqing abruptly looked up, his face filled with rage. You dare? If you touch Mai Li. Chapter 21, The Bronze Law, Steel Heart. Ding! An exquisite dark golden filigree pocket watch sprang from Sumu's fingertips, falling before Yang Dongqing's eyes. The pocket watch was connected by a slender chain, the end held in Sumu's hand. As he exerted a slight force, the dark golden pocket watch began to swing. It swung slowly but with a regular rhythm, each movement precise, like the second hand on a dial. Watching it closely, Sumu's deep voice sounded, and at the same time, he removed his brown glasses, revealing a pair of eyes as deep and beautiful as obsidian. Whether it was an illusion or not, Those eyes seemed to emit a faint glow like a luminous pearl in a dim dungeon. A vast mental force began to spread throughout the dungeon. Yang Dongqing instinctively looked at the dark golden pocket watch in front of him, his eyes unconsciously following its left and right swings, gradually becoming captivated. Slowly, slowly. His gaze was filled only with this pocket watch, silent darkness spreading and gradually engulfing everything, even Sumu, who was close at hand, seemed to disappear into the darkness. Gradually, the dark golden Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It twisted and writhed in the darkness, intertwining mysteriously. Chapter 22 Yang Dongqing. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, would you? Sumu pondered. Realizing that Yang Dongqing's previous paralysis, and the fact that he could still unleash power, when hearing Jasmine's name was related to this. Steel courage. Steel refers to a steel body, while courage refers to willpower, with emotions enhancing the steel body. In simple terms, the more agitated the emotions, the stronger the steel body becomes, or the more resolute the will, the stronger the steel body. The bronze law encompasses all, corresponding to a variety of extraordinary powers. Though I don't know the specifics. Even this information was thanks to someone from the upper city among the Nightmares Apostles we entered with last time, who told me. Nightmares Apostles. Is that a term for people like you? Yang Dongqing nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether extraordinary or ordinary, is collectively referred to as Nightmares Apostles. It is an ominous title because all Nightmares Apostles will eventually die in nightmares. Why? The person from the upper city said that every day, some unfortunate souls dream and become Nightmares Apostles, entering the nightmare world in their sleep. This is entirely random. Anyone could be affected. Moreover, once someone has entered once, it is like being cursed. They will enter periodically, experiencing one nightmare after another until death. Chapter 23 Pleasant Cooperation. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. What do you want to do? Bang, bang, bang. The iron chains wrapped around him trembled wildly. It's nothing. Just a trivial compensation is needed. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently as he struggled to suppress the urge to curse, gritting his teeth. What compensation? You captured me and are asking for compensation. Sumu's face showed surprise. I invited Miss Jasmine to visit, to drink red wine and eat steak. And yet you barged in without distinction, breaking into my home and killing indiscriminately. Don't you think you should compensate? That was an invitation. You clearly forced your way in. I merely made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. You did it through threats. All right, let's not dwell on boring details. Just say whether you will compensate or not. I will compensate. Yang Dongqing's face turned ashen, although he was a poor student. He understood the principle of being at the mercy of others. Sumu nodded in satisfaction, given that you are a pauper. The only thing you can sell is your own body, so you will work for me for 3 years as compensation. Chapter 24 The Nightmare World. The bald man speaking was Yang Dongqing. Since the two reached an agreement, Sumu released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not cause trouble, but worked honestly, eagerly waiting for 3 years to soar with Jasmine. As for the lip print on his face, it was naturally Jasmine's. As soon as this guy came out, he wanted to see Jasmine. The two shared some tender moments. And he learned from Jasmine that his brother had become the factory director, and Jasmine herself had been signed by a record company. This ending could be considered a win-win. His brother became the director, Jasmine could pursue her dreams, and Sumu also gained an extraordinary bodyguard, with only Yang Dongqing suffering. Having to work like a mule for 3 years. Sumu ignored him and simply instructed, prepare to sleep. Yang Dongqing walked straight to the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Sumu extended his snake-patterned wooden staff to block him. Sleep on the floor. Yang Dongqing's face turned angry. Isn't there a bed? Why must I sleep on the floor? The bed is mine. Sumu retracted the staff and glanced at him indifferently. In the end, Yang Dongqing could only curse under his breath and lie down on the floor. At this moment, Sumu also instructed Zhao Chaoyao and the others, "You all sleep too." Chapter 25. Entering as I expected, the nightmare world pulls people through dreams. As long as my dream connects with the dreams of the nightmare's apostles, I will be pulled in together. Sumu's eyes flickered, and at some point, a layer of strange blood color covered his gaze. In that case, I can use the same principle to bring those others in as well. Sumu controlled his own dream, connecting it with Zhao Chaoyao and the others' dreams. When all the dreams were interconnected, it seemed to provide a conduit for the blood color to spread, infinitely expanding, ultimately dyeing everyone's dreams blood red. That blood color was like a huge net, enveloping everyone's dreams, leaving them nowhere to escape, as if once trapped, they would be consumed by endless fear and despair. And that was exactly what Sumu wanted. He sat on the highest throne, his dark golden starry robe now stained blood red, as the blood surged wildly, gradually forming a sea of blood, slowly submerging him. His abdomen, chest, neck, at this moment, Sumu was already enveloped by the sea of blood, leaving only his head above the surface. A faint smile of suppressed excitement appeared on his pale face. How exciting. Chapter 26. Do I look like a monster? Ah! Lily was the first to let out a high-pitched scream, because the face was not anyone from their group. Li Qiong was also instantly surrounded by fear, his mind a chaotic mess. Why? Didn't Brother Yi say that humanoid monsters only appear during the day? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands push hard against him. Caught off guard, Li Qiong fell to the ground. The owner of those hands fled as if mad. Lily knew very well that with her stamina, she couldn't outrun a humanoid monster, nor could she outrun Li Qiong beside her. To survive and not be eaten, she could only rely on Li Qiong to buy her some time. Thud! The white paper lantern in Li Qiong's hand also fell to the ground, and with that fall, he was so frightened that he almost fainted because the white paper lantern rolled to the feet of the pale face, illuminating the scene behind. People. Countless people. Behind the pale face, rows of figures in black stood motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Ah! Ah! Monster! Don't eat me! Chapter 27. Misunderstanding. It seems that entering the nightmare world late has its advantages. At least some good people have sacrificed their lives to help you obtain a lot of crucial information. For example, villagers cannot force their way into houses, and the shadow prefers to appear in crowded places. This kind of information may seem like just a sentence, but to find out, one can only risk their life to test it. Although the lives of the snake gang's underlings may not be valuable, recruiting a new batch of hypnotized underlings is also very time-consuming. Mr. Li Qiong, please take us to meet everyone next, Sumu said with a smile. Li Qiong numbly nodded, all right. Inside the two-story house, Yi Fanyu and others returned one after another. The three exchanged glances, all looking grim. Zhao Gang, Wang Dao. Did you two find any food? Yi Fanyu asked. The two shook their heads. I looked in the fields, but there are no crops at all. I searched the garbage bins in the village, and there was no food there either. Yi Fanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, but he didn't easily believe their words. He first scrutinized the two of them carefully, and then reached out to touch their sunken bellies. You two, open your mouths. Chapter 28. What do you think you are? Everyone immediately dispersed to the corners to hide, blocking their ears. No matter what the people outside said, they must not open the door without Yi Fanyu's command. The others had already found their positions, each of them crouching in the corner with their heads held, trembling. Over the past 3 days, they had experienced multiple such incidents. Basically, as soon as it was daytime, they would be besieged by swarming villagers. Those villagers could change forms, even transforming into your relatives to tempt you to open the door. So the best solution was to not look, not listen, and not respond. Outside the door, Li Qiong knocked for a long time, but received no response. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why won't they open the door? There are obviously people inside. It must be a misunderstanding. Sumu roughly guessed the thoughts of the people inside. He looked back at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, in the nightmare world, being chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days, suddenly seeing a group of such people in black was understandable. Especially since these people in black were all hypnotized. With only one thought in their minds, for the leader, they had no idea what fear was, making the scene seem somewhat out of place. Chapter 29, Bronze Law, 5-Finger Flame Bullet. Is Mr. Yi satisfied with my explanation? Sumu's gentle voice rang out. Yi Fanyu froze, not daring to move. Sumu smiled. He acted this way because he was sure Yi Fanyu could not withstand bullets. He had already learned from Li Qiong about the strength of those humanoid monsters and Yi Fanyu's performance when hunting them. Those humanoid monsters were several times stronger than ordinary people and had a very strong recovery ability, even if you shot them in the head. It would be hard to kill them. This level would naturally crush ordinary people, but if faced with Yang Dongqing in a one-on-one fight, Yang Dongqing would definitely win. Unfortunately, humanoid monsters rarely acted alone. Often, when they moved, it was in groups of hundreds. Over the past 3 days, Yi Fanyu had also fought with humanoid monsters several times. Often only daring to fire from a distance, using flame bullets from his fingertips, not daring to let the humanoid monsters get close. Once they got close, he would turn and run. It could be said that for most of these 3 days, they had been hiding inside the house. Thus, it was evident that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to fire, and did not possess the bullet-ignoring defense of Yang Dongqing. The tense standoff lasted for a moment before Yi Fanyu suddenly extinguished the flame at his fingertips and forced a smile. I was the one being rude. Those humanoid monsters don't have handguns. Chapter 30, The Sound of One Less Person. Sumu frowned slightly. A house that can accommodate everyone. Won't a crowd attract shadows? Indeed, gathering a crowd would increase the chances of attracting shadows, but it was also possible for a lone person to be targeted by a shadow. Shadows could not be killed, and there were only 2 ways to stop them. The first method was candles, as long as one was in the light. Shadows could not act. The second method was, Yi Fanyu suddenly lowered his voice and said softly, sacrificing others. Shadows have a characteristic: once they fixate on someone, they will follow that person relentlessly and cause the candle to burn more intensely, which means the shadow is consuming the light. At that time, only by letting another person be taken by the shadow can the following be lifted. Sumu immediately understood why Yi Fanyu had been bringing these ordinary people along. They were acting as shields. If it were just him alone, once he was targeted by a shadow, he would be waiting for death, as candles would eventually run out. He also understood why Yi Fanyu shared this information with him, as his side also had many ordinary people. Moreover, Yi Fanyu regarded him as an extraordinary person, intending to join forces to combat the nightmare monsters. Chapter 31, Nightmare Monsters. Is it really impossible? At that moment, the long, dry black hand moved. It actually grabbed the hand of that little brother, and then yanked him violently into the darkness. The little brother struggled violently, but it was all in vain. The surrounding darkness engulfed him like a tide. The shadow dragged him, moving slowly yet steadily, step by step into deeper darkness. As the distance stretched, the little brother's figure gradually became blurry, and his weak cries for help were mercilessly swallowed by the darkness until finally, he disappeared into the boundless, despairing darkness along with the shadow, as if he had never existed, leaving behind only a dead silence and fear. Such a horrifying scene had a tremendous impact on everyone's psyche. Even those like Yi Fanyu, who had seen shadows before, could not suppress the fear in their hearts. For them, shadows were an almost insurmountable existence, seemingly immune to any attack, even more frightening than the super-strong humanoid monsters. At least when facing humanoid monsters, they could still fight and hide in houses, but once caught by a shadow, anyone would be dragged into darkness. The appearance of a shadow represented death, with no one spared. Let's go. Sumu's calm voice broke the fear in the air. He seemed unfazed by what had happened, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden staff. Elegantly walking toward the darkness ahead, while behind him, 11 expressionless black-clad individuals closely followed. Chapter 32, Jasmine is doomed, I said. A dense crowd emerged from the dark corners, stepping into the area bathed in sunlight. These people, young and old, men and women, dressed simply, but every face bore no expression, their eyes revealing endless malice. They gathered more and more, like a tightening net, surging toward Sumu and the others. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the village, like the drums of death, pounding in everyone's hearts. They've appeared. Run! Yifanyu shouted anxiously, his figure darting out like a cheetah, aiming for a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village, which was basically the tallest building in Zhao family village. Previously shrouded in darkness, the increasingly bright sunlight now illuminated the 3-story house, coming into view for everyone. The crowd fled for their lives, while Sumu observed leisurely, even taking the time to examine the village's appearances. He was completely unperturbed, for there was no use in panicking. Running wouldn't help, and fighting wouldn't work, so it was better to sit on the stretcher and enjoy the scenery. He also understood why Yifanyu would suspect that he and others were nightmare monsters. To be honest, the expressions of the little brothers from the poisoned snake gang were really not much different from those of the villagers. They all looked like they had been hypnotized and brainwashed, with blank faces. Chapter 33, I like the fragrance of jasmine. Boom. Yang Dongqing charged into the crowd like a fierce tiger, his expression furious and terrifying. His fists were filled with anger, as he swung them fiercely at the villagers. Steelheart erupted with terrifying power at that moment. This was his extraordinary strength. His steel body would enhance with emotions, will, beliefs, and other inner driving forces. Under his outburst, 2 villagers in the courtyard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop. Instead, he blocked the courtyard door alone, facing the siege of several villagers. At this moment, Sumu also entered through the main gate, escorted by his little brothers. Looking at Yang Dongqing's furious back, Sumu smiled deeper. Could he not take you down? In fact, he was intimidating Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis was not so magical. Even if one was in the nightmare world, he could still control Nan Mo. To deal with the scum of the poison snake gang, he had to use mental power to brainwash them for several months to get the deep-rooted loyalty he had now, let alone Nan Mo, whom he had only met a few times. In other words, if he really died, then Nan Mo, who had not been hypnotized for a long time, would break free from control, and nothing would happen. But Yang Dongqing did not dare to take the gamble. Sumu dared, if he lost the bet. It could only mean that there were indeed countless heroes in this world. Chapter 34, The Cellar. As Sumu spoke, he took out a lighter to help Yifanyu light up. Yifanyu immediately showed a look of panic. Mr. Su, you are too polite, let me do it. Without waiting for response, he took the lighter and handed it to Sumu. Click. A faint flame burned between the two. You go ahead. Sumu smiled, knowing that Yifanyu was worried about the cigarette being problematic, so he did not dare to smoke first. He did not expose it and let Yifanyu light up. After Sumu took a deep breath, Yifanyu finally lit one for himself, pretending to puff out clouds of smoke, but if one looked closely, they would find that he did not actually inhale. Can I have one too? Li Qiong said with a hint of desire, his voice trembling, seeming somewhat fearful of the two. Of course. Sumu smiled, his smile more polite and gentle, without the slightest arrogance towards ordinary people. He handed Li Qiong a cigarette. And for a moment, the air was filled with the fragrance of jasmine. Li Qiong took deep puffs, but the more he inhaled, the more he felt something was off. As there was no taste of smoke at all, just a mouthful of jasmine fragrance. However, he did not dare to say much, feeling that the big shots might just like to smoke this kind of cigarette. Chapter 35, Tingting. Sumu did not expose his little thoughts, in the crisis-ridden nightmare world. Yifanyu still had utilitarian value. That person, Arrange someone to go down and take a look. Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned one from the team, who naturally had no fear, directly igniting a lantern and going down to the cellar. The crowd watched from above, observing the dim candlelight gradually going deeper, then slowly swallowed by darkness. After a moment, the voice of that little brother came from below. Chief, there is no danger inside. Sumu's expression remained unchanged. He did not go down but ordered, you come up first. Yes, Chief. Then, the little brother climbed up unharmed. After Sumu carefully examined him, he was completely certain that the cellar should pose no danger. Previously, Yifanyu had mentioned that villagers could change their appearance and mimic loved ones. If there were villagers in the cellar, who killed the little brother of the poison snake gang and then transformed into his appearance, going down recklessly would definitely lead to danger. What is down there? Back to the chief, it's very dark below, there are some dried bloodstains on the walls. And also torture instruments, but those instruments are quite special, mostly whips, spicy oil, ropes, cross locks, etc. Chapter 36. The evil in the cellar. It was a dirty little face, with only the area below the eyes being relatively clean, revealing a touch of whiteness, evidently due to tears. Although a bit dirty, one could vaguely see that the girl was quite beautiful. She could not be called a stunning beauty, but she had a bit of a fresh and delicate feel. The most striking feature should be her pair of eyes, clear and bright like a spring. But at this moment, they were already covered with fear. When the girl saw the steaming dumplings in front of her, a spark of vitality appeared in her eyes. Ting Ting. Has your father abused you again? The man looked at Ting Ting's haggard appearance, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. Come. Eat the dumplings first, you must hold on. The man carefully picked up a dumpling with his hand, blew on it, and then brought it to Ting Ting's mouth. Ting Ting opened her mouth with difficulty, chewing little by little. Is it good? I made it myself. The man's eyes sparkled with expectation, his voice carrying a hint of urgency and desire, like a child waiting for candy, eagerly hoping to hear a positive answer. Very delicious, Ting Ting said weakly, a smile appearing on her dirty face. That smile was very innocent, free from any impurities and disguises, her clear eyes curved into a crescent shape. Chapter 37. Pick it up. Pick up the clothes. He chuckled softly and took out a handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains. Closer to death now. He had already arrived in the nightmare world, yet did not perceive the bronze laws as Yang Dongqing said, nor did he become an extraordinary being. It seemed he really had no talent. He closed his eyes, trying to mobilize his perception to find the ubiquitous bronze laws, but found nothing. Knock, knock. The sound of fingers tapping on glass rang out. Sumu opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing also instantly stood up, looking solemnly at the only window in the room. The window was blocked by curtains, and the knocking sound came from outside. It seems we have a guest. Sumu became interested, slowly getting up and walking to the window, using his cane to push aside the curtains. What came into view was a woman. A woman that both Sumu and Yang Dongqing were very familiar with. Jasmine. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing exclaimed in shock, how could you? The word stopped abruptly, as he remembered the descriptions of the villagers by Li Qiong and Yifanyu. These villagers could transform into the appearance of loved ones to lure you into opening the door. Damn! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, his anger surging. Originally, he was already upset after coming out of the cellar, and now seeing the nightmare monster transformed into Jasmine, he became even more furious. Chapter 38. Just a little bit more crack. The sound of teeth clashing against Yang Dongqing's hard neck made a piercing friction sound. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He realized that the one who entered was not Yifanyu at all, but a villager. He struggled violently, suddenly flipping over and pinning the villager down, his iron fists raining down, quickly smashing the villager's head to pieces. What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing stood up, panting heavily, still in shock. A trace of blood had already appeared on his neck. If he were not made of steel, that blow would have killed him. He looked at Sumu, only to find Sumu standing in place with his head down, his body slightly trembling. He thought it was the scene just now that scared Sumu. Before he could speak, Sumu suddenly raised his head, his pale face contorted with an excited, sinister smile. Yang Dongqing was startled. "You are truly amazing." "Ha ha ha. That's the feeling." Sumu's expression became even more deranged, causing an abnormal flush to appear on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with fiery eyes. "This is the surprise I wanted. Do you know? It was just a little bit, just a little bit. If I had opened the door just now, I would have been dead by now." Chapter 39 Traitor Retreat. Sumu's calm voice rang out. "Back into the room." Yi Fanyu was shocked. "If we retreat now, we will be surrounded by the villagers inside and outside, won't we be like fish in a barrel?" Sumu didn't have time to explain, and was too lazy to do so. Yi Fanyu didn't follow his orders, but that didn't mean others wouldn't listen. Yang Dongqing and the members of the Poison Snake Gang immediately retreated into the room, as per Sumu's instructions. Yi Fanyu saw this and his face turned extremely ugly. But he couldn't face the group of villagers outside alone, so he also retreated into the room. Just as he was about to close the door, Sumu stopped him. "Don't close the door, let them in, go upstairs." Yi Fanyu was stunned, but he saw Sumu already starting to go upstairs with the escort of others. Only then did he realize Sumu's intention. The villagers could only enter through the front door and the window of the first-floor bathroom. As long as they led them all into the first floor, everyone could jump out of the window upstairs and successfully break free. Yi Fanyu took a deep look at Sumu's back, did not close the door, and followed him upstairs. Coming up with this escape plan wasn't difficult. But what was truly difficult was being able to react calmly and think of a solution in such a short time when facing hundreds of villagers. This was not something everyone could do. Chapter 40 I Can't Stand Women Crying Oh. How do you know? Sumu asked with interest. The few of us entered the nightmare world early. And we had no problems for 3 days, while you all ran into trouble as soon as you came in. Yi Fanyu's words were unfinished, but the meaning was clear. This is impossible. We could never betray the leader. Zhao Zhaoyao glared angrily, as if his faith had been insulted. Yi Fanyu said nothing, but silently looked at Sumu. Sumu smiled lightly and walked to Zhao Zhaoyao's side. Leader. You must believe us, we could never betray you. Don't worry, I know. Sumu smiled as he reached out and took a gun from Zhao Zhaoyao's waist. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Actually, I already know who the traitor is. The gun in Sumu's hand slowly passed in front of everyone and then landed in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned instantly. You suspect me? Here, if it were me, step aside. Sumu dissatisfiedly waved the gun, signaling Yang Dongqing to move away. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, stepped aside, revealing Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed, his eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Su, this joke isn't funny. Chapter 41 Dumplings. A violent roar erupted from Wang Li's corpse, and the next moment, the already dead Wang Li actually stood up, not using her hands to support herself, but just standing upright. Her pale face was expressionless, with only a pair of eyes filled with intense malice, identical to the villagers. What? It really is her. Yang Dongqing was shocked, not expecting Sumu to actually be right. In fact, only Sumu knew that he wasn't guessing. He was 100% sure that Wang Li had turned into a monster because his hypnosis had failed. When he tried to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same reaction as with the villagers. Roar! Wang Li howled as she charged toward the nearest Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened. His right hand quickly forming a gun shape, aiming at Wang Li, 5-finger flame bullet. Bang bang bang. 3 hot flame bullets whistled out, exploding into intense fire on Wang Li's body. In just a moment, Wang Li was engulfed by terrifying flames, turning into a withered corpse. After dealing with Wang Li, Yi Fanyu walked to Sumu's side and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Su, what on earth is going on? Why did Wang Li suddenly turn into a villager? As far as I know, villagers seem to have no means of converting humans into their kind. Everyone captured by the villagers ends up being torn apart and eaten." Chapter 42 Grandma is watching you. Everyone was once again stunned. This voice was wrong. Tingting was clearly a young girl. But the voice from under the bed was that of a little girl. Sumu's smile became even gentler, like a friendly big brother next door. His tone soft yet firm, as if every word had been carefully considered. "Tingting is a good girl, and we certainly won't hurt her." The shadow under the bed hesitated for a long time before finally crawling out. It was a little girl about 6 years old, with black hair casually tied into 2 small braids, a bit messy but still natural. She was very small yet exuded a sense of agility, like a little deer in the mountains. Her round face had a slight blush, a trace left from frequent exposure to the sun. Her big, bright eyes were like a clear stream in the mountains, pure and flawless, with long eyelashes resembling 2 small fans, gently fluttering with each blink. The little girl was dressed in tattered clothes, nervously staring at the room full of people, her dirty little hands tightly clutching a photo frame. Everyone did not let their guard down. After all, they had just experienced the incident with Wang Li. And no one dared to guarantee that this little girl wouldn't suddenly turn into a monster like the villagers. They only felt that the little girl in front of them did bear some resemblance to the previous Tingting. Chapter 43 Sumu taken away by the shadow. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, nervously staring at the empty air beside them. Although there was no one there, they knew that a kind old lady was quietly standing there. Soon, Tingting bounced out the door. At this moment, Sumu also stood up and said to the air beside him, "Grandma, it's getting dark, my eyesight isn't very good. If I bump into you, please forgive me." After speaking, he went into the bedroom where the little girl had been before, and when he came out again, he was holding a photo frame. It was the same photo frame the little girl had been holding tightly. He turned the frame to the front, revealing a yellowed black and white photo, a family portrait. There were 4 people in the photo, an elderly woman with silver hair, a hunched figure, and a slightly smaller Tingting. As for the other 2, they had no heads at all, their necks were completely severed. And one could only tell from their clothing and other parts of the body that they were a man and a woman, looking relatively young, each holding Tingting's hand on either side. Tingting's face was beaming with a happy smile. Yi Fanyu leaned over. Looking at the strange photo, this man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why do they have no heads? Chapter 44 Illusion in the Darkness. Sumu's eyes were tightly closed, holding the hand formed by the shadow, thin, cold, and hard. That was not a human hand at all. It felt more like the hand of a monster that had gripped a dead body. Due to his closed eyes, Sumu couldn't discern his surroundings. Although his mind was powerful, it wasn't strong enough to replace his eyesight. He felt like a blind man, being led by a shadow, slowly walking forward. Here, time seemed to lose its meaning. He couldn't perceive the passage of time at all. It felt as if he had been walking for a long time, yet also as if it had only been a short while. The surroundings were silent, and he couldn't hear the shadow or his own footsteps. Gradually, he began to hear the sound of water beneath his feet, but it was somewhat muffled. Unlike walking on wet ground, it felt more like stepping on some thicker liquid. Blood? Sumu guessed casually, feeling no panic in his heart, but rather a faint sense of anticipation. Previously, when he saw Tingting holding hands with the shadow in the silhouette of time, he speculated that the shadow pulling people into darkness might not mean killing them directly. It was simple logic. If Tingting had been killed by the shadow, she would likely have turned into a monster like Wang Li. But he hadn't seen Tingting among the villagers. Chapter 45 The truth always stands on my side. Sumu kept moving forward, and the innocent voices of the children became increasingly mature, as if they had grown up. That fool is still playing in the mud. Of course she's playing in the mud, after all, she's a fool. Hey, look, that fool is quite big now. Indeed, let's go take a look. Ting-Ting, let's play together. Really? Ting-Ting exclaimed joyfully, you want to play with me? Sumu noticed that even Ting-Ting's voice had changed, coming closer to the Ting-Ting in the silhouette of time. Of course. We are from the same village. How about this, Ting-Ting, let's play a fun game. Okay, what game? You'll know when we play, but you mustn't tell your grandma. Or else we won't play with you anymore. Woo-woo, I don't want to play games, this game isn't fun. You are all bad people, you bully Ting-Ting. Quick, catch her. Don't let her run away. You beasts. An old voice suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of a stick hitting a person and a scream. Chapter 46. The way back to reality. Yifanyu didn't care about any of this, the dumplings were his. Yang Dongqing, Sumu ordered. Yang Dongqing, who was already annoyed, rushed up to snatch them. Yifanyu was startled, not expecting Yang Dongqing to suddenly attack, and hurriedly dodged back. At this moment, it was Ting-Ting who hurriedly waved her hand, her little face flushed with anxiety. Don't fight, Ting-Ting doesn't like fighting. If you want to eat dumplings, just take them. Yang Dongqing hesitated, and Yifanyu angrily said, put away your unnecessary sympathy, we are human. What about her? She's a creature from a nightmare. She might even be a nightmare monster. Don't argue, Ting-Ting doesn't want the dumplings anymore. Ting-Ting became increasingly anxious, her kind heart not wanting to see people fighting. Did you hear that? She said she doesn't want them anymore, Yifanyu said, suppressing his anger. Yang Dongqing ultimately loosened his fists. He knew that even if he snatched them, it wouldn't help, and would only make Ting-Ting unhappier. After a small dispute settled down, Yifanyu picked up the dumplings, and called Li Qiong over to eat. For someone who had been hungry for 3 days, yesterday's 8 dumplings were practically nothing. You eat first, this time I'll give you 2, Yifanyu said coldly. Li Qiong replied in a muffled voice, but when he went to grab the dumplings, he exclaimed softly, 11. That's 1 less than yesterday. Chapter 47. I refuse. Yifanyu's voice suddenly dropped low. Glancing subtly at the little girl in the bedroom, who was brushing the doll's hair, and continued, killing Ting-Ting should not be difficult. The only obstacle should be her deceased grandmother. When we go for Ting-Ting, we are highly likely to have a direct conflict with her grandmother. Especially since none of us can see her. We don't even know if she is at home right now. I suspect she isn't, as in Ting-Ting's memory. Her grandmother works in the fields during the day, and only returns before dark. However, for safety's sake, I have a plan. It would be best if we don't act here, but rather trick Ting-Ting out first before we act. Among us, Ting-Ting should trust you, Mr. Su, the most. So why not let you? I disagree. Yang Dongqing suddenly exploded with rage, his fists clenched tightly as he glared at Yifanyu. What wrong does Ting-Ting have? She's just a victim, there must be another way. Yifanyu's expression grew colder. Mr. Yang, I hope you can calm down, she is not human. She is a nightmare monster. Killing a nightmare monster can let everyone live, isn't that a good thing? As you said, to break the nightmare. Aside from killing the source of the nightmare, there are indeed other methods, which is to save the source of the nightmare. This nightmare originates from Ting-Ting. As long as we kill all the villagers, without these evildoers, the nightmare wouldn't be a nightmare anymore, but do you think that's possible? Chapter 48. I'm lying to you. Idiot. I want to live. Mr. Su, I've always been an honest person, I want to go back alive. I still have family and friends, I really can't die here. Mr. Su, I don't want to kill anyone, please let me go. A person like you has the ability to seek justice for monsters. But just surviving has already taken all my strength, my family is still waiting in reality. Stop. Sumu interrupted, no one likes to hear your sob story. If you want, go join Yifanyu, having one more person doesn't matter. At that moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned red. He raised his gun and aimed it at Sumu, then moved closer to Yifanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. Either you agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected Li Qiong to suddenly erupt at this moment. And Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao quickly shielded Sumu behind them. Yifanyu sneered, Mr. Su, see. Not everyone is on your side. Oh? Is that so? Sumu lightly pushed up his tinted glasses, the eyes behind the lenses emitting an intangible ghostly light. Chapter 49, My ability is a stand user of boom. The power of this strike was terrifying. The explosive flames erupted on Yang Dongqing, instantly turning into a roaring sea of fire that engulfed his form. Ah! Accompanied by a roar filled with anger and pain, Yang Dongqing, charred all over, forcibly tore open a gap in the sea of fire and charged out. The little hair that had just grown was now gone again. He leaped up violently, pouncing on Yifanyu like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Yifanyu was startled and hurriedly dodged, closely followed by Yang Dongqing's rain-like punches, each punch glinting with a metallic sheen, causing the air to pop faintly. But Yifanyu's speed was clearly faster. He stepped back to avoid the punches. After all, he had rich combat experience, and seizing the opportunity during Yang Dongqing's attack, he shot a fireball right at Yang Dongqing's face. Yang Dongqing was taken aback and quickly raised his hands to block. Little did he know. This was exactly what Yifanyu wanted. Ultimately, he was still too inexperienced. Yifanyu's face twisted with a sinister expression as his right hand shot out. Fingers curling into claws, swoosh. Flames ignited at his fingertips, transforming into 5 highly compressed fireballs, but this time, he did not shoot them out. Instead, he clenched his fingers tightly. Chapter 50, Kill me, then become me. Sumu. All around him were Sumu. At this moment, he felt utterly absurd, as he was surrounded by a group of Sumu. No. This is impossible. What is going on? Yifanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a bizarre scene. He fired his gun like a madman, the fireballs spraying out in all directions like flowing water. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of flames. In that sea of fire, the Sumu, their bodies twisted and skin charred from the scorching flames, still charged towards him fearlessly. Sumu. Yifanyu roared to the sky, his eyes already bloodshot. I don't care what strange abilities you have. No matter how many come, I will kill them all. He went completely mad, as if his emotions had been ignited, crazily rushing towards the surrounding Sumu. Killing anyone in sight. Kill. Kill me, then become me. The identical-looking Sumu all spoke at once. Ah! Die. Everyone die. 10-finger fireball. Flame fist. The sounds of explosions, the crackling of flames, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground intertwined into a symphony on this fiery battlefield. 5 minutes later, only one figure remained standing on the battlefield, swaying unsteadily, gasping heavily, nearly exhausted. Chapter 51, The world shouldn't be like this. Sumu slowly shook his head. You are mistaken. The struggle of humanity is indeed splendid, but the unyielding resistance against fate, the reckless pursuit of ideals, the unwavering devotion to love, and even the genuine feelings revealed in the simplest and most ordinary life, are all equally splendid. It is these that make up a person's extraordinary life. Yang Dongqing was somewhat lost in thought. For some reason, he sensed a passionate sincerity in Sumu's calm voice. He fell silent for a long time, as if he had finally begun to understand Sumu. You are right, Yang Dongqing said seriously. He believed it. He really believed it. Ha ha ha, Sumu laughed happily at Zhao Chaoyao beside him, like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. You damn it. Yang Dongqing instantly lost his composure. If he weren't seriously injured, he would have jumped up to smash Sumu's head right then. Classmate Yang Dongqing. Your expression is equally splendid right now, ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing's face turned as black as coal. Unable to contain his anger, he turned his head away and ignored Sumu. Chief, what should we do next? Are we going to kill all these villagers? Zhao Chaoyao asked worriedly, not out of fear for his own life, but for Sumu's safety. Chapter 52, The True Meaning of Illusion. Very well. Sumu leaned heavily on his snake-patterned wooden cane and stood up from his seat. This elegant noble issuing his first command. First, find Tingting. Wait a minute, you still haven't said who Tingting's sister is. Yang Dongqing asked curiously. He was indeed very curious about that non-existent sister in the photo. Sumu glanced at him. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Sumu would ask that. Since that's the case, let me share my speculation with you. Sumu paused and continued, first. You need to understand one thing, the real Tingting is not as big as she is now, not a little girl, but a young girl. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know this. The reason Tingting appears as a little girl is that her heart and mind are stuck at the child stage. So, who do you think that non-existent sister mentioned by a girl who is often bullied is? How would I know about the sister? Yang Dongqing was stunned. And the next moment, his expression turned extremely grim, a boiling killing intent almost flooding his entire body, causing his severely injured body to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 53, Good Friend. You finally came during the battle with Yifanyu. He successfully modified Yifanyu's cognition with the preparation over the past few days, along with a large amount of mental energy. There is a condition in this world called prosopagnosia, where the afflicted typically cannot distinguish faces. To a person with prosopagnosia, everyone looks somewhat similar. Sumu utilized this principle to modify Yifanyu's cognition, causing him to see everyone as Sumu. Hypnotizing a transcendent is a very energy-consuming task. Fortunately, Yifanyu's mental resistance was clearly not on par with Yang Dongqing's. He guessed that it was due to their different abilities. One was a 10-finger fireball. The other was a steel wool. Each type of extraordinary ability provides the extraordinary person with comprehensive enhancements, but these enhancements have their focuses. For example, while a 10-finger fireball enhanced Yifanyu's physical fitness and mental strength, it leaned more towards affinity with flames and flame resistance. Yang Dongqing's steel wool did not grant him the ability to manipulate fire, but it significantly enhanced his physical fitness and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Sumu increasingly felt that he was not a transcendent, as his enhancements were not comprehensive at all, but severely one-sided, aside from the enhancement of mental strength. There were no other bonuses. Chapter 54, Help Me. Do you deserve it? After a moment, the shadow slowly raised its slender, thin palm, then reached over Sumu and extended towards Yang Dongqing and the others. The smile on Sumu's face gradually faded, and he expressionlessly adjusted his brown glasses. This is a bit impolite. After saying that, he directly grasped the shadow's hand and stated firmly, Today, you can only invite me. To be honest, Sumu was unwilling to let the shadow invite others because it was too risky. Yang Dongqing was just a hothead. Once he entered the dark illusion, he wouldn't need much convincing. The moment Jasmine's voice was heard, that fool would definitely open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were also not viable. He could hypnotize them to ensure they wouldn't open their eyes, but there was a drawback. If his own voice appeared in the illusion, these people would definitely listen. The shadow's crimson eyes glanced at its hand being held, fell silent for a moment, and finally chose to pull Sumu into the darkness slowly. You all wait outside. Once I find Tingting, I will ignite the nearest house. Sumu's calm voice faded into the darkness. Darkness, a silence akin to death. With his eyes closed, Sumu was led by his good friend, walking in the dark like a guide dog leading a blind person. Chapter 55, Die for Me. Tingting, take a close look. Is the second hand on the pocket watch moving faster? Tingting quickly widened her eyes, her pupils constantly following the movement of the pocket watch. The crisp sound of the ticking second hand entering her ears. It really seems to be getting faster, great big brother. Then Tingting needs to watch closely. Be careful not to let time slack off. Tingting nodded vigorously. Tingting will watch carefully, and won't let time slack off. Time ticked away, and at some point, Sumu had already taken off his brown glasses, his deep-set eyes emitting an almost imperceptible ghostly light. An invisible mental force surged forth. He was attempting to hypnotize Tingting, which was also the greatest difficulty of this plan. Even he himself did not know whether the hypnosis would succeed. After all, Tingting is not human, but a nightmare creature. The previous attempts to hypnotize the villagers and the shadow ended in failure. But Sumu still felt there was a chance because the villagers were clearly being controlled like walking corpses, and hypnosis wouldn't work on corpses. As for the shadow, this nightmare monster is quite formidable, capable of constructing dark illusions, a level he currently couldn't achieve with his mental power. Chapter 56, Dad, Mom, Grandma, Sister are you bunch of beasts. Overwhelmed, young Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the villagers, who were continuously biting him all over. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, and his metallic gleaming teeth sank into a villager's throat. At this critical moment of life and death, Sumu was finally about to succeed. Big brother. The pointer has already pointed to 12, where are Dad and Mom? Tingting's eyes were hollow and devoid of life, clearly having completely entered a hypnotic state. Sumu put away the pocket watch, slowly stood up. Behind him were countless severed limbs and wreckage, a shattered earth, and a broken sky. He smiled gently and, in this apocalyptic scene, reached out and rubbed Tingting's little head. Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully, Dad and Mom are calling you. Tingting obediently closed her eyes. Tingting. Dad and Mom are here to pick you up. A doting male voice and a gentle female voice followed, along with Grandma's aged voice. Tingting, you must be hungry. Come back home with us, Grandma will make dumplings for you. Sister, come play with me. Several voices flooded into Tingting's ears, her small body trembled slightly. And even with her eyes tightly closed, tears still could not be contained. Chapter 57, Innocent Heart, so boring. Sumu sighed. If he had never seen the wonders of the nightmare world, perhaps dying like this wouldn't matter, like a person who has always lived in darkness, already accustomed to it. If he had never seen the light. Now that the door to the new world had just opened, he was about to die. TSK, a boring life. Sumu turned over and pulled out a wrinkled dumpling from his pocket. The skin of the dumpling had long shriveled and emitted a sour smell. It was the one Tingting had secretly hidden when Yifan snatched her dumplings earlier. He put the dumpling in his mouth, chewed gently, and swallowed. So delicious. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, entered a dream, and quietly waited for death to arrive. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes. And a terrifying gleam radiated from his dark pupils, even the tea-colored glasses couldn't hide it. Ha ha ha. An uncontrollable laughter burst from Sumu's mouth. He was as happy as a child with a new toy. I love surprises like this. He raised his palm, watching the changes on it. That long, fair hand was emitting a soft white light. Chapter 58, All Things. Sumu, who knew little about the extraordinary, was unclear about what had happened. Nor did he know where this additional bronze law came from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was called All Things. The turbulence of mental power lasted for a moment before gradually calming down. As Sumu settled down, he began to sort out his thoughts. The first thing he could confirm was that All Things was obtained after he had a sleep, like an ability independent of the bronze law. Because it fundamentally did not fall within the net of the bronze law. This was absurd. As far as he knew, all extraordinary abilities came from the bronze law. How could there be abilities independent of the bronze law? Could it be that Sumu had an inkling about his dream? Or that this mysterious dream itself was a completely independent law? This law only related to the mind. There was too little known information, he could only speculate these. After thinking for a moment, forget it, let us just live for now, this unexpected joy feels pretty good. Sumu smiled, he wouldn't trouble himself unnecessarily. The secrets of dreams might only be unraveled after becoming powerful, what he could do now was to accept it calmly. Chapter 59, Imperial Nobility. Why would the nobility come to the lower city? Murong Mingli smiled. Of course, it's to run a company. Yang Dongqing's gaze grew increasingly vigilant. He had no good impression of the nobility. Their reputation throughout the Scarlet Flame Empire was very poor. They were extravagant and indulgent, above the law, indifferent to the common people, and considered themselves exceptional, being parasites of the empire. Of course, this was all what the common people whispered. They hated the nobles and even more hated that they were not nobles themselves. I don't remember having any intersection with the nobility. What is your purpose? Mr. Yang. From your gaze, I can see your disdain for the nobility. I won't claim to be different from them. The reason I came to find you is to invite you to join my company, Bronze Coffin. I don't be in a hurry to refuse. I know you just became a nightmare apostle and are wary of everything, but actually, it is quite common for nobles to form companies and invite nightmare apostles to join. Most nightmare apostles choose to join companies. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Murong Mingli stirred her coffee lightly with a spoon, the spoon making a crisp sound against the porcelain cup. Chapter 60, A Young Master Like Jade. Poison Snake Gang Headquarters. Sumu hung up the call with Jasmine. An unknown woman approached Yang Dongqing, and her demeanor was unlike that of ordinary people. Interesting. A smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yang Dongqing, aside from his extraordinary identity, was just a poor student, with social connections close to zero. The intention of such a woman seeking him was obvious. He had not forgotten what Yang Dongqing had said when he first experienced the nightmare world. It was said by someone from the upper city. Extraordinary people in the real world are a bunch of cowardly leeches, relying on the blood of nightmare apostles to grow. Now, it seems a vampire has come knocking. That someone, prepare, there will be guests soon. Yes, boss. Zhao Chaoyao replied respectfully. About an hour later, a low-key luxury black car stopped in front of the Poison Snake Gang headquarters. The driver was Hen Yu. He glanced disdainfully at the Poison Snake Gang headquarters. A gang? An extraordinary person is actually employed by a gang. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened. He heard the disdain in the other's tone, but he said nothing. Clearly, the man's strength had shocked him. Chapter 61, Country Bumpkin in the Lower City. What proposal? Investment. Investment. A look of surprise appeared on Murong Mingli's face. She did not expect Sumu to actually want to invest. That's right. But I don't lack money. Sumu shook his head. I'm not talking about investing with money, but with intelligence. Miss Murong, your company is just starting up. Your intelligence aspect should be relatively weak, otherwise, you wouldn't have only found Yang Dongqing now. I'm not being modest, I'm quite skilled in intelligence work. To put it bluntly, as long as I want, there are no secrets in the entire District 13. Ha ha, Hen Yu suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter. Murong Mingli glanced at him, but he seemed not to notice and continued laughing to himself. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. Mainly, whenever I see the rural bumpkin from the lower city seriously bragging, I just can't contain myself. As soon as he said this, Murong Mingli's expression changed, while Sumu curled his lips into a playful smile, his tea-colored eyes revealing a hint of mystery. The dynamic between this master and servant seemed off. Kid, you only control a small-time gang, and you dare to speak so shamelessly. You think the entire 13th district has no secrets? You think you can invest in a noble's company just because of a small gang's intelligence network? Chapter 62, Mr. Su. I was wrong. The bomb's outer shell was made of cold metal, glinting with a chilling light. The bomb's body was cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded at the top, where red numbers flashed like a countdown from a demon. Surrounding the display were dense circuits and interfaces. Upon seeing this, cold sweat broke out on Hen Yu's face. He suddenly regretted offending this rural bumpkin from the lower city. The person looked gentle and humble, but was clearly extremely dangerous. Who buries so many bombs in their own house? He had originally thought about breaking through and capturing Sumu directly. But when he saw the bomb, his heart sank completely. He didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that he might accidentally trigger the bomb during the process. If those hundreds of bombs detonated, the entire headquarters of the venomous snake gang would be reduced to rubble. Even if he considered himself strong, he didn't have the confidence to withstand so many bombs. Young Dongqing also broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this. He had never imagined that Sumu had so many hidden methods. He realized that he had lost not unjustly, even if he had won back then. He probably wouldn't have been able to leave the venomous snake gang alive. Chapter 63, The Upper City in the Crimson Flame Empire. The privileges of the nobility almost override the law. It is even said that nobles can kill a few civilians without it being a big deal. However, Han Yu repeatedly disobeyed Murong Mingli's orders, which was rather intriguing. Just as Sumu was pondering this, there was a knock at the door. Young Dongqing came running back. Why didn't it explode? He reached the sofa and downed a cup of tea in one gulp. I always thought with your level of madness, it would definitely explode. Classmate Young Dongqing, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes through peaceful means. Sure. I have no misunderstanding of you at all. Young Dongqing scoffed. What kind of peace-loving person fills their house with bombs? By the way, why did the people from the venomous snake gang suddenly turn into monsters? How many abilities do you actually have? Sumu smiled without replying, not offering an explanation. The real reason was only clear to him: there were actually no monsters. No machine guns, and no bombs. Everything was a manifestation of all things in the universe. Chapter 64, The Origin of the Extraordinary. Young Dongqing was infuriated by Sumu's condescending attitude. Let's go, no need to make things complicated, Sumu said lightly. Then left with Young Dongqing. The two hailed a taxi and, following Murong Mingli's address, arrived in front of an office building. This building was relatively small and located in a rather remote area, with a sign for the Bronze Coffin Limited hanging at the entrance. Upon entering the company, they were quickly greeted by a receptionist. May I ask who you are looking for? We are looking for your chairman, Sumu smiled and replied. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's attitude became even more respectful. Are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang? Yes, indeed. The chairman is on the top floor, please follow me. As the elevator ascended, they soon met Murong Mingli in her office on the top floor, but this time, Han Yu was not by her side. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Murong Mingli said as she stood up to greet them. It's nice to see you again, Miss Murong. Sumu politely greeted her. Young Dongqing also quietly said, hello. He appeared somewhat uneasy, as this was his first time in the upper city and meeting a chairman in a large company. Chapter 65, Classification of Levels. Murong Mingli paused for a moment before continuing. I can understand your concerns as nightmare apostles. But please rest assured that the issues you worry about will not occur at the Bronze Coffin. In fact, the cooperation between extraordinary beings in the real world and nightmare apostles has developed into a relatively stable model over many years. Initially, it was indeed quite chaotic, and there were often cases of extraordinary beings threatening nightmare apostles. However, people underestimated the danger of nightmare apostles. A person who might die at any moment in the nightmare world can unleash a fierceness in the face of threats that ordinary people cannot compare to. There have even been cases of nightmare apostles conducting suicide attacks to kill imperial nobles. Thus, gradually, both sides transitioned into a cooperative relationship, eventually giving rise to extraordinary companies. Sumu smiled non-committally. He understood human nature well. In the eyes of nobles, nightmare apostles were employees who could die at any moment, but had extremely high value. Perhaps after paying the nightmare apostle salaries today, they might die in the nightmare world tomorrow, leading nobles to think, if I only make verbal promises and then wait for the nightmare apostles to die, wouldn't that save me a lot of money? Chapter 66. The strongest sequence, foreseeing the future, I'm all ears. Mingli said seriously, one must possess 3 different bronze laws to advance to silver. However, if these 3 bronze laws are not systematic, or even conflict with each other, one will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Iron will is a relatively common bronze law, and the subsequent pathways to advancement are already clear, which are Titan Fist and endless recovery. There is no specific order. As long as all 3 are gathered, there is a chance to advance to the silver law follower of strength. However, if Mr. Yang were to consume other extraordinary potions midway, such as a 5-finger fireball, it would result in an inability to advance to silver forever, because the pathway would be wrong. Yang Dongqing's expression immediately turned strange. Being young and passionate, his thoughts tended to wander in that direction. Iron will, Titan Fist, endless recovery, follower of strength, isn't that just the 3-piece set of a real man? Strong, mighty, and lasting. So how does one advance to gold afterward? Yang Dongqing eagerly asked. To his surprise, Mingli shook her head. Every extraordinary pathway is secretive, and the laws of gold are even more hidden. Although I am a noble, I am still an ordinary person, and I do not understand the subsequent advancements. Chapter 67. The shadow is not white. The silver law sequence 121. Blossom in an instant, at the cost of lifespan, change one's timeline. Placing oneself in a state of accelerated time. Another time system. However, this time is different from before. It clearly possesses terrifying combat power. Although the introduction is simple, one can understand the horror of a flower blooming in an instant, upon careful thought. If one accelerates their own time by 100 times, ISNT that equivalent to moving 100 times faster. This is no longer just about speed, every action would become faster. For instance, if previously it took an hour to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, and take a shower, after time acceleration, it might be completed in just 1 second. If the user is already fast, they would be nearly invincible, even achieving an effect similar to time being relatively stationary. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but wonder. Such a powerful ability is only silver. How terrifying must a gold-level powerhouse be? With a rustle, the sound of paper turning echoed. And his gaze landed on the last page. Extraordinary taboo. 1. It is forbidden to disclose any information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted by the Empire. Note: nightmares possess the ability to spread through cognition, meaning the more people who learn about nightmare information, the easier it is to trigger a nightmare invasion of reality. Similarly, ordinary people who learn of the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter it than those who do not know. Chapter 68. You disappointed me. The next day, Sumu officially took on the role of the head of the intelligence department at the Bronze Coffin Company. He met the official employees of the Bronze Coffin. Aside from himself and Yang Dongqing, there were a total of 10 people. It is worth mentioning that although these 10 individuals are all nightmare apostles, they are ordinary people. The underground third floor of the Bronze Coffin is a spacious underground base. While the office building above accommodates ordinary staff handling daily affairs, the core is located underground, where the nightmare apostles gather. Minister Su. These 10 are currently all the nightmare apostles at the Bronze Coffin. There were some others before, but they have already perished in the nightmare world, Mu Rongmingli introduced. Everyone, Mr. Sumu is the newly appointed head of the intelligence department at the Bronze Coffin, and is also a powerful extraordinary being. This Mr. Yang Dongqing beside him is likewise an extraordinary being. Sumu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, calmly surveying the 10 nightmare apostles before him. 7 men and 3 women. Their clothing varied, some dazzlingly bright, others plain, the only commonality being the anxiety and panic visible in their expressions. This is the reaction that normal people should have when experiencing the nightmare world. Chapter 69. Susu. A hint of guilt uncontrollably surfaced in everyone's hearts. They suddenly felt they had let Minister Su down. The company does not disdain you as a group of people on the brink of death, and even provides you with job positions. Now, in order to increase your chances of survival the next time you enter the nightmare world, they have painstakingly sent you to the abandoned city for training. Such a good opportunity cannot be bought with money. But what about you? You not only do not cherish it, but also demand wealth excessively. Do you think this is right? As soon as this was said, Mu Rongmingli's beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably. She had thought Sumu was going to use his extraordinary status to pressure everyone, but she did not expect him to say such words. Wasn't this going to provoke everyone's anger? Yet what shocked her even more followed. The nightmare apostles who had previously shouted about prices all lowered their heads in shame. A younger girl even began to sob, "Minister Su, I was wrong." Mu Rongmingli, "Minister Su, your reprimand is right. I am too ungrateful. The company gives me a job and training opportunities. How can I let the company spend money? I am personally willing to contribute 50,000. No. 100,000. To subsidize the company." The tattooed man said with shame. Chapter 70. Your beauty scheme is slightly clumsy. Your alcohol tolerance is so poor. Otherwise, why would a usually dignified and composed noble lady call herself Susu? Mu Rongmingli noticed Sumu staring at her, and, unsure if it was her illusion, felt her face grow even redder. "You wouldn't like me, would you?" "That's right. I like extraordinary potions, especially those like Steel Heart, that can enhance physical qualities." Mu Rongmingli, extraordinary potions are very sought after and hard to obtain. I originally planned to use a treasure to pay for this operation's reward. If Susu insists, I can send someone to inquire about extraordinary potion information. Thank you. Sumu was also quite interested in treasures. But he knew that extraordinary potions were more suitable for him, as he only had a month to live. Obtaining extraordinary potions that strengthen the body would allow him to gain abilities similar to Yang Dongqing, thus better extending his life. Susu, I see your bronze law should be related to the mind. Physical extraordinary potions might not suit you. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Sumu. Her delicate fingers gently brushing aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and tucking them behind her ear, the simple action filled with endless charm. Chapter 71. You smell so good, Susu. I have told you the real situation, and I promise that as long as you are willing to help me, I can give you everything I have. If we can really find the golden eye, the future Mu Rong family will be your greatest support. Mu Rongmingli looked directly into Sumu's eyes, her gaze filled with determination and sincerity. It was unclear whether Mu Rongmingli was indulging in some sort of bad taste. She had not changed her address for him until now. What if we can't find it? Mu Rongmingli smiled, but her smile carried a hint of coldness. Even if we can't find it, I won't let you pay without getting anything in return. All my assets under my name, as well as the bronze coffin, including my own body, will be given to you. Perhaps you think what I said is very cheap, but I have truly never had a man. The reason I am doing this is more for revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I will have to marry Qian Zihai as per my family's arrangement. But before that, I must find a man, and that man is you. She raised her wine glass and drank it all at once, for a moment. Her face turned even redder. Sumu raised an eyebrow. He found this woman exceptionally persistent, as if she was determined to offer herself up. While he understood her reluctance to give Qian Zihai an easy advantage, he wondered why she had fixated on him. Chapter 72. The Disappeared Susu, Mr. Yang. You are here. In the bronze coffin, Mu Rongmingli had returned to her usual cold demeanor, every gesture perfectly aligning with the elegant and composed image of a noble. Except for that unchanging title. The previously uncomfortable Yang Dongqing felt even worse upon hearing the words Susu, his gaze sweeping over the two of them. And he became even more distressed. This feeling was akin to when you are heartbroken and plan to confide in a friend, only to discover that your friend just started dating a stunning beauty. Double blow. Mr. Yang, what is wrong? Mu Rongmingli noticed Yang Dongqing's unusual behavior and inquired. It's nothing. Just a heartbreak. Mu rompingly showed a strange expression, but did not say much. Directly getting to the point. I haven't mentioned the purpose of exploring the abandoned city before, mainly to avoid leaking information. Now that the operation is imminent, I will speak frankly, please take a look. She took out a golden leaf from her handbag. The leaf was intricately patterned and lifelike, looking as if it had grown naturally rather than being handcrafted. This golden leaf was purchased from a scavenger in the Wasteland district. I carefully compared it with the family texts, and it should be a leaf that fell from the golden tree. While the eye of gold is the fruit of the golden tree. Therefore, I speculate that there is a high possibility of clues regarding the eye of gold in the Wasteland district. Chapter 73, The words I wrote myself. Wait. No. Sumu carefully examined the writing. Although it looked a bit crooked, as if written in a hurry, why did the handwriting resemble his own so much? Is it fountain pen handwriting? He touched his pocket and quickly pulled out a fountain pen, the one he always carried with him, specially made. With a sharp and tough nib, a lethal weapon. He wrote an identical note on a handkerchief with the fountain pen, and upon careful comparison, he was shocked to find that the previous note was indeed written with this fountain pen. Did I really write this? Or did someone take my fountain pen and imitate my handwriting? If it's the latter, what is the purpose? Sumu fell into deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange infants here. Yang Dongqing shouted ahead. Sumu pulled back his thoughts and stopped pondering. A smile of interest involuntarily appeared on his fair and handsome face. Interesting. Regardless of who wrote the note, he was already excited. It seems this trip to the Wasteland district won't be boring. The group continued forward, and although they were going deeper, the corpses of strange infants along the way increased. Most of them shot in the head, while others were directly blown apart by some immense force. Chapter 74, Awareness. Yang Dongqing looked at the mannequins. Nervously swallowing. You don't think these mannequins will suddenly come to life, do you? Sumu smiled lightly. Wouldn't that be interesting? I really shouldn't have asked you. Yang Dongqing rolled his eyes and continued walking. Sumu followed behind, letting Yang Dongqing lead the way, but the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. As if he had forgotten something. What exactly did I forget? What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing's sudden exclamation interrupted Sumu's thoughts as he walked towards Yang Dongqing's direction. He found the latter stopped in front of a shop, nervously looking inside. When he shifted his gaze into the shop, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It was a door. An old wooden door painted red, seeming to be quite old, with much of the paint chipped off, revealing the color of the raw wood underneath. The door looked quite ordinary. But what was truly peculiar was that it stood alone in the center of the shop, with nothing behind it, and it was open, with thick mist swirling inside. Like a gateway to another world. There's nothing behind this door, but there's thick fog inside. Could this lead to hell? Yang Dongqing's eyes showed a hint of wariness, as he dared not approach the door easily. Chapter 75, I cheated myself. Sumu took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellow-green bloodstains had long since dried. However, he wasn't looking at the bloodstains, but at the note. Looking at it, Sumu finally understood its meaning. It was unfinished, and if completed, it should be 2 words, memory. He could basically confirm that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been tampered with. Both the 2 vehicles and the consumed mental energy were evidence. Moreover, at this moment, he also realized who wrote the note. Have you ever thought that perhaps this isn't our first time here? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Did the haze cause you to hallucinate? Sumu smiled slightly. Remember when the snake woman said you killed her child? If you've never been here, how could you have killed her child? Yang Dongqing pouted. That was a lunatic. Do you believe what a nightmare monster says? Want to know who left the kiss mark on Mo Li's neck? Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. A coldness flashing in his eyes. I knew it was you. Sumu, sigh, I really don't need to explain to you. But I can tell you that the kiss mark should have been left by you yourself. Chapter 76. The unrememberable. Yes, Sumu's methods are indeed strange. But please rest assured, President, no matter how strong he is, he cannot compare to the unrememberable you spent a lot of money to obtain. As far as I know, this is already his second time entering the Wasteland District. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I specifically took memory potions, infiltrated the Wasteland District ahead of time, and threw a number of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unrememberable's strength has increased, and this time he will definitely not come out alive. Very good. Qian Zihao nodded in satisfaction. The unrememberable is very special. I also hired a silver-level expert capable of restraining it, so it was settled. Below silver. Unless there's a transcendent with a future prediction, otherwise anyone who goes in will die. Saying this, he grabbed a delicate pastry nearby and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The day when the head of the Murong family announces the marriage contract is getting closer. As long as we deal with this group of transcendent beings, Moli will definitely not be able to recruit anyone in the short term, let alone find the Eye of Gold. In the end, she will have to obediently marry me, he. A lewd smile appeared on Qian Zihao's face, as if he had already imagined the scene of himself pressing that stunning body beneath him. Originally, he just wanted to find a noblewoman to marry and become a noble himself, but unexpectedly, Murong Moli, this illegitimate daughter, turned out to look unexpectedly good, making it a win-win situation. Chapter 77. I must have my reasons. The tattooed man was taken aback, instinctively looking at his shoulder, his expression suddenly turning extremely terrified. Just as he was about to shout, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, "Where is the monster? Are you blind? It's right on your shoulder." An impatient Yang Dongqing rushed over, and Sumu did not stop him, but observed instead. He could confirm that both the tattooed man and the balding man were from the Bronze Coffin Company, as they still retained his mental fluctuations. Yang Dongqing swung his fist at the little monster, but just as he entered within 10 meters of it, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he stopped in his tracks. He scratched his head like a fool. What was I coming over here for? He forgot. Meanwhile, the little monster continued to munch on whatever it had pulled out from the tattooed man's head. Bang! The tattooed man fell straight to the ground, dying peacefully without any visible wounds. Yang Dongqing and the balding man were startled. What is happening? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be low blood sugar? Quick, help him up. The two hurriedly bent down to help the tattooed man, but just as they did, confusion flashed on their faces, and they completely forgot what they were about to do. Chapter 78. Sumu. Bronze Tier 3. The three of them weaved through the huge gap left by the stone wall, heading straight for the central position. Along the way, they saw many ancient bronze ritual vessels scattered randomly on the ground. Those bronze vessels were very dilapidated and rusty, but Sumu did not overlook them. Instead, he began to examine them carefully. Although he had never seen a treasure, the appearance of bronze vessels in such a strange place might just be treasures. However, the treasures are indeed not so easy to come across. These bronze artifacts can at most be considered antiques, completely unrelated to treasures, lacking the power of laws, and even shatter upon contact. There's a corpse. Yang Dongqing suddenly stopped, staring intently at a dark humanoid figure in the corner. Sumu stepped forward and poked it with his snake-patterned wooden staff, confirming that it was indeed a human corpse, completely charred due to being roasted by flames. They continued onward, and the closer they got to the central area, the more corpses they found. Strangely, the causes of death of these corpses fell into two categories. One was burned to a crisp, while the other had no flesh or blood left, only white bones, which showed signs of decay. Could this be some kind of sacrificial site? Yang Dongqing's face was filled with solemnity and dread. The two different tragic fates of the corpses gave him a bad premonition. Chapter 79, The Idol Great, Another Bronze 3. Maybe I can find a way to break the curse. The only woman in the group looked pleasantly surprised, constantly glancing at Sumu. You say you're a bronze 3. Tai Feng showed a skeptical expression. Kid, this is not the time for lies. I don't believe a bronze coffin can attract a bronze 3 transcendent. What is your bronze law? Sumu pushed up his tea-colored glasses and said lightly, What? Do you want to try? That calm tone carried an undeniable strong confidence, resembling a high-ranking individual looking down from above. HMPH, Tai Feng snorted coldly, Kid. I'm not afraid of you. The priority now is to lift the curse, there's no need to complicate matters. Although he said this, the wariness in his eyes was hard to conceal. Does anyone want to explain the curse? Sumu politely inquired. A woman in the crowd was about to speak, but was interrupted by a Taoist. The one who had been frightened into silence by Tai Feng now seemed to have found his backbone, standing up straighter. Su Ji, I'm Jun Wushang, one of us. Let me explain, we all entered here to escape the unmemorable. Chapter 80, You are a god, so what am I? After roughly clarifying the situation, Sumu gestured to the bald man Zhao Yongqiong, who resolutely stepped into the idol's aura under hypnosis. Zhao Yongqiong's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. They seemed extremely wary of the idol. Seeing someone enter the idol's aura, they all endured their pain and gradually retreated. When Zhao Yongqiong stepped within about 10 meters of the idol, a sound of stones grinding against each other echoed as the half-human, half-demon statue slowly turned its head to face Zhao Yongqiong. Its black and white eyes seemed to come alive, subtly moving as they fixed on the living person in front of them. A terrifying pressure descended at that moment, freezing the surrounding space. The feeling was indescribable. As if one had suddenly plunged into a 10,000-meter deep sea, surrounded by writhing darkness, suffocation, coldness, and despair. Thud! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongqiong directly knelt on the ground, his face pale and body trembling uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongqiong to dispel his fear, yet facing the idol, that tidal wave of terror broke through the effects of hypnosis. Chapter 81, I once destroyed a city out of boredom. How is this possible? Tai Feng's face showed horror, as a bronze 3. He could not withstand the idol's pressure. Why could Sumu, also a bronze 3, do so? Could it be that Sumu's strength far exceeded his? At this moment, he had no doubt about Sumu's strength, even feeling an immense caution. In fact, what he didn't know was that Sumu was not a bronze 3 at all, not even a strict bronze 2. I have seen many gods like you. Just ask. Sumu pushed up his tea-colored glasses, his lips moving silently, urging the idol. He was not lying, in dreams. Such beings didn't even qualify to enter the celestial palace to meet him. After a long silence, the idol finally mechanically asked the question. Speak of your most heinous act. Killing people. Sumu replied flatly. Suji, that answer won't do, many of them have killed people. You need to say how many and why. Jun Wushang called out from a distance. Sumu thought for a moment and rephrased. I once destroyed a city out of boredom, I can't count how many, but surely there were millions. After he casually stated this, the entire sacrificial site fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 82, Mr. Su has made his move. Fight? Tai Feng sneered. I'm just half a step away from connecting to the silver law, servant of strength, with my strength. Even a full-force strike can't harm the idol at all. What can I fight with? Otherwise, what should we do? Wait to die? The woman's nerves finally snapped under the pressure of death, and she shouted hysterically, her expression becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she looked at Sumu with excitement, her eyes filled with pleading. Mr. Su, with your strength, you can surely shatter the idol. You are a strong one who destroyed a city. She seemed to have grasped the last straw of hope, her eyes full of desperation. Mr. Su, please make your move quickly. As long as you can break the curse, I will definitely repay you in the future. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Even if it means becoming your slave. The terrifying burns had already crept up the woman's face. This transcendent was behaving no differently from an ordinary person in the face of death. Some say death is the most equitable thing in this world, and Sumu agreed. The woman's words also sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Perhaps this once city-destroying strong man could really do it. Chapter 83, The Method to Break the Curse. The woman's death cast a shadow over everyone. Especially after witnessing that even a terrifying strong man like Sumu couldn't damage the idol, the gloom in their hearts deepened. Apart from the woman and Sumu, there were two others present who were afflicted by the angel's curse, their skin marked by burn scars. Watching the woman's tragic death, their faces grew increasingly grim. As if they could already see their own fate approaching. Hey! My rot seems to be getting better. The Taoist Jun Wushang suddenly lifted his robe. Revealing a belly that had already rotted, it had seemingly recovered significantly, with the rotten areas shrinking by a whole circle. Everyone hurriedly checked their own bodies. Mine too. The rotten parts shrank by a circle. Oh, me too. Just now my entire leg was rotten, now my thigh has healed, leaving only the calf rotting. What on earth is happening? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. Could it be that Mr. Su's earlier attack took effect? No, my burns haven't lessened. Mine hasn't either, in fact, it's worse. Sumu narrowed his eyes, observing the changes in everyone. And he had already figured out the principle of the curse in his heart. Chapter 84, Tai Feng, still claiming you're not an angel believer. Mr. Su. Tai Feng's expression changed drastically, even daring not to say the next words. If Sumu is an angel believer, then what hope do these demon believers have to live? Facing the fearful and doubtful gazes of the crowd, Sumu smiled slightly. If I were an angel believer, would I advocate for checking everyone? And would I suggest that there is still a possibility of angel believers surviving? After saying this, he gently rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm, where a small piece of rotting flesh remained on his forearm. Upon seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Sumu was an angel believer, they didn't think they could kill each other. But if Sumu wasn't, then who was the angel believer? Tai Feng, you just checked everyone, now let everyone see your wound, Sumu suddenly spoke. Tai Feng nodded and respectfully said, Okay, Mr. Su. He agreed verbally, but inwardly he was mocking Sumu for his unnecessary actions. Among the crowd, only he was wearing the most revealing clothes. A tight black tank top, with both arms and chest muscles basically exposed. When the rot occurred earlier, his clothes couldn't cover it, and everyone had seen it. But since Sumu spoke, he didn't dare to disobey. Chapter 85, We've all been treated as fools. Just as the silver gunman was about to pull the trigger, Ziquan, who had not acted until now, suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, I think something is fishy. The silver gunman sneered. What? Just because you two are from the same company, you're soft-hearted. Ziquan's face was serious. Don't you find it strange? Sumu is so powerful. If he wanted to kill Tai Feng, he could do it with a snap of his fingers. Yet he has never made a move, and Mr. Su is such a figure. Does he need to personally deal with someone like this? Move aside immediately, or I'll kill you too. Hold on. I need to check Tai Feng's wound again. Ziquan was still desperately trying to stop him. However, the silver gunman had already lost patience, and was about to pull the trigger. Ziquan's gaze turned cold, and countless brown feathers suddenly sprouted from his small body. His hands transformed into sharp eagle claws. Swoosh. Ah! The silver gunman's arm was instantly severed by the eagle claws, blood pouring out. I'll kill you. The silver gunman opened his mouth to unleash a sonic attack, but Ziquan would not give him the chance. The feathers on his body turned into monkey fur. and his figure became even thinner. He crouched down, exerting force with both hands and feet, his whole being moving like an agile monkey, instantly reaching behind the silver gunman. Then, with lightning speed, he extended two hands covered in monkey fur, grabbing the opponent's head and twisting it hard, crack. Chapter 86, If You See Through My Illusion. I actually know a bit about martial arts. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of steel grinding came from Tai Feng's mouth, as he nearly bit his teeth to pieces. At this moment, the situation had completely reversed, with the spearhead aimed directly at Sumu. Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong. Naturally, he stood on Sumu's side. But now the two were forcibly divided into the camps of angels and demons, already regarded as mortal enemies, which made him hesitate. Kill him! Tai Feng roared with a pale face, then charged toward the center of the sacrificial ground like a humanoid tank. Ziquan transformed into a werewolf, running on all fours. Closely following him, while the chain man did the same. The three of them had faces filled with furious killing intent. Only Yang Dongqing and Zhang Wushang showed signs of hesitation. Brother Yang, what should we do? Su Ji is after all from the same company as us, Sumu, run! Yang Dongqing suddenly shouted, then rushed to block the others. Zhang Wushang was stunned, not expecting Yang Dongqing to choose to stand on Sumu's side. One must know that only one side could survive between angels and demons. Kid, you dare to betray us? Tai Feng's killing intent surged, showing no mercy toward the rushing Yang Dongqing. Chapter 87, Good and Evil. Before he finished speaking, the impatient shadow directly grabbed Ziquan's hand and forcibly dragged him into the darkness. No! Tai Feng, save me! Ziquan screamed in terror. His panicked cries sending chills down Tai Feng and the others' spines. In the next second, the sound abruptly stopped, the shadow disappeared, and Ziquan was gone. As if everything was an illusion. Heh! A light laugh broke the dead silence in the arena. Tai Feng and the others looked in horror at the smiling Sumu, whose smile seemed devilish in their eyes. Sumu elegantly adjusted his brown glasses. Let me say this in advance, I do not accept surrender. Shadow summon. Bang! The luxurious snake-patterned wooden staff tapped the ground, and darkness surged from the tip of the staff like a tide, rapidly spreading out and transforming into countless small mysterious runes. Spreading across the ground centered around Sumu, forming a bizarre and mysterious magical array. Then, an incredibly terrifying scene appeared before Tai Feng and the others. In the massive magical array, human-shaped shadows over 2 meters tall began to emerge. 1, 2, 10, 100. A full 100 shadow monsters walked out of the array, surrounding Sumu like stars around the moon. Chapter 88. I understand, the way of the feet is also a way. Looking at this pocket watch. A dark golden pocket watch with a tail-biting snake pattern entered Zhang Wushang's view. Moments later, Zhang Wushang opened his eyes excitedly and looked at Sumu with enthusiasm. Su Ji, I understand. The way of the feet is also a way. The way is everywhere. From the vast heavens and thick earth to a single flower or tree, all conceal the essence of the way. It can be the first ray of sunlight in the morning, or the bed prepared for me on the 6th. Or the bowl of clear soup brought to my mouth on the 8th. Yang Dongqing, beside him, was dumbfounded. So you found too. The more Zhang Wushang spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had touched the path he had been searching for. Brother Yang, you're too attached. Finding a few is not the point. The point is that how can you talk about transcending the world if you don't enter it? How can you comprehend the wonders of the Great Way without experiencing the troubles of the mortal world? People shed their skin. And there's nothing more than 206 bones. Dressed, there can be 18,000 appearances. Observing a beauty as mere bones makes me desire nothing. Observing bones as a beauty makes me fearless. Without desire and fear, the Great Way can be anticipated. Looking at Zhang Wushang, who was grandstanding, Yang Dongqing held back for a long time before finally squeezing out a word, damn. So this is your reason for not paying for foot massages. All right, John Wushang. Go to the statue and answer the question again, change your camp. Sumu really didn't want to listen to these two chattering and urged directly. Chapter 89, All-Encompassing, Black Vision. Sumu, you are indeed ruthless. I never expected that there would only be you left in the angel camp. Yet you managed to turn the tide and lead our demon camp to this point. Tai Feng, whose face was half rotten, looked at Sumu, whose hands were drenched in blood and smiling, feeling a chill rising in his heart. This was definitely the most dangerous opponent he had encountered in his life. The danger wasn't just about how strong the opponent was, but about the opponent's cunning and strange methods. Relying on his own strength, he nearly wiped out the demon believers who held the advantage. Stop talking nonsense with him, attack. A crimson chain composed of lava shot toward Sumu. In the next moment, Sumu's figure shattered like foam. Damn! It's an illusion again. Without Ziquan, it's going to be hard for us to break his illusion. Don't panic. Our hearing, although not as good as Ziquan's, is far superior to ordinary people. Focus and listen carefully, we will definitely hear his footsteps. Tai Feng urged. So the two immediately held their breath, straining their ears to try to catch any signs. And indeed, they heard something. The sound of breathing. There were sounds of breathing all around. Wait, something's wrong. Why are there four people's breathing sounds? Ah! The man controlling the chains suddenly let out a scream, and Tai Feng was shocked, quickly looking over, instantly horrified. Chapter 90, The Original Angel. A poor student is just a poor student. He loses patience if there are a few more words. You? Yang Dongqing was furious. He knew he was being looked down upon by Sumu again, but all he could do was be angry. Taoist, what is a secret silver bullet? He quietly asked Jun Wushang. Jun Wushang patiently explained to him, secret silver is the hardest metal in the world and has a certain restraining effect on the extraordinary. Ordinary bullets cannot break through steel heart, but secret silver bullets can. I heard that some powerful extraordinary beings even use secret silver to forge weapons. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's heart burned with excitement. How could there be such a good thing in the world? If he had a secret silver knife today, would he have been beaten by Tai Feng and had his arms broken? However, Jun Wushang's next sentence poured cold water on him. I really want to have a secret silver longsword, but unfortunately, secret silver is too expensive, at least 10,000 per gram. The bullet that Suji just fired is probably around 10 grams, that's 100,000. One shot, 100,000. 3 shots, 300,000. This is under the condition that Tai Feng cannot see. If he can see, it would be hard to hit him with bullets. And even 1,000,000 would go to waste. Chapter 91, Outside, you call me mortal, I won't bother with you. This was his first reaction. Just as he continued to ponder, Yang Dongqing's voice sounded from outside. This damn sky, it brightens up so quickly. This room is too small. If we stay here, we will definitely attract shadows. Listen to me, let us change to another room. Yi Fanu's voice followed closely. Sumu was slightly dazed. He looked down at his shadow. And there was no shadow inside. He then tried to sense pure heart, and all things in nature, but he couldn't perceive anything. The only bronze law in his body that existed was the original angel, that had just dispelled the darkness for him. A memory floated out of his mind. The memory of entering the shadow illusion before. He remembered everything, all of it. There was no pure heart, nor all things in nature. Everything was an illusion. He had been immersed in the shadow illusion, and everything about the bronze coffin, the unmemorable, and Tai Feng were all fake. The truth was that he had never walked out of the shadow illusion. At that time, he thought he had succeeded and felt the shadow's hand disappear. So he opened his eyes, which led him to break the rules and fall directly into an endless sea of blood, deeply trapped in a false illusion. Chapter 92, Devouring Divinity. The angel with a compassionate countenance suddenly became expressionless. The changes around it were beyond its expectations. It seemed to not understand why a mere mortal could be so high above. Blasphemer, die. It was like a malfunctioning robot, its face cold as ice. Transforming into a beam of holy light, charging straight toward Sumu at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Sumu revealed a disdainful sneer. He had already guessed the angel's intentions, which was nothing more than wanting him to be forever immersed in the illusion, to believe in the angel, and then control his body. But unfortunately, the imagination of the god was too lacking. These illusions were not only unappealing to him, but rather extremely annoying. If it were in the outside world, he might really have no good way to deal with such a level of illusion, but here was his dream, his home ground. If anyone was to blame, it could only be the angel for making him fall into a coma. Because, as long as he fell asleep, he would enter that omnipotent dream. He gently waved his hand, and the countless stars hanging in the universe fell like rain. They crazily smashed toward that brilliant holy light. However, regardless of how the stars shattered and the heavens and earth overturned, the holy light seemed to be the unchanging only, unable to be shaken at all. Sumu's gaze slightly moved. Just as I expected, everything in the dream was fake, while the angel was the reality from the outside. And the illusion could not shake the real. Chapter 93, Silver Vertical Pupils. Sumu. Are you still alive? Suji, don't die. The bronze coffin hasn't sent me my salary this month yet. I can't afford the contributions. Sumu opened his eyes. Looking at the two in front of him, stopped shaking. Yang Dongqing and Zhang Wushang's faces instantly filled with joy. Great, Suji, you finally woke up. What just happened? Why did that statue disappear? Sumu slowly got up from the ground, although he had fallen to the ground. There wasn't a speck of dust on him or his clothes, thanks to the effect of a pure heart. Now is not the time for small talk. Let us hurry and leave, it won't be long before the sacrificial place collapses. Sumu didn't waste any more words and directly led the three out of the sacrificial place. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and extended his hand toward Yang Dongqing. Hand it over. Yang Dongqing's expression changed, stammering, hand over what? The next moment, his vision went black, completely losing sight, and then he felt a lightness at his waist. When he regained his sight, he found that Sumu had a silver pistol in his hand. He awkwardly smiled, scratching his head in embarrassment. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to carry you to the hospital. Afraid that the bumps on the road would cause this gun to fall. Chapter 94, Memory Recovery. Bronze Coffin Company. Murong Mingli, who was handling documents, suddenly stopped writing. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes, followed by a flood of memory fragments. The next moment, her expression changed drastically, and she suddenly stood up and rushed out the door. She remembered everything, all of it. The Bronze Coffin Company once had more than 20 employees. And there was an extraordinary being named Zhang Wushang, who was from the Changsheng Taoist Hall, not a nightmare apostle. His bronze law was the peerless sword dance, ranked at sequence 98. Zhang Wushang was a sycophant. When she recruited him, it was almost effortless. Even with Hanyu obstructing him, he could not be driven away. She once sent Zhang Wushang with some ordinary nightmare apostles to the abandoned city to search for clues about the golden eye, and then there was no then. Her memory began to fade from here, mistakenly believing that there were no extraordinary beings in the company, so she began to search vigorously, eventually finding Yang Dongqing and Sumu. As Sumu and the others reached the abandoned city, her memory about them also disappeared. And it wasn't until now that she remembered that she had sent people to the abandoned city multiple times, and each time she would forget, repeatedly sending people to their deaths. Chapter 95, Extraordinary Potion, Giant Force Punch. Murong Mingli shook her head, although Murong Yun is vicious. He would only dare to target our company's people at most. He wouldn't dare to kill nobles, even if they are nobles too. The life rights of every imperial noble are supreme. this is a rule established by all nobles together. If a commoner kills a noble, for whatever reason, they will face the judgment of the entire Crimson Flame Empire, and nobles targeting nobles would also pay a great price unless there is a justifiable reason. Oh? Sumu's lips curled into an interesting smile. It sounds like killing nobles could be quite an interesting thing. Murongmingli immediately looked at him seriously. Susu, you must not have such thoughts. I am not joking. The Crimson Flame Empire was established by the Golden Nobles, and they would never allow anyone to offend the dignity of the nobles. This unspoken rule is the same in other empires, even during wartime, unless in special circumstances. Enemy troops would not kill nobles. At most, they would capture them and demand a ransom. This is an untouchable red line for all empires. There was once a powerful figure, a nightmare apostle, who, dissatisfied with the oppression of the nobility, assassinated a noble after becoming powerful. Subsequently, everything about him was erased, his family, friends, and all connections were forcibly wiped out by the empire. Chapter 96. 3 Bronze Laws. You shouldn't be taking this potion yourself, right? It clearly doesn't align with your abilities, reminded Murongmingli. Sumu nodded. I know. That's good. If you're giving it to young Dongqing, remember to wait until he fully digests iron wool before using it. A person's mind is like a stomach. If the food hasn't been digested, eating more will burst the stomach. A strange look appeared on Sumu's face. Giving it to young Dongqing. How did you figure out our relationship is that close? Rest well. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving, Murongmingli said hurriedly and left, seemingly busy with something important. Sumu carefully examined the potions in front of him. Although their colors varied, they were all labeled, so he didn't have to worry about taking the wrong one. Nobles indeed have power, he thought. He reminisced about how he had to struggle for half a day to gain the extraordinary power, tricking and deceiving young Dongqing, and even visiting the nightmare world before finally obtaining extraordinary strength. Yet, this noble lady, Murongmingli, had effortlessly produced a bottle of a mighty fist, extraordinary potion in just a few days. Chapter 97. Killing is just killing, what evidence is needed? Qian Zihao greedily sucked on his fingers, unconcerned. Of course we withdraw. Didn't you hear my fiancé's orders? Han Yu hesitated. Didn't you say that as soon as Sumu leaves the door of the bronze coffin, you'd send someone to kill him? Slap! A hand struck Han Yu to the ground. Qian Zihao's furious voice rang out. Is there a conflict between withdrawing and killing Sumu? That pretty boy killed my expensive unmemorable, and ruined my relationship with Mingli. He must die. Terrified, Han Yu covered his face and knelt, lowering his head and hastily agreeing. But his face was already filled with resentment. Damn fat man, do you have feelings for Murongmingli? Damn it, when I rise to power, the first to die will be you. But money is important. You heard what Miss Murong said just now. I'm afraid she might do something radical. Qian Zihao sneered. Huh? Have you ever seen a person who truly wants to commit suicide give advance notice? She has no leverage and can only threaten me with her life, but unfortunately, I know very well that this woman won't commit suicide. She won't die before the head of the Murong family. Chapter 98. The leader just told me to live like a human. In an instant, the expressionless Ziquan struck again. His previous eagle claw now transformed into a bare paw, which slammed down with immense force onto Han Yu's legs. With 2 cracking sounds, his legs broke. Then Ziquan leaped forward, his right foot transforming into an elephant leg, stomping down twice to break Han Yu's hands. Amid Han Yu's shrill screams, the final stomp landed on his waist, breaking his spine. Now, Han Yu was completely incapacitated, unable even to stand, and his screams had quieted somewhat. Meanwhile, Sumu was still sipping tea, not glancing at Han Yu even once, as if he found the tea more appealing than the other. Ah! Han Yu screamed in agony. The powerful vitality brought by endless recovery, now a curse prolonging his torment. You can't kill me, this has nothing to do with me. I am a vassal of the Murong family. Sumu slowly set down his teacup, slightly surprised. No one said this had anything to do with you. Then why did you attack me? Sumu was increasingly puzzled. Is a reason needed to kill? If you want to hear one, I could make something up on the spot. You'll regret this. I'm a vassal of the Murong family. Qian Zihao is my boss. Attacking me means you are offending both the Murong family and the richest man in Star City. They won't let you go. Chapter 99. So the richest man in Star City can be afraid. A slight crack appeared. Qian Zihao's face changed. Damn it, you bunch of useless people. Hurry up and come over. Quickly catch him. Han Yu's lips curled into a more sinister smile. Qian Zihao's fear brought him a sense of satisfaction. Are you scared? Are you afraid of the lowly commoners from the lower district you always look down on? Ha ha ha. The next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind Han Yu. Silver bullets piercing through his body. Bang! He fell helplessly, but his head remained high, glaring at Qian Zihao, laughing wildly, ha ha ha. So the richest man in Star City can be afraid. Damn! Qian Zihao stepped out from the light shield, his large feet brutally kicking Han Yu's face, mashing it to a pulp and knocking out his teeth. Commoner! Commoner! Damn commoner! You're just a dog that can't be fed. And everything you have is given by me, the president. How dare you attack me? After venting for a while, when Han Yu was already blooded and unrecognizable, he finally stopped. Are you clear-headed now? I didn't expect Sumu to control you too. Blooded and battered, Han Yu's lips trembled. His voice weak, but still firm. The leader didn't control me, he made me understand what one should truly live for. Chapter 100, Silver Treasure. Crimson Heart Murong Mingli slowly walked to the desk and sat next to Sumu. Since you've made your decision, I will naturally support you. You are one of the bronze coffin people. Qian Zihao fears my noble status. On the surface, he certainly won't dare to do anything. He can only secretly send assassins. As far as I know, he has 3 silver powerhouses by his side, but currently, he can only use one. The other 2 are guarding the silver mine and won't leave easily, while the other one is in another city, collaborating with Qian Zihao's business. So he can only use Mu Cheng. This Mu Cheng is very mysterious. Rumors say he is not an extraordinary being but a cyborg. Cyborg? Sumu raised an eyebrow. This term evoking many thoughts. That's right, a cyborg, and one made of silver alloy. The technology for cyborgs is not a secret in the upper city. But small companies can't afford it. Creating a qualified cyborg requires an enormous amount of money. Rumor has it that Mu Cheng's body is completely covered with silver alloy, which has a high strength comparable to the silver law follower of strength, and is equipped with many lethal weapons, capable of incredible destruction. Chapter 101, Silver Powerhouse Strikes Night. Dressed in a black coat and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, Sumu left the company under the watchful eyes of the bronze coffin members. At the entrance, a low-key luxurious black sedan was parked. As soon as Sumu emerged, a man in black hurriedly opened the car door and invited him inside. Soon, the sedan gradually drove away. Half an hour later, Sumu quietly left the bronze coffin through a side door, his figure slowly blending into the night. The previous Sumu was merely a clone he created using Sen Luo Wan Xiang. This time, facing a cyborg comparable to a silver-level powerhouse. He had to be fully prepared. He sought excitement, but not death. Soon, Sumu got into a black sedan, driven by a subordinate from the Snake Gang whom he had arranged in advance. Drive. Before long, the vehicle left the upper city and headed straight for District 13. Sumu admired the scenery outside the window, watching the brightly lit upper city gradually recede into the distance, while constantly pondering his next plan. He had 3 things to do. First, develop his power in District 13 and set a small goal, to become the underground emperor of the entire lower city. Not for the sake of enjoying power, but for money, his trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of wealth. With his current assets, it was difficult to even buy a bottle of extraordinary potion, and in the end, it was still Murongmingli who financed it. Chapter 102, The Explosives of the Entire District 13. You are not Sumu, where is Sumu? Mu Cheng, whose body glimmered with a metallic sheen, said coldly. Sumu, sitting on the chair, smiled slightly, kill me, and you will naturally see the leader. Boring tricks, even if you have many substitutes. You are still just a group of ants. Mu Cheng slowly raised his right hand, the slightly reddened gun barrel aimed at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu remained unflustered, gently raising the detonator in his hand. Ha ha ha, Mu Cheng's voice was cold and mechanical. The lower city's lowly people are indeed ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy mithril alloy? Sumu's fingers slowly rubbed the detonator button, saying lightly, mithril is the hardest metal in this world. Explosives naturally cannot destroy it, but the premise is that your entire body is made of mithril. A strange red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. You are right. I have some precision electronic components in my body, and to ensure flexibility, the joints cannot use mithril. But don't think you are the only clever one in this world. The weaknesses of cyborgs that you can think of, as a cyborg myself, I naturally know even better. And I have long strengthened against these weaknesses. Once I enter a defensive state, all weak points will be covered by mithril. Chapter 103, Fighting a silver excitement flashed in Sumu's eyes. The enhancement of physical fitness brought by Giant Force Punch was fully displayed at this moment. He exerted force with his legs, instantly retreating and creating distance from Mu Cheng, while the silver-white rose shot out. Bang! 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 Mithril bullets gleamed with cold light as they whistled out, each angle extremely tricky, all targeting Mu Cheng's joint connections. Mu Cheng crouched down, effortlessly dodging the mithril bullets. And in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Sumu. He did not use his firearm, but chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The recent explosion had already caused chaos in his internal electronic circuits, and some built-in precision weapons had malfunctioned as a result. The metal arm glimmering with silver did not strike towards Sumu, but instead hit a broken wall to his right. Bang! The wall instantly shattered, and a shadow lightly tapped its toes, like a bat in the night, darting several meters to avoid that deadly punch. In the midst of the dash, Sumu squinted his eyes, glancing at Mu Cheng's metallic eye glimmering with red light. He knew that it was an infrared night vision device that formed images based on the temperature emitted by the human body. With this instrument, Sen Luo Wan Xiang was rendered ineffective. Chapter 104, Desperation Zizi. The lower half of Mu Cheng's body exposed a dense array of circuits, tiny blue arcs continuously flickering, becoming the only sound left in this world. Sumu walked out of the darkness with a pale face. Most of his weight was almost resting on his snake-patterned wooden staff, clearly indicating that the previous blow had nearly exhausted him. If it weren't for the giant force punch that had significantly improved his physical fitness, he would have fainted by now. Is this the strength comparable to silver? This battle made him realize the terrifying nature of silver-level powerhouses. Although he ultimately won, the cost was not insignificant. He exhausted all the explosives in District 13. The Snake Gang headquarters was leveled, Ziquan was dead, Bu Bai lost an arm, and he himself was on the verge of collapse. Yet, Sumu had a premonition that the battle seemed not to be over, but just beginning. Because Mu Cheng was not merely a cyborg, he was also an extraordinary being. What extraordinary power did he possess that he had not revealed until death? Was it underestimating the power of the silver vertical pupil? So he didn't have time to use it. Or clap, clap, clap. A sudden round of applause broke the darkness, followed by a shocking scene. Chapter 105, The Trump Card. Mu Cheng immediately became furious. I want to see how long you can remain confident. In the next moment, 6 mithril alloy cyborgs tightened the encirclement, slowly approaching Sumu. They moved slowly, as if intentionally trying to apply pressure on Sumu. hoping to see despair and fear on his face, thus satisfying Mu Cheng's twisted inner self. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Su Mu smiled slightly, elegantly extending his palm to grasp the invitation from Bu Bai, the black and white hands tightly clasping in the air. Mr. Mu, your methods and your story truly delight me. For this, I have decided to give you a surprise. Please do not refuse. A sense of unease crept into Mu Cheng's heart. Capture him quickly. The 6 mithril cyborgs lunged forward, only to grasp at empty air. Where was Su Mu before them? Only a mass of darkness like ink remained. Yes, Su Mu had slipped into Bu Bai's shadow space. Bu Bai's shadow space was not only for killing, but could also be used to evade strong enemies. Su Mu. In the ruins. Mu Cheng let out a furious roar. He was almost livid. He had thought victory was in hand, but unexpectedly, the opponent escaped right under his nose. This feeling was akin to intentionally not pushing the base in a game, taunting in the chat, and then getting turned over. Chapter 106. What did you do to me? Su Mu. Originally, his plan was that if he couldn't defeat Mu Cheng, he would directly slip into the shadow space, and then use Zhao Yongxiong to jump to the nightmare world, seeking opportunities to become stronger there. After returning, he would then counterattack Mu Cheng. However, who would have thought this kid would actually lose his physical body? And talking about blood and flesh being weak, mechanical ascension. This made Su Mu instantly change his mind, preparing to give Mu Cheng a surprise. He exited the dream. And the mental energy, that had been nearly depleted due to the silver vertical pupil, was instantly replenished, and even increased by 1%. Snap! He snapped his fingers. And Zhao Yongxiong instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground and falling into a deep sleep. A smirk of interest appeared at the corner of Su Mu's mouth. Things are getting more and more interesting. Relying on the Nightmare Apostle to become extraordinary. Yet looking down on the Nightmare Apostle, once you also become a Nightmare Apostle, how wonderful will your expression be? Truly something to look forward to. Then, he once again entered the dream, and connected his own dream with Zhao Yongxiong's dream. Gradually, a touch of blood appeared in Zhao Yongxiong's dream. And as the dream was gradually swallowed, that blood color spread to Su Mu's dream like a plague. Chapter 107. Second Nightmare. Mu Cheng roared in rage. His voice tinged with threads of collapse. His breakdown wasn't due to fear of the monster before him. He had killed some nightmare monsters in the real world, even capturing some unmemorable ones himself. What he truly feared was the nightmare world, a nightmare that, once infected, could never be escaped. At that moment, the headless man that had been blocking the two suddenly moved, its ears gently swaying as if locking onto a target. Its body abruptly turning and charging straight at Mu Cheng. In a frenzy, Mu Cheng would not tolerate the headless man, seeing it charge. He raised his right hand without a word, his wrist instantly snapping to reveal the silver Gatling gun barrel. Get away! Bang bang bang! The massive gunfire erupted. And the headless man, not yet close, was instantly torn apart by the bullets. After dealing with the headless man, he aimed at Su Mu. Su Mu, you brought me to the nightmare world, you must have a way out, right? Hurry up and tell me. Su Mu adjusted his brown glasses. A look of excitement on his pale face, that is the expression. Ha ha ha, you who have always looked down on the nightmare apostles, now in the nightmare world, are so pathetic. How wonderful. It's truly amazing. I'm really curious, what is it like to suddenly become someone you once despised? Chapter 108. Damn it. Don't move. A large hand descended from the sky, grabbing Mu Cheng with one hand, crushing some smaller headless men on the spot. Mu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. At least there were no small headless men randomly hitting him. As long as he didn't make a sound, he should be fine. His thoughts clearly treated the headless men as fools. The next moment, the 10-meter-tall headless man suddenly pinched one of Mu Cheng's legs with its thick fingers. Then began smashing him against the surrounding trees. Bang bang bang. Several large trees were knocked down by Mu Cheng, creating loud noises. The 10-meter headless man grew excited, starting to wildly swing Mu Cheng around until all the trees around were toppled. Still unsatisfied, it began smashing him into the ground, resembling a child throwing cards. Using all its strength to slam him down, then picking him up again to slam him down, gleefully repeating the process. Boom! Mu Cheng was once again smashed into a deep pit, the ground beneath him already cracked, and his indestructible silver body showed severe deformation. Even the connection between his legs and torso had come apart, revealing dense wires. You damned monsters! I've had enough! A roar filled with fury erupted from him. He could no longer hold back. Chapter 109 Headless Man's Lair. Mu Cheng, filled with rage, fully showcased the power of a silver powerhouse. While the 5 modified individuals worked seamlessly together, efficiently slaughtering the surrounding headless men. Come on! Aren't you monsters fond of me? Come on over! While killing, he cursed loudly, venting his anger. Sumu, just wait, once I finish killing them, I'll come for you. No, I won't kill you. I'll imprison you and torture you slowly. You ruined everything for me, and I'll make you know what despair is. I, a dignified silver extraordinary, with a bright future ahead and a perfect silver alloy body, have long surpassed the limits of human lifespan, yet all of it has been ruined by you. Ruined. This damned nightmare world could take my life at any moment. I'm living one less day every day, but before that, I will torment you. Torment you until the day I die. At that time, we'll die together, and then in hell, I can continue to torment you, ha 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 ha. Mu Cheng laughed wildly. Even his cold mechanical body couldn't contain the overflowing madness. This was the hysteria of being trapped in a desperate situation. Chapter 110 This is the thrill I've been seeking. Strangely shaped, where a person should have a head, there was a large ear, comparable in size to a head. The leader? Sumu's eyes moved slightly, and he quietly approached the headless leader. He gracefully stepped over the sleeping headless men on the ground. His speed not diminishing at all, like a dancer on the edge of a blade, one wrong step could lead to eternal damnation. But his powerful mental strength and enhanced physical qualities made his steps precise as a scalpel, each one flawless. Mu Cheng, 100 meters away from Sumu. His eyes glowed red, showing no signs of retreat, following closely behind. At this moment, the headless leader seemed to hear a faint sound, stood up, and its large ear, like a radar, began to scan, producing tiny whirlpools of invisible sound waves in front of it. It quickly locked onto the positions of Sumu and Mu Cheng. And seeing this scene, they stood still as if playing a game of statues. The headless leader waited for a moment, hearing nothing unusual, then turned its body, its large ear exploring other directions. Sumu realized he could no longer advance. The headless leader's hearing was clearly stronger than that of ordinary headless men. And even the slightest sounds couldn't escape his notice. Chapter 111 Looking forward to our next meeting in an instant. Sumu felt a surge of violent power filling his entire body, his muscles unconsciously bulging. He suddenly exerted strength, his legs like springs, cracking the ground beneath him. And he soared into the air, charging directly at Mu Cheng without dodging. Both figures surged forward with unstoppable momentum, meeting in mid-air, while below them, headless men piled up in a frantic scramble. Mu Cheng sneered coldly. He thought Sumu had gone mad, actually trying to go head-to-head with him, a silver powerhouse. In this desperate situation. This is great, it's just right to kill you personally. The metallic arm, shimmering with silver light, surged with power, the metal interior heating up, emitting a crimson glow, warping the surrounding air with high temperatures. Sumu was equally unyielding, unleashing giant force punch to its fullest, his entire right arm's muscles bulging, carrying terrifying strength as it roared forth. Die! Boom! With Mu Cheng's savage roar, the metallic fist collided violently with Sumu's fist. But the moment they made contact, he sensed something was off, as Sumu's fist had no power whatsoever. However, he didn't think much of it. As long as Sumu took this punch head-on, he would undoubtedly die. This was the confidence of a silver powerhouse. Chapter 112 The World in the Black Mist. Sumu stepped forward, walking deeper into the black mist. With the glowing bubbles gone, the surroundings had plunged into complete darkness, a deathly silence. Walking within it, he could only feel wisps of mist like gentle little hands brushing against his face. His eyes emitted a crystalline blue light, his powerful mental strength enhancing his perception, allowing him to vaguely see the scenery a few meters away. The ground was uneven, with some places even rising like small peaks, yet there were no living creatures. Could it be that all the nightmare apostles who entered the black mist ultimately starved to death in it? Sumu frowned tightly. This was not the surprise he wanted. If the black mist was like a prison, then exploring here would be utterly meaningless. He continued forward, walking for a long, long time. By checking his pocket watch, he realized that 3 hours had already passed. Yet, even so, he still hadn't seen any living beings or other glowing bubbles. This didn't make sense. If all nightmares were individual glowing bubbles scattered in the black mist, why hadn't he seen any others by now? It was important to note that these 3 hours weren't measured by the pace of an ordinary person, but rather by that of a transcendent being. Chapter 113 The gaze of the deity. In this way, he miraculously did not experience a collapse of consciousness, even though his mind was filled with numerous negative emotions and thoughts. However, while his consciousness held together, his body couldn't withstand it any longer. The cells throughout his body began to show signs of genetic collapse under the gaze of this presence. He tried to summon Bu-Bai, intending to enter the shadow space. But Bu-Bai's response was faint, as if it were dying. The shadow produced ripples like water waves, and then fell silent again. This time he completely lost contact with Bu-Bai. It seemed that this gaze had also harmed Bu-Bai. Was he going to die? No wonder no one could walk out of the black mist. With such a presence in the mist, even a golden powerhouse would likely perish. Sumu never expected that he would be on the verge of death, just from being looked at by some presence. However, it didn't matter anymore. He wanted to take a look at it too. Swish! The silver mark on his forehead tore open, and a silver vertical pupil appeared, cold and indifferent, meeting the dark yellow vertical pupil above. It was as if two deities were gazing at each other. The moment the silver vertical pupil appeared, the murmurs in Sumu's ears instantly vanished, as if the hallucination had never existed. But the trend of his physical collapse remained unabated. His body simply could not withstand the gaze of the eye. Chapter 114 The Deity's Messenger. Here, Sumu let out a light laugh. Are you so timid? Since you don't dare to come closer, then I shall sleep. After saying this, he ignored the thousands of snake people surrounding him with watchful eyes and sat down on the cold stone ground, propping his elbows on his thighs and resting his chin on his hands, then fell asleep. After he fell asleep, the previously quiet snake people finally overcame their inner fear and began to approach him step by step. They walked slowly, hesitating with each step, but never stopping. The scene was terrifying. If anyone else witnessed this, they might faint from fear. In the endless black mist, an elegantly dressed gentleman in a suit was sound asleep, surrounded by snake people with dark yellow vertical pupils, black scales, and limbs, slowly closing in, getting closer and closer. Just as the encirclement shrank to less than 5 meters, Sumu stretched lazily, yawning as he woke up. He had slept for a full minute, and counting the time from falling asleep to waking up, his actual sleep time was less than a minute. However, the recovery of his mental strength was unrelated to the duration of sleep. As long as he entered a dream and awoke, his mental strength would completely replenish and even grow by 1%. Chapter 115 The Truth of the Nightmare World. Warmth. Like basking in sunlight. This was the first feeling Sumu had after waking up. The deity's messenger is awake. Great, the deity's messenger has finally awakened. Praise the primordial angel. Thud thud thud. A dozen white-robed individuals surrounded Sumu, kneeling on the ground with fervent and devout expressions, chanting, some even moved to tears. Sumu glanced around and found that his eyesight had returned. He no longer needed the silver vertical pupil for vision. Moreover, the physical damage caused by the gaze of the gigantic eye had healed, and even his stamina had returned to its peak condition. At that moment, he was leaning against a rudimentary stone chair, which was being carried by two white-robed individuals beneath it. "Put me down," Sumu ordered skillfully. As he roughly guessed why these white-robed individuals were so fervent, likely because of his silver vertical pupil. The two white-robed individuals immediately complied and set the stone chair down. Then joined the kneeling ranks. "What about the snake people? The deity's messenger, the offspring of the evil god, has already been killed by us. These filthy beasts dared to attempt to harm the deity's messenger. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Unfortunately, we brought relatively few people this time, otherwise we would have captured all these beasts and brought them back to the church to be burned to death by the holy fire." Chapter 116. Life begins in hell. Wan's face changed drastically in an instant, as if the sky had fallen, his face flushed with panic. "No, no, deity's messenger. Please give me another chance. I haven't finished speaking." "Speak." "Hell is located beneath the surface, a dwelling place for humanity and nightmares. Within hell, some extremely evil deities are hidden. Those snake people just now were the offspring of the snake god, who likes to lay eggs on the rock walls." The snake god laying eggs? Could it be that the gigantic eye was merely the egg of the snake god? Heaven is located above the surface, the most beautiful place in the world, with an everlasting sun and an unchanging starry sky. There will be no worries or troubles. One can enjoy the utmost bliss of the world. Listen to the teachings of the gods, and there will be no birth, aging, sickness, or death. Sumu believed that what Wan said was the truth. But the truths spoken by the fanatics had undergone too much artistic processing. Such places did not exist in the world. And the only thing that could be believed was that above the surface is heaven, and below the surface is hell. This also confirmed his previous speculation that the nightmare world is located beneath the surface. But why do nightmares exist underground? How are nightmare apostles born? More and more questions flooded his mind. Chapter 117. Taking the fanatics back before they had even made it halfway, the three of them had almost turned into human-shaped charcoal, their flesh and blood visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. When the two sides collided, boom, 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 3 intense bursts of flame shot up into the sky, exploding like incendiary bombs among the snake people's army, creating a sea of fire from the flames of faith, blocking the advance of the snake people. Countless snake people were burned by the holy fire, letting out piercing screams. Sitting on the stone seat and watching, Sumu felt for the first time that his hypnotic abilities were not the best in the world. Perhaps the hypnosis of the primordial church was even more formidable than his own. He could send his subordinates to their deaths. But such a self-immolating method of dying was extremely painful, and in extreme agony, his subordinates would likely break free from the hypnosis, unless it was like the primordial church, where they performed repeated hypnosis and brainwashing day after day. Everyone ran wildly. The followers of the primordial church were very professional, even at high speed. They maintained the stability of the stone seat, and Sumu on the stone seat was as steady as a mountain. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Do you know where the nearest dream is?" Wan respectfully replied, "I don't know. The black mist obscures the location of the dreams. Sometimes they can't be seen with the naked eye, and one can only rely on luck. However, please rest assured, deity's messenger, a month ago we encountered a dream. We stayed in it for a while. The primordial church possesses a divine technique for tracing origins, and once we shake off this group of snake god offspring, I will use the divine technique to find the dream we were in before." Chapter 118. Effortless. Having obtained so much information, Sumu was actually starting to doubt whether the human race in hell was truly a product of the nightmare world. After all, the existence of humans within nightmares was quite normal, and even the existence of gods was also normal. It's not important whether it's true or false. What's important is that the nightmare world is truly fascinating, much more interesting than the real world. Perhaps after returning to the real world, I can find some clues from it. If it's really as Wan said, that the original angels live in heaven, which is above the surface, then the real world must also leave traces. He. Another person in a white robe stabbed himself, but he didn't die. He merely shed a bit of blood to draw a sacrificial array. As a white light flashed, a translucent light shield enveloped Sumu and the others. Lord Messenger. With this soundproof shield, we can talk without fear of being overheard by the headless ones. We can also listen to your teachings at any time. Please bear with us in this dream for a few days. Once the nearby offspring of the serpent god retreat, I will immediately take you to the original divine religion. Wan said fervently. Child, you did very well. You are all devout followers of the original angels. Sumu knew how to deceive fanatics. And as soon as he said this, Wan and the others nearly ascended to the heavens on the spot. Some even cried with excitement, kneeling on the ground to kiss Sumu's shoes. Chapter 119, The Almighty Original Divine Religion Whoosh. The translucent, mist-like humanoid was quickly sucked into a bottle. Wan proudly raised the bottle above his head. Lord Messenger, the minions of the metal evil god have been captured. Sumu took the small bottle, inside which was a tiny person, middle-aged, looking terrified and banging against the bottle wall. It was indeed the soul of Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng had no idea what had happened. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the small bottle, terrified. But what terrified him even more happened next. A huge human face suddenly appeared before him, with eyes larger than his own body. He screamed in panic. But the next second he realized that this huge face looked somewhat familiar. Susumu. Mu Cheng's expression changed dramatically. He could never mistake Sumu's face. What on earth is happening? He looked around in panic and then realized he had been put into a small bottle. It wasn't that Sumu had grown larger, but that he had shrunk. Let me out. Get me out of here. Sumu looked at the tiny person in the bottle with great interest. He suddenly developed a keen interest in divine arts. This was too versatile. As long as one sacrifices, one can achieve most things. However, he was merely interested, he had no intention of learning. Chapter 120, The Golden Eye. Goodbye, Heaven. Wan was instantly excited, his face flushed, even starting to speak incoherently. Heaven. Can I really go there, Lord Messenger? I'm just a high priest. Sumu frowned and said solemnly, Wan, remember, the followers of the original angels do not look at the rank of positions, only at the sincerity in your heart. As long as you are sincere enough, even ordinary believers can ascend to heaven. If you are not sincere enough, even the Pope can only sink into hell. Wan became even more excited, wanting to say something else, but was interrupted by Sumu. Wan, I will wait for you in heaven. Swoosh. Wan excitedly plunged a dagger into his heart, then made a deep cut, pulling out a bright red heart, still connected to crimson blood vessels. The tail end extending into his wide-open chest. His complexion gradually turned pale, but he did not die, and not a drop of blood flowed from his chest. Lord Messenger. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the golden eye. Then, Wan held his heart and dragged his weak body away. Watching Wan walk away, Sumu turned to put Mu Cheng's secret silver alloy cyborg into a sheepskin bag, then watched Wan walk into the lair of the Headless Ones, squeezing his own heart tightly as blood dripped from it, leaving long trails on the ground. Chapter 121, Bronze Artifact. Silent melody. Crack. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed around, and Sumu looked up to see tiny cracks appearing in the sky, rapidly expanding at a visible speed. The Headless Ones had all been sacrificed. This nightmare world was about to collapse. Sumu had already experienced this scene once in Tingting's nightmare, so it felt familiar to him. He knew that when the nightmare world collapsed, the nightmare apostles would return to the real world. Previously, he thought it was normal, but after watching the black mist, doubts arose in his heart. Why return to the real world instead of the black mist? Logically, when the bubble of the dream bursts, the people inside should return to the black mist. Could it be that the so-called hell is just a larger dream? Only people from the real world can return to reality after the dream shatters, while those like Wan, who are already people of the dream, can only live forever in the dream. Sumu couldn't figure out the answer, nor did he want to know the answer so easily. Crack, crack. The sound of the dream shattering grew more intense, and the entire world appeared to be filled with dense cracks. Even the giant stone that the headless leader had occupied began to crack at this moment. Chapter 122, Nangongmingli, are you interested in sharing your experiences from these past few days? Of course. Sumu smiled slightly and began to weave a lie. After a while, a look of surprise flashed across Murongmingli's delicate face. Mu Cheng was actually killed by you. It turns out the weakness of the metal cyborg is the soul. Indeed, Mu Cheng's physical body was flawless, but without the barrier of his flesh. He was no match for a mental-type extraordinary being, and coincidentally, I am a mental type. Of course, Bu Bai also helped me a lot. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to withstand Mu Cheng's self-detonation. Bu Bai. Murongmingli chuckled. You're really a genius at naming. I never expected you had such a trump card. Actually able to reclaim a nightmare monster. Indeed, no one expected Mu Cheng would self-detonate after your mental intrusion. If it weren't for Bu Bai's shadow space, I probably wouldn't see you again. Sumu shook his head. It's not just Bu Bai, your Scarlet Heart also played a role. If it weren't for the Scarlet Heart buying me time, I wouldn't have been able to slip into the shadow space. So you've been healing in the shadow space this whole time. Why not return to the bronze coffin? Chapter 123, Silver Law Sequence 121, Flower blooms in an instant. You may not have heard of the Nangong surname, because it has disappeared for nearly several decades. And all information about the Nangong family has been erased by the Kaiyang Empire's royal family. Nangong. Sumu truly had not heard of a noble named Nangong. He wasn't very familiar with the nobility, as they were too distant from the lower districts. The Nangong family was once the top noble of the Kaiyang Empire. And the first strongest of the Kaiyang Empire also came from the Nangong family. When the Kaiyang Empire was at war with other empires, the Nangong family was heavily relied upon by the royal family. The then head of the Nangong family single-handedly killed 3 golden powerhouses of the enemy nation on the battlefield, gaining immense fame. However, after the war ended, did he become too powerful? Murongmingli nodded, a hint of hatred appearing in her eyes. Yes. It was indeed becoming too powerful. There is nothing new under the sun. Similar scenes have played out countless times in history. This time, it was the turn of the Nangong family. The then head of the Nangong family had already retreated wisely, voluntarily relinquishing military power after the war, but in the end, they were still purged by the royal family. The royal family could not tolerate a golden powerhouse who could kill them at any time. Chapter 124, Killing nobles must be interesting, right? It seems that Susu, you have a good grasp of things. I can see that you are not jealous at all. Which makes me quite curious. To be honest, even as a noble, I sometimes feel jealous of those talented nobles, envious of how easily they can awaken their bloodlines. Can you tell me how you manage to do it? Nangongmingli carefully examined Sumu, seemingly wanting to understand more about the man's inner thoughts. Sumu smiled faintly. It's simple. I became a golden warrior, didn't I? After all, those lofty golden powerhouses were just ordinary people at the beginning. Hearing the confident and composed words of the man in front of her, Nangongmingli felt a little lost. Yes, golden warriors were also ordinary people at first. At this moment, Sumu continued, I think I understand why you are so determined to have a child. Once you don't find the golden eye, you will choose to leave Star City quietly and silently cultivate the next generation, hoping your child can awaken the golden bloodline of the Nangong family. Nan Gongmingli came back to her senses. This was indeed my initial plan. The hatred of the Nangong family must be avenged. Our family sacrificed so much for the Kaiyang Empire, only to end up exterminated. As the last descendant of the Nangong family, I not only want to kill Murong Laojai to avenge my mother, but I also want to overthrow the Kaiyang royal family and avenge my family. Chapter 125. The eve of the performance, there was a fat man weighing over 300 pounds, his expensive white suit barely fitting his bloated figure. A greasy smile plastered on his face, holding a bunch of bright roses in his hands. Mingli, my fiancé, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qian Zihao reached out his greasy hand, seemingly wanting to hold Nan Gongmingli's hand. But she merely glanced at him coldly and said lightly, "Sorry, I already have a partner." As she spoke, she reached out her hand to the side, and a slender, powerful hand soon grasped hers. It turned out that a young man, who was holding a snake-patterned wooden cane and dressed in a sharp black suit, had walked over. He gently took Nan Gongmingli's hand with a warm smile. "Excuse me, may I pass?" After saying that, Sumu led Nan Gongmingli past Qian Zihao, step by step towards the polite hotel, neither of them glancing at Qian Zihao again. Qian Zihao, who was ignored, suddenly turned pale. Sumu's low voice was laced with clenched teeth. "Damn commoner." He naturally knew the news of Sumu's return, while Mu Cheng had disappeared, which was self-evident. After pondering for several days, Qian Zihao ultimately decided not to act rashly. Chapter 126. Murongzhou Nan Gongmingli's plan was a gamble, betting that her luck would be good enough, and her body could support her escape. Sumu rejected her plan and proposed a better one. The two preparing to kill the imperial nobles spoke calmly while holding wine glasses, occasionally chatting about interesting events in Star City, making it hard for anyone to discern that beneath their composed and elegant appearances lay such crazy thoughts. "Susu, do you know that during the time you disappeared, Yang Dongqing looked for you a lot? Although he said it would be better if he died, that one day he would bring about his own demise. He was very concerned about your news. He must have looked for you these days since you came back, right?" Nan Gongmingli seemed to recall Yang Dongqing's awkward expression, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Sumu nodded. "He looked for me. He said that good people don't live long, and disasters last for 1,000 years. Knowing that I definitely wouldn't die, then he prepaid next month's salary and left." "Phut!" Nan Gongmingli couldn't help but laugh. "He also came to me to prepay his salary, saying he wanted to buy clothes for his girlfriend. I really don't know how many clothes he plans to buy." Sumu shrugged. "That kid says he's buying clothes to apologize, but I suspect he has ulterior motives." Chapter 127. The show begins today. I, the old man, on the occasion of this birthday banquet, wish to discuss with you all, to express our feelings. May you all be healthy, your families harmonious, and your careers smooth. I also hope our friendship is like this cup of aged fine wine, becoming richer with time. Always fresh. Come, everyone, let us drink this cup together. Amidst a flurry of flattering words, everyone raised their glasses and drank, their faces filled with smiles. Qian Zihao downed his drink, his heart growing angrier. "Old Bai, damn it. Are you going to pursue a graduate degree? Your speech is like a damn old sow wearing a bra," one said after another. "Why don't you announce the engagement already?" "Everyone, actually besides my birthday today. There is another joyful event to announce." Under Qian Zihao's excited gaze, Murongzhou finally got to the point. Murongzhou paused, scanning the crowd with an imposing gaze that naturally commanded attention, finally landing on Nan Gongmingli in the corner. When he noticed Sumu beside Nan Gongmingli, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sumu smiled slightly. "The show is starting. Mingli, come here," Murongzhou said calmly. Nan Gongmingli slowly stood up, her exquisite face exuding an air of calm composure, as she elegantly walked towards the center, instantly drawing everyone's attention to her. It was as if she was born to be the focus of the crowd, showing no signs of discomfort in such an occasion. Chapter 128. Friendly reminder. This road is closed. The black tailcoat was perfectly tailored to fit his body, outlining long lines. He wore a black gentleman's top hat and white gloves, as if he had never been tainted by the world's dust. What was most eye-catching was the silver mask on his face, which bore an arrogant smile, slightly upturned at the corners, mocking everyone equally. The eye areas were hollowed out, revealing a pair of deep and mysterious eyes, the arrogance in them matching the smile of the silver mask, making it hard for anyone to look directly at him. Upon seeing this man, the high society guests even felt an illusion, as if this man was the real noble, while they were merely monkeys in crowns. "Where is my golden eye?" Murongjwa's furious voice reverberated throughout the venue, his aged face bulging with veins, his eyes filled with unimaginable rage. At this moment, everyone realized that what Murongjwa held was not the golden eye at all, but a green and crystal-clear grape. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared in the masked man's hand, revealing a dazzling golden eyeball quietly lying on that white glove. Chapter 129. Whoever moves dies. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, his hands tightly clutching his neck, his face contorted, veins bulging, and his legs twitching uncontrollably. Such a sudden change frightened everyone, causing them to pause, but a few, having charged too fiercely, could not stop in time and fell outside the door. As expected, anyone who stepped outside immediately collapsed, as if controlled by an invisible hand, clutching their necks tightly and convulsing violently on the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Qianzihao's face changed dramatically, and he repeatedly hit the brakes, but once his massive body charged forward, the inertia could not be stopped instantly. At this moment, the silver ring on his fat finger flashed with a subtle gleam, and his figure seemed to shrink slightly, his legs rooting to the ground, stabilizing his stance. "Ha!" He gasped for breath, his fat face already glistening with oil. The first few who stepped out the door struggled a couple of times before falling completely silent. Silence. The crowd fell into silence. It is well known that a person cannot make a sound when in extreme fear. Sometimes, screaming is more of a release of that fear. But when fear spreads like a tide, filling the mouth and nasal cavity, one feels their throat constricting, rendering them unable to make any sound. Chapter 130. The 7 Deadly Sins. Pride. Bang bang bang. The masked man continued to leisurely simulate the sound of gunfire, his gloved fingertips resembling the fingers of the Grim Reaper, pointing at whoever would die. Thud thud thud. The few fleeing individuals suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. After this, no one dared to run again. Everyone stood rigidly in place, their faces filled with terror, even afraid to breathe loudly. Murongjwa also dared not move, fearing he would be the next target. The higher one is in position, the more they fear death, for they cannot bear to lose everything they have. He did not know if he, as a transcendent being, could withstand such a bizarre killing method, and he did not dare to gamble. The unknown is always the most terrifying. If the masked man were using a real gun to kill, these transcendent beings would not be afraid. What they feared was the unknown, the inability to grasp the masked man's killing methods. What is going on here? Are there really no one outside? With such a commotion, has no one come to check? A cold sweat trickled down Murongjwa's forehead. He couldn't understand why so many people were screaming and yet those outside had not noticed. Where is the Murong family's guard? Where are the law enforcement officers? Chapter 131. Killing the Empire's Nobility. A proud and frivolous voice rang out in the room, startling everyone present. Some guests near the entrance, closer to Murongjwa, were so scared they collapsed to the ground. The voice was unmistakably coming from Murongjwa himself. Murongjwa's eyes widened in disbelief as he frantically scanned his surroundings, only to find no one there. At that moment, Murongjwa's hawk-like gaze landed on him. "No, it wasn't me. Father, I didn't say that. Of course, it wasn't you." The proud voice sounded again, and then a terrifying scene unfolded. Murongjwa's body became a double image, and pride slowly walked out from within him. You? Murong Yun was so frightened he almost wet himself, hurriedly checking his body, afraid that the other party had done something to him. Pride walked calmly, and wherever he passed, the crowd parted. The silver smile on his face deeply pierced Murong's eyes, causing his pupils to uncontrollably constrict. As a silver-ranked transcendent, although he usually did not have to fight, he still had keen eyesight. Such a bizarre method was not something known within any of the existing laws. Chapter 132, The Curtain Falls. In the eyes of the crowd, Pride merely raised a hand and severed Murong's head, this silver-ranked powerhouse absurdly dying like this. The head that fell to the ground was enveloped in lingering fear and shock. The extreme oppression of fear made everyone feel as if a giant stone was lodged in their chests, unable to breathe, or rather, no one dared to breathe, fearing it would draw the attention of the figure standing in the center. Father Murong Yun and a few of his siblings trembled with fear, staring at Murong's headless corpse, their hearts filled with terror. They had never imagined such a day would come, that their once dignified and powerful father would die like a joke. Golden powerhouse. The word floated in everyone's mind. The masked man was a golden powerhouse. Who else could kill a silver-ranked in one blow? Pride adjusted the gentleman's hat atop his head, a mocking gaze sweeping over the crowd through the silver smile mask. This matter is settled, I should take my leave. Clack clack clack. The shiny black shoes stepped on the blood-stained luxurious carpet, producing a dull sound as he strolled toward the entrance, as if in a deserted world. The crowd parting before him, no one daring to meet his gaze. Chapter 133, Qianzihao's Ring. Sumu picked up the ring and examined it. Is this Qianzihao's ring? His observational skills had always been sharp, and he had naturally noticed Qian Zihao wearing this ring. Nan Gongmingli nodded. That's right, this is the silver-ranked artifact of Devouring Spirit Ring. I took it off casually after killing Qian Zihao. After all, if I went through the trouble of killing him, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Sumu glanced at the pale-faced Nan Gongmingli, fully agreeing with her strong logic. He carefully wiped the ring clean with a white handkerchief before putting it on. The silver ring had a very simple design, without any patterns, resembling an ordinary silver ring. Once he wore it, with the influx of mental energy, he immediately understood the Devouring Spirit Ring's function. It could directly convert physical or mental energy into attack power. For example, a fully grown man could deliver a punch with a force of 200 jin, but with the Devouring Spirit Ring, the ring could absorb the energy stored in the body and unleash it all, allowing one to strike with a force of 1000 jin. However, the cost was that one would become emaciated because the energy stored in the body would be drained. Chapter 134, Golden Powerhouse. You guys only heard about it. I saw it with my own eyes. That day, I was working as a waiter at the Polite Hotel, where all the dignitaries of Star City came to celebrate the Murong family head. You wouldn't believe it. That pride of the 7 deadly sins just appeared out of nowhere, and with a wave of his hand, the Murong family head's head fell off. That's too exaggerated, right? Not at all. I was so scared I nearly wet myself. Not just the Murong family head, but many distinguished guests, whoever he pointed at would die. Everyone was too frightened to move, watching helplessly as he left. Oh, right, it was Murong family's 3rd daughter, who was brave enough to stand up and question Pride, asking him why he killed. Do you know what Pride said? What did he say? He lowered his voice. Don't you think it's interesting to kill the nobility of the empire? Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around. Similar scenes were not rare on the streets of Star City. There were too many witnesses, and the versions of Pride killing nobility spread continuously, even becoming more outrageous. In the end, some even said he was an incarnation of a deity, coming to punish Murong Zhuo for his many misdeeds. Chapter 135, Interrogation. Sumu smiled slightly, as he began to understand why Sikongzhen was sent to investigate. The value of the secret silver mine would tempt the nobility as well. It's not hard to imagine that Qian Zihao must have provided substantial funding to the Sikong family each year to gain protection. Now that Qian Zihao was dead, the Sikong family would naturally seek a new agent to take over the secret silver mine. Of course, Qian Zihao could not have been sending money only to the Sikong family. Other nobles in the capital and various departments would have had dealings as well. Personal connections are never a straight line, they form a complex web. This time, the choice of who to send to Star City for investigation must have involved a small game among the nobles in the capital, with the Sikong family ultimately emerging victorious. Coming to reap the wealth and conveniently investigate the 7 deadly sins. Pride. Let us go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. We shouldn't keep the distinguished guests from the capital waiting. Sumu slowly stood up from the sofa, elegantly straightening his slightly wrinkled clothing. He picked up the snake-patterned wooden cane and left with Nan Gongmingli. Star City Law Enforcement Bureau, Interrogation Room. The lighting was dim, with only a single spotlight shining directly on the center. The central area is empty except for a chair made of secret silver alloy, which is firmly cast into the ground. Chapter 136. Nan Gongmingli's acting. Nan Gongmingli's cold face showed no emotion as she calmly nodded. Mu Lingsi raised an eyebrow and picked up the documents on the table. Murong Mingli, 23 years old, born on September 17, mother Wang Suiping, who was once a slave bought by the Murong family from a human trafficker. Is this information accurate? Nan Gongmingli's expression remained unchanged. It's accurate. Mu Lingsi casually tossed the documents onto the table, leaning slightly forward, her sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the darkness and land on Nan Gongmingli. According to the evidence I have, Murongzhua seems to treat you poorly, and there are even rumors that your mother died indirectly at his hands. This makes me curious. Why did none of your siblings dare to step forward, while you have the courage to stand up for Murongzhua? Nan Gongmingli slightly raised her eyes, meeting that sharp gaze. After pondering for a moment, she slowly replied, "That's not a rumor, my mother died because of him." Oh? Mu Ling's lips curled slightly. That makes it even more interesting. Logically, you should hate Murongzhua, yet you've acted contrary to logic. Why is that? Chapter 137. What if I am arrogant? His tone was calm and gentle, without a hint of threat, as if joking with an old friend. "Sir, aren't you afraid I might actually be arrogant?" Once these words were spoken, the male enforcer felt an inexplicable chill. If I really am arrogant, what do you think will happen? Speaking disrespectfully to someone suspected of being a golden powerhouse. You might think this is the Enforcement Bureau, with golden powerhouses present, able to capture arrogance, but before capturing arrogance, it would be reasonable for me to kill a few insignificant people, right? The male enforcer seemed to be choked, unable to speak, or rather, he no longer dared to speak. He was indeed scared. If Sumu truly was arrogant, he certainly wouldn't survive. He didn't believe that someone who dared to kill nobles would shy away from killing in the Enforcement Bureau. Sumu let out a light laugh. "Sir, don't be afraid, I'm just joking. After all, I'm only a second-tier bronze extraordinary, how could I be arrogant?" "This joke is not funny at all," Mu Lingsi coldly replied. Chapter 138. Bronze Law, Dream Journey Spirit Trace. Xiao Li looked somewhat anxious. "I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to learn more from Team Leader Mu." Was the question you just asked what you wanted to ask, or was it what Sumu wanted to ask? Xiao Li's face suddenly changed. Team Leader Mu. What are you talking about? What does this have to do with Sumu? Of course, it has to do with him. Since he could control you to turn on the lights, why couldn't he control you to investigate the secrets of the Enforcement Bureau? Team Leader, I didn't. I am willing to undergo a mental anomaly check by the Enforcement Bureau. You don't need to say it. I will have you undergo a check as well. Someone take Xiao Li down for an examination. Not just him, all ordinary staff members of the Enforcement Bureau who had contact with Sumu must undergo a mental check. With Mu Ling's order, the Enforcement Bureau quickly fell into chaos, with many people being taken away for examination without knowing why. Let me go. My mind is fine. I don't want an examination. Someone shouted in panic. As an employee of the Enforcement Bureau, he naturally knew what a mental check meant. The mind is different from the body. A slight carelessness could lead to permanent damage. Even going to the hospital for an X-ray has radiation, let alone a mental examination. Chapter 139, Meeting of the Seven Deadly Sins. Zhuangqing's face turned as red as a monkey's, but, stammering for a long time, "Do you have any cooler photos?" Mu Lingzi remained silent, looking at him with a blank expression, causing Zhuangqing to lower his head more and more, nearly burying it in his pants. "It's about time. Let's sleep." "Oh?" Zhuangqing quickly turned to lie down on the bed, but strangely, even though he was so tired just moments ago, he couldn't fall asleep now. "Team leader, could you not stare at me?" Mu Lingzi frowned fiercely, grabbing Zhuangqing by the collar and lifting him up. "Are you really planning to use the airplane method to fall asleep?" No, I'm used to sleeping alone. I can't sleep when there's someone in the room, especially a woman." Bang! Mu Lingzi threw Zhuangqing back onto the bed and left without looking back. Throwing in a parting remark, "If I find anything strange in the office, you're dead." Zhuangqing turned pale with fear, immediately dispelling his previous thoughts. He obediently lay on the bed and started counting sheep, unable to help it. His original drowsiness was completely scared away by Mu Lingzi. Chapter 140, The Seven Deadly Sins Will Overturn the Whole World. Finally, the moment has come. I can't wait to see the wonderful scene of nightmares descending upon the world. This decayed world needs a thorough cleansing. The human body is so weak. Only by merging with nightmare creatures can humanity achieve its final evolution. Is there anything more perfect in this world than nightmare beings? They are powerful, existing between reality and illusion, free from the constraints of lifespan, and full of infinite possibilities. Humans have limits, but nightmares do not. Greed was so excited that his body trembled slightly, and in the next moment, a thick tentacle emerged from him, wagging excitedly like a dog's tail. The sudden appearance of the tentacle seemed unremarkable to everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen," the arrogant one sitting at the head suddenly spoke, "you are the pioneers of human civilization. Although temporarily misunderstood by the secular world, when the door of nightmares opens, decay will be expelled, and rebirth will belong to every human who embraces evolution. I hope you all join me in this glorious evolution." As arrogance-inspiring words echoed, the seven deadly sins erupted into a frenzy. Outside the conference room, Zhuangqing felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. This group of madmen. They actually want to use the power of nightmare creatures to overturn the entire world. They are even more dangerous than revolutionary armies. No. I must transmit the news as soon as possible, or it will be too late. Zhuangqing trembled slightly, revealing his inner horror. Chapter 141, Because I am also one of the seven deadly sins. Mu Lingzi raised her eyes and smiled mysteriously. She rarely smiled. But when she did, it was very beautiful, though Zhuangqing only felt fear. "Finally, there is some semblance of an enforcer. All right, you go ahead, remember what I said. Stay calm in emergencies, don't panic, and carefully recall the details of the dream. Any abnormalities must be reported to me immediately." After saying that, Mu Lingzi left. Zhuangqing's back was almost soaked with cold sweat, and waves of dizziness hit his brain. "Team leader, why?" He gazed at Mu Lingzi's departing figure with sorrowful eyes. In the next moment, he shook his head fiercely, his expression becoming resolute. "Zhuangqing, pull yourself together. You must transmit the message to Lord Sikong no matter what. The plan of the seven deadly sins must not succeed." He turned and walked towards the dark corridor, his figure gradually swallowed by the darkness, like a lone brave warrior. On the street, Zhuangqing drove at full speed, heading straight for Qianziheng's manor, guessing that this was where Sikongzhen was most likely to be. Half an hour later, Qianzihao's manor arrived. "Stop, who are you?" Two bodyguards in black blocked Zhuangqing's path. Zhuangqing was overjoyed to see them. as these two were subordinates brought by Sikongjian, or rather, servants of the Sikong family. Chapter 142. I anticipate what dream he had. Just some nightmare monsters. He fought with them in his dreams. Captain, let me tell you, this kid is quite perverted. Many nightmare monsters were dismembered by him. That scene was something. Mulingse fell into thought. Dreaming of nightmare monsters. That's normal. Nightmare apostles often dream of nightmare monsters. This group enters the nightmare world through dreams. So they naturally have aversions to sleep, and having nightmares is common. Did you guide him in the dream? Zhuoqing nodded naturally, of course. I implanted a lot of information about the 7 deadly sins and pride in his dream. His reaction was quite normal. In my opinion. The golden eye being stolen and Qian Zihao being killed might just be coincidences. An evil organization like the 7 deadly sins can't be cultivated in a small place like Star City. Mulingse was slightly distracted. Was my feeling wrong? Perhaps pride has nothing to do with Star City, it's just passing through. Captain, we've been busy all night, should we have some supper? Zhuoqing approached with a grin. Get back to bed. Next, we need to enter Mu Rongmenli's dream and clear these suspects first. Chapter 143. Changsheng Taoist Temple in the suburbs of Star City. Away from the hustle and bustle, an ancient Taoist temple stood quietly. The vermilion doors were quite new, with layers of blue tiles on top. And the auspicious beast sculptures on the roof stood tall, as if it had not been long since it was built. Above the door hung an ancient plaque with 4 large characters, Changsheng Taoist Temple. Sikongjian and Mulingse stepped into the Changsheng Taoist Temple. Walking on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard. A handsome Taoist priest was lazily sitting at a stone table playing on his phone, seemingly watching something interesting. Laughing in a way that only men understand, so much so that the people in the temple did not pay attention. Mulingse stepped forward. Excuse me. Is Taoist Xuanqing here? Zhun Wuxiang was startled, as if caught in a compromising position, hurriedly locking his screen before looking up, and then froze. He stared blankly at Mulingse, dressed in a tight black leather outfit and long boots, outlining her graceful figure and long legs. Mulingse's expression remained unchanged as she continued to ask, Is Taoist Xuanqing here? Zhun Wuxiang then came back to his senses, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Yes, the master is in the main hall. Mulingse nodded and then walked towards the main hall with Sikongjian. Chapter 144. I will become the god of the new era. Master! Who was that girl just now? What did she want from you? Zhun Wuxiang rushed into the main hall impatiently. Taoist Xuanqing glanced at him and said lightly, Naturally, she came here for a visit. Master, you're just boasting. The Changsheng Taoist Temple has been open in Star City for almost a year, and this is the first visitor, and she came for a visit. You know nothing. Didn't I tell you before? In my prime, even the royal family had to respectfully call me Taoist. The nobles below would break their heads just to see me. Yes, master, you boast the most. Zhun Wuxiang clearly had heard this so many times that it was getting tiresome. Unfilial disciple. Taoist Xuanqing was enraged. I was still thinking of asking for a piece of sword heart clear extraordinary material for you, and you dare to doubt me. You're really asking for a beating. Taoist Xuanqing kicked Zhun Wuxiang in the butt, sending him flying against the wall. Ouch! Zhun Wuxiang rubbed his butt, fuming, Good for you, old man. So you resort to violence when your pride is hurt, huh? You can make your own lunch today. I'm not serving you anymore. Chapter 145. The future of the 7 deadly sins. Lust. Taoist Xuanqing, what is going on? Sikongjian was no longer calm. He knew Taoist Xuanqing's abilities. And although the other party seemed unreliable, he might have royal recognition and real skills. Taoist Xuanqing did not respond. He stared in horror at the scene in mid-air, even scared to the point of sitting on the ground. The world will be destroyed. The world will be destroyed. The world will perish because of the 7 deadly sins. What? Sikongshan and Mu Lingzi exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. They could not imagine that a divination would reveal such a shocking future. While both were shocked, neither noticed Taoist Xuanqing's abnormality. If they had observed closely, they would have found that Taoist Xuanqing's gaze was fixated on one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. It was a silver-white mask with a lewd smile, obscuring the person's face, with long hair tied up by a simple headband, and a long sword on their back, looking extremely blurry. Akin to being covered in a layer of mosaic, to the point that even a mother would need an hour to recognize them. Chapter 146. The one Changsheng Qianzuan has been looking for impossible. Absolutely impossible. Taoist Xuanqing sat crazily in the main hall, shouting impossible. Changsheng Qianzuan is omnipotent. How can there be someone who can see through his divine powers? I understand. Taoist Xuanqing suddenly exclaimed excitedly. The only one who can see through Changsheng Qianzuan's powers is himself, so pride, like me, is also a believer of Changsheng Qianzuan. I use his power to glimpse the future, and he uses his power to communicate with me in the present. It must be like this, after all. My unfilial disciple is lust of the 7 deadly sins. Thinking this way makes it even more reasonable. Ha ha ha. After connecting the key points, Taoist Xuanqing felt refreshed. To him, whether the world was destroyed or not was not important. What mattered was that Changsheng Qianzuan must be omnipotent. In the empty hall, he danced around like a madman, circling the statue of Changsheng Qianzuan, and suddenly he stopped. He became extremely excited, almost leaning against Changsheng Qianzuan, with a fervent expression. You mean pride is the person you've been looking for? Chapter 147, The God Who Controls Lifespan Hiss. This kid plays quite flamboyantly. No. First find out who Qianzuan wants. He turned his tentacles, reading Jun Wuxiang's memories. Mu Rongmingli. The little girl looks pretty good, could it be her? According to the divination, this kid's turning point in fate was after joining the bronze coffin, but this Mu Rongmingli is a woman, and an ordinary person at that. It shouldn't be pride. He continued searching, ultimately locking onto the target, Sumu. TSK, this Sumu is not simple, he can kill the unrememberable. And the bronze laws he uses are ones I've never seen before. That silver vertical pupil seems related to an evil god. Even if he is not pride, he is probably connected to pride. Let's bring him before Qianzuan, the rest will be up to Qianzuan to discern. Su Ji. My master said he wants to invite you to Changsheng Taoist Temple for a meal to thank you for saving me last time from the unrememberable. Jun Wuxiang handed over an invitation. Sumu's eyes moved slightly. A dinner invitation. He found it a bit strange. It was normal for a master to invite a disciple savior to dinner for gratitude, but what was strange was the timing. It's been a long time since the immortal was killed. If you were to entertain, how could it have taken until now? Chapter 148, The Divine's Invasion Again. You need not worry, Su Guoshi. I am not from the Kaiyang Empire. I have only ever worshipped the eternal Lord of longevity. The main reason for inviting you here is that you are the person the eternal Lord of longevity has been searching for. Oh? Sumu's eyes moved slightly. A being that seems to be a god is looking for me. I have never seen the eternal Lord of longevity. Why is he looking for me? Taoist Xuanqing shook his head. To be honest, I don't know either. Before meeting you, I didn't even know whether the eternal Lord of longevity was looking for a person or an object. This time, it was merely a coincidence that I found you through the deduction of the 7 deadly sins. The statue of the eternal Lord of longevity is in the main hall. You'll know once you go in. Sumu glanced at the hall filled with curling smoke, which was pitch black with no lights. What if I say no? Taoist Xuanqing sighed. Then I can only discuss the Tao with you, Su Guoshi. Sumu looked up and down at the seemingly nearly 100-year-old Taoist Xuanqing, whose thin and aged body seemed like it could be blown down by a gust of wind. Taoist Xuanqing smiled lightly. Su Guoshi. I know that arrogance belongs to the golden strong, and although I look like this, if it comes down to life and death, you might not be my match. Chapter 149. Am I a divine envoy again? But now is not the time to think about these things. Since I cannot resolve the eternal Lord of longevity in my dreams, I can only start from the outside. With this thought, Sumu slowly woke up from his dream. After waking, he heard an incredibly tragic wailing. Eternal Lord of longevity. How could you have shattered like this? Sumu. It's you. You broke the statue of the Eternal Lord of longevity, didn't you? Taoist Xuanqing, with tears streaming down his face, saw Sumu wake up. His eyes flashing with extreme hatred, as if there were deep-seated enmity. Swish! An ancient long sword was drawn, and while crying, Taoist Xuanqing approached Sumu with the sword. Why? Why did you do this to the Eternal Lord of longevity? Although he cried terribly, his aura became increasingly terrifying. The air around him almost stagnating. The originally lively Longsheng Taoist temple fell into silence, and thick, strong tentacles emerged from beneath his wide Taoist robe, writhing in midair. Sumu slowly got up, calmly watching Taoist Xuanqing approach, realizing that Taoist Xuanqing probably did not know the true intentions of the Eternal Lord of longevity. With the Eternal Lord's arrogance, he would certainly disdain to tell Taoist Xuanqing anything. Chapter 150, The Sea. You predicted through divination that the 7 deadly sins would destroy the world in the future. Sumu asked with interest. Taoist Xuanqing nodded. Absolutely true. I truly saw the scene of the 7 deadly sins destroying the world, and my disciple Zhan Wuxiang is the future lust of the 7 deadly sins. Sumu found it increasingly interesting. Predicting the future. It should be noted that the organization of the 7 deadly sins does not even exist yet. Even if it exists in the future, he is curious as to why he would lead the 7 deadly sins to destroy the world. This does not align with his pursuit. He seeks excitement, but once the world is destroyed, what is there left to be exciting about? Could it be that the so-called future is what the Eternal Lord of longevity does after taking over his body? As for Zhan Wuxiang being lust, why would he let Zhan Wuxiang join the 7 deadly sins? After all, Zhan Wuxiang is currently merely a first-tier bronze extraordinary being. Although the peerless sword dance is not low in rank and is stronger than Yang Dongqing, there is no absolute advantage. He suddenly thought of something and asked, does Zhan Wuxiang also know the Tao techniques of the Eternal Lord of longevity? I have already taught him everything I can. Only the final transmission ceremony remains, where I will report his true name to the Eternal Lord of longevity. Once recognized by the Eternal Lord of longevity, he can perform Tao techniques. Mortals need to consume their lifespan to perform the Eternal Lord's Tao techniques. My poor disciple is still young. There is no need for him to come into contact with these too early. I originally planned to wait until I was close to death to pass on the teachings, allowing him to find what the Eternal Lord of longevity seeks on my behalf. Now, that is no longer necessary. Chapter 151, Sumu, save me. Look. There's a fishing boat over there. Yang Dongqing suddenly pointed towards the northwest sea surface and exclaimed. Sumu looked in the direction, and indeed saw a shabby little fishing boat heading towards the shore. As the boat drew closer, a few figures on board could be seen waving their arms towards the shore. Yang Dongqing was puzzled. Are these nightmare creatures so friendly? They start greeting from so far away. Sumu, could there be a trick to this? Sumu helplessly pushed up his brown glasses. Are you sure they are greeting and not calling for help? Calling for help? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. After observing closely, his expression changed slightly. The fishing boat had stopped moving and was sinking at a visible rate. The boat is going to sink. Are these people in the nightmare foolish? Why don't they just jump into the water and swim over since they are so close to the shore? Don't tell me that people who go out to fish can't swim. Sumu's deep gaze, through his brown glasses, looked towards the deep sea. And a crystal blue light appeared in his eyes. His powerful vision allowed him to faintly see several dark shadows swimming beneath the fishing boat. The boat is not sinking naturally, something in the sea is damaging their boat. Chapter 152, The Undying Sea Demon. Bang! Ordinary bullets accurately struck young Dongqing, breaking his flesh tentacles and leaving several white spots on his steel body. Young Dongqing, freed from his restraints, immediately sprang up and hurriedly fled from the sea demon. He returned to Sumu's side, panting heavily, his face pale with no trace of blood. That black tentacle is strange. As soon as I touched it, I felt intense pain all over my body and couldn't exert any strength. Sumu's eyes sparkled with a crystal blue light. All things in nature silently activated. Identical Sumu and young Dongqing appeared in front of the 5 sea demons. The 5 sea demons did not hesitate to pounce on the illusion. Huh? Their eyes have long rotted, yet they are still deceived by the illusion. What do they rely on to perceive the outside world? The next second, Sumu got the answer. The 5 sea demons extended their black tentacles towards the illusion. And the illusion that should have been impossible to break was surprisingly shattered under the attack of the black tentacles. Feeling the decrease in his mental power, Sumu fully understood that the black tentacles' function was to attack the mind. In other words, they were devouring mental energy. The black tentacles have the ability to consume mental power, so they could directly devour the illusion constructed from mental energy and ignore young Dongqing's steel body, directly affecting his soul. Chapter 153, All Living Nightmares. Passing through rows of tall coconut trees, Sumu saw a solid and ancient city wall in the distance. The grey stones weathered by time, with numerous soldiers in silver armor patrolling atop the wall. The enormous city gate was made of heavy wood, secured with iron bars and nails. Captain, ahead is the Sea Nation, the soldier leading the escort team respectfully said. Other soldiers, including the 2 fishermen, showed no reaction to the strange title, as if it were only natural. What the heck? Young Dongqing exclaimed, rushing over, when did you hypnotize them all? Sumu glanced at him, but ignored him. Although these fishermen and soldiers were all humans from nightmares, they were essentially ordinary people. With his current strength, hypnotizing them was a piece of cake. He surveyed the small kingdom in front of him. Calling it a kingdom was an overstatement, as it was basically just a town on an island. He didn't rush forward, but instead began to gather intelligence from the hypnotized soldiers. How many people are there in the Sea Kingdom? About 100,000, the soldier respectfully replied. What is your attitude towards outsiders? Are there any traps inside? Sumu didn't believe that people in nightmares would be so friendly. Whether it was Ting Ting's nightmare, or the nightmare of the ear beasts, it was evident. Chapter 154. I have been in the nightmare world for 10 years. The castle was located in the center of the Sea Kingdom, and was also the highest point on the island. Built of grey stones, the castle walls towered high, looking ancient and grand, but not as luxurious as a fairytale castle. When the carriage reached the castle gate, the heavy wooden door was slowly opened by someone inside, making a dull sound. Upon entering the castle, the first thing that caught the eye was a spacious courtyard, with a clean and tidy stone-paved ground, and a fountain shaped like a mermaid in the center. Young Dongqing continuously observed the scenery inside the castle, his expression cautious, wary of every bush or rock formation, fearing that some monster might suddenly jump out. He had experienced several nightmare worlds, but had never seen such a safe nightmare. Soon, the 2 got off the carriage and, led by the governor, entered the castle hall, where they met the so-called king. The king was a middle-aged man with skin that was not as dark as those outside. Instead, it was very fair. His chiseled face bore a unique aura accumulated over the years, with a warm smile at the corners of his mouth, making him look less like a king and more like a friendly neighbor. However, Sumu and his companions' gazes were not focused on the king, but rather on the 7 people seated on either side of the hall. Chapter 155, Is Sumu a Golden Power? Have you seen the sea god? The previously silent Mu Qing suddenly spoke. Her voice was crisp, even a bit childish, which created a slight sense of incongruity with her serious expression. Hu Ji shook his head. It's quite ridiculous. I've been here for 10 years and have never seen the sea god even once. I have dived into the depths of the sea countless times, fantasizing that if I could deal with the sea god, I could solve the problem at its root. But I failed because the sea god is not a creature at all, he is the sea. Wherever the sea is, his power extends. Although I am a silver tier extraordinary, I can't kill the sea. Not to mention me, even the legendary golden power wouldn't be able to do it. That's why I say no one can go back. Anyone who steps onto this island cannot return. Mu Qing frowned tightly, falling into silence. And no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Dongqing was unable to hold back. I don't believe it. This is just your side of the story. What the king said is true. Suddenly, a male voice rang out from outside the door, and a plump man walked in with his nose twitching, his eyes shining at the food on the table. Old Hu, you're really not being fair. Every time you bring out these good things to entertain the new nightmare apostles, you leave us old friends with leftovers. Chapter 156. The carefully crafted truth. The eerie silence in the room fell, and one could hear a pin drop. Various complex gazes focused on Sumu, filled with shock, caution, ecstasy, and fear. The fear naturally came from the scarred man, who had just bent down to pick up his gun. Upon hearing Pang Yang's words, his face turned extremely pale, and his body trembled slightly, as if he had turned to stone, unable to decide whether to pick up the gun or not. Mr. Su is a golden extraordinary. King Hu Ji suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the room. Sumu took a sip of coconut wine and slightly parted his lips. No. Hu Ji's eyes flickered. Please forgive my boldness. But how did you enter the black mist and come back alive? You are indeed a bit presumptuous. Hu Ji, the scarred man cautiously picked up the handgun, silently returned to his seat, and lowered his head, not daring to attract Sumu's attention. The people present were not fools. They knew very well that even if Sumu was not a golden power, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Others might be wary of Sumu, but Yang Dongqing was not. His face was filled with ecstasy. So what are we waiting for? Let's head directly into the black mist and leave the nightmare world. Chapter 157. The Eternal Heavenly Sovereign. As a bodyguard, Sumu walked out of the room, leaving the woman alone inside. He wandered aimlessly through the castle, but his perception fell upon his own soul. The unique blue light belonging to the Eternal Heavenly Sovereign was still spreading over his soul. The undead sea monsters he encountered earlier had not been able to hinder the blue light in the slightest. That feeling was like an adult walking down the road, and you want to block his way by sending out a few ants to obstruct him. In the end, the adult doesn't stop, doesn't even notice the ants' existence, and simply steps on them, continuing on his path. The role of the sea monsters was not to block the blue light, but to provide Sumu with a completely new perspective. Since his soul had already been claimed by the Eternal Heavenly Sovereign, and would be completely controlled within 3 days, it sounded tragic. However, if viewed from another angle, his soul was invincible during these 3 days. It could be immune to any soul-related attacks. How could something preordained by the Eternal Heavenly Sovereign be tainted by other forces? In other words, the Eternal Heavenly Sovereign was his bodyguard for 3 days. Having a deity as a bodyguard was quite an amusing thought. With this thought, Sumu couldn't help but smile, a grin spreading across his face. Chapter 158. The Terrifying Truth. I'm not a hero, I just want to go home. Yang Dongqing stepped forward without hesitation. Looks like it's just the 3 of us now. Sumu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden staff and slowly walked out, wearing an unchanged smile. And me. The muscular man with a buzz cut from yesterday strode forward confidently. Who wants to stay in this godforsaken place? I'm not sticking around. Hu Ji narrowed his eyes, looking at the 4 people before him, a flicker of light passing through his gaze. He laughed heartily. Since you 4 are ready, I won't dissuade you any longer. Please follow me. Wait. Mu Qing suddenly interrupted, her eyes fixed intently on the smiling Hu Ji. Before we set sail, I have a few questions to ask. After all, I don't want to die inexplicably at sea. Hu Ji maintained his smile. Miss Mu wants to ask about the strength and number of the undead sea monsters. I want to ask you. Mu Qing, tired of the charade, stated directly. I don't trust you. I believe you have some ulterior motive, and even the ship you prepared in advance may have issues. Hu Ji was taken aback. Miss Mu. Why do you say that? Is there something wrong with what I have done? I consider myself to be sincere with you all. Moreover, we are all from the same hometown and have no conflicting interests. Why would I tamper with the ship? Chapter 159, Yang Dongqing's promotion. Pang Yang's roar plunged everyone into silence. The bloody truth lay before them, and all they could do was feel powerless. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, the veins on his face bulging. He once again hated his powerlessness. The last time he felt powerless was during Tingting's nightmare. And he didn't expect to experience it again so soon. Nightmare. Nightmare. These damn nightmares. He hated this place not only because he was in danger himself, but also because he had to witness despair time and again, constantly struggling and sinking in hopelessness. Suddenly, a gigantic net appeared in Yang Dongqing's vision, as if it could contain the heavens and the earth, shimmering with billions of brilliant stars. Among them, one star, resembling steel, had a line connecting it to him. He suddenly realized that this was the bronze law. And the steel star connected to him was the steel will. In the next moment, another star in the bronze law, glowing with warm white light, descended and slowly fell upon him. Vaz? An inexplicable thrill surged through his body, as if countless mysterious knowledge flooded into his mind. A flash of clarity crossed his eyes as he felt the changes in his body. He knew this change was called endless recovery. Chapter 160, He is strong, let him be strong. Roar. Lu Dongliang cursed, didn't I say it? Who wants to stay in this godforsaken place? I can't take it anymore. Damn. I got choked by a fishbone when I was a kid. So I hate eating fish the most. And here I am, eating damn fish 9 times a day. Hu Ji's eyes flickered. Mr. Lu. The sea nation is indeed not as good as the real world, but at least staying here means staying alive. There are many powerful monsters in the sea. And even the sea god's followers. You need to think clearly about what's more important, enjoyment or survival. Nonsense. Of course enjoyment is more important. If I can't enjoy it, what is the point of living? I'd rather be an emperor for a day than a beggar for a lifetime. Don't persuade me. Just get out of the way. Hu Ji was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect such a bizarre character to emerge among the nightmare apostles. He could understand someone wanting to go back due to attachments, but what the hell was Lu Dongliang? He could still enjoy himself in the sea nation. The women here, Lu Dongliang sneered, you really haven't tasted fine food, have you? The women here are dark and strong, their mouths full of the smell of the sea. Only you would find them appealing. Chapter 161, Ambush. Lu Dongliang suddenly realized something and looked at Sumu, exclaiming, unless someone in the team is too strong. The matching mechanism pulls in rookies for balance, and the nightmare difficulty will rise with that person's strength. Both of them looked at Sumu, their eyes filled with shock. It could only be this reason. Mr. Su's strength was too strong, causing the entire nightmare's difficulty to rise sharply. Sumu smiled gently, perhaps. From their words, he understood more about the nightmare world and also realized why they encountered a deity this time, because of the eternal life heavenly sovereign. The power of the eternal life heavenly sovereign lingered in his soul, and the nightmare world counted this power as his own. After he intruded into Yang Dongqing's nightmare, it led to the balance being broken. Or perhaps it was the mutual attraction between deities. But it didn't matter anymore, having already entered. Analyzing the reason for entry was meaningless. Ah! Sea monster. Suddenly, the deck was filled with the crew's exclamations. Everyone's expression changed, and they quickly exited the cabin, only to see dozens of undead sea monsters climbing onto the deck, with even more sea monsters surfacing from the water, continuously climbing onto the ship. Chapter 162, Annihilation. Mr. Su. Lu Dongliang exclaimed. Anyone would know that the sea was the domain of sea monsters, and even extraordinary beings needed to breathe. It was impossible to fight while treading water, right? Underwater, Sumu's eyes emitted a crystal blue light, and his powerful mental strength provided him with unparalleled perception, allowing him to clearly see the full form of the sea monster. It was a gigantic octopus, its body so large it resembled a moving black island, covered in dark wrinkled skin like old tree bark. Countless thick tentacles stirred in the water, covered with suction cups of varying sizes, resembling a mass of holes that made one's scalp tingle. At that moment, the octopus noticed Sumu, and a thick tentacle swept toward him. Sumu narrowed his eyes. A massive amount of mental power surged into the silver ring on his left hand, which immediately burst forth with a ghostly light. In the next moment, this mental power was transformed into powerful physical strength. Faced with the incoming tentacle, he did not dodge, but instead exerted force with both hands to grab it fiercely. His hands directly plunged into the suction cups on the tentacle, using his body to flip and climb up the tentacle. The tentacle thrashed wildly, but it couldn't shake off Sumu. He pulled hard again, as if trying to topple the octopus, but due to the lack of a foothold in the water, the powerful reaction force propelled Sumu toward the octopus. Chapter 163, The Shocked Sea God's Followers. Bang! 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 One gigantic tentacle after another broke the surface, dancing in the air like colossal pillars. Following them were sea monsters as large as mountains slowly rising. Their rough skin resembled ancient reefs, exuding a dark sheen. They surrounded the ship, their bodies casting enormous shadows under the sunlight that sent chills down one's spine. They were grotesque, like a mishmash of various fish and octopuses haphazardly stitched together. Moreover, accompanying the sea monsters were countless undead sea monsters, their bodies not fully emerging from the water, only their decaying heads visible, looking from afar like a floating mass of rotten human heads. Such a terrifying scene filled Mu Qing and the others with despair. They couldn't help but feel hopeless. Dozens of terrifying sea monsters as large as mountains and tens of thousands of undead sea monsters. This lineup would be formidable even on land, let alone in the water. At this moment, it truly felt like there was no way out. Mu Qing's face changed drastically as she quickly took out 4 bottles of light blue potions from her pocket and threw them to everyone. This is the fish drug. After taking it, you can move underwater like a fish for an hour. Drink quickly, the ship is definitely not going to hold. Chapter 164, What are you expecting? The sea god's follower's eyes flickered as he carefully analyzed Sumu's process of annihilating sea monsters, the scenes flashing through his mind like slides. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Sumu always touched the black tentacles of the sea monsters to annihilate them. There was a problem. A big problem. Why did he have to touch the black tentacles to annihilate the sea monsters? Wasn't divine power supposed to be more convenient? If he could truly unleash divine power without limits, he could clear all the sea monsters and sea creatures around him in an instant with blue light. Why go through the trouble of touching them? Moreover, why specifically the black tentacles? If the condition for using divine power was contact, wouldn't contact in other areas work? As a sea god's follower, he naturally knew what the black tentacles were. They were a special organ between the soul and the body, capable of directly reaching the other party's soul and extracting it. Soul? Soul. I understand now. A flash of brilliance crossed the sea god's follower's eyes as he finally understood the condition for Sumu's release of divine power. It was soul contact. It seems that the deity behind Sumu governs powers related to souls, which is why he is fixated on the black tentacles. Since that's the case, as long as we don't give him the chance to come into contact with the black tentacles and directly use powerful forces to kill him, Wouldn't that be a way to let him escape? Sumu said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Sumu's strength immediately rose in the hearts of the two. Even legendary divine favors could be frightened away, something that even golden powerhouses might not be able to do, right? So what now? The effect of the fish potion is about to wear off, and I have only refined these few bottles, there are no extras. Sumu's eyes flickered. And just as he was about to speak, he heard a sound from the depths of the sea resembling a conch horn. As the sound spread, the sea monsters and sea demons seemed to receive some kind of signal, continuously retreating until they all disappeared into the deep sea. What is going on? Could it be that the deity of the sea is afraid? The dispirited young Dongqing crawled out from the mouth of the man-eating flower, looking at the retreating army of sea demons with joy. Sumu shook his head. He is not afraid, he probably thinks it will be difficult to kill us this way. So he intends to change his approach. What approach? Young Dongqing asked. Sumu did not answer because the sea answered for him. Crash! On the vast sea, the wind howled. The waves surged violently, and at the horizon, a white line suddenly rose. It's a tsunami! Young Dongqing exclaimed, watching the distant white line rise higher and higher, eventually revealing its full form, which was a towering wave nearly 100 meters high. A minute later, Sumu woke up, full of energy. And other than being a bit wet, he seemed completely unaffected. Mr. Sumu, weren't you going to take a nap? It's fine, you sleep. I've taken the extraordinary potion. My stamina has recovered, I can keep an eye on things here, Mu Qing said with a hint of surprise. Awake now. Sumu slowly stood up, took out a pair of brown glasses from his storage leather bag, and put them on his face. Mu Qing suppressed her strange feelings and said seriously, Mr. Sumu, I thought about it carefully while you were resting, and I think the urgent matter is to go to the palace and meet with the other Nightmare's apostles. We need more manpower. This outing has proven that the deity of the sea is not invincible. One of the reasons they are afraid is that sea demons cannot kill at all. Since you, Mr. Sumu, can kill sea demons, there will definitely be more people willing to go to sea under your call. Exactly. Lu Dongliang's eyes lit up, even if those cowards still don't dare to go into the black mist. They will definitely be willing to join us in dealing with the sea demons. Sea demons are a common enemy for everyone, if they stay behind. They will still face more and more sea demons, and for self-preservation, they will definitely join us. Under Hu Ji's signal, a soldier took out a key, unlocked the lock on the iron box, and then quickly stepped back, fearing that the immortal sea demon would suddenly rush out from inside. Perhaps sensing the presence of a living creature, the originally quiet iron box suddenly emitted a violent banging sound, bang. The door was directly smashed open. A rotting, skeletal sea demon with several writhing black tentacles emerged from it. The stench of decay mixed with a hint of the sea's fishy smell spread throughout the area, causing many present to frown in disgust. However, no one showed any signs of fear, everyone present was extraordinary. And facing a sea demon that was not much stronger than an ordinary person, they naturally would not be afraid. At this time, Sumu strolled forward, and the sea demon let out a roar, directly attacking Sumu, who was closest. Everyone focused on Sumu's movements, wanting to see if he could kill the sea demon. Just as the sea demon charged in front of Sumu, he calmly extended a finger and lightly tapped the attacking black tentacle. Swish! A flash of green light passed, and the sea demon was turned to ashes. Everyone was startled, and they didn't even see what happened. They quickly looked down at the ground, only to find that there was not a drop of seawater where the sea demon had died. Hu Ji was taken aback, the worry he had feigned completely disappeared, and the expression on his face hidden in the shadows was inexplicable. Mr. Sumu knows I am coming. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, smiled slightly, and walked out from the shadows, illuminated by the cool moonlight from the windowsill, which glimmered like water waves, highlighting his tall and slender figure. Of course, I knew. But I didn't expect you to come so slowly, making me wait. However, Good meals are not afraid of being late. How about it? Are you all ready? Mr. Sumu, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, Huji said, narrowing his eyes, his tone turning somber. Put away your clumsy acting, Mr. Hu. Or should I call you a servant of the sea deity? Huji's pupils suddenly constricted, the false piety on his face completely disappeared, replaced by endless coldness. When did you discover it? At the first glance I saw you. Huji sneered, this is impossible, my disguise is seamless. Sumu shook his head with slight disappointment. A person's absolute understanding does not prove their profundity. On the contrary, it only proves their ignorance. What you call seamless is merely seamless in your own understanding, while in my eyes, it is full of flaws, no matter how much you disguise yourself as a human. You cannot conceal the fact that you have no soul. Everyone's faces darkened. This was obviously bad news for them. In their expectations, Sumu was extremely powerful. Even if he wasn't a golden powerhouse, he was at least a silver 3. If he were poisoned, perhaps they could easily take him down. But now they had to fight hard. Pang Yang took a deep breath and said solemnly, Mr. Sumu, don't blame us. We are also forced into this. If we must blame someone, blame your power to kill sea demons. In fact, before you all returned, the sea deity had already informed Huji to have us kill you, or it would break the previous contract and unleash a tsunami to flood the entire Sea Kingdom. For the sake of all the citizens of the Sea Kingdom, please, Mr. Sumu, go to your death. With Pang Yang's words, everyone's expressions became even more solemn. They were like warriors ready to die to defend their country, but ironically, the enemy they were preparing to kill was not the sea demons, but the one who could kill the sea demons. Mr. Sumu, I know you must think we are despicable. Huji said with a face full of regret, clearly. You are the hero who wants to help the Sea Kingdom, yet we have turned our swords against you. But we really have no choice. We really cannot give up the Sea Kingdom, where we have lived for so long, to fight for our lives with you in the black mist. That is not going home, that is sending ourselves to death. The three of them were stunned, after Sumu's reminder. They suddenly felt that the king being a servant of the sea deity was not so unreasonable, but rather quite reasonable. Indeed, there is nothing new under the sun. Mu Qing said with her mouth slightly open, it's just that this time, we have replaced livestock with humans. Mr. Sumu, should we make the fact that the king is a servant of the sea deity public? We must reveal the truth. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and said, this beast not only treats people as livestock to be kept, but now he is also using innocent citizens against us. As long as we expose the truth, Huji's citizens and those extraordinary beings will definitely rise up against him, and at that time, the situation will be reversed. Sumu smiled without speaking. Mu Qing noticed Sumu's expression and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, do you think this method is inappropriate? What is inappropriate? Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. I think this is the best way. If we don't expose the truth, it's equivalent to us four being enemies with the entire Sea Kingdom, which is impossible to fight. Sumu shook his head, you still don't understand human nature. Mu Qing's heart moved, Mr. Su. Are you worried that the citizens won't trust us? There is indeed this possibility, after all, Huji is the king, and we are just outsiders. If we openly say that the king is favored by the sea god, no one will believe us. However, we can implement a decapitation plan. Chapter 171, The Battle of the Crowd and the Instant Death of Yang Dongqing. They are here. The paper man suddenly shouted. The loud voice breaking the night sky, and immediately attracting nearby soldiers and citizens. The dark street was filled with chaotic and dense footsteps. A large crowd surged like a tide. Mu Qing and others panicked, Mr. Su, what should we do now? Sumu kept his composure, stepped forward, and stood in front of everyone. You go first, I'll hold them off. At the same time, a faint voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears, wait for me by the sea. Everyone knew it wasn't the time to delay, they nodded heavily. And then the three dispersed and broke out in different directions. Many people chased after the three, but more stayed in place, surrounding Sumu. They all understood that Sumu was the backbone of this team. As long as they killed Sumu, the remaining few wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. The three running frantically watched Sumu, who was already deeply surrounded, feeling anxious, but also vaguely moved. After all, not everyone would stay behind alone for companions they had only known for a few days. However, this feeling of being moved lasted only a second before it ended. Because Sumu was dead. His head was severed by Huji's paper man, and the head fell to the ground, revealing a face with dark skin and a dull expression, clearly that of an unknown native of the Sea Kingdom. Chapter 172. In fact, I had a way to crack it. On the first day he walked towards the bushes with a sneer, his eyes flashing with evil thoughts. That little girl Mu Qing was completely not on the same level as the women of the Sea Kingdom. Her fair and delicate skin, petite and exquisite figure had long stirred his heartstrings. He had no reason to act before, but now, after Mu Qing was captured, the consequence would be to become a breeding tool. Since that was the case, he might as well taste it himself first. He cautiously lifted the bushes with a mithril dagger to guard against Mu Qing's sneak attack, but after lifting it, he was stunned because there was no trace of Mu Qing in the bushes, only a patch of withered weeds remained. The weeds seemed to have their life force drained, turning yellow and wilted, crumbling at the slightest touch. His expression changed. Damn. That bitch's law is definitely not nature's call. It can actually absorb the life force of plants. What law is this? Not far away in the woods, Mu Qing was crawling cautiously, and the deep bloodstain on her back had long since healed, the torn clothes vaguely revealing a snowy white. The most miraculous thing was that she seemed to be invisible, clearly within the enemy's line of sight, yet they could not see her. Chapter 173. Iron Will and Endless Demon Sound. Mr. Su. She was dumbfounded. Her pink lips slightly parted, completely not understanding why the seemingly golden-level Sumu would swallow a bottle of bronze potion at this moment. After drinking the potion, Sumu slowly closed his eyes, and in his vision appeared a vast star web covering the heavens, stars of various colors radiating different auras shining brightly in this web. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness floating above the web, landing on a steel-like star. Vaz? The steel star trembled, a ray of light descended from the sky, landing on Sumu, connecting with his soul. In an instant, a metallic color began to appear on his skin, similar to Yang Dongqing. His physical quality surged at this moment. Unlike Titanic Punch, this increase was more focused on defense. His skin became as hard as steel, and so did his bones. Suddenly, Sumu felt a sense of ease, that massive spiritual power no longer placed any burden on his body. If his previous body was a wooden barrel filled with water, then now it had turned into an iron barrel, and its capacity had become even larger than before. Chapter 174. Betting life. Mu Qing's pink lips kept curling up and down, like a girl making a cute pout, her face flushed as she struggled to break free. With a pop, her mouth opened. Sumu. She seemed really angry, directly calling Sumu's name, and just as she was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed, her demeanor becoming serious. She urged, 500 meters to the southwest, a large number of people are coming. They touched my plants. What method do you have? Hurry up and use it, or we will really die here. Sumu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Miss Mu seems to have a deep obsession with life. Whether it's following me to sea or now, I can feel you're not someone who fears death. You must have something very important to do. So you don't want to die. The footsteps in the forest were getting closer, and Mu Qing panicked. Is this the time to talk about this? Who wants to die if they can live? Ha ha, Sumu's smile became even brighter. Coincidentally, I want to die. Mu Qing was taken aback, still not understanding what Sumu meant, when she saw him step by step walking towards the sea. The cold, dark seawater engulfed Sumu's calves, tiny waves constantly crashing. But he seemed oblivious, continuing to walk into the sea. Chapter 175. Sumu is dead. Huji's gloomy gaze swept over everyone. He suspected that Sumu had already blended into the crowd. Since the other party could disguise others as himself, naturally, he could disguise himself as someone else. However, he was not afraid of Sumu's sneak attack, because this was not his true body, but a paper-man avatar. Sumu, no matter where you hide, you will absolutely not escape. Once I finish with them, you will be next. Attack! With Huji's order, several extraordinary beings charged towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing, who had been mentally prepared, immediately rushed to the nearby woods. Bang bang bang. Several mithril bullets shot out, mixed with more than a dozen five-finger flame bullets. Mu Qing's body was covered by the attacks, and she desperately twisted her body, narrowly avoiding vital areas, and fell into the woods. Even so, she was still hit by several bullets, with burns on her thigh and forearm. The once fair and delicate skin was already charred. But these injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye as soon as she came into contact with the trees. And the trees she touched wilted in large patches, as if their life force had been drained. Chapter 176, Resurrection and Immortal Body. What the hell is going on? Huji exclaimed in shock. Mu Qing, lying on the ground, struggled to lift her head. Blood blurred her vision, as she looked toward the sea shrouded in blue and green hues. Suddenly, she smiled, her originally snow-white teeth stained red with blood. Yet she looked extremely happy, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. 5 minutes are up. What do you mean 5 minutes are up? What are you talking about? Huji looked at Mu Qing in horror. Among the crowd, he was the most terrified, for no one understood the power of the sea god better than he did. A deity had entered the sea, and was clashing with the sea god. A battle between deities was something he dared not imagine. Such an existence could destroy the entire sea nation with just a glance. Mu Qing coldly smiled at him. Your time of death has come. After saying this, she seemed to be drained of her last ounce of strength and fainted on the ground. Huji's eyes widened in disbelief. Mu Qing's words triggered a strong unease within him. In the deep sea, the corpse of Sumu was completely covered by blue and green light, clashing fiercely as if competing for territory. This was merely an external manifestation. The real intense confrontation was happening in the dream realm. Chapter 177, I heard you are looking for me. Dressed in a sleek black suit, holding an exquisite snake-patterned wooden cane, and wearing a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth, Sumu stood quietly on a giant tentacle, resembling an elegant gentleman from a classical painting. Beneath his feet lay the surging sea and the endless army of immortal sea monsters. He looked down from the sky, like a god or demon emerging from the deep sea. The moment he appeared, the world could no longer accommodate other sounds, only his voice echoed throughout the realm. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard you are looking for me. Crash, crash. The waves crashed against the rocks, like war drums beating for him. The strong winds gathered dark clouds, as if playing a horn for him. On the shore, Huji and others, including the soldiers and citizens of the sea nation, fell silent, engulfed in a deathly stillness. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they stared at the figure standing in mid-air. The gentle smile on his face was exceptionally striking. Susumu! Huji shouted in shock, his voice even distorted from the horror. What on earth is going on? Why can he control the army of sea monsters? Isn't that the sea god's authority? Pang Yang's fat body trembled continuously. Chapter 178. I am the true devotee of the sea god. Yang Dongqing, who had been thrown to the ground, struggled to get up, feeling as if he were in a dream. The roles of attack and defense had changed. He couldn't help but recall what Sumu had said to them before. The people on this island nation only fear power and not virtue. They listen more to whom they fear. On the streets of the northwest corner of the sea nation, Huji ran for his life. His mind was in chaos, frantically thinking of countermeasures. Where should he escape to? The first thing that came to his mind was to flee into the sea, but then he thought. Sumu had completely taken away his authority, meaning the ocean was also under his control. Escaping into the sea would be seeking death. These extraordinary beings couldn't kill him, but Sumu could. Damn it. What is happening? Looking at the figures closing in behind him, Huji became more and more frantic. Clearly, the power of the sea god was still within him, so why couldn't he summon the sea monsters? He was the true devotee of the sea god. Why did the entire sea listen to Sumu? Logically, only the sea god could control the sea beyond him. Swish! A cold light flashed, cutting across Huji's throat. It was the silver extraordinary being, whose figure was ghostly. He was the fastest and thus quickly caught up to Huji, striking with a lethal blow. Chapter 179, Did you all hear that? He admitted he is the fake. Among the nightmarish apostles, there were many clever individuals who naturally understood Pang Yang's meaning and immediately shouted, "Pang Yang, why waste words with him? Let us attack together. You all." Huji's eyes widened in fury. As one nears death, one becomes more frantic. "I will kill you traitors." At this moment, Sumu's elegant voice rang out. What he said is true. Actually, Mr. Hu is the true devotee of the sea god, and I am just a counterfeit. Everyone's expressions froze, not understanding why Sumu would expose this obvious lie. Was he going to settle accounts with everyone? Ha ha ha, did you all hear that? He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He is fake. I am the real one. Huji laughed maniacally. Sumu gazed at him. A pleasing curve at the corner of his mouth. That's right, Mr. Hu is the true devotee of the sea god. So for the future of the sea nation and the justice of humanity, I would trouble everyone to capture this true devotee of the sea god. Yes, Mr. Su. Pang Yang was the first to respond, ruthlessly attacking Huji. Huji! You damn devotee of the sea god, pretending to be a king for so many years. Secretly devouring the souls of the citizens, truly unforgivable. Chapter 180, The Master-Disciple Relationship Falls Apart. Sikongshan passed through a dense forest and stepped onto a winding bluestone path. Soon coming into view of a tranquil Taoist temple. It was the Changsheng Taoist temple. Upon entering the temple, it felt like stepping into a peaceful world, with only the occasional bird song echoing in the air. In the courtyard, several ancient pines stood proudly, their sturdy trunks seeming to tell stories of the years. A scream shattered the beautiful atmosphere within the temple. Jun Wuxiang rushed out from the main hall, covering his head and fleeing. Behind him was the furious Xuanqing old Taoist, holding a sword. You ungrateful disciple, I asked you to wipe the statue of the great celestial of longevity, and you actually broke it. Today, I will clean up the door. Jun Wuxiang shouted in protest. It's not my fault. I just wiped it gently, and the statue shattered on its own. Nonsense. This statue has been worshipped by me for many years without incident. How could it break just by your touch? Ungrateful disciple, dare you argue? Take a sword from me. Xuanqing old Taoist's eyes flickered. He spoke fiercely, but his strikes were soft and weak, and several times he was dodged by Jun Wuxiang. He of course knew that the statue was not broken by Jun Wuxiang, but had shattered during his last meeting with Sumu. It was later re-glued. And this time, he had intentionally asked Jun Wuxiang to wipe it. Chapter 181, The Advancing Murong Yun. Sikongshan smiled lightly, since the Taoist has agreed. Please perform the ritual immediately. That's not possible right now. The statue of the great celestial of longevity was broken by my ungrateful disciple. So you must wait for me to repair the statue first, and the effect of the three-leaf longevity herb does not take effect immediately after it appears. How about this? Come back in 5 days. Sikongshan's expression showed displeasure. Taoist, I have already said, this matter is very important to the royal family. Xuanqing Taoist huffed. What good is that? I said 5 days, it must be 5 days. If I can't fully absorb the medicinal effect. What if I run out of lifespan and die halfway through? You wouldn't want that either, would you? In that case, I will come back in 5 days. I hope the Taoist keeps his promise, otherwise, the threat in Sikongzhen's unspoken words was evident. Ah, got it, 5 days it is. After Sikongzhen left, Taoist Xuanqing looked at the 3-leaf longevity grass in the box and began to worry. He was contemplating countermeasures. Obviously, he couldn't count on anything. The first of the 7 deadly sins, pride, was the divine messenger of the eternal life supreme, while lust belonged to that wicked disciple Zhang Wushang. Strictly speaking, he himself could be considered one of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 182, Immortality and the Undying Body. The man in the red suit had a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. And the glass wine cup in his hand was instantly crushed to pieces. The Blood Moon Empire will eventually dominate the world. And the Longyuan Empire will soon fall into our hands. Just like what you did to the Crimson Flame Empire. If I'm not mistaken. There are quite a few nobles in the Crimson Flame Empire who have been converted into blood kin, right? You will naturally understand these things once you join us. One last question, why did my father refuse you? HMPH, your father is indecisive. He wants longevity, but doesn't he want to be controlled by the blood kin? So he hoped for the golden eye. He originally planned to join the blood kin, if he couldn't he find the golden eye before his lifespan ran out. It was precisely this hesitation that led to his demise, otherwise, he wouldn't he have died at the hands of pride. Murong Yun coldly smiled, that is his style. So I will never follow in his footsteps. Come on. The man in the red suit slowly opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit fiercely into Murong Yun's neck. As a large amount of blood flowed out, Murong Yun fainted. After an unknown period, he woke up, feeling inexplicably relaxed and full of power. He climbed up from the ground, but found that the man in the red suit had long since disappeared, leaving behind a note that read, "Congratulations on joining the Great Blood Kin. We will help you become the head of the Murong family. And what you need to do is to enter the power center of the imperial capital as much as possible after becoming the head." Chapter 183, Dreamland Instant Transfer. Mr. Su. Mu Qing knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside the room. She pushed the door open, only to find the room empty, with no sign of Su Mu. Mu Qing couldn't he help but show a look of confusion. Where did Mr. Su go? He had been sleeping in the room for the past few days, so why wasn't he here today? From her unseen perspective, Su Mu was curiously standing in front of her, watching her. Miss Mu. He even called out to Mu Qing, but she seemed not to hear, showing no response. Su Mu walked up to Mu Qing and reached out to touch her body, but his hand went straight through her. Seeing this scene, Su Mu couldn't he help but smile slightly. Interesting, is this the new ability of dreams after devouring divinity? He was experimenting with the new ability of dreams. Just as after he consumed the divinity of the original angel, dreams became increasingly real, forcibly pulling ordinary people's souls into the dream. Now, after devouring the divinity of the eternal life supreme and the sea god, the true nature of the dream had been further enhanced. Not only able to pull souls into the dream, but even physical bodies could enter the dream. This special dream was becoming more and more like a real world. At this moment, Su Mu was invisible in reality because he had fully entered the dream world. Chapter 184, All forces come knocking. Your bag is too small. It can't hold much. Let me do it. Saying this, Su Mu directly took out a storage artifact, a sheepskin bag, and to Yang Dongqing's astonished gaze, he collected all the extraordinary materials from the warehouse into the bag. These extraordinary materials were mainly composed of sea heart grass, which had average value and could be used to refine some water-based extraordinary potions. Damn, leave some for me. I found this first, Yang Dongqing shouted. But suddenly he was shocked to find that he couldn't make a sound. Immediately after, his body began to gradually become transparent. Are you going back? Su Mu's gaze shifted slightly. He looked at himself and found no changes, which surprised him. Could it be that he couldn't return while entering? Or was it that he was special and couldn't he actively return? He didn't he delve further because time was running out. If he really couldn't he return on his own, then once young Dongqing left, he would be left in the sea country. Unless he found the source of nightmares in the sea country and completely destroyed this dream. For him, there was nothing left to attract him in the sea country. It was time to leave. Young Dongqing, open your mind and don't resist. Chapter 185. It's time for the 7 deadly sins to resound in the world. This doesn't seem like a bad thing. Isn't your ultimate goal to take revenge on the royal family? With the help of the Revolutionary Army, you can achieve your goal faster. Sigh. Nan Gongmingli sighed. I initially thought the same, so I met with the Revolutionary Army people and told them that I would stay in Star City, helping the Revolutionary Army in secret after I took control of the Murong family. The Revolutionary Army agreed, but they also put forward another request. What request? Nan Gongmingli looked at Sumu with a strange expression and slowly said, They want to see you. Sumu's gaze shifted slightly. He immediately understood the implication of this sentence. They want to see Pride. That is right, they want to see Pride. This is also my fault. Nan Gongmingli was somewhat frustrated. Because I'm a noble, it's difficult for me to join the Revolutionary Army, and they are also afraid that I'm a spy. So I revealed part of my purpose to them, which is to kill Murong Zhuo. I didn't expose that I am a descendant of the Nangong family, but told them that Murong Zhuo killed my mother, and I have seen too much darkness among the nobles, so I want revenge and to overthrow the nobles. Hearing this, Sumu completely understood. Only the Revolutionary Army knows your purpose is to kill Murong Zhuo. And you have already agreed with them to leave Star City before the birthday banquet to join them. As a result, not only did you not leave, but Murong Zhuo was also killed by Pride, and most importantly, you stood up to question Pride, and Pride did not kill you. Chapter 186. The Missing Jasmine. Soon young Dongqing arrived at the company where Jasmine worked, Dream Pursuit Media Company, Limited, which was actually controlled by Sumu, and was one of the industries under the Serpent Gang. At that time, Sumu arranged Jasmine to this company to better control young Dongqing, plus Jasmine's dream was to hold a concert and become a singer. Jasmine indeed had the talent for this line of work. Both her looks and voice were outstanding. Beautiful and sweet-voiced, she soon debuted with a song. And while she wasn't a big star, she was at least quite famous locally, in Star City. She occasionally participated in performances, and helped the company earn a lot of money. Young Dongqing walked into the company building with ease. This was not his first visit, as he used to come almost every day to see Jasmine. Everyone in the company knew he was Jasmine's boyfriend. Hey, old Lee, where's Jasmine? Seeing Jasmine's manager, who was rushing through the company corridor, young Dongqing called out to him. The manager, named Old Lee, looked up and saw it was young Dongqing. And an anxious expression immediately appeared on his face. Mr. Yang, you finally came. Something bad has happened. Chapter 187. Another golden powerhouse bang. The office door suddenly opened, and an anxious young Dongqing rushed in. Is there any news? There is a little. This matter should be related to several children of the Murong family. The Murong family. I am going to find them right now. Upon hearing this, young Dongqing was furious and was about to rush out the door, but was stopped by Sumu. The Murong family's business is spread throughout the entire Star City. Do you know where they are hiding people? If you go there recklessly now, it will only alert them. What should I do then? I supposed to just wait here? Jasmine has been missing for 3 days. What if something happens to her? Calm down. I have a way to find Jasmine. What method? Entering dreams. At night, Sumu lay in bed and fell asleep. He waited until very late, ensuring that Jasmine was in a deep sleep at that moment. Once in the dream, he began to sense Jasmine's dream, and soon a star representing Jasmine appeared in the vastness of the dream. Found it, Sumu murmured to himself, gazing at that star. In the next moment, The dream expanded and surged into that star, bringing him into Jasmine's dream. Chapter 188. The returning Jasmine. Just as Murong was about to open the door to the room where Jasmine was imprisoned, a dull sound suddenly came from the entrance of the villa. Bang! It sounded as if something was hitting the door. Murong expression changed immediately. This was his private villa, very secluded. How could someone be knocking at the door in the middle of the night? He released the grip on the doorknob and ghosted towards the villa's entrance. He cautiously listened at the door, but there was no further sound outside. After a slight hesitation, Murong suddenly opened the door, and the outside was empty, with nothing but the lawn beside the villa. His expression darkened, at his level of power. How could he have imagined hearing things? The door had definitely made a sound. Just as he was about to search, he caught a glimpse of movement in a low patch of grass out of the corner of his eye. In the next moment, an orange cat peeked out, its green vertical pupils cautiously glancing at Murong before it ran away. Murong frowned slightly. Is it a cat? He closed the door and walked back towards the room where Jasmine was imprisoned. What he didn't know was that at that moment, Jasmine was gradually disappearing, her body becoming more and more transparent until she completely vanished. Chapter 189. Bloodthirsty Jasmine. Jasmine opened her mouth, but her expression suddenly turned fearful, and she quickly stopped. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Dongqing, don't ask anymore. We can't afford to provoke him. Don't go, you will die." Furious, young Dongqing felt Jasmine trembling and became even more enraged. Who is that person? Even if I die, I must kill him. No, no. I don't want you to die. I beg you, please don't ask anymore, okay? Jasmine was once again frightened and began to cry uncontrollably. She had already had nightmares about young Dongqing being killed several times in the past few days. In her perception, Murong was a noble. And nobles were the heavens of the Crimson Flame Empire. Ordinary people who offended nobles would undoubtedly die, even extraordinary ones were no exception. This deeply rooted class concept had long been firmly established in the hearts of every citizen of the Crimson Flame Empire. Young Dongqing, feeling heartbroken, embraced Jasmine and comforted her. I won't ask anymore. Don't cry, Jasmine, everything will be fine. I'm here, and I won't let anyone hurt you. Jasmine felt the long-lost embrace of young Dongqing, resting her head on his shoulder, and soon that spot was soaked with tears. Chapter 190. Preparations before the 7 deadly sins appearance. It sounds no different from the Crimson Flame Empire, where nobles suck the blood of commoners. Only one is a metaphor, and the other is literally blood-sucking. However, one thing I'm very curious about is, where did the Blood Clan come from? Are they nightmare monsters? Nan Gongmingli pondered. I'm not sure if they are nightmare creatures, but according to legend, the ancestor of the Blood Clan was the Immortal King, who once founded the Blood Moon Empire. The Immortal King. Su Mu was somewhat unfamiliar with this title. The Immortal King is one of the 7 kings, and the so-called 7 kings actually refers to the original founders of the 7 major empires today, as well as the 7 recognized Golden Kings. The Immortal King of the Blood Moon Empire, the Dragon King of the Dragon Abyss Empire, and the Holy King of the Holy Empire, among others, have all disappeared from the annals of history. However, the title of the 7 kings has been passed down and inherited by their successors, becoming the actual rulers of the empires. So who is the king of the Crimson Flame Empire? Nan Gongmingli shook her head. The Crimson Flame Empire has no king. Oh? This surprised Su Mu. It is well known that there are only 6 people among the 7 kings, and only the Crimson Flame Empire does not have a king. To be precise, it should have had one in the past, but for some unknown reason, the king disappeared. It's not just that he vanished. Even the king's descendants and all related historical records seem to have been erased, completely disappearing from the world. Chapter 191. Murong moment of enlightenment. The 7 deadly sins made their appearance, slaughtering everyone at the banquet, including Nan Gongmingli. After Murong died, The scene transformed once again, as if it were an endless cycle. This time, the 7 deadly sins directly came to the Murong family to kill indiscriminately, and every time Nan Gongmingli would die. Repeating over and over, those 7 silver-white masks seemed to be imprinted deep within Murong Yun's soul, making it hard for him to forget. Interestingly, every time the 7 deadly sins acted together and went on a killing spree, it was always jealousy among the 7 deadly sins that killed Nan Gongmingli. Ah! Murong Yun screamed, waking from the nightmare. He was dazed for a moment, realizing he was dreaming, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, his expression turned grim. And he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn the 7 deadly sins." His feelings towards the 7 deadly sins were very complex. He both feared and felt fortunate. He feared because of the 7 deadly sins' strength and shamelessness, killing his father in broad daylight. He was very afraid of following in his father's footsteps. He felt fortunate because the 7 deadly sins killed his father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a blood clan member and had the opportunity to rise to power. After calming down for a while, he finally settled his racing heart when suddenly his phone rang. Chapter 192, Pride Will Come to Find You. Hello. May I ask what would you like to drink? A cup of the exquisite kuyu from Emerald Manor, no roses, cold brewed with nitrogen, coffee with 3 spoons of sugar. And also, I like swans, so please make the latte art in the shape of a swan, thank you. The waiter smiled and nodded, okay, please wait a moment. Before long, a cup of coffee with swan-shaped milk foam floating on the surface was placed on the table. It was at this moment that a hoarse voice echoed in Nan Gongmingli's mind, like an old smoker's voice, as if it had been worn down by the years. Full of stories. It's good to see you again, Miss Murong. Nan Gongmingli took a sip of coffee with an indifferent expression. The light cream stained her red lips. She gently licked them and said lightly, Mr. Yang, aren't you going to show yourself? No need to speak. This is the ability of my subordinate, mental link. You can understand it as making a phone call with the mind. I'm not in this cafe, so I'm temporarily communicating with you this way. How is it? Do you have news from the 7 deadly sins? Pride will come to see you. Very well. A hint of satisfaction leaked from Yang Moxie's hoarse voice, time and place. Nan Gongmingli put down her coffee. A mysterious smile curling at the corner of her mouth. You don't need to know, because Pride will come to find you personally. Chapter 193. The puppet master behind everything. Yang Mozi moved at an incredibly fast speed in the shadows, almost comparable to teleportation. Under normal circumstances, even golden-level powerhouses of the same rank would find it hard to catch up with him, but unfortunately, he encountered Sumu. No matter how fast Yang Mozi was, he could never match Sumu in the dream, as Sumu was nearly omnipotent in the dream. The two raced ahead, and just 10 minutes later, Yang Mozi slipped into a magnificent building and hid himself. Upon seeing this building, Sumu's expression turned slightly strange. He realized that Yang Mozi's thought process was indeed different from that of a normal person. To play hide and seek, he truly was fearless. This grand building was none other than the Star City Law Enforcement Bureau. He knew that the Law Enforcement Bureau was currently under the command of Sikongjin. Yet he still chose to hide there. It was unclear whether it was due to high skill and bravery or merely a strong competitive spirit. Sumu chuckled helplessly. It didn't matter to him. Even if the location was chosen to be the Imperial Palace in the capital, it would make no difference to him. Shortly after, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Changsheng Taoist temple. Taoist Xuanqing was helping Sikongjin with divination. Let me make it clear. This is the last time. I still want to live a few more years. After this, regardless of whether it succeeds or fails, don't come again. Taoist Xuanqing said reluctantly. Chapter 194. The appearance of arrogance. Taoist Xuanqing was happily toying with the extraordinary potion in his hand. He opened the lid, took a sniff, and immediately showed a look of intoxication. The taste is perfect. This is definitely the divine healing potion made by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. Ha ha ha. It is said to revive the dead and heal the living, a golden-level extraordinary potion, as if healed by a deity. I am going to get rich. Taoist Xuanqing. I remember that this step wasn't in the plan, right? Sumu's voice echoed behind Taoist Xuanqing. Startled, Taoist Xuanqing almost dropped the divine healing potion. And upon turning around to see Sumu, he instantly wore a smile that looked worse than crying. My lord, I was considering your safety. You are a treasure. What if something goes wrong in this operation? So you specifically deceived Sikongshan to get the divine healing potion for me, right? Sumu smiled as he took the potion from Taoist Xuanqing's hand. Yes, that's right, Taoist Xuanqing said with a mournful expression. Well, you have good intentions. I will report your thoughtfulness to the Celestial Master of Longevity. After saying that, Sumu took the divine healing potion and left. Taoist Xuanqing seemed to lose all hope of living in an instant, and the light in his eyes vanished. Chapter 195, Golden Law, Lust Beneath the Silver-White Mask. Sumu's lips curled slightly. It's simple, strength is the foundation of cooperation. Show me your strength, and if you meet my standards, then we can proceed with the cooperation. Yang Mozi's eyes narrowed. Then let me show you, Your Excellency arrogance, whether our revolutionary army is qualified. Where is your true body? Or do you plan to fight me with a clone? Ha ha ha, Arrogance laughed as if he had heard a funny joke, filled with disdain. Deputy Commander Yang. It seems you not only enjoy stealing expired cookies, but also love telling jokes. I hope you think more before you speak. Do you think you are worthy to fight me? Yang Mozi's expression turned icy, clearly enraged. If your commander were here, I might have some interest in fighting. But as for you, lust? Sumu suddenly called out to the air beside him. Instantly, a man in a similar tailcoat and silver-white mask appeared out of thin air in the warehouse. Yang Mozi's pupils contracted sharply, if he hadn't noticed Arrogance's sudden appearance. He could explain it away as being caught off guard, but now another one of the 7 deadly sins had appeared out of nowhere. And he still hadn't detected any signs. Chapter 196, Lust vs. Yang Mozi. Damn it. When did he get behind me? Yang Mozi, who was usually very confident in his speed, felt a crack in his defenses at this moment. He had clearly exited the Law Enforcement Bureau first. And he had chosen the destination, yet Lust had actually run farther than him. However, he had no time to think about it. He spread his hands. And the shadows around him suddenly surged silently, transforming into thousands of black threads that intertwined in his palms, weaving together like a ball of yarn. Just as he was about to throw the shadow orb in his hand, a more bizarre scene unfolded. Lust, who was racing from 100 meters away, vanished as if teleporting. Before he could see how the other party disappeared, a bone-chilling coldness surged from behind him. And the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Without thinking, he threw the shadow orb behind him. The shadow orb instantly transformed into a shadow curtain. Whoosh! A flash of sword light passed by, and Lust burst out from the shadow curtain, attacking Yang Mozi again. This time, Lust completely seized the initiative. And in a hurry, Yang Mozi could only defend passively. Standing to the side, Sumu smiled. Yang Mozi's strength was not weak. And he could not guarantee that Taoist Xuanqing would win, so he naturally had to lend a helping hand. Chapter 197, Uncle, you can't do this. As the shadow energy swirled and fell, the surroundings returned to a calm darkness, and bright red blood flowed from Yang Mozi's abdomen. Lust elegantly sheathed his sword after performing a flourish. Uncle, you can't do this. You've lived so long and still can't manage. Taoist Xuanqing shook his head in disappointment, seemingly feeling that the previous battle was not satisfying enough. Yang Mozi pressed on his abdominal wound, blood soaking his palm. The injury was not deep. Clearly Taoist Xuanqing had shown mercy, otherwise, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the opponent could have easily pierced through his body with a sword. He did not show any disappointment after losing, instead, he looked heavy-hearted. Wins and losses are common in battle. He was not one to be unable to accept defeat. Although he felt it was a bit unfair. If it weren't for the strange voice that suddenly echoed in his ear, he would have released his trump card completely by now, and the outcome would have still been uncertain. However, a loss is a loss. Having a trump card does not mean Lust does not have one. Seeing Lust's unsatisfied appearance, it was clear he still had some powerful backup. And even if he fully unleashed his strength, it was uncertain if he could win. Forget it, one cannot have too high expectations of middle-aged and older individuals. You can barely pass. Taoist Xuanqing casually picked at his earwax and flicked it towards the distance. Chapter 198. The Bronze Immortal Emperor Sumu. Taoist Xuanqing suddenly sneered. Not only do you lack the energy to collect, right? The Sword of Royal Authority is a relic of the Long Yuan Empire. Whoever takes on the 12 Swords of Royal Authority becomes a potential enemy of the Long Yuan Empire. Yang Mozi nodded. That's true, but I believe the 7 deadly sins should not care. I do care. That's the Long Yuan Empire, the strongest nation in the world. Agree to him, Sumu said indifferently. Taoist Xuanqing immediately said proudly, indeed, the 7 deadly sins truly do not care. Then I will trouble Lord Lust to invite the leader of arrogance to appear for a discussion. Wait. Taoist Xuanqing began to pretentiously close his eyes. His lips moving, as he muttered an incomprehensible incantation in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. Moments later, a figure in black clothing appeared beside Lust out of thin air. Your Excellency, Yang Moxie said respectfully, his attitude during their second meeting much better than the first. As he had long since categorized arrogance as being on the same level as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Only someone like the leader could command those golden powerhouses under his command. I already know what you want to say. Who do you want to kill? Sumu said indifferently. Yang Moxie glanced around warily before whispering, the cabinet minister of the imperial capital, Gongsun Quan. This person has not awakened his bloodline and is an ordinary man, but he is extremely intelligent and deeply favored by the royal family, holding a high position of power. He is the commander of the Dark Guards and has repeatedly encircled the Revolutionary Army, causing us heavy losses. I ask Your Excellency to take action. Chapter 199, The 7 Deadly Sins. Gluttony. Yang Moxie's pupils suddenly contracted. Sikongzhen. Sumu smiled and nodded. Since he has the courage to investigate the 7 deadly sins, he must also be prepared for death. To be honest, whether or not your Revolutionary Army exists, we must kill Sikongzhen. Now that you have come to us, I will just conveniently take one of the 12 swords of royal authority, and then go kill Sikongzhen. After all, with Sikongzhen dead, the Kaiyang Empire will have one less golden powerhouse, which is also beneficial for your Revolutionary Army. Yang Moxie's body stiffened, a rigid smile appearing on his face. After hearing Sumu's words, he suddenly felt he had lost out. You won't go back on your word, right? Yang Moxie's smile grew increasingly stiff. And after a moment of easing, he said, since we have already promised, we will never go back on our word. Ha, Sumu sneered. Then hand over one of the 12 swords of royal authority. Yang Moxie chuckled awkwardly, that sword is not with me, it is with the leader. Please rest assured. After the matter is accomplished, the 12 swords of royal authority will definitely be presented to you with both hands. In that case, you should participate in this matter as well. I don't quite trust the character of your Revolutionary Army, and I suspect that after the matter is accomplished, you might go back on your word. Chapter 200, Standing at 36 Golden Powerhouses. This level of strength has already surpassed the Revolutionary Army. Damn it. Where did these 6 golden powerhouses come from? Yang Moxie thought wildly, unable to comprehend. Golden powerhouses are not something you can find everywhere. For any empire, golden powerhouses are truly strategic weapons. The more golden powerhouses a country has, the stronger its overall power. It is even joked in the circles that a country with 30 golden powerhouses can establish itself internationally and qualify to be called an empire, which is known as standing at 30. Similarly, a country with 40 golden powerhouses would not be confused by anything in the world, known as 40 and unconfused. 50 knows the mandate of heaven, refers to a country having 50 golden powerhouses, at which point other countries will know who truly holds the mandate. 60 and hearing the truth means possessing 60 golden powerhouses, so whatever this empire says, other empires will listen with utmost respect. 70 and free to do as one pleases without breaking the rules is even easier to understand. Having 70 golden powerhouses means this empire has the capital to do as it wishes, and no empire dares to violate the rules you set. Chapter 201, The first meeting of jealousy and greed. Blood Abyss took the clothes, a proud smile on his face. The style is quite good. It seems the 7 deadly sins have some taste. Seeing Blood Abyss in a good mood, Murong Yun cautiously asked, Lord Blood Abyss, the woman I had locked in the villa is missing. Blood Abyss coldly glanced at Murong Yun. Do you think I am your nanny? Murong Yun's face changed drastically. Panicking, I wouldn't dare. HMPH. Useless. Always thinking about women. Remember your task. After Murong Mingli is dead, seize control of everything in the Murong family as soon as possible. I don't want to hear another word from you about anything else. After reprimanding Murong Yun, Blood Abyss took the jealousy mask and tailcoat and disappeared, leaving a gloomy-faced Murong Yun standing there, unable to determine whether Jasmine had been taken away by Blood Abyss, as the previous words were somewhat ambiguous. In a dense forest, 100 miles away from Lanshan. Brother Shintu, I trouble you this time, Sikongshan said to a middle-aged man who was tall as a tower and had a dark complexion. This man looked to be around 50 years old, with rough skin that seemed to have endured countless hardships. His thick eyebrows resembled ink brushes, slanting into his temples, and under his eyebrows were a pair of large, bright eyes like bronze bells. His short hair stood upright like steel needles, adding a sense of majesty and heroism. Chapter 202, The efforts to disguise greed and jealousy in the dense mountains. 2 men dressed in tailcoats and wearing silver masks gazed at each other from a distance. The mountain breeze rustled the surrounding leaves and their coat tails. Blood Abyss seriously observed greed, realizing through this direct encounter that greed was very strong. Undoubtedly a golden powerhouse. He did not act rashly, as making a move without understanding the opponent's ability could easily expose his flaws. Sikongshan seriously observed jealousy, sensing through the instinct of strong individuals that jealousy's strength was not ordinary. Just as Taoist Xuanqing had predicted, jealousy was indeed a golden powerhouse. Jealousy's dark gaze did not surprise him, because he had already learned from Taoist Xuanqing that jealousy and greed were incompatible, and that in the future, the two would even fight in Lanshan. Jealousy's gaze contained only darkness and hostility, but no suspicion, which indicated that his disguise had not been seen through for the time being. Greed and jealousy stared at each other for a long time, the atmosphere very silent, neither of them taking the initiative to speak. Sikongshan knew he could not remain silent any longer, or he might be detected by jealousy, so he hoarsely said, "It's good to see you again, jealousy." He didn't know if this approach fit Greed's character, but at least greeting should not expose him. Chapter 203, They all match up. The first time Yang Moxie impersonated the 7 deadly sins, he felt a bit nervous, especially upon seeing the 3 golden powerhouses standing in the center. However, thinking about how he had already reached an agreement with the 7 deadly sins eased his tension somewhat. After all, the 7 deadly sins and the Revolutionary Army had no conflicting interests. On the contrary, they could even be considered allies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He slowly walked up to the 3, and Taoist Xuanqing greeted him warmly. Gluttony, why are you so late? I was delayed by some matters on the way. Yang Moxie said softly, discreetly observing the other 2 unfamiliar 7 deadly sins from the corner of his eye. Greed was robust and imposing, resembling someone who had held a high position for a long time. Jealousy, as described by lust, had exposed white skin on his hands, was overall thin, and appeared somewhat gloomy. He symbolically nodded to greed and jealousy as a greeting. Sikongshin and Blood Abyss quickly nodded in response, not daring to show any signs of abnormality, while their eyes subtly assessed gluttony. That earlier move of hiding in the shadows indicated that gluttony's ability should be the golden law of Shadow Demon. The two secretly remained on guard. While a Shadow Demon had slightly weaker direct attack capabilities, its escape and sneak attack abilities were absolutely top-notch. Just like before, neither of them had sensed gluttony's approach. Chapter 204, Jealousy and Greed in Mutual Attacks. Taoist Xuanqing immediately exclaimed, "Boss, I know that old man Shantulai. He usually acts all high and mighty. But his strength is just so. I can handle this kind of scum by myself." Sikongshin's mood grew heavier. He didn't expect that the lustful one was young yet so arrogant, not even putting the same level Shantulai in his eyes. Fortunately, these people seemed unaware of his identity. Perhaps there was a chance for survival among them. Sumu shook his head. Shantulai can't come himself. Sikongshin, who was sent by the royal family to investigate the 7 deadly sins, must also be here, but he seems to be hiding. For now, jealousy and greed would take the lead to deal with Shantulai, while lust and gluttony would hide in the shadows, waiting for Sikongshin to appear before striking. Sikongshin was overjoyed. The opportunity had come. As long as the 7 deadly sins didn't attack together and scattered, he would have the chance to ambush jealousy. And if executed properly, perhaps he could take down a major general first. By then, he and Shantulai could join forces against lust and gluttony. He didn't consider the avatar of pride. Shui Yuan's heart sank. He was to take the lead with greed, even if he and jealousy were similar in size. What about their abilities? Surely they couldn't be the same. The moment he made a move, his identity would definitely be exposed. Chapter 205, Golden Powerhouses in Chaos. Uncle Gluttony. I'll leave Shantulai to you. I'll deal with those small fry and come to help you later. Taoist Xuanqing was quite cunning, turning around and charging towards the group of elite law enforcement officers. There were no less than 100 of them, all drawn from major cities nearby. The weakest being at the Bronze Tier 3, and the strongest at Silver Tier 3. While they seemed numerous in terms of strength, these 100 couldn't match a single golden powerhouse. Following his life principle of being cautious, Taoist Xuanqing first selected the softest targets. Yang Moxie didn't waste words and directly engaged Shantulai in battle. He had been watching from the shadows and fully understood the situation. The 7 deadly sins must have already known about Sikongshin's disguise. Otherwise, why would jealousy have attacked Sikongshin from behind at that time? Countless shadow magic spheres rained down on Shantulai. Shantulai roared, and countless deformities of flesh erupted from his body. His figure collided wildly, transforming into a blood and flesh giant over 5 meters tall, roaring and swinging his arms, shattering all those shadow magic spheres. Golden Law, Giant Demon. Yang Moxie immediately recognized Shantulai's law, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He saw himself as an assassin. While Shantulai was undoubtedly a tank-type warrior, exactly the kind of enemy he least wanted to face. Chapter 206, The Terrifying Power of Golden Powerhouses. Taoist Xuanqing sneered. The Tao of longevity brings life and decay. A brilliant azure light burst forth from his sword, subtly dyeing Shantulai in a shade of blue. In the next moment, an endless stream of vitality gushed out from the wounds, as if being pumped out. Shantulai's expression changed drastically. Completely unprepared for Taoist Xuanqing's strange ability to seize the vitality of the giant demon's body. Without hesitation, he braced himself against Yang Moxie's shadow magic spheres and turned to blast a palm towards Taoist Xuanqing. That massive, powerful palm descended like a falling meteor, carrying an unstoppable force wrapped in white air currents. Taoist Xuanqing's gaze sharpened, his face showing a rare seriousness, as he drew his sword and slashed fiercely. Boom! The giant bloody fist collided with the shimmering azure sword, creating a deafening sound. The powerful shockwave spread outward, instantly cracking the ground beneath their feet, sending dirt and stones flying. Shadowbind! Yang Moxie shouted, and countless shadows shot out from beneath him, instantly elongating into tens of thousands of shadow threads that tightly wrapped around Shuntulai's massive body, restricting his movements immediately. Chapter 207, The shocking secret revealed by jealousy. In the next moment, a flash of lightning collided with blood light, and the two fell into a frenzy, abandoning all defense to attack each other with reckless abandon, seeking to severely injure their opponent temporarily. In terms of attack power, Sikongshin was naturally stronger, but Xue Yuan's recovery ability was incredibly strong, often withstanding the onslaught of lightning, trading injuries for injuries. Blood was constantly spilled from both sides. They had already ignited true fire. Lightning shining across the heavens. Scarlet funeral. The terrifying lightning enveloped the entire land mountain, while the gushing blood covered the ground. Boom! The full-force clash of two golden powerhouses caused Land Mountain to collapse in an instant, with countless debris flying, accompanied by two muffled groans, as Sikongshin and Xue Yuan were both thrown backward. Sikongshin was covered in blood, having become a blood-soaked figure, while Xue Yuan looked even more tragic, his body battered, with half of his head blown off. At this moment, Shuntulai let out a desperate roar. Under the joint attack of Yang Moxie and Taoist Xuanqing, his massive body crashed to the ground, to prevent the other from rising again. Taoist Xuanqing did not hesitate to burn his lifespan to deliver a sword strike, the brilliant azure sword light severing Shuntulai's head. Shuntulai is dead. Chapter 208, Jealousy Awakens. Has the Blood Clan infiltrated the Empire's interior? Those damned useless fools actually dared to betray the country. He knew well what kind of people those nobles were, but he didn't expect them to be so short-sighted. Becoming part of the Blood Clan was equivalent to being eternally under the control of the Blood Moon Empire. What difference was there from being a dog? Did they really think that becoming part of the Blood Clan meant they were one of their own? In the Blood Moon Empire, due to the overwhelming number of Blood Clan members, there was already a phenomenon of mutual cannibalism among them. Even insiders were doing so, let alone these traitors. He realized he had to survive to pass this information to the Kaiyang royal family. Although he was greedy, he at least understood that there are no complete eggs under a collapsed nest. With this thought, Sikongshin pulled out a bottle of high-quality berserk potion from his pocket and drank it in one go. The capillaries on his body instantly burst, turning into streams of blood energy as he sped up dramatically. After drinking the berserk potion, the old face of Taoist Xuanqing involuntarily surfaced in his mind, making him grind his teeth in anger. If it weren't for Taoist Xuanqing hoarding the healing potion, he would not be in such a dire situation. As his speed increased, a voice of furious humiliation echoed from 100 meters away. Sikongshin, you can't escape. Chapter 209, Red King. Yes, boss. Taoist Xuanqing immediately ceased the Tao of longevity, and Sumu, wearing a silver-white mask, slowly walked up to the fallen Xue Yuan. Xue Yuan's dim eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment. This feeling of being toyed with was even more unbearable than being killed. He struggled to raise his pale hand, gripping Sumu's pants tightly, as if even in death, he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Sumu. Sumu smiled slightly, the disdainful smile on his silver-white mask deeply imprinted in Xue Yuan, a golden powerhouse's eyes. He lifted his leg and slowly stepped down, firmly pinning Xue Yuan's hand beneath his foot. Gently stepping on him, Xue Yuan let out a painful groan. His eyes filled with hatred and a murderous intent that resembled a demon crawling out of hell. Sumu slowly bent down, his gentle gaze fixed on the soon-to-die blood abyss, and with a faint smile said, "How ugly." It turns out that even a golden powerhouse is no different from an ordinary person when they are about to die. I want to hear Blood Abyss scream with bulging veins on his face and frothing at the mouth, but the next moment, a light blue tentacle suddenly pierced through him. Blood Abyss's eyes bulged violently, as his lifespan rapidly drained away, turning into a desiccated corpse moments later. Chapter 210, Supreme Heaven inside the Red King's Palace. A woman over 1.7 meters tall sat on the throne. She wore a luxurious dark golden robe, embroidered with vivid phoenix patterns, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Her long hair, as dark as ink, was elegantly styled up, with a few strands cascading naturally down her cheeks, adding to her allure. Her face was stunning. Skin as white as snow, delicate and smooth as if it could be broken with a touch. The slight arch of her brows carried an innate majesty, radiating a noble and untouchable aura of royalty. However, after hanging up the phone, the noble and untouchable aura on the Red King's face instantly collapsed. Her once straight posture slumped, resembling a dejected homebody, languishing on the throne. "Ooh. So annoying," the Red King exclaimed angrily, kicking her long legs. Her slender and fair calves continuously slapping against the edge of the throne. At that moment, an expressionless old man beside her reminded, "Your Majesty, please be mindful of your image. There's no one else here, what image should I care about?" The Red King pouted her red lips, casually removing the crown from her head and tossing it aside. She seemed uncomfortable, swinging her long legs vigorously, flinging off her heavy shoes to reveal her fair little feet painted with black nail polish, then sitting cross-legged on the throne. Chapter 211, I'm leaving, Yang Dongqing Jasmine. What happened to you? Yang Dongqing exclaimed in panic, completely losing the calmness of a transcendent being. He tried to grab Jasmine's hand, but ended up grasping at nothing. Jasmine's hands had disappeared. Her limbs had all turned transparent, completely vanished, and her remaining torso and head were also becoming transparent. Jasmine. Jasmine opened her mouth to respond, but no sound came out. She seemed to understand something, and her previously panicked expression turned serene. I'm leaving, Yang Dongqing. Jasmine's colorless lips moved. And although there was no sound, Yang Dongqing still understood her. No. Don't go, Jasmine. Don't scare me. Yang Dongqing panicked, completely unaware of what was happening, only feeling that Jasmine was disappearing from the world. He desperately tried to grab Jasmine, attempting to retain his beloved in this foolish way. But it was all in vain, his hands passed right through her translucent body. In his childhood, he had seen the blue smoke rising from firecrackers during festivals and had tried to grasp it, but his efforts only caused the smoke to disperse even faster. Chapter 212, Sikongzhen's dream. Sumu passed over the intelligence, and Yang Dongqing eagerly read it. As he continued to read, his face turned increasingly pale. And soon he began to tremble uncontrollably. What does this even mean? Jasmine is dead. Yang Dongqing asked in disbelief. Nangongmingli looked at the increasingly broken expression on his face and felt a twinge of compassion, gently saying, Jasmine's life or death cannot be determined yet. After all, no one knows what methods the imperial family is using. It's possible she has been imprisoned in another dimension. Yes. You're right. Jasmine is not a traitor. She's just a victim. It's those nobles who are to blame, it's Murong. Besides, how could someone die without a body? The royal family must have caught the wrong person. I need to go to the imperial capital. I need to tell them Jasmine is innocent. Yang Dongqing murmured frantically, as if trying to convince himself. He suddenly rushed out, planning to go to the imperial capital to retrieve Jasmine. Nangongmingli watched Yang Dongqing's departing figure, then turned to Sumu and asked, is it really okay for him to go to the imperial capital like this? In her heart, she knew very well that Jasmine was likely dead. Since the Kaiyang royal family dared to issue such an announcement against the Blood Moon Empire, they must have absolute confidence in eradicating all blood clans within the country. Chapter 213, Is it possible you are arrogance? Your Majesty, are you all right? The Red King shook her head, I'm fine. Sikongzhen's eyes flashed with concern, Your Majesty, The usage criterion for supreme heaven is equivalent exchange. How could you possibly be fine after using it to kill a powerhouse like arrogance? I'll go get a healing potion, please wait. The scene abruptly ended. Sumu also obtained the intelligence he wanted. The royal artifact, Supreme Heaven. Equivalent exchange. It seems this is the power to erase the entire blood clan of the Kaiyang Empire. No wonder the Kaiyang Empire, despite having such powerful strength, rarely uses it. Only when threatened to the core would they be willing to use it. Among the nobles transformed into blood clans, there must be no shortage of golden powerhouses. Erasing these golden powerhouses would require a terrifying price from the royal family. Thus, it appears that the usage of Supreme Heaven is not limited to the user alone bearing the cost, otherwise, no matter how strong the Red King is. How could one person bear the cost of killing several golden powerhouses and many blood clans? The next day, 2 reports from the imperial family completely fermented. With major media outlets competing to report on them, spreading throughout the nation, and even internationally. Chapter 214, The 12 Royal Swords Void Devourer. Lord Arrogance, Lord Lust. Yang Moxie stepped forward, solemnly greeting. Sumu nodded. Where is it? Yang Moxie slowly pulled out a stick-like object wrapped in black cloth from behind and handed it over. Taoist Xuanqing, with keen insight, took the stick-like object, then removed the black cloth to reveal a sword entirely black and without a guard. This sword was straight like a stick, with both the hilt and sheath black and very rounded. The moment Taoist Xuanqing grasped the hilt, his expression suddenly changed. This sword is devouring my power. This sword is one of the 12 royal swords, named the Devouring Sword. It possesses the special ability to devour energy. This devouring is not limited to external energy, but also includes the user's energy, leading many wielders to die from this devouring, being drained into mere husks by this sword. Yang Moxie said gravely. Additionally, this sword is suspected to be a living entity. It must be fed regularly and must be well fed before each use, otherwise, it won't fight, but will instead devour its master first. That's so sinister. Taoist Xuanqing hurriedly picked up the black cloth and covered the devouring sword again, cutting off the devouring sensation it emitted. He examined the black cloth and found that it seemed to possess some kind of extraordinary array for energy isolation. Chapter 215, Supreme Heaven cannot kill me. Sumu smiled slightly. Supreme Heaven cannot kill me. Yang Moxie's pupils suddenly constricted. He instinctively did not believe it. But hearing Arrogance's disdainful tone, he felt a hint of doubt, and could not help but probe. Lord Arrogance, please don't joke. The royal artifact is one of the most powerful forces in the world. As far as I know, there is no one who cannot be killed by Supreme Heaven. The silver-white mask concealed eyes that glanced faintly at Yang Moxie. Have you seen the Supreme Heaven? Have you, Your Excellency, ever seen it? Yang Moxie's breathing suddenly quickened. Of course, I have seen it, so I know it cannot kill me. Sumu's deep and magnetic voice slowly resonated, calm yet carrying an air of invincible arrogance. He wasn't lying. He truly believed that the Supreme Heaven could not kill him. Although the power of the Supreme Heaven to erase people out of thin air was terrifying, such power could never surpass that of a deity. With the essence of the sea god, he was already immortal. To kill him, one would first have to get past the sea god, and even if that hurdle was cleared, there were still the primordial angels and the celestial sovereign of longevity to contend with. The essences of the 3 gods had already merged with his soul. And if the Supreme Heaven wanted to erase them all, the cost to the user would likely be unimaginable. Chapter 216, A Greedy Sword in the Past. Major empires sent people to infiltrate the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace, attempting to find the Supreme Heaven. But the problem was that they didn't even know what the Supreme Heaven was, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, ultimately ending in failure. No wonder Yang Moxie was excited, because the Supreme Heaven was a hurdle the Revolutionary Army could not bypass. If they wanted to overthrow the Crimson Flame Empire, the key lay in how to seize the Supreme Heaven. Otherwise, no one could defeat the Crimson Flame royal family that possessed the Supreme Heaven. The usage rule of the supreme heaven was equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange. Yang Moxie grew even more excited, as if he had heard the highest secrets of the world. He trembled. What else? There is more, but it will cost extra. Yang Moxie's excitement instantly cooled, as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water over him. He truly could not afford any more money, and if he added more, he could sell the entire revolutionary army to the 7 deadly sins. Then forget it. Sumu nodded, eliminating the need to lie, as there was only so much information about the supreme heaven, and anything further would just be made up. Your Excellency. Please wait a moment. I will report to headquarters and send you the technology for the activation of the secret silver shortly. After saying that, Yang Moxie hurriedly left. He needed to quickly relay the information about the supreme heaven to the revolutionary army's headquarters. Chapter 217. The captured Mu Qing. This was Sumu's definition of void devour. It was indeed very strong. If 2 golden-level powerhouses fought and one of them possessed void devour, continuously infusing energy into it for a month, equivalent to the capacity of a full golden-level powerhouse. Then by the time of the battle, it would be 2 against 1. But the downside was that energy was not permanently stored. If the user wanted to maintain the total amount of energy within the sword, they would need to infuse energy daily, paying a storage fee to Void Devour. Otherwise, Void Devour would grow fat at the user's expense. It could be understood that as long as one used Void Devour, it meant that the user found it difficult to maintain their peak state, because something was sucking their vitality every day. With such clear-cut pros and cons, it was no wonder the revolutionary army chose to trade using Void Devour. When not in battle, just maintaining Void Devour could be enough to drive a person to madness. Silver-level powerhouses could hardly afford it, while golden-level powerhouses were unwilling to bear it. Being drained by Void Devour every day, wouldn't they stagnate? Although golden was the pinnacle of extraordinary beings, it did not mean there was no room for progress. A seasoned powerhouse, who had accumulated experience for over a decade in the Golden Realm, would definitely be stronger than a newly ascended Golden level. Fortunately, this drawback was not a problem for Sumu, as his mental power was virtually limitless. Chapter 218. Mr. Su, are you here to save me? On the white bed, Duan Muqing lay with hollow, desperate eyes, staring at the equally white ceiling. Memories of her parents and relatives, who had been persecuted, flashed through her mind. Those happy scenes now turned to tears, silently streaming down. After all, she was still just a girl, faced with her dire situation, unwilling to compromise. Her last thought of resistance was suicide, but she couldn't do it, because the collar around her neck constantly monitored the holder's intense thoughts. As soon as there was any attempt at suicide, it would trigger an electric shock, preventing the act. Moreover, in this federal pharmaceutical branch of the Crimson Flame, there were far too many excellent healing potions. Even if she successfully committed suicide, medical staff would immediately arrive to heal her and bring her back. For a prisoner of her level, they would even use divine healing potions. Death was simply not an option. As for escaping through the nightmare world, she had thought about it. But Chu Shang was even more thorough than she imagined. There was still at least half a month until her next entry into the nightmare world. And Chu Shang had already prepared sleepless potions to make her take when the time came. Chapter 219. Welcome to the 7 Deadly Sins. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to know about the Dragon Abyss Empire. Our Duan Mu family has disappeared for decades. Even many locals of the Dragon Abyss Empire have forgotten about us. Duan Muqing was slightly surprised, amazed at Sumu's broad knowledge. She then began to recount the events after her return from the Sea Nation. It turned out that her capture was, in essence, related to Sumu. Initially, Duan Muqing had fled to the Crimson Flame Empire to escape the company's pursuit. This place also had a branch of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. So she kept a low profile and rarely went out. Until she met Sumu in the Sea Nation, at his request. She began to refine the Endless Recovery Extraordinary Potion. Due to a lack of raw materials, she went to the black market to search only to be discovered by personnel from the branch and ultimately captured. I didn't expect this to be related to me. Duan Muqing quickly said, "You cannot blame Mr. Su. It was my own carelessness." Sumu agreed, "Indeed. Duan Muqing, by the way, where are they holding you? This doesn't look like a corporate building. It seems more like a secret base." Chapter 220. Skimming the sheep. After a brief shock, Duan Muqing felt no sense of dissonance in her heart. After seeing the news about arrogance, she had speculated about who arrogance might be. Now that she learned it was Sumu, she felt it was only natural. Only a powerhouse like Mr. Su could establish such a powerful organization. Upon learning Sumu's true identity, Duan Muqing felt even more confident about escaping. She eagerly asked, "Mr. Su, how shall we leave here next? What do you need me to do?" Sumu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Why leave?" Duan Muqing was taken aback. "Not leaving. But don't you think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take advantage of the federal pharmaceutical company's resources?" Duan Muqing grew increasingly confused, completely unable to understand Sumu's meaning. Sumu explained, "They captured you to have you refine extraordinary potions, so wouldn't they provide you with raw materials for free?" "You mean?" Duan Muqing's eyes widened, and she instantly reacted. "That's right. Tomorrow you will agree to refine potions for them. The federal pharmaceutical company didn't capture you to have you refine those junk potions, but for rare potions that are technically challenging. Which means the raw materials they provide will also be exceptionally valuable." Chapter 221. Awakening the Soul. "Miss Duan Mu, you did very well. I have already seen a batch of new extraordinary materials arriving here." Sumu's gentle voice echoed in Duan Muqing's mind. "That's great, Mr. Su. Do you know where Chu Shang hid the divine healing potion I refined today?" "It's on the top floor, in the safe in his office. The password is 276394. Duan Muqing's mood instantly brightened, using the extraordinary materials provided by Chu Shang to refine her own potion. This time it would definitely cause a significant loss for the federal pharmaceutical company. "Mr. Su, your method is brilliant." Sumu smiled slightly. "Don't be too happy too soon. Because even better news is yet to come." Duan Muqing's eyes brightened. "Mr. Su, do you have any other plans? The truly valuable thing is not the extraordinary potion." "What is it?" "It's the formula in Chu Shang's mind. The federal pharmaceutical company has developed many new extraordinary potions over the decades. Even without the help of the Duanmu family, but with substantial financial support, they have created quite a few. What we need to do next is to acquire all of these formulas." Duan Muqing was slightly taken aback. "How do we get them?" "Very simple, enter the dream." Chapter 222. The most tragic golden powerhouse, Troll, is an advancement of a Force's follower, composed of 3 silver laws: Force's follower, bloodthirsty berserker, and a demonic heart-slaughter soul. Among them, both a bloodthirsty berserker and a demonic heart-slaughter soul have similar berserk effects, which might explain why the berserk potion requires troll blood. However, this blood certainly cannot be bought from a troll golden powerhouse. A golden powerhouse has too many ways to make money and wouldn't resort to selling blood, which would diminish their value. Perhaps the federal pharmaceutical company is imprisoning a troll. Moreover, this troll is very likely to be cultivated by the company itself, rather than an external noble, otherwise the risk of exposure would be too great. This is not the war-torn era of decades ago, but a time of peace. The disappearance of a golden noble during peacetime would be a significant issue. Sumu expressed his speculation, and immediately received Duan Muqing's affirmation. "Mr. Su, you're absolutely right. The company is capable of such things, and has the strength to do so. Cultivating a golden powerhouse is extremely difficult, because it cannot be achieved simply by administering extraordinary potions. There is a probability of failure when taking extraordinary potions. This probability is not very obvious at the bronze stage. As long as the talent is not too poor, success is basically guaranteed. However, at the silver stage, The probability of failure greatly increases. Chapter 223, You Can Call Me Arrogant. Lin Kanyang stared at the man in front of him for a long time, opening his mouth as if he hadn't spoken for a long time, but at the first moment of opening his mouth, no sound came out. He paused for a long time, feeling the long-lost vibration of his vocal cords, trying to produce some indistinct sounds, but ultimately gave up. He slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep. Sumu chuckled softly. He knew Lin Kanyang had completely lost his fighting spirit. Perhaps the former Lin Kanyang had thought about revenge, but after enduring endless suffering and imprisonment, he now only wanted to die. It's a normal thought. When living only brings pain, one naturally thinks of ending their life. However, Sumu did not come this time to help Lin Kanyang find relief. Without a desire to live. It's simple, I'll help you rebuild it. People can endure darkness, provided they have never seen light. Since Lin Kanyang has forgotten what light looks like, let us help him find it again. Sumu's figure slowly disappeared, like a ghost entering Lin Kanyang's dream. Thick grey haze obscured the sky, the earth lay barren, cracks spread across the streets like spider webs, and weeds emerged from the gaps. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly. Their bodies rusted, and the once vibrant skyscrapers had lost their color, windows shattered, walls mottled. The wind whistled through the empty corridors, making a strange howling sound, as if the city were wailing. Chapter 224, Unfathomable Arrogance. Lin Kanyang's breathing became heavy, clearly stirred by the beautiful dream that awakened his inner desires. Clearly a golden powerhouse. Yet living a life worse than a dog. Some dogs might spend their entire lives in a cage. But at least they don't have to draw blood every day and still get food. Now, I ask you again, do you want revenge? Sumu's deep voice sounded like a tempting devil's whisper, the ability of endless demon sound continuing to activate. How could I not want to? Lin Kanyang's eyes turned crimson, like a ravenous beast. I dream of it. But what of it? I'm already a waste. My body is so weak that even ordinary people surpass me, my mental strength is exhausted, what can I use to take revenge? Sumu's lips curled into a slight arc. You don't need to worry about that, you just need to tell me, do you want it or not? I want it. Good, remember this, from now on, your life is protected by the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins. A trace of confusion flashed in Lin Kanyang's eyes. He had no information about the 7 deadly sins in his mind because he had been imprisoned for too long. What are the 7 deadly sins? An organization. Chapter 225, Yang Dongqing arrives in the imperial capital. The mysterious and powerful persona is something he must maintain, otherwise. How could he keep the members of the 7 deadly sins in check? After falling asleep, Sumu used dream teleportation to quietly leave the prison. Upon returning to the Bronze Coffin Company, he stepped out of the dream, feeling the hunger from the Void Devourer in his hands, and had no choice but to continue feeding it. After all the mental power was infused, the greedy Void Devourer expressed dissatisfaction, meaning it was not full. Sumu frowned slightly. Indeed, the last time he allowed the Void Devourer to experience the long-lost feeling of being full, it had become increasingly insatiable. Threads of devouring power emanated from the Void Devourer, and without the feeding of mental power, it began to devour the energy from Sumu's body. Naturally, Sumu did not indulge it and directly sealed it in a black cloth bag. It wasn't that he didn't want to feed the Void Devourer, mainly. His body had already reached its limit. If he continued to enter sleep multiple times, his body would surely enter an overload state. The immortal body only guarantees that he won't die, but it does not ensure that he won't end up in a wheelchair. After a simple dinner, Sumu calculated the time. By now, Yang Dongqing should have arrived in the imperial capital. During these past few days, when he had nothing to do, he would enter dreams to observe Yang Dongqing's situation, and without Jasmine, Yang Dongqing still held onto fantasies. Chapter 226, Barber's Dream. Barber leaned slightly forward, close to Yang Dongqing, and lowered his voice. The Supreme Heaven. What is the Supreme Heaven? The Supreme Heaven is the royal artifact of the Kai Yang Empire. One of the most powerful 7 artifacts in the world. Each royal artifact possesses a unique ability, and the ability of the Supreme Heaven is to grant wishes. Grant wishes. Yang Dongqing's eyes suddenly lit up, he vaguely sensed something. Baba continued, "That's right, grant wishes. Legend has it that as long as the price paid is sufficient, then the Supreme Heaven can fulfill any wish." This time, the bloodline of the Kai Yang Empire was wiped out due to the wish made by the Kai King to the Supreme Heaven. Otherwise, what force in this world could disregard the distance of time and space and indiscriminately erase all bloodlines within its territory? This is the power of wishes. Your meaning is that Jasmine died because of the Supreme Heaven, so as long as I obtain the Supreme Heaven, I can bring Jasmine back to life. Yang Dongqing's heart began to race, he saw a glimmer of hope for life. Baba nodded, exactly. Great, Jasmine is saved. Don't be too happy too soon. Everyone locked up here are death row inmates, and they will be executed in a few days. As for the Supreme Heaven, you should think of a way to survive first. Chapter 227, Arrogance and the Leader of the Revolutionary Army. It seems this matter is still related to me. Because I provided information about the Supreme Heaven, the Revolutionary Army is preparing to act against it. The role of the prisoners in the cage is also evident. Since the wishing ability of the Supreme Heaven is based on equivalent exchange, these prisoners are naturally sacrifices. Vaz? The Supreme Heaven emitted a dark golden light. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Yang Dongqing in the cage suddenly let out a loud roar, and a stream of black light appeared out of nowhere, enveloping his entire body. In an instant, the black light transformed into a fierce Shura armor, wrapping him completely. A pitch-black long knife appeared in his hand, swish. The black blade light flickered out, instantly cutting a large hole in the cage. Then Yang Dongqing rushed out of the cage. And the other prisoners froze for a moment before crazily starting to flee, the scene instantly descending into chaos. Just as everyone present was attracted by the chaotic scene before them, Baba appeared, as if teleporting to the side of the Red King, striking with lightning speed, and severing the Red King's wrist. The fair hand, along with the Supreme Heaven, fell to the ground, and Baba grabbed the bloody hand, turning and running without any pause. All his actions were seamless, flowing like water. Chapter 228, Using the Revolutionary Army's money to commit the 7 deadly sins that depends on your sincerity, Sumu said indifferently. A batch of extraordinary materials worth 10 billion in exchange for His Excellency's action once, with no specific target, as long as it can cause turmoil in the near future. You want me to attract the attention of the Crimson Flame Empire, and focus their gaze on the 7 deadly sins, making it easier for you to steal the Supreme Heaven. You want me to attract the attention of the Crimson Flame Empire, and focus their gaze on the 7 deadly sins, making it easier for you to steal the Supreme Heaven. Yu Ying nodded, exactly, as long as the 7 deadly sins can attract the attention of the Crimson Flame Empire, my chances of success will increase significantly. Heh? Sumu sneered, the 7 deadly sins bear the risks, but all the benefits go to the Revolutionary Army. It's a pity you're not in business. Now that I know your goal is the Supreme Heaven, do you think I will let the Supreme Heaven fall into your hands? A mere 10 billion, what does it compare to the Supreme Heaven? Yu Ying's expression remained unchanged, his cold face seemingly hiding all emotions. What Your Excellency does not know is that although the Supreme Heaven is powerful, only those of royal blood can make wishes with it. If this item falls into the hands of someone outside the royal family, it is completely useless. My goal has never been to use the Supreme Heaven for anything, but to prevent the royal family from possessing the Supreme Heaven. A royal family that possesses the Supreme Heaven is unshakable. Chapter 229, Bronze Sequence 203 days later. Sumu looked at the extraordinary materials worth 10 billion sent by the Revolutionary Army, as well as the golden-level dragon blood gem. Holding the gem in his hand and examining it carefully, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. He had already learned about the effects of the dragon blood gem from Duan Muqing, who, as a descendant of an alchemical family, knew very few extraordinary materials that were beyond her knowledge. The dragon blood gem is considered a relatively rare golden material, said to be formed from drops of dragon blood. The truth of the legend is debatable, but it is indeed an extraordinary material at the golden level. Its effects are simple and singular. After use, it can enhance physical strength and prolong life. It sounds quite ordinary, even less powerful than a bottle of silver-level extraordinary potion. But it is listed as golden level because of the Long Yuan Empire. The royal family of the Long Yuan Empire has been searching the world for the purchase of dragon blood gems. And the high prices offered are almost impossible to refuse. Many people have rumored that the dragon blood gem is a primary ingredient in the royal family's exclusive golden potion. Therefore, the greatest value of the dragon blood gem lies not in personal use, but in selling it to the Long Yuan Empire, where it is worth the price of golden materials. Chapter 230, Chu Shang, attacked twice in a row. Duan Muqing shook her head. It's not hard. As long as I think about these potions that cost the company a lot of financial resources to refine, and in the end, none of them end up in the company's hands, I don't feel tired at all. Once the delivery date arrives, the CEO of Chu Shang's branch will also meet his end. The combined value of these potions is enough to offset nearly the branch's revenue for the past few years. Chu Shang is finished. Not only is he finished, but he will also die. Duan Muqing's eyes lit up, and a hint of excitement flashed across her delicate face. Mr. Su, are you going to? Su Mu smiled slightly. Just wait to see tomorrow's good show. The next day, in a good mood, Chu Shang arrived at the underground third floor. Today was the day to unlock Lin Kanyang's neck ring and release his mental power, which was one of the few tasks he had as the CEO of the branch. Apart from making decisions on a daily basis, he didn't really have much to do. The biggest thing was to enjoy life, attend parties, and socialize with the nobility of the Crimson Flame Empire. Thinking about how he had just sold all the extraordinary potions in the safe, and all the final payments from various nobles had been received, even as a golden-level powerhouse, he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 231, Trolls and Flame Demons. Su Mu, the behind-the-scenes mastermind, quietly observed the continuously injured Chu Shang, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't done nothing during his time in the base. Placing a hypnotist in a closed environment was akin to a mouse falling into a rice jar. In just a few days, he had already hypnotized all the ordinary soldiers in the base, including some bronze-level extraordinary beings. He didn't hypnotize silver extraordinary beings because the risk was too great, and it was easy to be detected by the other party. However, this was enough. Apart from the silver extraordinary beings and Chu Shang, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire base was his. Bang bang bang. The dense gunfire rang out, and the soldiers shot at Chu Shang madly. What are you doing? A silver extraordinary being shouted angrily, but all he received in response was bullets. For the leader, the soldiers cried out like fanatical followers. What the hell is going on? A bewildered Chu Shang became even more confused. He didn't have time to think because Lin Kanyang had already caught up. He saw a deep red flame suddenly ignite on his right hand, the terrifying temperature scorching the surrounding air until it twisted. Boom. Chapter 232, His Excellency the Arrogant has set his eyes on me. Do you know? His Excellency the Arrogant, the head of the 7 deadly sins, has set his eyes on me. He promised me a chance to join the 7 deadly sins. Lin Kanyang's expression showed a hint of madness. But Chu Shang was even more horrified. He wasn't afraid of his subordinates betraying him, nor was he afraid of Lin Kanyang escaping, because he had confidence in suppressing everything. But everything wavered because of the 3 words 7 deadly sins. As long as I pass the test, I can join the 7 deadly sins. Ha ha ha, His Excellency the Arrogant. I know you are watching me, and I will definitely not disappoint you. The head of the 7 deadly sins. Arrogance. Chu Shang's pupils suddenly contracted, nervously scanning his surroundings. The mere thought that pride might be hiding nearby filled him with a chilling sense of panic. At that moment of distraction, Lin Kanyang revealed a sinister smile as his dark aura erupted around him. In an instant, he flashed in front of Chu Shang, the terrifying dark energy wildly condensing on his fist, ultimately transforming into a massive, menacing wolf's head. You? Chu Shang looked at the wolf's head that was almost within reach, his face changing drastically. He wanted to transform into flames, but it was too late. He could only raise his arms to defend himself. Chapter 233. Sword cuts. Gold pride and sloth approached Lin Kanyang, their indifferent gazes penetrating through the cold silver masks, as they looked down at the charred human figure. The only remaining eyeball of the figure weakly turned. Your Excellency, Pride, I have failed. I do not dare to hope for anything. Only ask that you do not let Chu Shang go. Lin Kanyang weakly extended his charred hand, gripping Sumu's pants leg tightly. Even in his plea, there was a lingering hatred. Rest assured, he won't escape. Sumu's indifferent voice rang out, and the next moment, he moved. Pride, like an elegant gentleman, slowly picked up the straight, dark cane. With a clang, a clear sword sound rang out, like a silver bottle shattering, or a crane crying in the skies. Gradually, a pitch-black sword appeared in Lin Kanyang's vision, its bright blade reflecting a disdainful silver mask. Sumu aimed in the direction where Chu Shang was fleeing and gently slashed with the sword. The Void Devourer, one of the 12 swords of royal authority, erupted with unimaginable brilliance at that moment, unleashing a vast amount of mental power stored within. The dazzling sword light cut through the silent air, the sound of the sword ringing high and sharp, carrying an indescribable edge that seemed capable of piercing through the soul. Chapter 234. What kind of terrifying organization have I joined? The healing potion had not fully healed his injuries. Over a decade of imprisonment had left his body in a significant deficit, one that could not be compensated for in a short time with just potions. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Kanyang was absolutely the weakest among gold-ranked individuals, without exception. However, weak as he was still gold. Just now, Chu Shang's inferno had burned down the base, and everyone in the base, except for a few powerful silver extraordinary beings, had perished. Even if he were to double his injuries, dealing with those silver beings would still be as easy as pie. The next day, the front page of the entire Crimson Flame Empire was once again dominated by the 7 deadly sins, but this time, the feature was not any member of the 7 deadly sins, but a man with a mask engraved with the number 3. News headline: 7 deadly sins candidate for the 3rd seat, publicly kills Chu Shang, president of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, Crimson Flame Empire branch to complete organizational test. Accompanying the article was a picture of a sea of flames and ruins, depicting a man with red skin, wrapped in dark energy, wearing a silver-white mask with the number 3, standing amidst the inferno, holding 2 corpses in his hands, facing a crowd of law enforcers surrounding him. The image was quite blurry, evidently taken from a distance. And this very blurriness added an air of mystery and terror to the candidate for the 3rd seat of the 7 deadly sins, resembling an asura emerging from the flames. Chapter 235. The Crimson King appears. 7 halls of Yama, I have mastered it. When shall we act? A cold voice echoed in the cell. It was Yang Dongqing. Yu Ying turned to look at Yang Dongqing, noticing a fierce hostility hidden deep within his eyes. That was the influence of the 7 halls of Yama on its user. If one could not overcome this influence, the user would eventually become a puppet of the 7 halls of Yama, completely losing their rationality. He understood that Yang Dongqing had a relatively strong will, but he did not believe the other could fully control the 7 halls of Yama. Because Yang Dongqing's heart was filled with hatred, a deadly flaw in his psyche. However, it didn't matter. To him, Yang Dongqing was merely a pawn. The only special aspect of this pawn was Pride's regard for him. He was also curious about what Pride valued in Yang Dongqing. Perhaps pride possessed some means of foreseeing the future, which is why he spoke highly of Yang Dongqing's prospects. Yuying stopped thinking too much. Pride's regard only slightly altered his view. Increasing Yang Dongqing's importance from a pawn that could be discarded at any time to a valuable piece that did not need to be sacrificed unless absolutely necessary. It won't be long. I have already noticed unusual movements in prison 749. They should be preparing. It will be at most half a day, or at least a day, before they take action. Chapter 236. The supreme sky shatters. The Crimson King walked gracefully, and wherever she passed, everyone bowed their heads in submission. No one daring to look directly at her face, except for Sumu. This was Sumu's first time seeing the real Crimson King. And he realized that the sense of oppression she carried was even stronger than that of Sikongzhenming in his dreams. Just gazing at her gave him the illusion that they were not on the same dimensional plane, a feeling akin to an instinct embedded in genes, causing a natural reverence when facing a higher-level species. Strong. Terrifyingly strong. This was undoubtedly the strongest being Sumu had encountered so far. Yet the pressure from the Crimson King did not affect him in the slightest. No matter how strong she was still within the realm of humanity, and could not compare to the divine beings he had seen. The Crimson King stepped onto the high platform, and a pair of jade-like hands extended from her wide sleeves, holding a small, dark golden gourd, which she pointed towards the cage holding the prisoners. She said nothing because there was no need to speak to the dead. She directly began the charging ritual. Inside the cage, Yuying stared intently at the gourd in the Crimson King's hand. How could it be a gourd? As he was shocked in his heart, his peripheral vision caught sight of the pale hand holding the gourd, on which was a dark golden ring on the ring finger. Chapter 237. The king and the first under King Yuying felt as if struck by lightning, a cold aura sweeping over his body. His body stiffened abruptly, and he fell straight down from mid-air. The revolutionary army leader Yuying finally met his match. On the high platform, Gong Sun Quan looked down at the disheveled and fallen Yuying. Speaking. Yuying's face was icy cold. He did not respond, but instead looked at his right arm, which was already entangled by the power of the curse. Countless tiny black snake-like curses were wildly writhing on his right arm, and his skin even showed a dense array of black curse patterns. The curse patterns were still spreading, subtly trending towards his torso. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly activated his ability. And it seemed as if an invisible blade fell from the air. Swish! His right arm was severed in response, and at the wound, crimson blood threatened to spurt out, but was blocked by some invisible force, not spilling forth. Yuying slowly stood upright, glancing around with his peripheral vision, and his heart sank. He saw that the silver-white walls surrounding the square, including the dome above, were inexplicably covered with dense black curse patterns. When he attempted to probe with his mental power, it was devoured entirely upon contact with those black curse patterns. Chapter 238. The arriving pride faced with the Crimson King's casual strike, Yuying clearly felt the pressure. Although his face was ashen, he showed no sign of movement. Yet, as the golden little sun approached, it seemed as if endless resistance appeared in the air. The little sun's flying speed began to slow down, even engaging in fierce friction with the invisible force in the air, erupting with a piercing sizzling sound. Eventually, as the little sun approached within a meter of the shadow, it completely extinguished. The Scarlet King's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had found an interesting toy. Her figure abruptly disappeared, leaving behind a dazzling golden firelight at the spot. In the next moment, a golden flame suddenly appeared in front of the shadow. And the Scarlet King emerged from the flame, her palm wrapped in golden fire, striking out. Bang! A sonic boom erupted, and the shadow fell to the ground like a meteor, causing countless cracks on the earth. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the ground began to tremble violently, and countless fragments of stone slowly floated into the air, while the shadow also rose from the ground. He suddenly waved his hand, and the overwhelming fragments were accelerated hundreds of times in an instant, causing the air to emit intense explosive sounds as they fiercely shot towards the Scarlet King. Chapter 239, Can You See Clearly? Today is indeed lively. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army and the Seven Deadly Sins, two major reactionary organizations, to appear consecutively. It seems that today, this king can just catch you all in one net. The Scarlet King remained indifferent. Not caring at all about the appearance of the Seven Deadly Sins, in her view, characters like the Shadow were the same no matter how many came. Sumu raised his eyes slightly to glance at the magnificent Scarlet King, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. It turned out that the rumors were not trustworthy. According to the rumors, the Seven Kings were called the Seven Golden Kings mainly due to their royal artifacts, but now it seemed that without the royal artifacts, the Seven Kings were still the Seven Kings. The opponent's strength seemed to have completely surpassed gold, entering another tier. However, he did not pay attention to the confident Scarlet King, but turned to the disheveled Shadow and asked, "How much is your life worth?" The Scarlet King raised an eyebrow, her expression darkening. The Shadow was taken aback. He understood the meaning of arrogance, but in front of the Scarlet King, could arrogance save him? He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "If Lord Arrogance can truly save me, I can give you anything the Revolutionary Army has." Sumu smiled slightly. "Very well. Your life is protected by the Seven Deadly Sins." Chapter 240, The Scarlet King is just like this in an instant. 100 ghosts surrounded them, making the scene extremely terrifying. Sumu could even hear the grinding sound of teeth and the screams. Before long, all the vengeful spirits entered his body. And the phantom body showed no reaction, but Sumu, who was in the dream, suddenly discovered that those vengeful spirits were actually drilling into the dream through his mental power. Such a bizarre scene made his eyes shine with excitement. There were actually means in the real world that could invade dreams through mental power. Interesting. He had always thought that being in a dream was equivalent to having an invulnerability cheat, that any means in the real world could not attack him, but today, that inherent belief was broken. He felt a long-lost surprise. Looking at Arrogance, who was being invaded by the vengeful spirits, the Scarlet King sneered, "No matter where you hide, these cursed souls will find you and devour your soul. Enjoy the means that this king has prepared for the undying king." Being able to die under the dark nightmare curse, you can be considered to have enjoyed the treatment of a king. You won't die in vain. Are you done speaking? Sumu's disdainful voice sounded. What? The Scarlet King was stunned, looking at the unharmed Arrogance, shocked in her heart, but she quickly reacted, sneering, "It seems your soul is indeed not weak, able to endure such a long time under the erosion of the dark nightmare curse." Chapter 241, Arrogance is a Coward. The Shadow looked around and found that Arrogance had disappeared. On the empty desolate mountain, there was only him and the unconscious Yang Dongqing, dressed in 7 halls of hell. He glanced at Yang Dongqing, his eyes flickering. Since Lord Arrogance chose to save Yang Dongqing, it indicated that Yang Dongqing still had value for rescue, and now he was left with Yang Dongqing. Since that is the case, I'll take you back to the Revolutionary Army. However, this time wearing 7 halls of hell for too long and suffering heavy injuries. I'm afraid your body and will have already collapsed. As for the body, I can try to infuse reactive silver for repair, but the will can only rely on yourself. As he thought, invisible telekinesis spread from the Shadow's body, lifting Yang Dongqing's severely injured body. And the two flew into the sky, disappearing in the imperial capital, inside the Scarlet Flame Palace. Ah! I'm so angry. On the dark gold throne, the Scarlet King rolled around like a primary school student who lost a game, holding a rabbit plush toy in her hand and tearing it apart. Due to the large movement, her neatly styled hair fell down, covering her stunning face, resembling a crazy woman. Chapter 242, The Butterfly Effect. The old man spoke with a stern face. "Your Majesty, this is a critical time. You absolutely cannot go out at will anymore. Furthermore, I will conduct a thorough investigation of everyone you interacted with before." The Scarlet King pouted, starting to mumble, although her voice was very low. It was just loud enough for the old man to hear, mostly complaining about things like having no sons. The old man ignored it, clearly used to the curse over the years. Gongsun Quan, what are your plans next? After pondering for a moment, Gongsun Quan said, it's time to initiate the dragon-seeking plan. The old man immediately frowned, are we starting now? Isn't the risk too great? Gongsun Quan shook his head. I can only say that arrogance's appearance is indeed ill-timed. I originally thought that using the fake Supreme Heaven to eliminate the domestic blood clan would intimidate the lowly. And we just needed to let the other empires know that we still have the Supreme Heaven to buy some time. At that time, our nightmarish apostles sent to find the former king would have more time. The former king has been missing in the nightmare world for many years and has likely met with misfortune, but the Supreme Heaven cannot be left in the nightmare world. It is the foundation of the Scarlet Flame Empire. Unfortunately, this intimidation plan can only be considered half successful, although it intimidated the Blood Moon Empire. It did not suppress arrogance, and the news of arrogance causing a ruckus in the 749 prison will probably not be kept under wraps for long. Chapter 243, Different Methods for Different Women in Star City District 13, in a secret underground base. Chief Zhao Chaoyao greeted respectfully yet passionately. How is the base setup coming along? Sumu said. All according to your instructions. Miss Duanmu's laboratory has been completed first, and the others are still under construction. Expected to be completed within a month. Very good, you did well. A casual compliment made Zhao Chaoyao's face flush with excitement. Under his lead, Sumu slowly walked towards the laboratory. Along the way, many lab personnel in white coats and security personnel in black bulletproof vests saluted. This base was built in a short time using the resources of the entire Star City, specifically for the 7 deadly sins, mainly for Duanmu Qing. As a logistics officer, Duanmu Qing's greatest value is in refining extraordinary potions, and a safe and secret location is urgently needed, so Sumu chose the base's location in Star City District 13. His headquarters. Although over time, he had people in various industries throughout Star City, it was still not as safe as District 13. In District 13, even the dogs on the roadside would bark chief when they saw him. Chapter 244 Dream Club Nan Gongmingli was highly efficient, and that evening, the Dream Club officially opened for business. Its predecessor was a high-end club under the Murong family, specifically catering to the wealthy. As night fell and the neon lights flickered, a stream of glamorous high society individuals arrived at the Dream Club. The Dream Club. Why the name change? A balding man in a suit asked in confusion. Dear guests, our establishment has launched a new dream service, hence the name change, the doorman politely explained. What is the dream service? The balding man showed clear interest. It is to help our guests fulfill their dreams. Here you can meet anyone you wish to see. Anyone at all. The other guests exclaimed, some with skepticism flashing in their eyes. How is that possible? What if the person I want to see is already dead? The doorman maintained his polite smile. That is also possible. If you don't believe it, you can come in and try. Oh, by the way, the dream service costs 1 million per hour. Although it is quite expensive, it is absolutely worth it. Of course, this amount is nothing for you esteemed guests. I apologize for my unnecessary words. Chapter 245 Body of Secret Silver in District 13 of Star City, at the base of the 7 deadly sins. In a laboratory filled with futuristic technology. White light streamed from the ceiling, illuminating every corner. The walls of the laboratory were made of a special alloy, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. In the center of the lab stood a massive metal pod, constructed entirely of sturdy titanium alloy, its surface etched with intricate patterns and runes. Sumu and Duan Muqing stood before the metal pod, peering through the transparent observation window at the silver liquid inside. Mr. Su. The liquid inside is the activated secret silver. Thanks to the secret silver cyborg you provided. It wouldn't have been easy to gather so much secret silver in such a short time, Duan Muqing explained. Sumu nodded. Silently grateful for the selfless contribution of Muqing, the secret silver cyborg he provided was naturally the spoils from their earlier battle with him. Muqing was a good man, selflessly giving his soul to the Golden Eye, and now providing crucial secret silver for the activation experiment. He died for a worthy cause. Chapter 246 Promotion to Silver 1 Bearer of Strength. My strength hasn't increased much, but it's getting harder to kill, Sumu muttered to himself. Indeed. He had already consumed the Phantom Stride potion of the Bronze Sequence 200, such a rare potion he naturally wouldn't choose to sell. It didn't matter if it wasn't part of a system, after all, his mental strength was infinitely growing, allowing him to accommodate more laws without fear of soul damage from conflicts. The benefits of strong mental strength not only lay in the capacity to hold more laws, but also in digesting them. The so-called digestion of laws essentially means fully integrating them into one's soul. A person with strong mental strength naturally digests them faster. Mr. Su. What did you just say? Duan Muqing cautiously turned around, relieved to see Sumu already dressed. Nothing, the bearer of strength. The potion is ready, right? Yes. It's ready. Duan Muqing ran to the laboratory safe, entered the password to open it, and then took out a bottle of light red potion. Sumu took the potion. I have something to attend to, I'll be leaving now. Oh, okay, Mr. Su. A hint of unnoticed disappointment flashed in Duan Muqing's big eyes, as she watched Sumu leave. Chapter 247, Transient Dreams. The bearer of strength was undoubtedly the most prevalent among the silver ranks, as it was the only publicly accessible extraordinary path, and the easiest for ordinary, extraordinary individuals to approach. It had no miraculous abilities, but its only advantages were being tough, powerful, and enduring. However, due to his prior absorption of the golden-level extraordinary material, Dragon Blood Jade, and its subsequent activation with secret silver, this led to him possessing a physique stronger than that of an ordinary bearer of strength, even right after his promotion. Before Sumu could fully adapt to the power brought by the bearer of strength, another anomaly erupted within him. And the source of this anomaly came from the three dream laws. All-encompassing, endless demon sound. Awakening soul fall. These three dream laws had already been digested after this period of utilization, and now, promoting to Silver 1 inevitably strengthened his spirit, allowing these three laws to completely merge at this moment. The crystalline blue light flickered in Sumu's eyes. In a daze, he seemed to enter his own dream, transforming once again into the exalted heavenly emperor, like an unchanging blazing sun hanging in the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. With his thoughts, the dream rapidly changed, instantly morphing into Star City, then into the imperial capital, and even into heaven and hell. Chapter 248 Entering the low-end game Bronze Coffin Company, Nan Gongmingli's office. At this moment, Nan Gongmingli was seated in her boss's chair, flipping through documents, with the entire Murong family's assets now under her control. She had become busier during this time. She was focused, one hand gently turning the pages while the other rested casually on the armrest, her long, straight legs wrapped in exquisite black stockings, and her shadow at this moment was moving abnormally. Nan Gongmingli furrowed her brows slightly, her figure instantly leaving the seat, as the shadow beneath her feet morphed into a towering shadow monster, bending slightly, its head touching the ceiling, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Waves like water rippled across the chest of the shadow monster, and then Sumu slowly emerged from within. Nan Gongmingli relaxed her brow, a teasing smile forming at the corners of her mouth, suddenly appearing from under a girl's skirt is not very gentlemanly. Sumu shrugged. This is my pet, Boo Bai, I mentioned it to you before. Its ability is shadow jumping, so it can only appear from shadows. Nan Gongmingli curiously examined Boo Bai. I didn't expect Boo Bai to be this big. Chapter 249 Provocation. From kindergarten soon, Sumu was led into an office. Upon entering, 3 distinct gazes fell upon him. calm, inquisitive, and hostile. Sumu's expression remained unchanged, as his gaze slowly swept over the three individuals. One of them was an old acquaintance, the captain of the enforcement team from the imperial capital, Mu Lingxi, still dressed in black leather gear, black tactical boots, and a tactical belt around her waist that was bulging. She leaned against the desk, half sitting on the edge of it, her black leather pants somewhat squeezed and deformed. The other two were men sitting on the office sofa. One had an ordinary appearance, a middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow, seemingly troubled by something. The other was younger, with fiery red short hair standing upright, a silver earring in his left ear, wearing a leather jacket and ripped pants, and combat boots with studs. His gaze was aggressive, exuding a wild and unruly temperament. And the source of the hostile gaze came from this person. Without needing to think, Sumu could guess that this person was once a subordinate of Murong Yun, Yang Wu. Another person is naturally Wen Zhuan. Mr. Su, we meet again. Mu Lingxi greeted coldly. Chapter 250 Test. The staff's eyes flashed with impatience, and they said impatiently, "Do you think any random nightmare apostle can join this exploration plan? Silver is just the minimum requirement, but it doesn't mean that being silver gives you the qualification to join. In the nightmare world, a foolish teammate is far scarier than a nightmare monster. We only want elites here." Yang Wu felt contempt directed at him and was slightly angry. But he didn't dare to show it. After all, this was the Law Enforcement Bureau, where the country's top extraordinary beings gathered, and even gold-level experts were stationed here. As a mere foreign silver rank, having a conflict with the staff here would be tantamount to seeking death. "Can you tell me the specific content of the test?" A gentle voice rang out, as Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, a barely noticeable crystal blue light flashing in his eyes. The staff immediately stopped and involuntarily broke into a sincere smile. "Of course, today's test mainly assesses your level, experience, and identity verification. There's no need to elaborate on levels. Silver is the minimum requirement, and few would impersonate silver to participate. As for experience, it looks at how many times you have entered the nightmare world. The more nightmares you've survived, the more experienced you are." Chapter 250 won the lowest in the room. Although Yang Wu was assigned to number 3, he still held his head high because he had experienced the nightmare world 10 times. This experience was enough to look down on others in Area 3, like being the top of a class in a lower tier. He was very proud. Believing he was still young, and being Silver Rank 1 was the peak level of his tier, even when he reached Silver Rank 2, he would still be at the top. What limited him was level and time, but the future was promising. Number 282. The usually silent Wen Zhuan stepped forward. Beep beep beep. Yang Wu widened his eyes in disbelief, as the display on the metal door read, 111 Silver Rank 1, experienced 11 times in the nightmare world. Go to Area 2. Hearing the examiner's indifferent words, Yang Wu felt a bit unbalanced, feeling that his status, as the top of the lower tier, was stolen. And a classmate beside him actually went to the middle tier. HMPH. 11 experiences in the nightmare world and still Silver 1. Most likely a useless person who relied on potions to rank up, definitely not the chosen one. With this thought, Yang Wu felt slightly more balanced. Number 283. Sumu walked out from the crowd, stepping gracefully onto the high platform, his cane lightly tapping the ground, exuding a unique aura with every movement. Chapter 252. Have you joined the 7 deadly sins? After some minor incidents, it was finally Sumu's turn, the leader of the greatest villain organization, the 7 deadly sins. However, he had long since figured out the operation principle of the heart-questioning device, similar to the mind-reading technique of the shadow. Able to discern the fluctuations of thoughts when answering questions. Such a level of heart-questioning was child's play for him, but for insurance. He took out a dark gold Ouroboros pocket watch from his pocket, pretending to check the time while actually self-hypnotizing, temporarily blocking memories about the 7 deadly sins. Name? Sumu. The examiner frowned slightly, looking at the unresponsive device. Since there was no response from the device, it meant the person was not lying. It seems the previous judgment was wrong, he is not a noble. Where are you from? Star City. Are you a spy sent by other empires? No. Have you joined any reactionary organizations domestically, such as the 7 Deadly Sins, Revolutionary Army, etc.? No. The head of the 7 Deadly Sins said arrogantly. You passed, next. The testing continued until dusk, and finally, everyone had completed the tests. The examiner also instructed everyone to return and rest. The Law Enforcement Bureau had prepared individual rooms for everyone and required no one to leave for any reason. Chapter 253 Immerse yourself in the illusions of a floating life and illusions. All right, stop, the winner is Li Yuan. The examiner called to halt the two. Liu Ming was unconvinced. Why did he win? I clearly haven't lost, just give me a little more time, and I can break free. The examiner coldly replied, look at your feet. Liu Ming looked down and was stunned. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, all the surrounding soil and stones had gathered around him, faintly presenting a burial posture. He immediately understood Li Yuan's plan. The stone spikes were just a means to restrict him, and the real killing move was to bury him alive. But he still refused to accept it, with my strength. Even if buried alive, I can break free. When you break free, will Li Yuan just stand by and do nothing? How much strength can you exert in an oxygen-deficient environment? Next. You are eliminated. The examiner said coldly. Liu Ming's face turned pale, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. But he dared not say anything more, and had to leave in disgrace. Sumu watched the entire battle. The bearer of strength was not despised without reason. Faced with various flashy abilities, the pure brute force of the bearer of strength was indeed easily targeted. Just like this battle. Although Li Yuan couldn't break through Liu Ming's defenses, he could slowly wear Liu Ming down by burying him alive. Chapter 254 Indistinguishable Illusions and Reality. Yang Wu. What on earth do you want to do? The examiner said with a hint of anger, reprimanding him. What do you mean? What the hell? Yang Wu threw a punch at the examiner angrily. The examiner's face turned icy cold, and a powerful aura belonging to Silver Rank 3 erupted violently. Facing Yang Wu's incoming fist, he swiftly struck out a palm, arriving first, his hand bypassing Yang Wu's fist like a butterfly fluttering past flowers, heavily imprinting on his chest. Ah! Yang Wu screamed, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the crowd. The other nightmare apostles naturally would not miss the opportunity to perform in front of the examiner, quickly activating their abilities to pin Yang Wu down. Not allowing him to get up. Let go of me. You bunch of bastards. You all colluded. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you to the royal family. Yang Wu struggled violently. At this moment, the examiner slowly walked forward. Looking at Sumu and asked, is this your ability? He wasn't a fool. Yang Wu's sudden madness during the battle with Sumu was abnormal. So he naturally suspected Sumu. Sumu smiled and nodded, just some insignificant illusions. Once these words were spoken, everyone present immediately reacted and looked at Sumu with a hint of shock in their eyes. Chapter 255 Even the Scarlet King wants to participate. The winner is Sumu. Next group, prepare. The examiner's voice rang out at this moment. Sumu leaned on his cane, walking down the platform leisurely, wherever he passed. The audience below hurriedly retreated, making way for him. The gazes directed at Sumu were filled with deep apprehension. Although they couldn't see the illusionary scene that Yang Wu saw, they clearly heard the dialogue between both sides and could roughly guess what happened. Yang Wu was sometimes mad, sometimes cursing, and ultimately even kneeling and bowing, while his opponent Sumu stood by with a smile, like an elegant gentleman quietly watching him go mad. The stark contrast between the two left everyone present feeling a chill. No one wants to experience the feeling of being toyed with. Yang Wu, get down. The examiner shouted at the stunned Yang Wu on stage. Yang Wu opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but ultimately didn't dare to speak. He walked cautiously off the stage, as if he had been greatly startled, taking one step and stopping for three, looking as if he was walking through a minefield. Mainly, he was afraid that he was still under an illusion, that what he saw and heard might all be a mirage. Now it seemed he was walking off the arena. But perhaps in reality, he was stepping onto the examiner's table. Chapter 256. Team testing. Dongfang Yuan and Gongsun Quan originally planned to find a strong and trustworthy golden noble to use a blood contract puppet to create a silver-level avatar to join the dragon-seeking plan. After all, such an important task as finding the supreme heaven couldn't possibly be left to outsiders. But who would have thought that the Red King would get ahead of them? In theory, the Red King was indeed the most suitable candidate. As the strongest in the empire and a king, there was no possibility of betraying himself. However, the problem was that the Red King's personality was quite troublesome. They doubted that the Red King would not mess up the plan, but now that it had come to this, they could only tacitly accept it. After all, even the royal family would find it hard to produce a second precious artifact like the blood contract puppet. Sumu approached like a ghost, drifting past Dongfang Yuan and Gongsun Quan, carefully observing the Red King's avatar, and silently mimizing its appearance. The sudden involvement of the Red King in the dragon-seeking plan was a considerable variable for him. If he were to find the supreme heaven in the nightmare world, the Red King's avatar would be his biggest obstacle, even if this avatar was only at the silver level. It was like the soul of a top fighter entering the body of a primary school student. Although the physical quality had greatly diminished with past fighting experience, he could still dominate the entire school. Chapter 257. The Cavern Lan. He suddenly felt delighted and looked gratefully at Sumu, quickly extending his hand. Mr. Su, hello. Nice to meet you, please take care of me. Sumu smiled and shook his hand. I'm only Silver 1, so I hope Mr. Lan will take care of me. Definitely, definitely. Where are you from, Mr. Su? Star City. Lan. He seemed a bit familiar and was about to continue talking. But Sumu said, Mr. Lan, we'll be participating in a test soon. Let us save the conversation for later, and not disturb everyone's rest. Lan. He was taken aback, looked around, and indeed noticed several unfriendly gazes directed at him. He quickly apologized and retreated to his seat, not daring to say more. After 2 hours of silence, the bus finally came to a stop. When everyone got off, they found themselves in front of a cavern. The yellow-brown cavern loomed, and the dark, deep entrance seemed to connect to the darkest depths of the earth, exuding a chilling aura. This is the entrance to cavern number 12. The examiner said coldly, who had been waiting for a long time. You will enter through this number 12 entrance. This cavern is a vast underground maze, housing numerous nightmare monsters, and your task is to survive and walk out of the cavern. Chapter 258. The Wraith. What's wrong? Someone asked the tall man. The tall man stood still, not responding. Everyone's heart sank, and they quickly distanced themselves from him. They were all experienced nightmare apostles and understood that all anomalies must be treated with caution. Their caution proved to be right, as suddenly the tall man began to emit the sound of bones grinding, which was particularly jarring in the dark cavern. He moved his body strangely, as if just adjusting. Then abruptly turned around, his expression twisted, and his eyes devoid of any human emotion, filled only with endless intent to kill. Something has possessed him. A Silver 3 Transcendent said gravely. Roar! The tall man shouted and charged at the crowd. The Silver 3 Transcendent took a step forward to confront him head-on. Bang! A pair of fleshly hands tightly gripped the tall man's incoming fist. Don't just stand there, quickly restrain him. The others rushed forward to completely subdue the tall man. But at that moment, the tall man, who had been struggling violently, suddenly stopped moving, his eyes regaining clarity. Once he realized his situation, his face changed dramatically. What are you doing? Chapter 259. Life and Death Arena. Sumu had no intention of saving them, for even if these useless people did not die now, they would die in the nightmare world. Since the royal family chose such a difficult test, it indicated that the area where the supreme heaven was located must be even more dangerous. He continued forward, planning to find a secluded spot to enter the dream directly. Then use his dream abilities to find the secret silver plate and the maze's exit. However, before that, he had one more matter to handle. Suddenly, Sumu stopped, turned around, and said lightly to the darkness behind him, "Come out." The darkness was silent, no one responded. "Heh?" Sumu chuckled softly. "Dare to follow me but not show your face." Clatter, clatter. Heavy footsteps echoed in the darkness, and a figure slowly emerged. It was the sullen-faced Yang Wu. Yang Wu lowered his head, his gaze fixated entirely on Sumu's lower body, not daring to look up and meet his eyes, looking quite comical, akin to a student who had been called to the teacher's office for misbehavior. However, his dark and murderous face seemed as if he wished to devour the teacher. "Sumu." Yang Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Are you looking for revenge? You deserve to die." Yang Wu's face suddenly twisted in rage. "You made me look foolish in public. This debt must be settled today." Chapter 260, This is impossible. I want to see how long you can keep laughing. Kneel before me. Yang Wu shouted furiously, his body leaping out like a leopard. His right arm drew back like a bow, and in that instant, the muscles in his arm bulged with explosive power. Beneath his taut skin, veins coiled like dragons, and even his bones made a slight cracking sound. Boom! The fist wind howled past, shattering the air and producing a piercing explosion as his fist, wrapped in a white airflow, struck fiercely towards Sumu's cheek. Watching Sumu, who stood still as if stunned, Yang Wu's cruel smile grew wider, his eyes gleaming with the delight of revenge. But in the next second, bang! A dull sound echoed, and the cruel smile on Yang Wu's face suddenly froze, his movement halted as he looked incredulously at the hand in front of him. That hand was fair and slender, without a trace of calluses. If it weren't for the distinct knuckles, it looked even softer than a woman's hand. Yet, such a hand, akin to a piece of art, effortlessly blocked his fist. Yang Wu felt as if he had punched a mountain, unable to budge an inch. "This is impossible," he cried out in a frenzy, struggling to pull his fist out of Sumu's palm, but no matter how much strength he used, that hand did not budge an inch. Chapter 261, Cheating. "What about the nightmare monster?" Sumu asked. Yang Wu immediately replied, "The nightmare monster is fine, but it must have a physical form, for example. The ghosts in the dungeon won't work." Sumu nodded, roughly understanding the death arena. Although there are some restrictions, its potential is strong. He plans to cultivate Yang Wu to see how far he can go. After all, it is a law beyond the known sequences, and has certain cultivation value. That's right. Sumu is that magnanimous. Facing an enemy, he not only doesn't kill, but also intends to cultivate him vigorously. Yang Wu only needs to pay a trivial cost, such as erasing his thoughts and serving the 7 deadly sins for a lifetime. Although he has lost his freedom, his self, and his dignity, at least he is still alive, right? Being human means being magnanimous, and repaying grievances with virtue. You stay here to recover. He did not give Yang Wu the divine healing potion. It's not that he couldn't recover himself, and he didn't have many of those precious potions. Although he had Duan Mu Qing, it's hard to cook without rice. The current 7 deadly sins is not as financially powerful as the federal pharmaceutical companies to gather the materials for divine healing potions. Sumu instructed and then entered a dream-walking state to search for the silver token in the dungeon. Chapter 262, Su Qing. The place they were in was a huge circular plaza, with only one entrance and exit, but this entrance was blocked by a girl who looked quite delicate and refined. The girl was charming, with long black hair that was silky smooth, bright eyes and white teeth, and a poised demeanor, giving off the impression of a well-behaved good student. However, her posture was completely at odds with that image. Her petite body leaned against the rock wall at the entrance, a cigarette emitting sparks dangling from her mouth. And one hand continuously rubbing her smooth chin, watching the crowd with a casual, amused expression. This person was the avatar of the Red King. After acquiring an avatar, the Red King, with no one to supervise him in the dungeon, had completely let himself go. No. The man hit by the silver token suddenly let out a scream. Tearing open his shirt to reveal his abdomen, his face turning pale. Countless black curse patterns appeared on his abdomen, intertwining like moving tadpoles and visibly spreading across his body. Seeing this scene, the man grew even more terrified. Quickly picking up the silver token from the ground and glaring at the three men and one woman hiding at the other end of the plaza. Chapter 263, Strong Ones. No gender distinction. In the next moment, a man holding a snake-patterned wooden staff, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing brown-tinted glasses, walked in slowly. He wore a gentle smile on his face, politely nodding at the crowd. It's really lively here. The newcomer was Sumu, pretending to have encountered them by chance. His appearance drew the attention of everyone, especially Suqing, whose eyes lit up. One hand held a cigarette while the other stroked her smooth chin, exclaiming in surprise. I didn't expect there to be such a handsome guy among the nightmare apostles, wow. Suqing whistled. Casually throwing the cigarette, but on the ground and crushing it with her foot, then tossing her hair, asking, handsome guy, what is your name? Looking at the offbeat avatar of the Red King, Sumu smiled slightly. When he smiled, the lines on his face softened, adding a touch of charm to his already handsome features. Sumu. Oh, you share the same surname as me. I'm Suqing, maybe we were family 500 years ago. How about considering joining my team? No, I plan to form my own team. Suqing raised her eyebrows, about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Nanxing. My friend. You want to form a team? I just happen to have a silver token here, take it and aim for the top 10. My leg is injured. I plan to withdraw from this trial, and the token is useless to me, so I'll give it to you. Lin Nanxing feigned a kind demeanor, holding the silver token high. Chapter 264, The better looking a man, the more deceitful. Of course, Sumu smiled, looking at Suqing. The two, both smiling, faced each other in a standoff that had a bit of an idle drama feel to it. The tall and handsome male lead cornered the petite and charming female lead, their gazes locking. However, the atmosphere in the room suddenly stiffened, as everyone watched the two in tension. The air thick with an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. Snap! The lighter made a crisp sound, and a flame flickered to life. Suqing lit another cigarette, calmly exhaling a smoke ring, her rosy lips curling slightly, revealing a row of white teeth. Handsome guy. Provoking a strong person comes at a painful price. If you insist, I can only promise to try not to hit your face. Suqing said with a smile, raising her cigarette and preparing to take another puff, but a large hand suddenly grabbed her small hand. In her astonished gaze, that hand slowly peeled the cigarette away and then tossed it on the ground. Smoking is harmful to health, also, I'll go easy on you. Bang! Sumu pressed his other hand, holding the silver token, lightly on Suqing's small head, ruffling her hair. Chapter 265, The Shy Red King. Giving up. It's okay. Knowing when to retreat is not shameful, Sumu comforted her understandingly. You go die. Accompanied by Suqing's angry shout, a blazing golden flame appeared on her fist. This punch landed solidly on Sumu. The golden flames instantly engulfed him. HMPH, if you admit defeat now, I'll. Suqing's triumphant words were cut off as the golden flames consumed Sumu entirely. Suqing was stunned. Did he die? She knew the power of the Nirvana sacred flame was great. Even when used by an avatar, it could threaten golden-level powerhouses. Thus, she had deliberately held back earlier. She didn't want to kill Sumu, just to teach him a lesson, but she hadn't expected him to be so fragile that he shattered with a single touch. As the golden flames dissipated, Sumu's figure had long vanished, as if burned to ashes, leaving only a puddle of water on the ground. Hey, you all saw it. This has nothing to do with me. He was just too weak. I didn't mean to. Su Qing turned to the tense crowd and said. But as she spoke, she noticed their gazes were somewhat off. Their eyes were not focused on her but were instead fixated behind her, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 266, Mr. Su, what a coincidence. Su Mu smiled slightly, ignoring Su Qing's embarrassment. He tucked the silver token into his pocket and said to the crowd gently, everyone. See you at the finish line. As his voice fell, he leaned on the snake-patterned wooden staff, walking step by step towards the passage like an elegant gentleman. His tall and slender figure gradually disappearing into the darkness, under the gaze of the crowd. Watching his departure, everyone felt a sense of surrealism, as if in a dream. Just moments ago, there had been a fierce struggle for life and death, but with Su Mu's arrival, the situation on the field changed repeatedly, ultimately ending with one person dead. He had appeared for less than 10 minutes, but left an indelible impression on everyone. After a long silence, the crowd slowly dispersed, seeking the next mithril badge. They had no desire to compete with a mysterious powerhouse like Su Mu. Su Qing also left, grumbling and cursing. What a self-righteous man. So annoying. He assumed I would join without even asking. In the darkness, Su Mu walked silently, preparing to find a secluded corner to enter a sleepwalking state after distancing himself from Su Qing, and then directly complete the challenge. His objectives had all been achieved, so there was no need to waste time in the cave. Chapter 267, Su Mu, you will definitely regret this. All right, Mr. Su, you are a smart man. So don't make things difficult for me. Please lead the way. Su Mu smiled at Lan He, finding it amusing. The nightmarish apostles were indeed much more interesting than ordinary extraordinary beings. They were cunning, insidious, and spared no effort in their schemes. Most importantly, their abilities were diverse and bizarre. Extraordinary beings either inherited bloodlines or consumed extraordinary potions, which led to more common capabilities lacking diversity. However, as the chosen ones, the nightmarish apostles had a plethora of unique abilities, making it difficult for other extraordinary beings of the same level to deal with them without knowing their hidden cards. It was rare to see a chosen one like Yang Dongqing awaken such mundane laws as a nightmarish apostle. As for the so-called curse seed that Lan He mentioned, Su Mu had sensed it clearly the moment it was planted and directly sealed it within his soul, just to see what Lan He intended to do. Unexpectedly, the other party was merely sowing seeds randomly, planting them on anyone he encountered. However, this time Lan He chose the wrong person. Su Mu's physical body was immortal, but in reality, his soul was even harder to kill. His divine nature was not for show. Seeing that Su Mu was unmoved, Lan He's expression turned angry. You don't appreciate a toast and will face punishment. Chapter 268, 000. Lin Lingling. In a dark, deserted corner, Su Mu activated his sleepwalking mode, drifting through the maze like a silent ghost. Along the way, he encountered many nightmarish apostles. Those clever apostles had realized that relying solely on their own strength made it difficult to escape the cave, so they formed small groups. With the combined efforts of these small groups, they obtained increasingly more mithril badges. However, the downside of such groups was that the leader had to ensure that everyone in the team received a mithril badge, or else the morale would crumble. If a leader dared to take a mithril badge and run, they would surely be attacked by the others. Although this enhanced security, it significantly slowed down the progress. Besides these small groups, Su Mu also saw several lone wolves, one of whom was a tall man cloaked in a black robe during the initial test. As a Silver 3, he seemed to have no intention of teaming up, simply bulldozing his way through, showing no hesitation even when faced with hordes of nightmarish monsters. His black robe was torn in many places, revealing a silver steel body. This tall man was indeed a mithril cyborg. Unlike ordinary cyborgs, he seemed to possess the ability to control metal, whether it was the mithril on him, or the metal contained in the cave's rock walls. Chapter 269. First all the examiners shook their heads. Laws belonged to privacy, although they were the main examiners. They did not probe excessively into the laws of these nightmarish apostles, as it could easily provoke resentment. Lin Lingling was a silver 3. And her 3 silver laws were all related to luck. Fortune smiles upon you, good fortune favors the prepared, and turning misfortune into good fortune. What kind of laws are these? The examiners were astonished. Sikongjian explained, it's normal that you haven't heard of them. As these 3 laws do not belong to the known laws. I know about them because I had a few encounters with Lin Lingling. At that time, I wanted to concoct a bottle of extraordinary potion, but lacked the most critical main ingredient. Although this main ingredient wasn't particularly precious, it was extremely difficult to find. It only bloomed for half a day. Once that time passed, it would wither and lose its efficacy, making it clear how challenging it was to find. Many people had searched but missed the blooming time. At that time, I issued a bounty, and the next day, a little girl picked it for me. I thought she had found the main ingredient, so I invited her to meet, but she said she hadn't found it yet. But she would definitely deliver it by this time tomorrow. Chapter 270. My team does not want useless people. 3rd place, Pan Ma, 4th place, Lei Yi. Almost as soon as each person emerged, their eyes immediately shifted to Sumu. Upon seeing Sumu's neat clothing and the absence of any injuries, their pupils contracted. And their hearts were shaken. The 1st place is not scary. What is frightening is an unscathed 1st place, which speaks for itself. Anyone who made it into the top 10 was a standout among their peers, confident in their own strength. It was precisely this confidence that led everyone to believe they could take 1st place. However, after seeing Sumu in 1st and Lin Lingling in 2nd, they couldn't help but doubt themselves. This self-doubt was normal. Everyone present was the top of their respective cities, but when expanded to a national level, one would realize that while you are a genius, there are always geniuses beyond you. After the top 10 were established, those who emerged afterward were mostly small groups, with many being battered and bruised, some even needing their teammates to support them to walk. Before long, Sumu spotted a familiar face in the crowd, Su Qing, the avatar of Red King. Su Qing mixed in with the crowd, completely ignoring Sumu, but sometimes, the more one tries to avoid someone, the more they care. Chapter 271. The tiger of the Empire. People have a tendency to follow the crowd. When more people started raising their hands, those who were hesitant began to join in, even pulling some silver twos along. Sumu began selecting Lin Nanxing, Wen Zhuan, and Zhu Hui, gathering 8 people in one go. Seeing that only 2 spots were left, some people clearly showed anxious expressions, eagerly volunteering and raising their hands. Su Qing in the crowd also panicked. That damn man. Didn't he say he would let me join the team? Why didn't he choose me? Just because I didn't raise my hand. Sumu's gaze locked onto a man in the crowd who hadn't raised his hand. The man had a gloomy expression, staring at Sumu on the stage like a venomous snake. Lan He, come up. Lan He gritted his teeth, his face somewhat twisted, looking up at Sumu without flinching. All right. He walked slowly to the platform and stood behind Sumu, with only 1 spot left. Su Qing hesitated for a long time before finally slowly raising her fair little hand, though her head was bowed low, too shy to look up. Su Qing, little sister. So you were here. Sorry, I didn't see you because you're too short. Come on up. Sumu's gentle voice accurately reached Su Qing's ears, making her grit her teeth in anger as she stomped her feet and walked up to the stage, standing in front of Sumu. Chapter 272. Failure. Everyone looked at the contract scroll emitting a strange aura, their faces filled with hesitation. Dongfang Yuan said lightly, at this point, do you think you still have a choice? Either sign the contract or die. The simple word die echoed in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap, as if they could see endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind Dongfang Yuan. The terrifying might made every cell in their bodies tremble. Faced with the threat of a legendary figure and the enormous benefits after completing the task, everyone ultimately chose to sign the contract. Once everyone had signed their names on the contract, they immediately felt as if something was connecting to their souls from the void. Very good. Now I will explain the objective of this mission in detail, to find the first Red King. What? The first Red King? Everyone was instantly in an uproar. They had suspected that this mission was extraordinary, but they never expected it to involve the first Red King. Dongfang Yuan continued to explain, slowly revealing the Empire's secrets. In his later years, the first Red King was chosen to become a nightmare apostle and entered the nightmare world. Despite the numerous crises in the nightmare world, the first Red King was powerful enough to handle it with ease. Chapter 273, Norcia. The instrument failed to start, and everyone left unhappily, returning to their own rooms to wait for repairs. At night, Sumu stood alone by the window, with the bright moon hanging high outside, casting cool moonlight that illuminated the distorted trees outside. He quietly observed the trees planted in the Law Enforcement Bureau, and found it quite interesting. He didn't know if it was intentional, but every tree he could see was crooked, not a single one was straight, with some even twisted into exaggerated arcs. Did the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau like this artistic style? It actually looked quite nice. He admired the view for an entire hour, growing increasingly pleased. He suddenly felt that sometimes life doesn't have to be about surprises and excitement. A simple and plain life can also be good. Gradually, his thoughts drifted to Nan Gongmingli, Duan Muqing, Yang Dongqing, and others, with a faint sense of longing in his brow. Now that I am far away in the imperial capital, I wonder how they are doing. If the instrument isn't repaired soon, I might be able to take the time to go back and see my friends. Thinking of the instrument, Sumu couldn't help but frown slightly. Everyone else succeeded, but his own team failed. Could it really be because of the soul? Chapter 274, Distorted Thoughts. Captain, don't just watch the fun. Since there's nothing to do now, why don't we all go out for a meal? Lan he suggested with a smile. His proposal was immediately agreed upon by everyone, so Sumu and the others went to a restaurant and ordered a private room to start dining. Eating alone was naturally dull, and drinking was also essential. With the help of alcohol, everyone became increasingly joyful. As the drinks flowed, Lan he suddenly approached with a glass. His face flushed red, and awkwardly said to Sumu, "Captain, I was wrong before in the cave. I shouldn't have ambushed you. I didn't expect you to be so generous, not only not holding it against me, but also accepting me as a team member. Captain, I want to say more. It's all in the drink." Lan he raised his glass and drank it all in one go. Sumu looked at the sincerely apologetic Lan he, feeling quite gratified, and also drank it all down. However, the lingering feeling of nausea grew stronger as everyone continued drinking and having fun. When Zhuan raised his glass and began recounting his glorious history, claiming that he single-handedly fought hundreds of nightmare monsters in the nightmare world, Lan he was dancing and jumping, lost in his own excitement. Meanwhile, Zhu Hui and Lin Nanxing, who had previously had some tension, exchanged whispers. Chapter 275, This is the Nightmare World. Captain, be careful. Lan he shouted loudly, suddenly leaping forward to shield Sumu. Phut! The silver dagger struck Lan he's heart, and he collapsed weakly, blood gushing out. Lan he! Sumu suddenly shouted. Captain, don't worry about me. This woman is very strong, you should run. The bright red blood flowed down to Sumu's feet, staining his shoes. He stared at the blood and at the panicking Lan he, and suddenly began to laugh. A smile spread across his lips, eventually turning into a crazed laugh. Ha ha ha, Lan he, you died well. Sumu laughed maniacally. He heard Nan Gongmingli's demanding voice in his ear. I'll give you one last chance, choose her or choose me. At this moment, Suqing also broke free from her fear and stood resolutely beside Sumu, saying, You crazy woman, Brother Su is mine. You're seeking death. The cold light in Nan Gongmingli's eyes flashed as she charged directly at Su Qing. The two women instantly clashed. And the originally tidy office was reduced to ruins in an instant. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Sumu's smile grew wider. And a sickly flush appeared on his pale face. Chapter 276. The Twisted Cult. Is it influenced by the statue? Sumu murmured to himself. A faint crystalline blue light flashing in his eyes. It seems we have already entered the nightmare world. However, at the moment of entry, because we saw the statue, we fell into an illusion. How interesting. A smile crept onto Sumu's lips. Such an intriguing nightmare made him feel an uncontrollable excitement. He guessed that the statue was very likely also a divine statue. Just a glance had caused everyone to fall into a distorted mental illusion. Such power was something even golden-level experts could not achieve. After all, this team included him, a master of illusions, and the avatar of the Red King. Now that they had escaped, it was time to help the others break free. Sumu surveyed the dazed expressions of the others, pondering how to break the illusion. The method he had just used was to brainwash himself. But the problem was that Su Qing and the others' minds were completely trapped in the illusion, and could not receive any external information, making it impossible to hypnotize or brainwash them. Ah! Sumu suddenly exclaimed softly. He discovered something interesting. Just now, among his teammates, one person's facial features had actually shifted slightly. Chapter 277. I am the first Red King, a cult that worships distortion. They believe in the god of distortion. Of course. In the eyes of the cult of distortion, they are not distorted, rather, the world is. Distortion is the true color of the world. And their ideal is to return the world to its original state. At least 100,000 people. It seems this place should be a stronghold of the cult of distortion, not their headquarters. The cult of distortion is also a powerful force in hell, so if it were the headquarters, it wouldn't be just a mere 100,000 people. After all, the nightmare where the headquarters of the primordial cult is located has millions of inhabitants. Since we have arrived at the stronghold of the cult of distortion, it means we have entered the depths of hell, a place rarely tread by nightmare apostles. The first Red King actually disappeared in the depths of hell. The reason for his disappearance may not necessarily be due to nightmare monsters, but perhaps the people living in hell, possibly even involving deities. With this thought in mind, Sumu slowly walked towards the black mist. The others thought he was surveying the terrain and paid no mind. When he reached the edge of the black mist, he flicked his finger, and a metal object wrapped in black hair was ejected from the black mist. After returning to the team, Su Qing glanced at him suspiciously. What did you just throw into the black fog? Chapter 278. Internal strife. Sumu did not expose Lin Nanxing, but continued to lead everyone in investigating the village. If the original Red King had truly been here, there would surely be traces left behind. Such a powerful being, possessing supreme power, could stir up trouble wherever they went. While walking, Sumu suddenly felt a gaze filled with malice coming from behind him. His mental strength was strong, making him very sensitive to emotions like malice and killing intent. The problem was that those behind him were all his teammates. He calmly turned around, and the malicious gaze instantly disappeared, replaced by the usual expressions on the faces of his teammates. Captain, what's wrong? Did you find something? Lin Nanxing scratched his head and asked. Sumu slowly shook his head. It's nothing. The source of malice was not Lin Nanxing. He had already paid more attention to him when Lin Nanxing secretly took the bow and arrows. If it were him, he would have been able to pinpoint it immediately. The malice came from someone else. Could it be Lan He? Lan He had a grudge against him, so it was normal for him to show such a gaze. However, Sumu felt that Lan He was not someone so lacking in strategy. Even if he wanted revenge, he wouldn't choose this moment. It seemed that there were others in the team, besides Lin Nanxing, who had been twisted. Things were getting more interesting. Upon entering the territory of the Twisted Church, he did not expect the enemy to come from within. The most critical point was that this kind of mental distortion was different from illusions. It was a complete change of one's inner thoughts, so he could not use his mental power to detect who the second twisted person was. Chapter 279, Internal Battle. Everyone quickly followed suit. After the two were secured, Sumu took off his tinted glasses, and his eyes sparkled with a crystal blue light, ready to brainwash them back. A torrent of mental power surged forth, and Lin Nanxing's face suddenly showed pain. Stop him. He wants to distort me. Sumu remained unmoved and continued to manipulate his mental power. But at that moment, bang! A gunshot rang out, and a secret silver bullet shot precisely toward Sumu's head, fired by Zhu Hui. Sumu, as if already prepared, slightly tilted his head and easily dodged the bullet. Zhu Hui, it seems you've also been affected. Zhu Hui, holding the silver pistol, looked serious, but her tone was very firm. No, the one affected is you, Captain. Captain, be careful. Lan He suddenly shouted, his whole body surging with black cursed power, stepping in front of Sumu. Bang! A delicate pink fist struck Lan He hard, sending him flying. The punch was so powerful that it nearly shattered the cursed power. The attacker was Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing's eyes were filled with killing intent, radiating overwhelming murderous energy. The captain has already been distorted. Capture him. In an instant, except for the downed Lan He. Everyone surrounded Su Qing, glaring at Sumu with murderous intent. Chapter 280, The Truly Distorted One. Sumu walked through the harmonious little village, where everyone seemed completely normal, and their features were no longer distorted. He even saw familiar faces he had seen before. The man who had once expressed his love for the big tree was watering it and trimming its branches. In another month, the fruit will be ripe. I hope it sells for a good price. The man wiped his sweat and continued working, behaving just like an ordinary fruit farmer. Soon, he spotted the two men who had dueled for Xiao Li before. Although their appearances had changed, their general characteristics remained. They seemed to be brothers. They were robust, with dark skin, and there was a resemblance between them. They were at a forge, one holding a red-hot sword in place while the other hammered it repeatedly. Big brother, this sword is sharp enough already. We just chopped a thick iron rod in half. Why do we need to refine it more? Asked the younger brother, who was holding the sword. The older brother, sweating profusely, replied, there are still some flaws. The iron rod was cut, but it has some rolled edges that need to be reforged. Stop complaining and get to work. I'm counting on this sword to sell for a good price so I can gather enough money to marry Xiao Li. Chapter 281, Speechless. Sumu asked the same question again, but this time the answer was different. The shopkeeper shook his head in confusion. I don't know. Sumu's eyes flickered as he continued to ask, why would he appear in your home? The shopkeeper shook his head again. He has never been to my home. Sumu, at this moment, he even doubted whether his hypnosis had failed. His wanted poster is hanging in my home. It was issued by the Archbishop a few years ago. I used his wanted poster to cover the window. I've never seen him in person, only the wanted poster. Why is the Archbishop looking for him? The Archbishop said he is a blasphemer, and has invaded the Holy Temple, killing many people, so he is wanted. Blasphemer. Invaded the Holy Temple. Why did the original Red King invade the Holy Temple? Where is the Holy Temple? The shopkeeper pointed to the mountain peak. It's right there at the top of the mountain. The Holy Temple is built as close as possible to the statue. And the Archbishop lives inside. Sumu then asked some other questions, but the shopkeeper basically knew nothing. It seemed that to find clues about the original Red King, he could only go to the Holy Temple to ask the Archbishop. After leaving the shop, Sumu continued to inquire with others. But the answers he received were mostly the same. The people here had only seen the original Red King's wanted poster, and knew nothing else. Chapter 282, Casualties. With Su Qing's attack, the battle entered a heated phase. and the Silver Tier teammates unleashed their abilities, slaughtering the Twisted People. Although the Twisted People had unique abilities, their overall strength was not strong, only at the bronze level. Faced with 10 Silver Tier experts, it was naturally a one-sided massacre. Minutes later, the scene was filled with severed limbs and corpses. Why did these Twisted People suddenly attack us? We were getting along fine before, Siqing asked, shaking the blood off her hands, curious. For her, who was visiting the nightmare world for the first time, everything was indeed full of curiosity. Sumu glanced into the depths of the dense forest, checking the surroundings with Lin Nanxing. Lin Nanxing nodded and immediately activated Sky Eye to begin scanning. A giant eye concealed in the sky was continuously sweeping. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Not good, Captain. I see many Twisted Church members rushing down from the mountain. They must be coming for us. Everyone's expressions changed, although they easily killed over 100 Twisted People. There were at least 100,000 Twisted People on that mountain. With such a terrifying number, even a human wave tactic could overwhelm them. Captain, what should we do now? Chapter 283. The statue's gaze. The arrow carrying the totem stone shot out, causing the air to hum. In almost an instant, the twisted person hurriedly distorted space, darting left and right. But no matter how he dodged, the arrow followed him closely, gaining speed. In the end, it actually followed the twisted person into the space, and both the person and the arrow disappeared. The next second, boom. A massive fireball erupted in the air. And a charred corpse fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, with a mithril arrow embedded in its heart. Sumu's gaze flickered. He realized the potential of Lin Nanxing's ability, Absolute Hit, which could even ignore the deflection direction of the distortion force and follow the target for spatial traversal. This law had immense potential. It would not stop until it hit the target. Unless the arrow was destroyed, it would ultimately land. Currently, Lin Nanxing's only shortcoming was his weak attack power. Hitting was one thing, but whether he could break through defenses was another. If his attack power was stronger, he would definitely stand out among the silvers. Taking an enemy's life from 1,000 miles away would not be a problem. After the distorted beings were dealt with, everyone felt a significant relief. That invisible distortion force was nearly impossible to defend against. Chapter 284. The Bishop. When Sumu reached the mountain peak, he discovered that the distorted statue had shrunk to the size of an ordinary person, carved entirely from white jade, exuding a sacred and solemn aura. Indeed, he had entered the distorted perspective again. This was unavoidable. Obtaining intelligence from the distorted cult in a normal perspective was as difficult as climbing to the sky. In their unchanging form, they often spoke in ways that were completely incomprehensible. Observing the distorted statue up close, Sumu noticed something different. The statue was actually incomplete. Missing a hand. The right hand seemed to have been severed by some sharp weapon, the smooth and even. Considering the distorted cult's bounty on the first Red King, he speculated that it was highly likely the work of the first Red King. The statue stood atop the temple. And though he did not know what the temple looked like from a normal perspective, at least it resembled something significant now. The palace was overall solemn and sacred, with walls made of neatly stacked red clay bricks, exuding the breath of time. However, some parts were clearly newly built, as if they had been previously damaged. The palace's roof was covered with dazzling golden glazed tiles, intricately engraved with mysterious symbols. Sumu entered the palace, and before his eyes was a spacious front hall. The high ceiling painted with a star map, each star inlaid with diamonds. The murals on the walls were delicate and exquisite, depicting the stories of the distorted god's compassion for the world. Chapter 285. Who says there is no chance? But Ju Hui hesitated. Even if the plan goes smoothly and we eliminate the 9 temple knights, so what? The bishop is a golden powerhouse. Do you understand what it means to be a golden powerhouse? How could a few of us silvers possibly defeat a gold? The 4 words golden powerhouse weighed like a mountain on everyone's hearts, an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention that they weren't even Silver 3. Even if the entire team was made up of Silver 3, no one dared to think they could defeat a golden powerhouse. Captain, why don't we give up this mission? After we return, we can inform the other teams, and then 10 squads can attack the distorted cult together. Perhaps we'll have a chance. Ju Hui finally voiced her thoughts after much hesitation. Her words almost represented the sentiments of everyone facing a battle with no chance of victory. It was indeed unnecessary to stubbornly persist. No. Su Qing suddenly stood up, her delicate face filled with determination. The technology of the Law Enforcement Bureau is not as advanced as you think. They cannot accurately deploy us into fixed nightmares in the nightmare world, but can only roughly lock a region. This means that after we leave this time, it will be very hard to return here. Chapter 286, Hypnotizing 10,000 People. In the dense forest, 2 temple knights were leading a large group of distorted beings in search. Suddenly, the ground turned into an incredibly smooth ice surface, causing many distorted beings to lose their balance and fall. Numerous ice spikes rose from the ice surface, piercing through their bodies. Even though they were twisted by the distortion force, the sheer number of ice spikes still caused significant casualties. Meanwhile, a thick purple mist spread, accompanied by corrosive sounds. Su Qing and others rushed out of the forest, charging into the ranks of the distorted beings. The 2 temple knights quickly retaliated, unleashing invisible distortion forces, blocking the group. Only Su Qing, like a golden war god, shattered the distortion force with her fiery fists and attacked the temple knights. In the blink of an eye, the temple knights attempted to distort space to escape, but Su Mu, already aware of their methods, would not let them succeed. Floating life, 1,000 illusions. The gazes of the 2 temple knights instantly became vacant, their actions shifting from escaping through distorted space to slashing. Although illusions had a greatly reduced effect on the distorted beings, no matter how the commands were distorted, they likely would not be the actions they intended to take a second ago. Boom. Chapter 287, You and your god are just as ridiculous on the hillside. A massive city loomed, and a writhing shadow quietly crawled up the city wall. The next moment, 9 distinct figures emerged from the shadow, looking down upon the tens of thousands of distorted beings within the city. It was Su Mu and the others. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the guards on the city wall, and these distorted beings charged at Su Mu and the others without a word. They were fast. But Su Qing was faster. A flash of golden flame swept by, instantly incinerating the guards on the wall. However, such a shocking firelight also caught the attention of the distorted beings in the city. Attack! Su Mu calmly observed the surging distorted beings and commanded. The others nodded solemnly, quickly dispersing, each holding several totem stones of various colors. They threw the totem stones into the crowd. Boom! 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 A whirlwind of fire, ice, and thunder surged forth, exploding among the crowd. Su Mu did not conserve the totem stones this time, he distributed all of them to his teammates, keeping only the last golden totem stone for himself. Such terrifying firepower coverage immediately yielded significant effects, causing numerous rushing distorted beings to perish. Chapter 288, Kill the Bishop. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Boom! The terrifying thunder roared like 1,000 galloping horses, deafening. The entire city trembled. In the sky, a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens like a sword, then spread out, with countless tiny silver snakes darting about, resembling a giant silver tree suddenly sprouting in the sky. The branches of lightning extended in all directions, flashing with dazzling light, weaving a breathtaking tapestry of silver veins in the sky. Amidst this spectacle, the charred bishop fell from the sky, emitting black smoke. Su Mu's gaze flickered, and he ghosted toward the bishop. The 7 temple knights and a crowd of distorted cult followers naturally would not allow this, their murderous intent surging as they encircled him. Captain! Leave this to us! Lin Nanqing shouted, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow, the veins on his arm bulging. Su Qing climbed up from the ground. blood silently flowing down her twisted arm, yet her gaze was exceptionally cold, filled with murderous intent, already revealing a hint of the Red King's shadow. Brilliant golden flames reignited beneath her feet, quickly enveloping her entire body. She dragged her severely injured body into the crowd. Chapter 289, A Piercing Arrow Through the Clouds. Thousands of horses come to meet. The overwhelming sense of oppression made it almost impossible for everyone to breathe. Even Su Qing looked horrified, struggling to stand with her petite frame. As for the others, they had long since collapsed on the ground, unable to rise in the face of the statue's gaze. The fear seemingly imprinted in human genes surfacing. "It's over, we are done." The severely injured Zhu Hui looked despairingly at the approaching bishop, tears uncontrollably sliding down the corners of her eyes. In contrast to their despair, the twisted people around them appeared incredibly fanatical, raising their weapons high under the gaze of the deity, surrounding everyone with their chests held high. The only one who could remain calm under this immense pressure was Sumu. He stood proudly, facing the bishop from a distance, his composure never wavering, even taking a moment to straighten the hem of his clothes blown by the wind. He spoke softly, calculating the time. It should be about time. As his words fell, the black mist at the edge of this nightmare surged silently, and one by one, figures in pure white robes burst forth from the mist, growing in number, 100, 1,000, 10,000, eventually forming a tidal wave, like a torrent of white rushing forth. Chapter 290, Twisted Divinity. In a blinding holy light. Only Sumu kept his eyes open. The holy light seemed to have no effect on him. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone was stunned in place by the vast divine might. Under his gaze, the twisted statue atop the mountain began to blur, as if it were to be erased by the holy light. Indeed, his strike was directed at the statue. The twisted bishop was merely a puppet of the deity. If the statue was not dealt with, the bishop could continuously be reborn under the influence of divine power. Soon, the statue could no longer hold on, melting inch by inch under the holy light. As the statue crumbled, a small twisted vortex appeared out of nowhere. Sumu understood divinity too well, and immediately recognized that it was the divinity of the twisted god. Seeing the divinity about to be worn away by the holy light, he quickly closed the eye of God, while at the same time extending the touch of God, his tendrils infinitely extending, instantly reaching the mountain peak, and with a sweep, successfully captured it. The next moment, as the twisted divinity entered his body, the three divine powers in his soul simultaneously exerted force to suppress it, effortlessly subduing the severely weakened twisted divinity, and merging it into his soul. At the moment of fusion, a brilliant blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes, and countless twisted vortices appeared around him, distorting the space. Chapter 291, Unlucky Lin Lingling. The blasphemer was the public enemy of various sects. Many sects couldn't do anything about him, because his abilities were mysterious, and he never engaged in prolonged battles, only attacking branch sects, making him difficult to capture. This had led to an increase in his arrogance, but later he grew even more rampant until he attracted the original church, which ultimately led the Pope to pinpoint the blasphemer's location and take action personally. Did the original Pope kill him? Hong Yi shook her head. No. He was severely injured and fled, ultimately falling into the abyss. The abyss? The abyss is a forbidden area in the Middle Realm, said to be the origin of nightmares. Sealed within are many evil gods. Throughout history, no one who entered has survived. If the blasphemer entered the abyss, even with his immense abilities, he would undoubtedly die. Hearing this, Su Qing's heart tightened. The supreme heaven had actually fallen to such a dangerous place. She knew better than anyone the strength of the first Red King. Especially when holding the supreme heaven, it was absolutely at the pinnacle of the world. Yet even so, it was severely injured and fled under the Pope's intervention, eventually falling into an abyss that even the Pope dared not enter. How could they retrieve the supreme heaven now? Father, oh Father! Why did you have to mess around in the nightmare world? Why offend so many people? Do you really think you are still in the Crimson Flame Empire? Now it's bad. Without the Supreme Heaven, the Crimson Flame Empire is in danger. Chapter 292, Connecting Two Realms. Sumu briefly recounted his experiences in the nightmare world. Not hiding much because there was no point in concealing it, the Red King's avatar, Su Qing, was also a first-hand witness, and there was nothing shameful about it. After listening, Sikongshan and others showed expressions of shock, as if they were hearing a fantastical tale. You actually encountered a nightmare with 100,000 people. And deities. It's normal for there to be deities in the nightmare world. How many people have believed in deities throughout history? It's perfectly normal for believers in reality to dream of deities. What surprises me is that there are so many deity followers in the nightmare world, even forming various sects. Sikongshan remarked in astonishment. Moreover, the Pope of the original church is so powerful that he can defeat the former king. He expressed doubt, leaning toward the idea that those fanatics were exaggerating, and it was very likely that the Pope was attacking the former king with countless followers. By the way, Sumu, why do those original church followers call you the messenger of God? Have you really seen the original angels? Sumu briefly explained the situation with the original statue, saying that he had passed the statue's test and received the deity's blessing, asserting that no one in reality understood deities better than he did. So whatever he said was the truth. Chapter 293, Ju Hui withdraws. A few days later, in the training room of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The lights were bright, illuminating every inch of the training room. In the center of the room stood a dummy, which looked very strange, with numerous indentations appearing on its surface. And these indentations were continuously increasing. Bang! 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 Loud sounds echoed, as if an invisible person was attacking furiously. With the final thunderous impact, the dummy shattered into pieces. And Sumu's figure emerged, standing firmly in the center with his fists clenched. He wasn't invisible, his speed was simply too fast for the naked eye to capture. Sumu slowly exhaled. In the days since his return, he had basically spent every day in the training room, honing the silver law power of the follower. And at night, he would secretly go out, randomly selecting lucky passers-by to demonstrate floating life 1,000 transformations. Now with his body, he didn't need rest. After just a few days of training, his mastery of the two laws had deepened significantly. Thanks to twisted thoughts, during his time in the imperial capital, the ranks of the 7 deadly sins had grown stronger, although they weren't formal members, just auxiliary personnel, and most were ordinary people. It didn't matter. What was important was that the intelligence network was thoroughly established. Chapter 294, The Name of Pride Resounds Through the World. After finishing with Ju Hui's matters, he began to focus on the nobility issue. Bestowing nobility was not as simple as issuing an announcement. There was a whole series of complex and tedious procedures that followed. After working hard all day, he finally confirmed the noble status, and the royal family also awarded each person a noble estate. Notably, there was a selection process for family crests. Every noble had a family-exclusive crest, symbolizing their identity. Sumu chose the Ouroboros as his family crest. Lin Nanqing chose a bow and arrow, Su Qing chose a small sun, and Yang Wu randomly drew the pattern of a shield. As for Lin Lingling, it was more abstract. She drew 3 zeros herself. When night fell, everyone gathered for dinner in Sumu's new estate, where there were more than 50 servants. And they truly experienced the decadence of nobility. Of course, only Lin Nanqing truly experienced it. Sumu's luxurious dream was something that no noble could compare to. And Su Qing was the Red King, not to mention that Yang Wu, being a puppet, didn't understand enjoyment. Lin Lingling, who picked up money as soon as she went out, had never been poor. The easy and beautiful life lasted only until tonight. The next day, a piece of news emerged that caused a huge uproar throughout the Red Flame Empire, and even the entire world. Chapter 295, Everyone can have the 7 deadly sins. Sumu put down the newspaper, and directly entered dream mode, instantly arriving at the Red Flame Imperial Palace. He wanted to see how the royal family would respond to this conspiracy. As soon as he arrived at the Red King's bedchamber, before he could enter, he heard the furious voice of the Red King, and the sound of things being smashed. Bang bang bang. Several precious vases were violently smashed to the ground by the Red King, who, in a rage, felt even more unsatisfied and jumped onto the shards of the vases, stomping her feet. "I'm so angry. How could I be toyed with by arrogance? Clearly, it's arrogance that dares not fight me head-on." Beside her, Dongfang Yuan and Gongsun Quan frowned. "This is troublesome. Damn the Blood Moon Empire. They have infiltrated the Red Flame Empire to such an extent that they even obtained information from Prison 749. Have they found the spies?" Dongfang Yuan said angrily. "The spies have been found, but now the problem is how the Empire should respond." How to respond? The Red King instantly appeared in front of the two, furious. "I want to kill both Arrogance and the Undying King. Kill them all. Your Majesty, please calm down, right now." Chapter 296, Lin Kanyang's Ambitions Boss. 2 baskets of buns and a bowl of wontons. Wearing a wig and sunglasses, Lin Kanyang leisurely sat in a small eatery, waving to the boss. The busy and enthusiastic boss responded promptly. Not long after, 2 steaming baskets of buns were placed in front of Lin Kanyang. The outer skin was as smooth as milk, with tiny pores formed from fermentation and steaming, and a waft of fragrant aroma escaped, making his fingers itch. He couldn't wait for them to cool down and took a big bite. In an instant, the softness of the bun skin and the juiciness of the filling exploded in his mouth. Lin Kanyang's face immediately showed an expression of enjoyment, making it seem as if he was eating some rare delicacy. However, for him, who had been imprisoned by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company for many years and had been fed nutrient solutions daily, a simple bun was indeed a rare treat. It had been some time since he was rescued by Sumu, during which Lin Kanyang had eaten many meals. But each time the feeling of food entering his mouth made him feel a sense of enjoyment. He greedily ate the buns on the table, one in each hand, devouring them with gusto. There were other customers in the restaurant, but no one paid attention to his strange behavior, as they were discussing a major piece of news. Chapter 297, Long Live the 7 Deadly Sins. Excited, Lin Kanyang downed the wine in the bottle. The clear liquid flowed down his throat, wetting his clothes. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and immediately stood up, leaving his rental room, filled with excitement, and ready to embark on his journey. But when he reached the street and looked at the endless stream of people, he was momentarily stunned. How do I get there? The organization required him to reach the Blood Moon Empire within 3 days, but the Red Flame Imperial capital was nearly 10,000 miles away. He was indeed a golden-level powerhouse, but his golden law, troll, was just a pure combat machine and meat shield, with no other extraordinary abilities. He couldn't fly, couldn't transform, and had no ability to control fire or thunder, nor could he traverse space. Relying solely on his 2 legs to walk to the Blood Moon Empire meant that by the time he arrived, the mission would have long been over. It seemed he could only take a plane. When it came to planes, a look of confusion flashed in Lin Kanyang's eyes. He didn't know how to take a plane. Having been locked up for many years, he was like a prisoner just released from prison, completely out of touch with society. He didn't even know where to buy a plane ticket. Buying a plane ticket was one thing, but the most critical issue was that he needed a fake ID. For a moment, Lin Kanyang felt a bit troubled. During this time, besides hiding and eating, he was completely oblivious to the situation in the imperial capital. He had no idea whom to approach for a fake ID, and whether a fake ID would even allow him to buy a plane ticket. Chapter 298, Sikongzhen's value is still rising. A few hours later, Lin Kanyang successfully boarded the plane. He sat suspiciously on the plane, pretending to read a newspaper, while constantly scanning with his peripheral vision. It was no wonder he was acting this way. His experiences along the way were unbelievable. People everywhere are my own. He truly felt the power and omnipresence of the 7 deadly sins, from the dogs by the roadside to the fake ID makers, law enforcers, checkpoint leaders, and even the airport officials, all were his people. As a wanted criminal, he was shining brighter than any noble, smoothly boarding the first-class cabin with green lights all the way. Now, even the flight attendants bringing drinks looked like his people, fearing that after placing the drinks down, one might suddenly exclaim, "Long live the 7 deadly sins." "Excuse me, are you also going to the Blood Moon Empire?" Lin Kanyang quietly asked the woman sitting next to him. The woman, dressed in an elegant long gown and adorned with jewels, looked at him with disdain. "Sir, your way of flirting is quite unique. Do you think being on the same plane means we can go to 2 different destinations? I mean no harm. I'm just bored during the journey and thought I'd chat a bit. By the way, I noticed your brooch is quite special. It has exactly 7 diamonds. Does it have any special meaning?" Chapter 299, The 7 Deadly Sins is just an empty shell. "Gongsun, what do you mean by this?" "The Empire needs you to impersonate the 7 deadly sins." Sikongshin, he was silent for a long time. "Why is that?" Gongsun Quan laid out the entire plan to attack the Blood Moon Empire, causing Sikongshin to furrow his brows. "Again? Am I the only one being used?" "Gongsun, after much thought, I still believe you are the most suitable candidate. After all, you have more experience." Sikongshin, huh? He took a deep breath. "Am I the only one?" Gongsun Quan shook his head. "No, there's also Dongfang and 3 other golden-level powerhouses. This operation will be under your command." "Me?" "With Dongfang present, it's more appropriate for him to lead. There's no need for you to be humble. Your strength and ability are sufficient to take on this important task. And among these people, you understand the 7 deadly sins the best, so you are the most suitable candidate. Remember, this mission is crucial. It even relates to whether the Empire can defeat the Blood Moon Empire in the future, so only success is allowed, not failure. Once successful, the foundation of the Blood Moon Empire will surely be shaken." Seeing the seriousness in Gongsun Quan's words, Sikongshin was somewhat puzzled. "Isn't it a bit exaggerated, Gongsun? Can a single terrorist attack really shake the foundation of the Blood Moon Empire?" Chapter 300, The Messenger of the Undying King. The bad news is, the Undying King has set his sights on you. When the Undying King was mentioned, Nan Gongmingli's smile slowly faded, and a serious expression appeared on her face. The name of a person carries the shadow of a tree. As one of the 7 kings, the Undying King is one of the top powers in today's world. And anyone who mentions this name will feel considerable pressure. "Oh?" Sumu smiled slightly, feeling a hint of interest. "He sent a messenger to meet you. And that messenger is currently at the Revolutionary Army's base." "The Revolutionary Army?" Sumu narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding why the Undying King's messenger was at the Revolutionary Army's base. "Yes, it's the Revolutionary Army. The Undying King does not know your true identity. But he knows that pride once saved the Revolutionary Army leader, Yuying, so he concluded that there is a connection between the 7 deadly sins and the Revolutionary Army. And thus sent a messenger to find Yuying, hoping to pass a message to the 7 deadly sins through him. And then Yuying came to find you." Nan Gongmingli nodded. "That's right. The only ones who know about my connection to the 7 deadly sins are the Revolutionary Army. Since they can't reach you, they will naturally find me. I estimate that in the minds of the Revolutionary Army, they must think of me as an outer member of the 7 deadly sins. As with my silver-level strength, I am not yet qualified to become a formal member of the 7 deadly sins." Chapter 301, The Blood Clan is the noblest race. Wu Hui could be arrogant in front of Yuying because the Revolutionary Army, compared to the Blood Moon Empire behind him, is like an ant to an elephant. But pride, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, is different. This powerful figure, who allegedly fought against the Red King and even made him suffer while escaping unscathed, would receive appropriate attention even in front of an empire. "I am Wu Hui, a messenger sent by the Undying King, and I have met with Lord Pride." He respectfully bowed, but the pride he felt when mentioning the Undying King could not be hidden in his eyes. He indeed had the capital to be proud. As representing the Undying King is a status that would grant him an audience with other kings in any empire. However, Sumu was not a king, and did not care about the Undying King. "A mere silver-level blood clan does not have the qualifications to speak with me. Go back and tell the Undying King to send someone of weight over." Sumu's indifferent voice showed no emotional fluctuation. But the disdain in his words made Wu Hui clench his fists tightly. He did not expect that even though he had lowered his stance, this arrogance would only escalate. Wu Hui suppressed his anger, not daring to explode, while Yu Ying watched the scene with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, truly a case of fortune turning. Chapter 302, Yu Ying of the Seven Deadly Sins. Using a silver blood clan to test Lord Pride's attitude, Wu Hui died without regret. Both of them were well aware of the Undying King's little scheme, although they knew that it was highly likely that Pride would not agree. One must consider every possibility. What if? What if Pride agreed? Then the Blood Moon Empire would profit immensely. Thus, they sent an inconsequential silver blood clan to probe the waters. "Lord Pride, since you are visiting the Revolutionary Army, let me show you some hospitality, as a token of gratitude for your life-saving grace last time," Yu Ying said politely. Naturally wanting to build a closer relationship with such a powerful figure. However, Sumu shook his head. "I came this time to give you an opportunity to repay the favor." Yu Ying's expression grew serious. "I am all ears." 3 days later, the Seven Deadly Sins will attack the Blood Moon Empire. What? Yu Ying almost thought he misheard. His previously calm expression completely broke. "Lord Pride, you are not joking. Are you?" "I never joke." Yu Ying fell silent, his heart already in turmoil. He knew that Pride's favor was hard to repay. But he did not expect it to be to such an extent, attacking the Blood Moon Empire. This was something even the other 6 great empires would not dare to say out loud. Chapter 303, Substitute 3 Seats, Greetings Leader. "What are you still doing? Hurry and run." The voice of a young man rang out. The mother and child who had narrowly escaped finally came to their senses, and hurriedly got up from the ground, fleeing in terror. After running a few meters away, the mother seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped. She turned around, knelt heavily with her child, and while bowing her head, she pressed her hand on the child's head, making the same bow. After doing all this in silence, she got up wordlessly and disappeared into the city's shadows with her child. In a short while, the entire street was empty, leaving only the man who saved them and Lin Kanyang. Lin Kanyang did not run, instead, he stood there in a daze. His eyes fixed on the man who saved them, or more precisely, on the silver-white mask on his face. It was engraved with a lewd smile. Taoist Shu Qing glanced at Lin Kanyang, then sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Lin Kanyang hurried to chase. "Lord Lust, wait." Taoist Shu Qing stopped, standing with his sword on his back, leaving Lin Kanyang with an inscrutable figure. It was clearly a young man's voice, yet it carried an inexplicable maturity. Chapter 304, The Seven Deadly Sins. "A clown. Before this, you have something to do." From beneath the cold silver mask, Sumu's indifferent voice emerged. Taoist Shu Qing no longer leaned against the wall and slowly stood upright. Lin Kanyang's expression became serious as he looked up. Yu Ying gazed at Sumu, waiting for orders. "Help the humans of this city relocate." "Relocate?" Yu Ying showed a hint of confusion. "Go to the Rose Tavern at 158, Punk Street and find the people from the Human Alliance, cooperating with them for the personnel relocation." Yu Ying's eyes flickered. He had heard of the Human Alliance, which was formed by those dissatisfied with the Blood Clan's rule in the Blood Moon Empire. And their goal was somewhat similar to that of the Revolutionary Army, to overthrow the Blood Moon Empire's rule. He did not expect that the Seven Deadly Sins also had a connection with the Human Alliance. "Leader, Why do we need to relocate? Because this city will soon cease to exist. Cease to exist? Yu Ying was shocked. Could it be that the 7 deadly sins were going to slaughter the city? Lin Kanyang trembled slightly. He knew that the organization's missions were certainly extraordinary, but he did not expect it to be a city slaughter. This is a time of peace. To slaughter a city in the Blood Moon Empire, if successful, would be a shocking global event. Remember, your task is to help the Human Alliance with the relocation. As for the city slaughter, other organization members will take care of it, so do not create additional complications. Chapter 305, The Undying King. Just SOSO. Insolence. A Golden Blood clan immediately acted aggressively, moving faster than the eye could follow, and in a flash of blood light, he was already in front of Sumu. Swish! His blood-tinged fingers slashed fiercely across Sumu's body, but this strike was as ineffective as slicing through air. What? The Golden Blood clan's expression turned furious. And he was about to strike again. Stop! The Undying King's cold voice rang out. Yes, Your Majesty. The man shot a resentful glance at Sumu before retreating. HMPH. The Undying King snorted coldly. Being played by an illusion, you are truly getting worse with age. The man lowered his head in shame, not daring to speak. Sumu strolled into the arena, as if he were taking a leisurely walk in a garden, casually surveying the architectural style of the place, appearing completely like a tourist. The Blood clan present fixed their gazes on him, their murderous intent unmasked. The pride of the 7 deadly sins, it seems this king underestimated you. You actually have the guts to show up. The Undying King elegantly lifted a crystal cup, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he looked at Sumu. However, your courage is limited, you only dare to send an illusion here. Chapter 306, The 7 deadly sins make their appearance originally about to leave with the others. Leng Yu's delicate body trembled, and she bit her lip, trembling as she approached the Undying King. The Undying King stared expressionlessly at the woman before him. His cold eyes revealing no emotion. Leng Yu. I am here. Leng Yu quickly knelt halfway to the ground, her head bowed tightly. I misjudged you, as you said. The prideful ones, who are beyond control, indeed deserve attention. I dare not. Her voice trembled increasingly, her purple-lipped mouth nearly bitten through. Tell me. Why did pride come specifically to inform me of the intent to annihilate you city? At this moment, the Undying King seemed to regain his calm. But only those who truly understood him knew this was the calm before a storm of rage. Leng Yu's mind raced. She knew that one misstep could lead to her certain death. As the Minister of Intelligence, she had collected all intelligence regarding the 7 deadly sins. And she had also conducted psychological profiling on pride. This person was lawless, extremely arrogant, true to his name. If he said he would wipe out your city, he likely would follow through, as such a person would not deign to lie. Chapter 307, The 7 deadly sins are all golden powerhouses. Is this the true strength of the 7 deadly sins? Lin Kanyang was instantly astonished, and at the same time, a wave of ecstasy surged within him. Such a powerful organization, and he was part of it. Although merely a substitute for the 3rd seat, his future was bright, as long as this mission succeeded. He would become the chief. One day, I too can become a formal member like them, standing tall in the clouds. His ambition burned fiercely. And as a fellow golden powerhouse, he could increasingly sense the strength of these formal members. It could be said that each of them far surpassed him. Especially the one leading, just standing there gave an overwhelming sense of terror like a deep abyss. Huh? Wait. The leader is wearing a mask of wrath. Lin Kanyang was stunned, instinctively glancing at the wrath beside him, then at the sky. The masks of the two were identical. Could it be that I saw it wrong? He began to doubt his own eyes. After all, the 7 deadly sins in the sky were backlit and far away, but no matter how he scrutinized. The leader's mask was indeed wrath, without a doubt. What is going on? Looking at the 5 companions standing in the void, he furrowed his brows. Flying ability was extremely rare, It was impossible for all 5 to fly. There must be one possessing this ability, carrying the others along. Chapter 308. Split up to act. In the next moment, those blood clans uncontrollably opened their mouths wide, a drop of scarlet blood spewing out. As if drawn by some force, the blood continuously gathered towards the hands of the Golden Blood Clan. Dongfang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Showing no sign of panic on his face, he extended 5 fingers and grasped forcefully at the ruins of the city below. Sink the stars and draw the moon. In an instant, an invisible force poured from his palm like a torrent, causing the once silent ruins, twisted rebar, and collapsed building debris to tremble violently. Boom! Countless building remnants broke free from the ground, defying gravity as they rapidly ascended, gathering in the air, pressing against each other and crashing, producing thunderous roars. Initially, only some small fragments gathered, but then more and more debris was pulled by the gravitational force, like countless streams converging into a river, ultimately merging into a massive sphere of ruins in the sky. This sphere, composed of city ruins, continued to absorb surrounding debris, growing larger, its surface uneven, with rebar extending outward like menacing spikes. Dongfang Yuan held it aloft with one hand, and that sphere of ruins quietly rested in his grasp, creating an immensely shocking scene, as if a person was lifting a gigantic meteorite. Chapter 309. The Blood Moon Treasury. Your Majesty, we have confirmed the identities of the 7 deadly sins attacking your city. They are wrath, envy, greed, gluttony, and sloth. Inside the palace, Leng Yu knelt on one knee, respectfully reporting to the man seated on the throne. The undying king sneered. Has pride not appeared yet? Leng Yu shook her head. No trace of pride has been found so far. What is the situation in your city? It has been mostly destroyed. But all the Golden Blood Clan around have gone to support. Several Golden Blood Clan dispatched from the imperial capital are also on their way. The 5 members of the 7 deadly sins are temporarily entangled. Once our main force arrives, we will surely annihilate them all. Very well. Since pride wants to wipe out your city, then this king will first kill those 5 members. The undying king shook the goblet in his hand, smiling confidently. Your Majesty, based on the feedback from the intelligence personnel, I have discovered some doubts. Leng Yu seemed hesitant to speak. Speak. The wrath among the 7 deadly sins seems to have the ability to manipulate gravity and possesses immense strength, far surpassing ordinary golden powerhouses. Gravity. The undying king narrowed his eyes slightly, as if realizing something, and coldly uttered a name, Dongfang Yuan. Yes, Your Majesty, Dongfang Yuan's ability is to manipulate gravity. And that wrath also possesses gravitational power, and their strengths seem to be on par. It is a bit too coincidental. There are not many extraordinary beings in this world who can manipulate gravity, and their strengths are similar. Chapter 310. The 12 Swords of Royal Authority. Deep in the treasury, totem stones of various colors resembling gems were neatly arranged, among which were many golden-level totem stones. There were also hundreds of artifacts stacked, ancient bronze shields, crowns emitting rainbow light, and swords from which the sound of dragon roars could be faintly heard. As Sumu immersed himself in the Blood Moon Treasury, his teammates were in a dire situation. You city. Dongfang Yuan panted slightly, his breathing somewhat irregular, surrounded by 5 Golden Blood Clan members who had him completely surrounded. Sikongshan had also lost his previous Valor, being besieged by 2 Blood Clan members from the front and back, struggling to cope. And wounds had already appeared on his body. The 3 golden powerhouses who had come with them were now down to 2 injured. And one had fallen unconscious and was captured. The situation was equally grim. A battle involving more than a dozen golden powerhouses had caused unimaginable destruction to the terrain. Yu City had long since turned into a wasteland, with the ground cracked open in several massive fissures, magma surging forth, resembling a hell on earth. Their mission had long been completed. They wanted to escape, but unfortunately, they couldn't get away at all. Too many Golden Blood Clan members had arrived to support. And they were completely trapped here. Unless something unexpected happened, everyone was going to die here. perhaps Dongfang Yuan, could barely escape, but the others were undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 311. From today, the 7 deadly sins will be erased from the world. The Shun is the only illusion-type sword among the 12 swords of kings. It is said that those with weak willpower will completely lose their minds the moment they see Shun, forever immersed in illusions. The name Shun is derived from mirage, representing the concept of the unreal. An illusion-type artifact. Such a treasure should rightfully belong to me. Sumu extended his hand towards Shun, and at this moment, he considered that he had truly encountered a rare treasure. He deeply understood the power of the 12 swords of kings. The Void Devourer, once it stored enough energy, could even unleash strikes at the golden level. He believed that once he possessed Shun, perhaps his illusions could also affect the golden tier. At that moment, a loud bang echoed from the vault door. Immediately, a fierce wind rushed in, arrogance. The enraged voice of the Undying King thundered like a storm in the vault. Sumu did not turn back. Instead, he calmly waved his hand at Shun, and the space instantly warped, causing Shun to vanish into thin air. The Undying King's eyes widened in fury, his face twisted like a hungry ghost. You seek death. The next moment, a crimson light shot up into the sky, enveloping everything in this blood light. The once indestructible mithril vault was instantly reduced to ashes in the blood light, and even the earth was corroded, sinking 3 inches. Chapter 312. The nightmare begins, the nightmare descends. The cold sunlight pierced through the thick clouds, pouring down recklessly upon this broken land. It illuminated Sumu's arrogant mask, the edges of the silver mask shimmering with a cold light. Opposite him stood the Undying King, one of the 7 golden kings. One of the strongest 7 people in the world today. This king stood silently, waiting for Sumu to make his move. A gentle breeze fluttered the hem of his clothes, while red teardrop-shaped earrings swayed gently under the terrifying might of the Undying King. The entire world seemed to fall into a silent dread. Sumu's indifferent gaze, through the silver mask, fixed on the Undying King. He was very aware of the other's power, a strength far beyond his own silver tier. Even if he possessed divinity, the strength of divinity depended on the user. Divinity was like a sniper rifle. In the hands of a sharpshooter, it could kill from 1,000 miles away without a trace, wiping out hundreds in a single battle. In the hands of a fragile college student, it was uncertain if they could even hit a target, let alone the recoil that could dislocate their shoulder from just one shot. With his silver strength, even if he exhausted all his power to wield divinity, he could only injure a golden tier powerhouse, and it was uncertain whether he could kill a golden one, let alone a golden king. Chapter 313. I am the god of the new era. What? He was increasingly horrified as he looked at the pitch-black hole. He could even feel that behind it were eyes that could not be described, staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, he felt fear for the first time in his life. That was the gaze of the sea god. With the barrier of blood flames lost, the seawater gushed wildly. But that was not the most deadly part. The most deadly part was that some offspring of the sea god, hidden in the deep sea, also emerged with the seawater. These creatures from nightmares stepped into reality. Come forth, undying sea monsters. Sumu smiled sickly, as if to witness a grand performance. He was like a conductor of the show. Under his command, tens of thousands of undying sea monsters emerged from the black hole. They had decaying bodies, exposed bones, black tentacles, and their hollow eye sockets held no eyeballs. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. The undying sea monsters seemed endless, continuously pouring out from the black hole along with the seawater. What does it feel like when 100,000 troops suddenly surge into the palace? The originally spacious palace instantly became crowded. Previously, the Undying King had furiously stormed into the Blood Moon Vault and flattened it with a single strike, causing the surrounding guards to either die or flee. Chapter 314. The true identity of arrogance. The Undying King's pupils suddenly contracted. Why you? He instinctively wanted to mock Sumu for daring to call himself a god, something even this golden king would not dare to say. but looking at the other party opening the two realms passage with a wave of his hand, flooding the palace, summoning 100,000 undying sea monsters. Along with hundreds of sea monsters, and seeing that number still increasing, he could not dare to think further. Suddenly, a terrifying thought surged into his mind, perhaps. Arrogance really is the god of the nightmare world, the embodiment of a god. He was powerful, mysterious, completely like someone who had appeared out of nowhere. Which was simply unrealistic. It was impossible for a powerful being with no past or traces to emerge out of thin air in this world. Unless he was not from this world. He came from the nightmare world. Yes. That's it. Arrogance is a nightmare creature invading reality, the embodiment of a god. And the aura emanating from him is identical to that of the god behind the black hole. He can summon the god of nightmares, and control these nightmare monsters. Chapter 3:15. The arrogant Lin Kanyang. It seems that I cannot summon the undying sea monsters at will. The power of the gods is ultimately too strong. And it seems that this time the sea god has set his sights on me. If I were to open the passage to the sea kingdom again, it might lead to unforeseen circumstances. Sumu pondered silently as he slowly rose from the throne of the immortal emperor. He had never seen a true god. The previous few encounters had only allowed him to witness a glimpse of the divine, as gods were entirely beings of a higher dimension, powerful beyond human imagination. This time, as the palace was flooded, attracting the attention of the sea god, he nearly played with fire and got burned. If the undying king had hesitated a moment longer, he would have been the first to die. Fortunately, the undying king was adaptable and possessed a regal demeanor. The key point was that the undying king did not know that Sumu was already at the end of his strength and was ultimately deceived. Sumu stepped out. Leaving the dream, the matter was not yet completely over, as Shuqing Taoist and the others were still uncertain of their fates. Crack! The chains on Lin Kanyang were released, and his blooded, mangled body slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. His vacant eyes staring at the blood clan before him. Am I going to die? Damn it! I am not reconciled. I haven't even become the chief yet. I haven't had time to enjoy life, and I've only just been released for a month. Chapter 3:16. Does arrogance like this king? Sumu arrived at the blood bank, which had already turned into a ruin, surrounded by broken walls and many places ablaze with fierce flames, black smoke billowing into the sky. He discovered Shuqing Taoist among the ruins. Shuqing Taoist was in terrible condition. His mask was completely shattered, as if it had been blasted apart by a punch. Countless small silver fragments embedded in his face, blooded and mangled. For a golden powerhouse, this could only be considered a minor injury. The real problem was that he had lost too much blood, not just blood, but it seemed he had also lost a significant amount of flesh. He looked entirely like skin over bones, with the outline of his bones particularly visible. Shuqing Taoist's eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if he were dead. However, when Sumu infused his lifespan into him, his eyes refocused, gradually regaining their spirit. Lord Divine Envoy. The awakened Shuqing Taoist wept bitterly. I have suffered greatly. I was almost drained dry by that woman. Woman? Sumu's gaze flickered slightly. Is the ancestor of the blood clan a woman? Hurry. Run away. That woman might come back soon. Taoist Xuanqing suddenly said in panic. Chapter 3:17. You can't really be greedy, right? Report. A guard's loud voice suddenly echoed outside the hall. Lord Dongfang seeks an audience with your majesty. Come in. Yes, your majesty. Shortly after, the heavily injured Dongfang Yuan and Sikongzhen walked in. And 3 coffins floated behind them. Gongsun Quan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Dongfang Yuan and Sikongzhen's faces were heavy as they greeted the Red King. Your Majesty. The ghost city has been slaughtered, but Gongyang Shuo and others. Dongfang Yuan sighed heavily, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The elderly man, whose white hair was becoming more pronounced, looked weary. Lord Dongfang, were you the only 2 to return alive? Gongsun Quan squinted his eyes, discreetly sizing up Sikongzhen. If it weren't for the sudden retreat of the Blood Clan, I might not have survived either. This matter is very strange. I can't make sense of it. Lord Dongfang. Your return is related to arrogance. Previously, while you were fighting in the Ghost City, you were unaware of what happened in the Blood Moon Empire. However, the spies lurking in the Blood Moon Empire have sent back news. It was arrogance accompanied by lust, fury, and the candidates for the 3 seats causing a ruckus in the imperial capital. Arrogance even broke into the palace alone, seemingly opening the door to the nightmare world. Summoning endless seawater and undead monsters, and even the presence of a deity descended, completely destroying the entire palace. Chapter 318. The 7 deadly sins resound through the world at this moment. Sikongzhen had successfully guessed the truth. Unfortunately, the truth is often held by a few people, and is not believed by the majority. Lord Sikong, there's no need to mention such a flimsy excuse. With the power displayed by arrogance, do you really think he couldn't gather 7 golden powerhouses? Dongfang Yuan said coldly. Sikongzhen was shaken by this statement. A being capable of forcing the undying king to submit, and claiming to be a god, would find it easy to gather followers, not to mention 7. Even 70 would be no problem. Your Majesty, I really am not one of the 7 deadly sins. Sikongzhen's sincere explanation grew increasingly pale. Gongsun Quan seemed to ponder. Stepping forward to support Sikongzhen, Lord Sikong, it is human nature for a good bird to choose a good tree to rest on. Even if you join the 7 deadly sins, it does not conflict with your status as a noble of the Red Flame Empire. This time, the Empire and the 7 deadly sins work together to strike a heavy blow to the Blood Moon Empire. Isn't that good? Perhaps we can continue to cooperate between our sides, don't you think, Lord Sikong? Sikongzhen's eyes widened suddenly. No. The label of greed is already stuck on me and can't be removed. He felt extremely frustrated and wronged. Chapter 319. I am the chief. Discussions about the 7 deadly sins varied widely. Some admired them, while others feared them. However, there was a common viewpoint that gained widespread recognition. That is, the times have changed. Whether arrogance is the god of the new era or not, the era has indeed changed because of him. It was originally the world of the 7 kings, but now there is a god above the 7 kings. Aside from the 7 deadly sins, the reputation of the Red King was improving at a visibly rapid pace. The public was not foolish, they could see the difference by comparing both sides. The 7 deadly sins had caused far less destruction in the Red Flame Empire, which indicates what? It indicates that the Red King is stronger than the Undying King. Meanwhile, Sikongzhen's value continued to rise. The title of the Empire's first war god seemed to have truly changed hands. Whenever the 7 deadly sins made big news, his reputation also soared. Now, no one dared to question Sikongzhen's worth. After all, that was personally certified by the 7 deadly sins. This was just the reaction of the lower-class citizens. The attitude of the high-level figures of the 7 great empires towards the 7 deadly sins was very unified. They feared them. Countless spies moved to investigate the battle that occurred last night in the Blood Moon Empire's palace. As various countries wanted to know why the proud Undying King chose to bow his head. Chapter 320. Taoist Xuanqing Jun Wuxiang and the female fragrance guest were both startled. The 7 deadly sins. Jun Wuxiang's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to take action, he heard Taoist Xuanqing, wearing a lust mask, angrily scold. You rebellious disciple, is this how you guard the house when I am not around? Master! Is that you? Jun Wuxiang was shocked. What is going on? The lust of the 7 deadly sins is actually his master. Ah? The female fragrance guest also recognized the globally wanted 7 deadly sins. Just as she opened her mouth to scream, a crystal blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes. The next moment, the female fragrance guest, as if losing her soul, blankly closed her mouth, then expressionless, stood up and automatically left the Changsheng Taoist temple. Hey, don't go. What about the ominous sign? Zhang Wuxiang pounded his chest and stomped his feet, looking at his master. He finally remembered the important matter. Master, what is going on? Shut up, rebellious disciple. Hurry and pay your respects to the divine envoy. Zhang Wuxiang was increasingly confused. He looked at Sumu, divine envoy. The leader of arrogance is the divine envoy appointed by the celestial master of longevity. Hurry up and pay your respects. Oh, pay respects to the divine envoy. The remaining time will be left to you two masters and disciples. Saying this, Sumu's figure disappeared without a trace. Chapter 321, Arrogance pretending to be arrogance. Duan Muqing lowered her head somewhat shyly. I need your help this time. Mr. Su, just say it. As long as I can do it. Help me refine the bloodthirsty berserker and demonic heart soul slayer silver law potions. The extraordinary materials accumulated by the Blood Moon Empire over the years are comprehensive, and all the materials needed to refine these two potions are available. Duan Muqing showed a hesitant expression, as if wanting to say something but stopping. Mr. Su, can you wait a moment? Sumu's gaze moved slightly. The tool person, who was originally quite useful, seems to have learned to evade after a few days. It seems that the recent brainwashing power has weakened. His smile became even gentler. What's wrong? Have you been too tired from work recently? It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. If you're too tired, just go out for a walk and rest more. Duan Muqing quickly shook her head. No, Mr. Su, I sense the omen of nightmares recently. And I estimate that I will enter the nightmare world in the next few days, so I can't help you refine the potions. I'm sorry. Omen of nightmares. Counting the time, it's almost time. Sumu almost forgot about the omen of nightmares, mainly because he had never experienced it. Each time he couldn't even wait for the omen of nightmares before he actively entered the nightmare world. Chapter 322, Not Pretending. I am arrogant. Sumu walked towards the law enforcement headquarters, planning to use the training room inside to train and accelerate the digestion of Servant of Strength. The law enforcement headquarters, as the largest violent department of the Red Flame Empire, has a training room that is top-notch in the world. Not using it would be a waste. Currently, the law enforcement headquarters is recruiting a new batch of nightmare apostles to prepare for the next exploration of the nightmare world. This process requires time, so he can take advantage of this gap to practice well. When he was close to the law enforcement bureau, Sumu saw a familiar figure. She was wearing a loose beige hoodie, with light pink drawstrings on the hood, and two fluffy white pom-poms hanging at the ends. The front of the shirt had a simple bear pattern printed on it. The lower body is paired with a pair of light blue slim-fit jeans. And she wears white canvas shoes, creating an overall simplistic and cute look. Coupled with her delicate and obedient appearance, she exudes a sense of a neighborhood girl coming of age, provided one ignores the cigarette hanging from her mouth. Su Qing sensed someone staring and slightly turned her head. Her small mouth suddenly widening, causing the cigarette to drop to the ground. Arrogant. She looked at Sumu in shock, her body tensing up. Sumu slowly approached her, making Su Qing feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. However, as the distance closed, a hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Chapter 323, Yang Dongqing. My world is too dangerous. The woman in red seemed to see through the thoughts of the undying king, and remained expressionless. Stating, although I haven't fully recovered my memory, I can assure you that the gods cannot come here. I remember a long time ago, when the 7 great empires had not yet been established, it was a chaotic and dark era. The gods of the nightmare world attempted to invade reality more than once. But even then, the gods did not descend, only nightmare monsters and their followers invaded. Later came the establishment of the 7 great empires, which completely ended the nightmare era. Nowadays, nightmare monsters have become quite rare in reality. The undying king furrowed his brow. What exactly happened at the beginning of the establishment of the 7 great empires? Why is there only a scant few records in historical texts? The woman in red frowned slightly, as if in thought. I don't remember. It seems something very important happened. Perhaps related to the vanished king. Vanished king. The undying king was taken aback. It is well known that there are only 6 kings among the 7 kings. One king has completely vanished from the annals of history. The Crimson King merely inherited the empire of the vanished king and is a usurper. Regardless of what happened back then, it is no longer important. What matters is that the gods cannot enter reality, even during the Dark Era, they could not. And it is even more impossible now. Chapter 324, Yang Dongqing's Strength. Soon, the heart inquiry test began. Sumu observed Yang Dongqing with interest. He remembered that the last heart inquiry test had caught several spies from the Revolutionary Army. However, since the shadow dared to send Yang Dongqing for this test, they must have understood the heart inquiry test and prepared a countermeasure. As he expected, Yang Dongqing walked expressionlessly to the examiner and began the heart inquiry test. Name? Yang Mo. Where are you from? Star City. Are you a spy sent by other empires? No. Have you ever joined any domestic reactionary organizations, such as the 7 Deadly Sins or the Revolutionary Army? No. Yang Dongqing smoothly passed the test. In fact, the heart inquiry test is not difficult. As long as major powers prepare in advance, they can easily pass it. This stage is merely a rough screening. The real prevention of spy infiltration is the final contract. Even if you are a spy, once you sign the contract, you cannot pass on relevant information. Anyone who violates the contract will die, no matter how powerful they are. The shadow sent Yang Dongqing to gather intelligence, which turned out to be in vain, as he was destined to gain no information from Yang Dongqing. After the heart inquiry test and grouping, it was time for the combat segment, allowing the Apostles of Nightmares to showcase their abilities and strengths. Chapter 325, Are you good at fighting? Damn! What kind of perverse defense is this? Ultimately, the woman was pushed to the edge of the arena. And at that moment, Yang Dongqing struck. A strong hand ignored the impenetrable sword net and grabbed the woman's delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly with one hand. The woman struggled fiercely, but could not budge Yang Dongqing in the slightest. Surrender, Yang Dongqing said coldly. Who would have thought that the woman would smirk coldly? The one who should surrender is you, just look at your chest. At that moment, a spray of blood appeared on Yang Dongqing's chest. Your defense is high, but I hit the same spot with at least 100 swords, breaking through your defense. As long as there is a wound, my poison will invade your body. This poison has no cure. If you surrender now, I can force the toxin out of you. Yang Dongqing remained expressionless, casually glancing at the wound on his chest. In the blink of an eye, the wound had healed, while at the same time, his skin began to show a deep purple color, clearly indicating the spread of the toxin. However, after a moment of spreading, the toxin astonishingly began to recede and eventually disappeared completely. The woman was utterly panicked. This is impossible, my poison. Chapter 326, Dreamtime House. After the combat selection ended, the examiner came to ask Sumu for his opinion. My lord, are there any apostles of nightmares among this group that you are interested in? Sumu slowly scanned the crowd, many apostles of nightmares looking at him with hopeful expressions, wishing to be directly selected to join the first team and gain nobility. However, Sumu shook his head. No, as it stands, they are not qualified to join my team. Let's see how the subsequent tests go. As soon as he finished speaking, several powerful apostles of nightmares showed dissatisfaction, feeling that Sumu was too arrogant, especially since he was merely a silver-level apostle, yet dared to say they were unqualified. Although they originally did not want to join Sumu's team and preferred to form their own, his refusal to select them was seen as his fault. Human nature is always like this. Of course, even if they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show it, as Yang Dongqing's example was still fresh in their minds. In fact, Sumu was not arrogant, he was simply stating a fact. Among these apostles of nightmares, there were indeed a few outstanding silver-level individuals. But they were of no use. Who are the people in his team? The Crimson King's avatar Su Qing, the lucky Lin Lingling, the infinitely growing Yang Wu, and Lin Nanxing with conceptual abilities. As for himself, being the embodiment of the first of the 7 deadly sins, pride, goes without saying. Chapter 327, Promotion to Silver 2. After returning to the imperial capital, Sumu directly consumed the demonic heart-soul-destroying potion. There is no order for advancement. Any bottle can be taken first. With the consumption of a demonic heart-soul-destroying, his consciousness began to rise to an endless dimension, easily arriving at the giant net constructed by the Silver Law. Even though it was his second time seeing the Silver Law, the shock remained undiminished. As if he had suddenly arrived deep in the universe and witnessed the vast expanse of the starry river. A huge star, pitch black like ink, magnified before his eyes, containing endless black murderous energy, surging like a sea of clouds. The next moment, the black star descended a beam of light, landing on Sumu. Endless murderous energy surged into his body, various negative emotions filled with the intent to kill violently assaulted Sumu's consciousness. Advancement is not without risk. It just does not manifest during the bronze stage, but the difficulty and risk increase with each subsequent promotion. For example, now, if Sumu's consciousness cannot withstand the murderous intent contained within the murderous energy, then his consciousness will completely dissipate. Only those with a firm will can pass this trial. As the murderous energy entered his body, Sumu's expression slightly changed. This power is so weak. Chapter 328, New team members 10 minutes later. 5 apostles of nightmares lay on the ground, bruised and battered, constantly wailing. Yang Dongqing held the mithril token in his hand, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The first place is mine for sure. At that moment, he was covered in wounds, with cuts, bruises, and burns. Yet he seemed unaffected by the pain, playing with the mithril token in his hand. In just a short while, all his injuries healed completely. The 5 nightmare apostles looked at him with terror in their eyes, feeling that Yang Dongqing was a monster, an unkillable monster. Initially, the 5 of them had the upper hand, severely injuring Yang Dongqing, but the more they fought, the more they realized something was wrong. Yang Dongqing's recovery was incredibly fast, and their attacks gradually began to fail to harm him. By the end, he disregarded all their attacks and knocked them all to the ground. Some of you have detection abilities, right? Stand up and lead the way for me. If you can help me be the first to exit the cave, I might consider sparing your lives. At the cave's exit, Sumu and the others quietly waited. Lin Lingling raised her slender wrist and glanced at the little bare watch on it, pouting in dissatisfaction. So slow. Why are the nightmare apostles so slow this time? If it were me, I would have been out twice by now. Chapter 329, The same tactic is useless against me. The first generation, Red King, must have something that the royal family wants to retrieve, the supreme heaven. No. That's not right. The royal family used the supreme heaven not long ago, and Jasmine died because of it. Yang Dongqing couldn't come up with an answer. Nor could he relay the information to the Revolutionary Army, because he had signed a contract. Now, he could only take it one step at a time. Even if the mission target wasn't the supreme heaven, it was definitely something of great importance to the royal family. 3 days from now, you will depart for the nightmare world. Dongfang Yuan said this and then left, leaving everyone to silently digest the information. At that moment, a law enforcer walked up to Yang Dongqing. Mr. Yang, Count Su is waiting for you at his estate. The car is ready, please follow me. Yang Dongqing nodded gravely, and followed the enforcer. His heart was fully invested in this mission. He had a vague feeling that this mission could very well be the key to toppling the Red Flame Empire. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a grand estate. Yang Dongqing got out and, guided by the butler, entered the estate. As the main door slowly opened, a bright and spacious hall came into view. In the center of the hall, Sumu and the others were gathered around a table, enjoying hot pot. with Suqing happily drinking beer and singing, looking quite cheerful. Chapter 330, Sealed Dust, Absolute Thought. At night, Sumu entered a dream-walking mode. Moving like a ghost through the streets and alleys of the imperial capital, randomly selecting lucky audience members to refine transitory illusions. With 3 days left before departing for the nightmare world, he planned to fully digest transitory illusions and gain new dream laws. This was quite simple for him, as his mental power was virtually limitless, allowing him to use transitory illusions almost continuously. To improve efficiency, he even started targeting various nobles. If one were to say where the most extraordinary individuals in the imperial capital were, it would definitely be among the noble families. With the selfless help of the nobles, Sumu managed to fully digest transitory illusions and awaken the new dream law, sealed dust, absolute thought, in just 2.5 days. His mental power began to undergo uncontrollable changes. The total amount did not increase, but its form transformed. It felt quite wonderful. As if the once invisible and intangible mental power suddenly became a form of invisible force, as if it had gained substance. If the original mental power was gaseous, then now it had turned into a liquid state, allowing the substantial mental power to directly interfere with reality. Chapter 331, Yang Dongqing, Why is everyone stronger than me? Yang Dongqing silently followed behind the team, glancing at Suqing's petite figure from time to time. He didn't understand how such a frail body could unleash such terrifying power. Did she have a T-Rex residing within her? The group hadn't walked far when the ground began to tremble, and the tremors grew more intense. The nearby volcano continued to erupt, with streams of molten lava pouring down. The next moment, from the countless fissures in the ground, lava surged forth. And 10-meter-tall lava giants emerged from the magma. 10, 20, 30, the number kept rising. The air distorted due to the terrifying heat, and everyone's hair began to curl slightly. These lava giants seemed incapable of communication. Once they appeared, they charged toward the group in a frenzy. Everyone had no choice but to engage in battle. A hint of excitement flashed across Suqing's delicate face as she waved her small fists and rushed forward. Lin Nanqing silently took out his bow and arrow, then pulled out several ice totem stones from his pocket to load. Yang Wu stood guard beside Sumu like a loyal servant, waiting for instructions without saying a word. As for Lin Lingling, she yawned leisurely, then casually took out a piece of golden equipment, which was a small pink pistol wrapped in black mist, exuding an ominous aura. The color was clearly not pink, it was something she had painted herself. Chapter 332, Just Gold. Not like I haven't killed before. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire lava land began to violently shake. And a deep rumbling sound echoed from the depths of the earth, like ancient war drums being struck, growing louder, accompanied by a deafening roar. A crimson magma column erupted from the volcano, like a giant fire meteor shooting into the sky. The lava surged like a raging red tide, carrying thick smoke and countless hot stones, erupting outward with a force that seemed to sweep everything away. The sky was instantly shrouded in volcanic ash, as if falling into eternal night. Immediately after, a dull roar sounded, and a giant lava giant over 100 meters tall emerged from the volcano. Its towering body seeming to touch the sky, with bright red lava flowing down its form. As it appeared, a powerful pressure slowly spread, lowering the sky. Yang Dongqing's face changed in shock. This pressure is at the golden level. Having sparred with multiple golden level experts before, he was all too familiar with this overwhelming sense of oppression. It was undoubtedly golden. Unbeatable. Only those who have experienced it firsthand can understand the terror of a golden level expert. There is an insurmountable chasm between golden and other levels of extraordinary beings. Chapter 333, the god said, extinguish. The massive body lost balance and fell to the ground like a mountain pressing down. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu chose to act at this moment. He quickly ascended into the air, standing in the void. The divine eye at his forehead suddenly opened, revealing a silver vertical pupil, and the supreme pressure belonging to a deity spread throughout the area. Boom! A silver beam of light that pierced the heavens shot out, lightly grazing the giant lava body, which instantly cracked and split in half. The lava on its body gradually dimmed, and its struggles ceased, as if it had completely died. Looking at Sumu, who appeared godlike in the sky, young Dongqing was already too shocked to speak. Now, he fully realized the gap between himself and Sumu. It turned out that even golden-level experts could be killed by silver-level ones. Phew, finally resolved, Suqing quickly returned to the team with a few swift movements. Her clothes printed with little bears rising and falling with her breaths. No, not yet. Sumu squinted slightly, looking at the corpse of the lava giant, and saw the flowing magma in the earth's cracks madly converging towards the body. The originally dim red light on the lava giant brightened again, as the magma continuously filled the cracks in its body. In the next moment, it stood up again. Chapter 334, Great Divine Envoy. There were too many people outside just now. In the sky 10,000 miles high, a crack appeared out of thin air, and the figures of Sumu and others emerged from it. Wow! Lin Nanqing yelled in shock, instinctively grabbing onto young Dongqing beside him. Are we in the sky? Great Divine Envoy, look beneath your feet, it's the headquarters of the original God sect, Holy Radiant City. The gentle voice of the Pope sounded, seemingly carrying a calming power that made the panicked Lin Nanqing and others quiet down. They then realized that there seemed to be some invisible force supporting them, allowing them to stand high in the sky. Sumu looked down, and what he saw was a magnificent giant city. The outline of the city was quite peculiar, resembling a giant eye made up of countless buildings arranged in a scale-like manner. The outline was clear and striking, like a mark left by a deity on the earth. Sunlight poured down from the dome above, illuminating the great city eye, making it shimmer with golden brilliance, giving the illusion that this eye seemed alive, watching them. At the center of this eye, at the position of the pupil, stood a magnificent and towering cathedral, its spire piercing the sky, almost reaching the position where Sumu and the others were currently located. Chapter 335, The Boastful Pope. You shouldn't ask me this question, Your Holiness. Don't you often listen to the teachings of the original angels? Do you not know whether you can go to heaven? The Pope's face turned pale, and his body trembled involuntarily. He nervously scanned his surroundings, and upon seeing the tightly closed doors and windows, he finally stammered out the truth. Great Divine Envoy, I am doomed. In fact, I cannot hear the voice of the original angels. Those were all lies I used to deceive the believers. But I did this for the original God sect. I know I am not qualified and cannot hear the voice of the deity, but... Enough! Sumu coldly interrupted, your actions will be judged by the original angels. The Pope trembled, his lips moved, but ultimately he gave up on defending himself. Since you cannot hear the teachings of the original angels, then where did your divine eye come from? Did you, perhaps, imitate that blasphemer and steal it? No. I didn't. The Pope hurriedly explained, Great Divine Envoy, I have never done such a thing. The divine eye was granted to me by the original angels 100 years ago. When I was still young, I joined the original God sect and was responsible for cleaning the cathedral. At that time, the main hall of the cathedral was dedicated to the statue of the original angel. I swear I had no other thoughts, I just saw that the statue was dusty. So I climbed up to wipe it, and then the statue suddenly shone with holy light, and after that, I passed out. When I woke up. Chapter 336, Abyss. Afterward, the two walked out of the side hall and entered the main hall, where they met Suqing and the others. Sumu briefly informed everyone of the situation. After all, if the situation was truly as the Pope said, he would have to enter the abyss alone. To his surprise, after hearing about the dangers of the abyss, everyone expressed their desire to follow him in. Take me with you. My sky eye will definitely come in handy. Lin Nanqing volunteered. Sumu shook his head, you cannot look directly at the deity. If you go, you will only die faster, and the more people there are, the more dangerous it becomes. Only one person can go. Let me go. Suqing stepped out from the crowd, feeling that she should go herself. After all, as the daughter of the first Red King and the master of the Supreme Heaven, she was definitely the most suitable candidate. Just as Sumu was about to refuse, he heard the Pope say anxiously, "No." Suqing raised an eyebrow, looking at the Pope. "Why can't I go?" The Pope explained, "I can sense that there is a flame within you that does not belong to your body. This flame is extraordinary, and you cannot perfectly conceal its aura. If you go in, it would be like waving a torch in the dark, which will surely attract the attention of the evil god." Suqing's expression turned ugly. The Pope was right. The Nirvana sacred flame within her did not belong to this body, but was entirely the power of her original self. Chapter 337, Finally Deceived. Sumu put away the two treasures of the original god sect and nodded in satisfaction, then leaped into the abyss. That enormous pitch-black crack swallowed him like a terrifying giant mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The Pope stood like a statue, wearing a benevolent smile, waiting in place for a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the benevolence on his face melted away like snow, replaced by a sinister, ecstatic expression. That grim smile grew wider, crinkling the wrinkles on his face into a mass, almost capable of crushing an ant. Ha 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 ha. The Pope laughed uproariously, his smile nearing madness. Finally, I've been deceived. Ha ha ha. He laughed uncontrollably, and a sickly blush appeared on his old face. I've waited for so many years. And finally, I've waited for this moment. He stood there laughing for at least 5 minutes before slightly calming down. The plan was only halfway successful. He couldn't waste any more time, or things might change. The Pope suppressed the joy in his heart, muttering to himself, and a vast holy light surged from his body. The holy light shot out into the void, tearing open a rift in the emptiness. He flashed into the rift and disappeared from sight. Chapter 338. Trapped in the abyss, Sumu could tell that the Pope only wanted him to go, even willing to give up 2 treasures of the original god sect. He initially thought that the Pope might be greedy for power, dissatisfied with his sudden rise as a divine envoy, worried about being usurped, and thus sending him to the abyss to die. But now it seemed that was not the case. The Pope had long known about the Nightmare Apostle, and even had plans regarding Suqing. There was one thing Sumu still couldn't understand: even if the Pope had ulterior motives, why put on an act? Clearly, with his strength, he could control everyone. It couldn't be that he simply enjoyed acting, right? Sumu had never exposed his dream-walking mode in front of the Pope, so in the Pope's eyes, if he wanted to send him to the abyss, he could have acted directly, knowing about the Nightmare Apostle and luring him into the abyss. While having a particular affection for Suqing, these clues connected together. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought of the answer. Supreme Heaven. The Pope had fought against the first Red King, so it was highly likely that he learned about the Supreme Heaven and the Nightmare Apostle from the first Red King. He knew the conditions for using the Supreme Heaven. Only those with the bloodline of the Red Flame royal family could use it. This was a threshold set by the Red Flame royal family using the Supreme Heaven, and a huge price was paid to establish this threshold. Chapter 339, Time Distance. In the dream, Bubai transformed into a puddle of ink-like black liquid. This black liquid seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, trying to fly out of the dream. It flowed constantly within the dream, but could not reach the edges of the dream, only wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. Sumu watched as Bubai melted, his brow furrowing. He could feel that Bubai was likely being summoned by the Shadow God, wanting to return to the embrace of the deity. After all, the Shadow Clan was born from the Shadow God, locked away by dreams, unable to escape for the time being. The influence of the deity is too strong. Even through the dream, it can exert an effect. Suddenly, the divine essence of the 4 gods within Sumu also began to stir, seemingly resisting the influence emitted by the God of Shadows. It was precisely because of the presence of the four gods' divine essence that his soul was not assimilated by the god of shadows. However, various extreme negative emotions still uncontrollably arose in his mind. Those with weak willpower would have completely lost their rationality by now. Fortunately, Sumu is best at controlling these negative emotions, having long surpassed the limits of human imagination in the dark aspects of dream venting. Why is it getting closer? He stopped and began to ponder this question. Chapter 340, Endless Monsters. Sumu instantly entered the dream. Sizzle. The flesh and blood giant came to a halt. Its feet ploughing two long furrows in the ground, standing dazed for a moment before shaking its head and continuing up the slope. No eyes, yet can sense the breath. Sumu pondered, curious about what this giant was going to do, what was behind the slope. He followed the steps of the flesh and blood giant up the slope. At the moment he stood on the slope, he couldn't help but be stunned, his eyes fixed on the spectacular scene before him. Monsters. Nightmare monsters. An endless expanse of nightmare monsters. Behind the slope were countless nightmare monsters of various shapes, including rotting zombies, iron-blue corpses, translucent specters, fire-burning goat-headed men, and big-headed dolls with two enormous heads. There were too many to be seen with the naked eye. All the monsters that could appear in a human nightmare seemed to have gathered here. The flesh and blood giant climbed over the slope and joined the ranks of these nightmare monsters, which seemed to have a unified destination, moving forward continuously. Chapter 341, The Power of the Deity. Sumu soared over the entire city again, entering the void at the city's edge from a different direction. However, when he crossed the void, what he saw was still the same city. Are there countless identical cities connected together, or have I never left? He casually took out a piece of mithril the size of a baby's fist, and threw it under a large tree at the city's edge. This fist-sized mithril is worth at least several million, but compared to his current wealth, it's merely a drop in the bucket. The wealth contained in the Blood Moon treasury has long surpassed ordinary imagination. Even giving Duan Mooching a portion would only be worth 1/10 of the entire treasury. Mithril is very stable in nature, and has good resistance to extraordinary powers, making it suitable for marking places least likely to be affected. After marking it, Sumu crossed the void again, and, facing the unchanged city, arrived at the edge position, where he saw the previously discarded mithril again under that large tree. He picked up the mithril, examined it closely, and confirmed it was the one he had just thrown. It seems this city can only be entered, not exited. So he could only focus on the city itself. According to past experience, as long as the source of the nightmare is resolved, this nightmare will naturally shatter. And at that time, he would be able to leave. Chapter 342, Time Loop. Sumu stood at a bustling crossroads, feeling like an outsider, completely out of place with everything around him. Seeing this scene, he had a vague suspicion. The power of the god of shadows suddenly erupted, destroying the city. But under some force, the city was restored. It felt like a refresh. Like in a game, when you clear out the wild monsters in a dungeon. And when you re-enter, all the wild monsters reappear. To verify his guess, he waited a while and then went to the previous cafe. Sure enough, he saw the short-haired college student and the flirty white-collar worker inside. Sumu ordered a coffee and sat in the same spot, and the same plot unfolded. It was as if they were seeing him for the first time. The short-haired college student hesitated for a long time before summoning the courage to approach him. And the white-collar worker threw out a yarn ball, then falsely claimed it was the cat being naughty. Everything was exactly the same. However, this time, Sumu ignored the white-collar worker and directly walked out of the cafe. He stood by the street, pulled out the white-collar worker's phone that he had just stolen, and saw it was 4:55. Chapter 343, Obtaining the Supreme Heaven. Ha ha ha, it seems I guessed right. You really are unlucky guy, to encounter such a low probability. The unluckiest part is that you fell into this dream instead of somewhere else. At least if you fell somewhere else, you could die, but here there is only endless looping. The homeless man seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time, not giving Sumu a chance to respond. talking like a machine gun. But don't despair, the gods will not abandon their followers. As long as you believe in the original angels like me, one day the holy light will shine upon you, and all believers will ascend to heaven. When the original angels were mentioned, a fervent light burst forth in the homeless man's murky eyes, as if it were the source of strength that sustained him. Seeing his fervor, Sumu began to believe he might be the Pope. Next, let me tell you about my origins. If you don't believe it, just treat it as a joke. In fact, I am the Pope of the original God sect. Back in the day, the homeless man's voice suddenly halted, a look of pain appearing on his face, as shadows like ink visibly surged from his body. Chapter 344, God, you have finally come to save me. Sumu smiled slightly. Since that's the case, I will accept it. The supreme heaven still rested on his hand, and had not been removed. The Pope nodded indifferently. This treasure is indeed magical, but it's useless, and even if I gave it to you, you couldn't use it. It is bound to my bloodline. And only this body of mine can use it. Sumu poured his mental energy into the supreme heaven to try it out, but indeed, he could not use it. He had a feeling that the supreme heaven was originally his possession, but now it had been locked with a password by someone else. And even he could not bypass the password lock to use the supreme heaven directly. Wait. The Pope seemed to realize something. He suddenly raised his head and stared intently at Sumu. Who are you? How do you know about the supreme heaven? The existence of the supreme heaven is known only to me and the blasphemer. Could it be you? The gentle expression on Sumu's face gradually faded, replaced by indifference. A detachment like a deity overlooking the world. He slowly stood up, looking down at the trembling Pope. God knows all. What? The Pope's body trembled. You said a very correct thing. Gods will not abandon their followers, as long as you believe in the original angels, even in the abyss. Their holy radiance will shine upon you. Chapter 345, The terrifying power of the shadow god. Having seen the divine messenger, continue. Sumu interrupted, as he did not want to experience another cycle. Yes, Lord Divine Envoy, the key to breaking the time loop lies in the power of shadow divinity. This dream was destroyed by shadow divinity, and as long as the shadow divinity is eliminated, the factor that destroys the dream will be gone. And the loop will naturally be broken. Sumu pondered and realized a blind spot. Wouldn't the time reset also reset the shadow divinity? The Pope shook his head. No. It won't. Divine power is supreme. The time loop merely confines divine power here. No matter how many times time resets, divine power will always remain the original divine power. Even if time flows backward, it cannot replicate the divine power that has been broken. This is ultimately just a small-scale time reset granted by the supreme heaven. Unless the entire world's time resets, encompassing the gods, can it truly affect them. If time is likened to a river, then this can only be considered a small puddle. The gods are like people passing by the puddle, at most getting their shoes wet, but they cannot drown in it. Sumu understood that the key to breaking the situation lies in eliminating the shadow divinity, but the question is how to eliminate it. Chapter 346, Method Soon. Sumu thought of something. The reason the first Red King was called the blasphemer was that he plundered the divinity of various sects. Previously, Sumu wondered how the first Red King could harness that divinity. Now that he had gained the supreme heaven, he understood, it was all because of the supreme heaven. The supreme heaven can even absorb divinity, so it is naturally not a problem for the first Red King to harness divinity through wishes made to the supreme heaven. Strictly speaking, the first Red King is quite similar to him, both are blasphemers, but one relies on the supreme heaven to harness divinity, while the other utilizes the mutual balance between dreams and divinity to do so. With this thought, Sumu came up with a method. Since a strong attack was not feasible, he could completely adopt the path of the blasphemer. He went to the garbage heap and saw the Pope in a suit. It was clear that the Pope was genuinely not bothered by the trouble, even with the time reset. He still insisted on dressing elegantly each time, which indirectly reflected his attitude toward the Divine Envoy. Lord Divine Envoy, you have arrived. The Pope respectfully greeted him without showing any signs of annoyance. Sumu did not waste time and went straight to the point. How much do you know about the wish-making rules of the Supreme Heaven? A thoughtful expression flashed across the Pope's face as he pondered. I know basically everything. Over the past 5 years, I have thoroughly researched the Supreme Heaven. Although I am a waste now, in this endlessly repeating day, I can easily obtain resources from the city using various intelligence, and then continuously make wishes. Chapter 347. What is this perpetual motion machine? Sumu smiled slightly. Do you think a person can ascend continuously by stepping on their left foot and then their right foot? The Pope was directly stunned. His eyes blank. That probably can't be right. Although he had not studied physics, he still understood basic common sense. You are mistaken, it is possible. Sumu placed his hand on the Pope and smiled. Sacrifice the shadow divinity within me. Huh? The Pope was dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. The shadow divinity has already been refined by me and has become my own power. It can be sacrificed. The Pope finally reacted. And a look of excitement appeared on his face. This can actually be done. Using shadow divinity to deal with shadow divinity. Is this the wisdom of the divine envoy? He had never thought that the Supreme Heaven could be used this way. However, even if he thought of it, he could not use it. This method could only be employed by someone like Sumu who could control divinity. Make a wish. Make 2 wishes. One is to consume the shadow divinity within me to wear down the shadow divinity on you. And the other is to allow the shadow divinity to continue transferring and strengthening the shadow divinity within me. Chapter 348. I am both God. Someone like you, a blasphemer, naturally won't understand the greatness of the gods, but that's okay, you will understand soon. Once it reaches 5 o'clock, my wishes will take effect. Even if you kill me now, it will be useless. I am very curious, what kind of wish can you, who is already a waste, make? The reason I made you consume so many treasures when I let you make a wish was that you secretly intercepted them, right? I just don't understand. Even if you intercepted them, what can you do? Sumu did not believe that relying on those treasures could kill him, especially with himself possessing 5 divine powers. Time's up, the Pope said lightly. As his words fell, the void surrounding the city began to dissipate, signaling the breaking of the time loop. Sumu did not pay attention to this, but instead watched the Pope with great interest, eager to see what he could accomplish. He believed what the Pope said. Even if he killed him, it would be useless. The final wish of such a character could not be so easily cracked. In his expectant gaze, the Pope slowly closed his eyes, then thud. The Pope collapsed to the ground, lying flat with no breath. At the same time, Sumu suddenly felt something forcibly inserted into his soul, as if a consciousness had intruded in. Chapter 349. Sumu's fastest time looking at the Pope's still warm corpse. Sumu frowned slightly, unsure if the corpse could still use the Supreme Heaven. He activated Sealing Dust Absolute Thought, and his substantial mental power surged forth, transforming into countless invisible threads of mental energy, connecting to the Pope's corpse. Under his control, the Pope slowly stood up, moving his arms. Apart from the lack of expression, he was indistinguishable from a living person. Sumu took out a valuable treasure and handed it over. The Pope took the treasure and began to activate the Supreme Heaven. But there was no response. As expected, it needed a living person to work, then you are of no use. Sumu took off the Supreme Heaven, put it on himself, and the Pope's corpse fell limply to the ground. If the Supreme Heaven could not be used, then this corpse was of no value. Especially since he had already been drained of everything by the Supreme Heaven, making his body weaker than an ordinary person. The only value, perhaps, was to take it back and hand it over to the Red King. It might be exchanged for a decent noble title, but Sumu did not need that. He took a step forward, ready to leave this nightmare, but just as he took a step, he suddenly felt a sharp headache. Countless chaotic fragments of memory crashing in his mind, causing his previously clear thoughts to become somewhat confused. Chapter 350. Sacrificed to the supreme heaven, Sumu directly defeated the nightmare creature in the mirror, not giving it a chance to crawl out and die. Without the source of the nightmare, this dream space began to shatter. The people living inside also turned into fragments like a mirror. As they were not real people, but mere reflections in the mirror, and now they began to dissipate. Sumu waited quietly, hoping to see if he could return to reality as before, but in the end, he failed again. What met his eyes was a blinding blood red. The sky and the earth seemed to have been soaked in endless blood, and apart from the crimson, there was no other color in this world. Standing on the blood-red ground, distorted and terrifying nightmare monsters passed by him, heading in the same direction. He ignored them and fell into thought. All methods had been blocked. The supreme heaven could not be used, and was he destined to never leave the abyss? Just like the evil god sealed here. No, that's not right. Since the Pope dares to replace himself, he must know that after the replacement, he cannot use the supreme heaven. If he wants to return to the city of holy radiance, he must have a way. So, Sumu began to search the Pope's memories, and after a moment, he finally found it. Chapter 351, The world is fake. A glaring white light shone from the bottom of the cliff, and within the white light, many small black dots were faintly visible, wriggling. Is this the legendary source of nightmares? According to legend, the source of nightmares is sealed in the abyss, which was confirmed in the Pope's memories. However, a look of doubt appeared in Sumu's eyes. If this is the source of nightmares, then nightmares should be crawling out from the cliff, not the other way around. They are jumping into the cliff. He continued to move down towards the light. This white light seemed ordinary, and he felt no power emanating from it, just like the light from a regular incandescent bulb. As he got closer, he finally saw the true form of the white light. It was an enormous light screen, like a surface made entirely of pure brightness, quietly lying at the bottom of the cliff. The black dots in the white light were not black dots at all. Previously, it was because he was too far away. And now upon closer inspection, they were densely packed nightmare creatures. They were like small flying insects attracted by the incandescent light, each one sticking to the light screen, desperately wriggling, as if trying to squeeze into the light screen. Most of them were weak bronze-level monsters, akin to zombies. Sumu saw at least 1,000,000. And this was just a small part of the cliff. Chapter 352, The Mad King. You would recognize me even if I turned to ash. The boy paused and then uttered a name unfamiliar to Sumu, Mad King. Mad King. In an instant, Sumu conjured many associations, and a rough guess formed in his mind. You probably don't know me now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Long Yuan. Upon hearing this name, Sumu immediately thought of the Long Yuan Empire and asked, Are you the first Dragon King? Long Yuan nodded, yes. Sumu smiled slightly. Then it seems I should be the Mad King, one of the first kings, the one who disappeared. Yes. Long Yuan's affirmation did not surprise Sumu. Even if Long Yuan hadn't said it, he had already guessed it. The connection was clear since he could resonate with the supreme heaven, which belonged to that disappeared king. Sumu just didn't know his own title, as everything from the past of that vanished king had been erased. Now he knew, Mad King. This title made him want to complain. Who gives themselves such a name? Right now, I am just a remnant soul, and I will soon dissipate. Long Yuan said expressionlessly, Mad King. I have been waiting for you. To be precise, all 6 of us have been waiting for you. Chapter 353, The Truth. Long Yuan snorted coldly. At that time, you held the supreme heaven, threatening the other first kings, declaring that whoever dared to enter would immediately have everything you owned sacrificed to the supreme heaven, erasing those who entered. Sumu was somewhat surprised. You just backed down so easily. Back down? A flash of rage crossed Long Yuan's face. Who can ignore the threat of a madman? We all knew you could do such a thing. And the origin place emitted an extremely dangerous aura. No one knew what was inside, and whether anyone could come out alive after entering was another question. In the end, we let you go in. What was inside the origin place? Long Yuan did not answer but retorted, "Do you think you would tell us?" "No. HMPH. As long as you know, don't ask." Sumu chuckled, realizing how terrible he had been in the past. Now it was a good thing that he couldn't know. "After you came out of the origin place, you told us the truth of the world, making us realize that the world is fake. At that time, we didn't believe it until you used the abilities gained from the origin place to open the channel between the two realms and brought us to the abyss." Open the channel between the two realms. Sumu's gaze shifted slightly, if he guessed correctly. His own dream might have been brought out from the origin place. A dream capable of infinitely enhancing mental power could not possibly be something the Golden King could possess. Chapter 354, Sumu's close friend. "I was just kidding. Ha ha ha." The soon-to-disappear Long Yuan laughed towards the sky, as if finally releasing a breath of malice before dying. Sumu chuckled, still saying he wasn't a child. "Gotcha, huh? Did you think that after we 6 kings dissipated, the 7 kings barrier would break too? I was kidding. We were just the catalyst for the 7 kings barrier. Although it is called the 7 kings barrier, the true source of power comes from the origin place," Long Yuan said with a proud smile. "His personality really is terrible." Sumu shook his head helplessly. "Short as half a year, long as a year. The 7 kings barrier must break." Long Yuan suddenly became serious and spoke quickly. "You have seen the situation outside. Countless nightmare creatures are invading here. And the pressure on the 7 kings barrier is increasing, already on the verge of collapse. If you still can't find a way, the world will surely be destroyed. I know you are not interested in being some savior, but this is not just about saving others, it is also saving yourself. If the dream of the gods shatters, you will die too." Sumu smiled slightly, showing no signs of panic, even upon learning that his life would last no more than a year. "You don't have to tell me, I would do the same anyway." After all, many familiar faces flashed through his mind. And his smile deepened. There are still many interesting people in this world. If they all die, how boring would that be? Chapter 355, Taoist Xuanqing's calculation. The God of heaven should be stronger than the God of hell. The judgment basis is simple, just look at who is evil. And you can distinguish strength, because victory always belongs to the side of justice. The strong are the true gods, and the weak are the evil gods. While thinking, Sumu couldn't help but chuckle. It's a bit early to consider the gods now. What should be considered now is the supreme heaven and the first Red King, who is eyeing from the abyss. The first Red King has obtained the Pope's holy body and possesses the massive original divine church. After years of development, his strength has likely already stepped into the holy threshold, and even if he hasn't, he is not something the Golden King can compare to. After all, it is too easy to gain strength in the original divine church, just sacrifice and that's it. Sumu was no longer considering how to leave the abyss since he could leave at any time. As the master of the 7 kings barrier, he could directly pass through the 7 kings barrier, enter the present world, and then switch from the present world to open the channel between the two realms to return to the city of holy radiance. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he continued to observe the 7 kings barrier. As the master, his feelings were the most direct, with the nightmare creatures continuously jumping into the cliff. The pressure on the 7 kings barrier was increasing every moment. That feeling was like a time bomb placed before him, with the time on it constantly decreasing, getting closer to the explosion. Chapter 356, The Shackles of Supreme Heaven. Sumu looked down, his deep gaze piercing through the clouds. Gazing at the rivers and mountains of the world, the myriad phenomena of the mortal realm. Suddenly, his figure vanished into thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already in the imperial capital of the Red Flame Empire. Looking at the dark golden ring on his left hand's ring finger, he smiled slightly. It's time to unlock the shackles of the Supreme Heaven. Swish! He flashed into the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace, leisurely wandering through it, intending to randomly select a lucky prince. There was no need for anyone to guide him. He was very familiar with the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace, having visited countless times. It felt just like home. No. Please, Your Highness the 13th, you can't do this. You're only 13 years old. His Majesty the Crimson King has decreed that young princes must not be exposed to women. I will be executed by the Crimson King. Stop using the Crimson King to scare me. Sister Mingyu has long left the Crimson Flame Empire to attend the Seven Kings Conference in the open sea. As long as you don't say anything, I won't say anything, who will know? Come here, beautiful lady. If you don't comply, I will order your execution right now. Sumu stood quietly outside the room, listening to the conversation between the young boy and the mature woman inside. Has the Seven Kings Conference already started? It seems that after breaking the shackles of the Supreme Heaven, he could go directly there. Chapter 357, The Ruthlessness of the Crimson King. Your Majesty, what happened? Gongsun Quan, hearing the commotion, rushed in, followed by a large group of guards. Upon entering the room, he saw the Crimson King, engulfed in golden flames. The Crimson King's expression was extremely serious, his royal aura almost tangible, suffocating everyone present. Dongfang Yuan realized the seriousness of the situation and shouted, "Everyone except Gongsun Quan, get out. No one is allowed to enter without my orders." In an instant, only the three of them remained in the room. Dongfang Yuan hurriedly said, "Something big has happened, the Supreme Heaven has appeared." Gongsun Quan, usually composed, changed his expression, "Where? Who brought it back?" The Crimson King replied in a deep voice, "I can sense that the Supreme Heaven is in the Crimson Flame Empire. But I don't know who brought it back. However, I can confirm it's not the Nightmare Squad we previously sent." Dongfang Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. His body trembling slightly, could it be the former king? Impossible. The Crimson King firmly denied, father was severely injured and fell into the abyss. Having been missing for so many years, he must be dead by now. I know his strength, he cannot compare to the Pope of the Primordial God sect. The abyss is a place even the Pope dares not enter, let alone him. Chapter 358, Is Sumu arrogant? A brilliant golden flame erupted from the 13th prince. The Nirvana sacred flame hidden within the royal bloodline. Ah! The 13th prince screamed in agony, the pain from the Nirvana sacred flame breaking through Sumu's illusion. In an instant, he was burned to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Ding! The Supreme Heaven fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. A burst of dark golden light spewed forth, and the treasure mountain that had been devoured was regurgitated. Sumu slowly picked up the Supreme Heaven. A smile forming at the corner of his mouth, not a bad surprise. At the moment of breaking the restrictions, the 13th prince suddenly self-ignited, being burned to death by the Nirvana sacred flame within his own bloodline. The implications of this were worth pondering. He stepped out of the dream and returned to the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace, only to find the entire palace in chaos, countless guards and maids running in panic. Cries and screams echoing everywhere. Ignoring the chaotic crowd, he walked through the palace, investigating the source of the turmoil. Help! The 8th prince is on fire. 9th prince. No. Please hold on a little longer. After a moment, Sumu stopped in the chaotic palace, a look of delight on his face. Ha ha ha, interesting. Chapter 359, Lord Messenger. You've finally emerged. Is Sumu arrogant? The Crimson King was taken aback, an elegant figure resembling a nobleman unconsciously appearing in his mind. She suddenly shook her head. Impossible, how could he be arrogant? He is just a silver transcendent, although he has some special means, it cannot be him. I've seen both arrogance and Sumu, they give me different feelings. That arrogance makes one feel disgusted at first glance, but Sumu is different. The Crimson King hesitated, stammering, in any case, the feeling is different. This is the intuition of the female Golden King. I'm just guessing. Logically speaking, Sumu cannot be arrogant because his life trajectory is traceable. As a key figure in the investigation plan, The Empire's Intelligence Department has already thoroughly investigated Sumu's hometown, Star City District 13, and conducted in-depth inquiries. This includes Sumu's neighbors, school classmates, the Viper Gang, etc. The intelligence personnel have had certain interactions with them, and the information obtained from them is basically consistent. There shouldn't be a possibility of collusion. After all, the range of involved personnel is too broad. One person might lie and provide false information. But it's impossible for everyone in District 13 who knows Sumu to lie at the same time. Chapter 360. Have you forgotten your former master? The first-generation Crimson King looked around, activating his powerful perception. After confirming that no one was around, he coldly laughed at Sumu, since he is already dead. What do you dare to face me for? A mere usurper dares to claim kingship. HMPH, it seems you know quite a bit. However, I don't have time to waste with you now. Hand over the Supreme Heaven immediately, and I can spare your life. At this moment, the first-generation Crimson King showed no signs of concealment, directly threatening him. The Supreme Heaven is still in the abyss, Sumu stated a fact. I'll say it one last time, hand it over. The first-generation Crimson King's eyes widened, as if two deep cold flames suddenly surged in the darkness. In an instant, a terrifying aura, almost tangible, surged from his body. The space seemed to be torn apart by this momentum, emitting faint cries. And the air appeared to be extremely compressed, forming a visible twisted vortex. Under this pressure, the world lost its color, and everything seemed frozen in an instant. With only the endless sense of oppression following closely. HMPH, Sumu let out a light laugh. What are you laughing at? The first-generation Crimson King shouted. Such obsequiousness and arrogance make one laugh. Chapter 361, Mad King, times have changed. Self-proclaiming as a king, but using hostages to threaten, Shangguan Chen, after all these years. You haven't made any progress. Sumu shook his head in disappointment. Stop talking nonsense. Shangguan Chen's expression suddenly turned ferocious. If you don't hand over the Supreme Heaven, I will make you watch as they die one by one in front of you. He raised his aged hand and suddenly slashed at the void. Swish! The void tore open, forming a giant gap taller than a person. Shangguan Chen reached into the void, intending to pull out a person and kill them in front of Sumu. He reached in, but, he didn't grab anything. Shangguan Chen was momentarily stunned and changed his angle to reach in again. His arm was constantly stirring in the void, but the grin on his face gradually froze. Where are they? Several live people. It's you. Shangguan Chen reacted, his face turning extremely ugly. You saved them. Not too dumb, Sumu nodded gently, affirming Shangguan Chen's realization. What will you do now? Do you still plan to make me hand over the people? Sumu smiled. Shangguan Chen's face turned as dark as possible. He was silent for a moment before finally saying stiffly, actually, we don't necessarily have to become enemies. Chapter 362, Why haven't you made progress? The Mad King, oh the Mad King, I didn't expect you to still tell such clumsy lies at this moment. You can't deceive me. Over the years, I have led the primordial god sect and secretly sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people. All to find a way to bring the Supreme Heaven back from the abyss. Do you know what answer I obtained? The answer is you. In this world, only you can bring the Supreme Heaven out of the abyss. After that, I sent many followers to search through the various hells, ostensibly looking for heaven, but in reality, I was looking for you. At that time, I was still puzzled as to why it was you, a mere silver-tier nightmare apostle. Now I finally know the answer. It turns out you are the Mad King. Ha ha ha, no wonder only you can retrieve the Supreme Heaven, because the Supreme Heaven has always belonged to you. But unfortunately, it will soon be mine, just like the empire you founded. Shangguan Chen laughed even more heartily. He was enjoying this moment too much. This feeling of mocking the man he once feared so greatly felt even better than going to heaven. Samu sighed. Sheng Guanchen's laughter paused, and he mocked, "What's wrong? Want to beg for mercy? I advise you not to ruin your image in my eyes. I cannot allow myself to have lost to someone so cowardly." "No need," Samu said indifferently. Heng Ye was taken aback and asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Lord Envoy?" "The Pope is dead." This simple statement caused several cardinals present to change their expressions instantly. "What? How is this possible? Lord Envoy, are you serious? How could the Pope—" "Silence!" Samu's indifferent voice rang out, and under the pressure of the envoy's authority, everyone quieted down, all staring intently at Samu. This envoy has come to the mortal realm bearing the mission of the primordial angel, with the purpose of investigating the Pope's death. Everyone was stunned, completely unable to comprehend. Clearly, the Pope was still alive when the envoy arrived. Immediately after, Samu disclosed all the secrets between the Pope and the blasphemer from that year. Several cardinals felt utterly astonished after hearing it, their expressions reaching an extreme level of shock. "Lord Envoy, is what you said true? All these years, we have been following the commands of the blasphemer." Heng Ye's face turned pale, and her body swayed slightly. This feeling of faith collapsing was a fatal blow for fanatics. Chapter 364, The Seven Kings Conference in the Dream World, the Open Sea, Moga Island. Moga Island is an uninhabited small island located in the open sea near the Blood Moon Empire. It is desolate, with overgrown vegetation, a completely undeveloped primitive scene. However, after the undead king chose this place for the Seven Kings Conference, in just a few days, Moga Island underwent a tremendous transformation. Excess trees were cut down. Weeds were trimmed, and the cleared wide roads were paved with luxurious dark red carpets. In the center of the island, a large area had been plowed out, and a temporary palace was built on it. Although it could not compare to those ancient palaces shaped by the passage of time. Under the joint efforts of countless blood clans and the accumulation of abundant resources, this palace possessed a unique grandeur and solemnity. 7 enormous ships docked beside the island, each emblazoned with the symbols of the 7 kings. At this moment, the island was already crowded with people, divided into 7 distinct factions, with individuals from different factions wearing the Empire's unified uniforms and displaying the Empire's emblem. The terrifying might emanating from numerous golden-tier powerhouses calmed the sea within 100 miles. Inside the palace, there were 7 even more terrifying presences, 7 golden kings, the current rulers of the world. Chapter 365, The Pope at the end of his rope. The Red Lotus King, who had always had the least presence, was watching the chaotic scene with great interest. Occasionally extending her fair, slender fingers to pick up grapes from the table, and gently placing them in her mouth. She was one of only 2 women among the 7 kings. Unlike the unmatched elegance of the Crimson King, her beauty was alluring. Dressed in a form-fitting scarlet gown that wrapped around her perfect figure, her peach blossom eyes were filled with emotion, captivating hearts, and while she was charming, she also possessed the demeanor of an empress, like a thorny rose that could only be admired from afar. Such a chaotic 7 Kings conference made Samu click his tongue in amazement. Indeed, the world was a massive makeshift stage. The imagined 7 Kings conference should have been professional, serious, and solemn. In reality, they hadn't even discussed any serious matters before the 7 Kings started cursing and fighting. It seemed he had come too early. It would likely take a long time before this group of people truly sat down to discuss serious matters. Samu shook his head helplessly and turned to leave. He returned to the nightmare world, but this time he did not go to Holy Light City. Instead, he carefully selected a small nightmare to begin his plan. This small dream contained a dilapidated city, with grey-skinned zombies wandering the streets, moving stiffly, each bearing varying degrees of dark red bloodstains, with many parts showing signs of decay, exuding a foul stench. Chapter 366, The Reversal of Heaven and Earth. Heaven. What heaven? I am not a follower of the primordial god sect, How can you take over my body and send me to heaven? Su Qing shouted anxiously, trying to delay time as much as possible. The primordial pope narrowed his eyes, a cold smile on his face. Of course, to replace you and return to your world. Su Qing was taken aback, suddenly understanding the primordial pope's plan. It turned out this dreamer, in the nightmare world, realized that the world he was in was fake and wanted to enter the real world through body snatching. Girl, do you think I'm as ignorant as those false people? The primordial pope sneered. Many years ago, I encountered a nightmare apostle. I imprisoned him and obtained all the information about the real world, so I naturally know that the world I am in is fake, just a vast dream. You people in the real world call the dream world the nightmare world, and the nightmare apostles are those who fall into the nightmare world while dreaming. Fake? Everything is fake. Do you know what that feeling of despair is like? Suddenly one day, you realize that everything around you is fake, including family, friends, yourself, and even the whole world. Chapter 367, The Arrogance Appears at the Seven Kings Conference. Millions. The Red Lotus King chuckled lightly. That's not too many. It's about equivalent to a city within my territory. The Crimson King's gaze darkened. Perhaps hostility arises more easily among those of the same gender. From the very beginning of attending the Seven Kings Conference, she felt a strange animosity from the Red Lotus King towards herself. That's different. What I mean by millions is not ordinary people, but millions of extraordinary beings who possess a supernatural power known as primordial divine art. The most terrifying thing is the Pope of the primordial god sect. His strength is unfathomable, and has killed a golden tier nightmare monster in a single blow. One-shot kill on a golden. The Dragon King smirked. I ask everyone present, who can't do that? Oh, I almost forgot. This newly promoted Crimson King seems to be a bit forced, right? He ignored the Crimson King's furious eyes and continued to speak to himself. In today's world, I have no rivals. Now that a suspected Golden King has appeared in the nightmare world, it is indeed interesting, preventing me from feeling bored. HMPH, and what about arrogance? The Crimson King sneered. If you add arrogance to the mix, can you contend with two Golden Kings at the same time? Chapter 368, The Arrival of the Faceless Angel. The terrifying aura of the saint-level nightmare creature was crazily leaking out, and for a moment, the sky above the island was filled with dark clouds, plunging the world into eternal darkness. Everyone present was staring fixedly at the huge crack beside Sumu, as if they had forgotten how to breathe. They had never felt such a powerful aura, one that far surpassed that of the King of Gold. As if it were above the entire world. Suddenly, a leg stepped out from the pitch-black crack, a leg over a person's height, with smooth muscle lines, each contour seemingly meticulously carved, and the skin appeared a lime color. When that leg landed in the Great Hall, the originally smooth and flat floor seemed unable to bear the terrifying weight, instantly cracking crazily from the point of impact, forming a web of dense fissures. The cracks continued to spread, almost covering the entire hall. Many golden powerhouses saw the cracks spreading beneath their feet, their faces filled with horror, instinctively retreating a few steps. Soon, more and more parts emerged from the darkness, thighs, chest, arms, wings, until the head. The darkness retreated like a tide from this terrifying existence, revealing its full appearance. It was a towering humanoid angel. Chapter 369, The Reason for Yang. This was a nightmare. A deep, magnetic voice entered Su Qing's ears, and she could even feel the slight rise and fall of the man's chest as he spoke. The Pope's possession ritual was interrupted by me, and now his soul has backfired. He should take a while to recover. Sumu's speech was neither hurried nor slow, each word seemingly carrying a unique rhythm. Like a gentle stream, calm yet unconsciously soothing, making one inadvertently immersed in it, as if the whole world only echoed his magnetically attractive voice. Su Qing's face reddened even more. Sumu seemed to sense this, slightly lowering his head, and for a moment, their eyes met. Your face is very red. Is there something wrong with your body? Su Qing's eyes flickered, her voice barely above a whisper. It should be, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Then you should lie down and rest for a while. No. Suqing exclaimed, and then she realized her reaction was a bit inappropriate, hurriedly saying, "Don't move. I feel faint if I move, so let's just stay like this for now. I just need to rest a bit." "Okay, then take your time." Suqing secretly delighted in her heart, her little head wriggling as if she was afraid Sumu would notice, so she quickly asked, "By the way, how did you suddenly come back? I thought you had." Chapter 370. This world has been at peace for too long. This world has been at peace for too long. It's time for a little change. A cold voice came from beneath the silver-white mask. None of the top powerhouses present responded, or rather, no one dared to respond. The towering figure of the faceless angel reflected in everyone's pupils, causing their pupils to tremble involuntarily. The seven kings no longer quarreled, at this moment. They stood together like close comrades, nervously and tensely watching Sumu and the faceless angel. Even the proud Dragon King was no longer arrogant. No longer needing the Red King to persuade him earnestly. One can never wake a person pretending to sleep, but a blade can. Now this blade has appeared. Let my little pet play with you. Feeling the momentum of the faceless angel had reached its peak, and knowing it was about to strike, Sumu spoke first. Sure enough, in the next second, the faceless angel moved. It took a giant step, its bare foot heavily landing. Boom! A visible shockwave rose from beneath its feet. And in an instant, the temporary palace built by the Blood Moon Empire with massive manpower and resources collapsed. To everyone, it seemed the faceless angel had obeyed the arrogant command and began to act. Chapter 371. The Seven Kings' Treasures. Dark Prison. Death Curse. From beneath the Grim King's wide black robe, countless strands of death energy resembling black snakes surged forth, merging in the air, and instantly forming a dark prison that enveloped the area where the faceless angel was, continuously emitting an evil power that seemed to extinguish souls. As if attempting to erase the faceless angel. Red Lotus Devour. The enchanting Red Lotus Queen at this moment resembled a seductive succubus. Mysterious crimson patterns emerging on her exquisite face, making her appear extraordinarily alluring. She slightly parted her red lips, and a mist of red fog spewed forth from her mouth, falling to the ground beneath the faceless angel, transforming into a huge, enchanting red lotus. Countless tiny crimson buds extended from the red lotus, drilling towards the faceless angel. Die for me! A thunderous roar erupted from the sea, and a terrifying figure covered in golden dragon scales burst forth from the water. The Dragon King could no longer be recognized from his previous appearance. His once small stature had become exceptionally tall, resembling a small mountain. With every inch of his skin covered in shining golden dragon scales, closely arranged and reflecting a metallic cold light under the sunlight. At this moment, the Dragon King no longer resembled a human, but rather a dragon man, with double horns on his head, dragon wings on his back, and hands and feet transformed into dragon claws. Chapter 372. The Faceless Angel, Defeated. Bang! A strong sound of breaking air echoed. The faceless angel appeared before the Grim King in a flash, and a grey light suddenly illuminated its perfect, flawless massive wings. Then the wings slashed down like a long knife. The Grim King's expression changed. He wanted to evade, but it was too late. The sharp wings fiercely slashed across his chest, and the 10 halls of Yangluo barely held for a moment before being cut open with a massive gash. Slash! Blood and flesh splattered from the Grim King's chest, the wound cutting deep to the bone, almost splitting him in half. Despite such a horrifying injury, the Grim King still resisted, the 2 ghostly flames behind his black mask exploding. His 2 arms tightly grasped the faceless angel's right wing. Act quickly! The Grim King shouted. The Heavenly King immediately drew his bow, and the Starfall Divine Punishment exploded with endless starlight, forming a starry arrow without a physical body in an instant. Whoosh! The starry arrow streaked through the air like a falling star, heading towards the faceless angel. Due to the restrictions, the faceless angel could not dodge. It attempted to use its left wing to block, but underestimated the power of the Starfall Divine Punishment. With just one strike, the faceless angel's left wing was pierced by starlight. Although the strike succeeded, the heavenly king showed no joy on his face. Instead, his already pale skin became even paler. His chest heaving violently, clearly indicating that using the starfall divine punishment had consumed a massive amount of his power. Chapter 373, The Beginning of a New Era. We won. The pale-faced Dragon King felt a surge of joy in his heart, but due to excessive consumption, many of the dragon scales on him had shed, and his once towering form shrank back down to 1.3 meters. At this moment, a voice filled with disappointment echoed in the air, "You are far inferior to the original first-generation kings." The Dragon King was suddenly startled, and he remembered that the battle was far from over. One could even say it had just begun. The 7 kings raised their heads, looking at the elegant figure in midair, and at this moment, there was no longer any arrogance or indifference in their gazes, only deep apprehension and fear. "At least they stopped me for a moment back then, even though it cost them their lives, they ultimately succeeded. I never expected that to this day. The 7 kings would be so helpless against a mere pet." Sumu's words suddenly shocked the 7 kings. Had arrogance begun to invade the real world years ago? It turns out that the nightmare invasion from back then was instigated by arrogance. The current 7 kings have not experienced the nightmare era, and can only learn about that chaotic and tumultuous time from historical records. They only know that it was the first generation of kings who ended the nightmare era. Back then, after the 6 original kings left their last wills, they departed on the same day, and no one knew where they went. People only knew that after the original kings disappeared, the events of the nightmare invasion became increasingly rare, marking the beginning of a new era. Chapter 374, Humanity loses the ocean when despair hung over everyone. Sumu felt it was about time. This time, he released hundreds of millions of nightmare creatures, which alleviated the pressure on the 7 kings barrier, at least extending its life for another month. If he released any more, in the face of absolute despair, humanity would completely collapse. He said he wanted to start a new era, and it wasn't just empty words. Humanity had been too comfortable for too long, with no external enemies to invade, spending all their time on internal strife, wasting their productive forces severely. Within the major empires, nobles and wealthy individuals controlled the extraordinary paths and potions, blocking the promotion channels, resulting in widespread poverty within the empires. Today, he wanted to completely change the world order, break the noble monopoly, and personally create an extraordinary era for all. And the first step was to make humanity lose the ocean. Releasing nightmare creatures into the sea was also intentional. The ocean is sparsely populated, and it would take time for the nightmare creatures to invade the land from the sea, giving humanity a significant buffer to prepare adequately. If this wave of nightmare invasion was unleashed in any random empire, the consequences would be unimaginable, leading to instant collapse. Moreover, he specifically chose aerial deployment, which actually helped humanity. Creatures like weak zombies would basically die upon landing from a height of 1,000 meters. Chapter 375, Out of touch with the times. Gongsun Quan nodded and hesitated, saying, "Your Majesty, to speak frankly, whether Sumu is or isn't important now. Even if Sumu is an avatar of arrogance, I fear no one in today's world would dare to touch him. The true self of arrogance is a deity of the nightmare world, unless one enters the nightmare world, who can deal with arrogance. But once in the nightmare world, who can confront arrogance?" Kaiweng waved his hand irritably. "No need to think so much. If I say he isn't, then he definitely isn't. It's impossible for him to be an avatar. Why would arrogance, a grand deity, send a silver avatar here? Is he playing house with my avatar?" After saying that, Kaiweng impatiently left, leaving Gongsun Quan and Dongfang Yuan exchanging glances. After a moment of silence, Dongfang Yuan slowly said, "I have a feeling that your Majesty seems to have some." Gongsun Quan calmly nodded. "Desire is a phenomenon that every creature experiences. The same goes for your Majesty, who is also human." Dongfang Yuan was a bit speechless. Could you use more subtle language? Gong Sun Quan ignored him and continued. Given the current situation, if your majesty wants to keep a concubine, I have no objections, but absolutely cannot have offspring. The royal bloodline has already been severed. With only your majesty left, and the supreme sky is also in the hands of arrogance. Once there are offspring, it will surely provide an opportunity for arrogance to exploit. Chapter 376, Su Qing. Actually, I am Kaiweng. Besides the news about arrogance, there were also reports about the faceless angel and the 7 deadly sins, mainly praising them. Claiming that the 7 kings joined forces to defeat the strongest nightmare released by arrogance, preventing the destruction of the world. Countries began to establish nightmare defense lines along the coast and dispatch troops to garrison. The first batch of nightmare creatures had recently landed in the Blood Moon Empire. And the Undying King called for nations to provide aid and resources, etc. After detailing the active responses of various countries, the news harshly condemned the 7 deadly sins. Denouncing arrogance, characterizing the 7 deadly sins as a terrorist organization attempting to overthrow the world. And listing over 10 sensational charges against arrogance as the root cause of world destruction. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. The responses from the 7 great empires were relatively swift. Mainly because this crisis was significant enough. Once it spread, not only civilians would die, but nobles would too. Those high-ranking nobles didn't care about war because no matter how the war went, they could pay to redeem themselves, but they cared about the nightmare invasion. Because nightmare creatures would kill everyone, be they noble or commoner. At that moment, a commotion broke out in the Law Enforcement Bureau Hall, as a squad of fully armed enforcers rushed in. Chapter 377, The Trust Crisis Among Members of the 7 Deadly Sins. Okay. Sumu agreed directly, not because of noble titles, which he looked down upon, but because he intended to go to coastal cities to leverage the endless nightmare creatures to accumulate malevolent energy. His second silver law, demonic heart and malevolent soul, required a massive amount of malevolent energy to be perfected. He had been busy with matters of the supreme sky lately, and progress on demonic heart and malevolent soul had been slow, which was detrimental to his strength improvement. If his realm remained stuck at silver 2, his physical body would soon fail to keep up with the ever-increasing mental power. Very well, you just returned from the nightmare world. Rest for 3 days. And set off in 3 days. Sumu returned to his manor to begin his recuperation. Possessing an undying body, he had not sustained any injuries. What he needed to recuperate was his memory. The Pope's memories would occasionally surge forth, severely affecting his thoughts. Now that he had some free time, it was just the right opportunity to organize the Pope's memories. He locked himself in the manor, shutting out guests, but the outside world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The things that arrogance had done were sweeping across the world like a tsunami, and reports about him flooded the news, occupying all the headlines. Chapter 378. Above the White Mist, Meeting of the 7 Deadly Sins. 3 days later. Sumu was having breakfast in the manor, having finished organizing the Pope's memories. Eliminating all the irrelevant garbage that had nothing to do with extraordinary knowledge. At that time, his loyal butler stood beside him, reporting on the changes in the Kaiyang Empire over the past 3 days. After Sumu's development in the imperial capital during this time, the intelligence network had already spread throughout the entire imperial capital, which is the intelligence center of the Kaiyang Empire. Now, any major or minor event occurring in the Kaiyang Empire, as long as he wanted to know, there was nothing he did not know. Leader, this is the change in the country after the new era began, please take a look. The butler respectfully handed over several pages of intelligence reports. Sumu flipped through them while dining. After a long while, he picked up a clean napkin to wipe his mouth. Human nature is always so interesting. He smiled and said, the information from the past 3 days could roughly be summarized in one sentence. The royal family is responding actively, publicly opening extraordinary paths. Opening the national treasury, distributing extraordinary potions, while the nobles are pocketing profits, engaging in trade, and sending commoners to the front lines to die. The nobility is becoming increasingly corrupt, with the crisis of world destruction looming. They only care about their family's interests, profiting from the national disaster. Occupying the most resources while sending the least soldiers, even sending some of their own younger generation abroad to the strongest Longyuan Empire. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with my stereotypical view of the nobility. Chapter 379, The world is fake, but love is real since everyone has gathered. The internal meeting of the 7 deadly sins will now commence. Arrogance's indifferent voice echoed. The voice quickly dissipated within the grand palace and the swirling white mist. Yet it lingered in the hearts of Lin Kanyang and the others, stirring up ripples upon ripples. The entire venue fell silent, and everyone's gaze was focused on the arrogant figure seated at the head of the table. In recent days, they had learned of the leader's apocalyptic actions, which left them with complicated emotions and even doubts about the organization. Lin Kanyang, standing alone without a seat like a javelin, stood straight. He felt no resentment about not having a seat, instead, he felt a hint of relief. The scene was reminiscent of a celestial palace, and the leader's mysterious and unpredictable methods of directly pulling people in seemed to open a door to a new world for him. All present were former members and predecessors of the organization, and he was able to attend the meeting alongside them. What did this signify? It indicated the leader's importance placed on him. The content of today's meeting was singular, the truth of the world. Sumu leaned back slowly, resting against the high-backed chair. His fingers, clad in white gloves, lightly tapping on the dark golden long table, as he calmly revealed the truth of the world. Chapter 380, The Noble Ball in the capital of the Crimson Flame Empire, the core area of the nobility. At night, the core area, where the nobles resided, resembled a brilliant yet reserved pearl, its hazy glow seemingly separating it from the outside world. Distinctive mansions were distributed in an orderly manner, with towering spires reaching into the clouds, exquisite doors and windows, and intricate eaves, all showcasing the ancient glory of the families. The area was tightly secured, with law enforcers in elegant uniforms patrolling the streets at regular intervals. Their footsteps were synchronized, eyes vigilant, meticulously ensuring the safety of the noble lords. Occasionally, a few elegantly dressed nobles would pass by, either heading to court banquets or social gatherings, their graceful demeanor and lofty aura complementing the area perfectly. Here, every inch of air was infused with the scent of wealth and power. Brother, the upper echelons have sent down a total of 1,000 bottles of extraordinary potions. Is it too much for us to secretly withhold half? Gongyang, she said anxiously within the Gongyang residence. The brother he referred to, Gongyang Yu, reprimanded him. You blockhead, let me ask you. Who are the extraordinary potions sent by the upper echelons for? Chapter 381, The Panicked Nobles. As soon as the decree was issued, it was as if a divine edict had been proclaimed, and the passage between the two realms quietly opened in the darkness, with several carefully selected nightmares making a silent appearance. During the extravagant ball, no one noticed the sudden emergence of a few shadows within. Gongyang Yu was lost in a dance with a noble lady. Although she wore a mask, he still recognized her as the wife of the Wei Kai family head. As they danced, they moved towards a dim corner. Just then, a figure seemed to flicker in the shadows. Gongyang Yu furrowed his brow. Was someone there? Just as he was about to change locations, he froze. Out of the darkness stepped a lady in a black gown, like the most dazzling pearl in the dark night. Her figure graceful, the black fabric flowing like ink, the hem swaying gently with her soft steps. The most striking feature was her face, partially obscured by an exquisite mask. The mask made of delicate black velvet, edged with glimmering diamonds, resembling the stars in the night sky. Beneath the mask was a breathtakingly beautiful fiery red lip, as red as blood. A silent allure emanated from her, as if concealing endless charm and temptation, making one yearn to uncover the full beauty behind the mask. Chapter 382, The Vilification and Praise of the World, unrelated to me. Accompanied by a blazing fire, Lin Kanyang's figure, illuminated by the flames, gradually left the noble district, disappearing into the night sky. His mission was not yet complete. Sumu had tasked him to incite chaos among the nobles. And nobles were not exclusive to the Crimson Flame Empire. He hurried to the next location, diligently fulfilling the leader's orders. Looking forward to soon being promoted to a formal member of the Seven Deadly Sins. In contrast to Lin Kanyang's business. The other members of the Seven Deadly Sins were also active, taking turns to train in the dreamscape. In light of the apocalyptic crisis, the silver tier strength was no longer sufficient. Formal members had to keep pace with the times and advance to gold as soon as possible. The Dreamtime House was the best training ground, where a day's training equated to a year of training in the outside world, and with ample resources. Advancing to gold was not a dream. 2 days later, Sumu finally arrived at the coastal border. There were many cities along the coastal border. And the train he took ended at a coastal city named Hyben City. Before coming, he had looked up information about Hyben City. It was very prosperous, boasting a port and thriving maritime trade, with seafood caught each year selling well nationwide. However, when he got off the train, he was met with desolation. The once towering buildings now stood as mere ruins, steel bars exposed like twisted skeletons, concrete chunks scattered everywhere, with some areas still emitting wisps of black smoke. Chapter 383, Disunity in Hearts. Difficult to lead the team, Your Excellency. The situation is as follows. That golden nightmare is not very powerful. It's just too cunning. Appearing and disappearing without a trace. Lord Weikai has battled it multiple times, even setting traps, but it never takes the bait, the moment there's any sign of trouble. It escapes immediately. So bringing more people won't help, it will only alert the snake. Lord Weikai specifically instructed that after you arrive, you should first rest at the base. And once you're ready, stay in Hyben City to eliminate the remaining fish that slipped through the net. The front line will be handled by Lord Weikai. The officer seemed worried that Sumu might feel slighted, quickly adding, the front line is a large-scale military operation, which is not conducive for your special task force to engage in battle, but the situation in the city is different. As you can see, Hyben City is in shambles due to those remaining fish that slipped through the net. They took advantage of the unfinished border wall to wreak havoc in the city. And with so many civilians inside, we cannot take action. Your special task force is composed entirely of nightmare apostles, and in this situation, you would undoubtedly be more adept. So, what do you think? Sumu nodded. Lead the way. Chapter 384, My name is Sumu, and I'm lying again, everyone. A rich and gentle voice spread like ripples, seemingly possessing some magical power that instantly calmed the restless hearts of the crowd. It wasn't that Sumu had personal charm. Rather, it was that endless demon sound. I understand your concerns. I am also a nightmare apostle, so I know what you're thinking. What you worry about is merely the signs of nightmares. What if I have a way to resolve the signs of nightmares? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Resolve the signs of nightmares? What a joke. How could that be possible? Since ancient times, who didn't know that becoming a nightmare apostle meant death? No one could escape the signs of nightmares. Some found it utterly inconceivable. Captain Su, your method isn't going to be injecting sleepless potions to force us to stay awake. Is it? While this method is feasible and I believe many have used it, it only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Prolonged wakefulness can certainly prevent entering the nightmare world, but it imposes a tremendous burden on both the body and the mind. In the end, there are only two paths: either die from prolonged lack of sleep, or when unable to hold on any longer, enter the nightmare world in a state of extreme exhaustion, which will still lead to death. Chapter 385, How could it get this bad? Outside the high wall. The battle between humans and nightmare creatures seemed to have never paused for a moment. Dark red bloodstains, scattered corpses, broken weapons, and scattered bullets, various horrifying elements merged together to form the battlefield's appearance. Rat-a-tat-tat. Soldiers stood atop the high wall, wildly pouring out bullets. Outside the wall were various nightmare monsters. Mostly zombies and ghouls, which are the most common monsters in nightmares. To deal with such monsters, bullets are the best weapon. Even soldiers composed of ordinary people can rely on firearms and the mithril alloy walls for defense. However, not all nightmare creatures are zombies and ghouls. There are many translucent ghosts with ashen faces and bloodshot eyes, looking extremely eerie. Ghosts are also among the nightmare creatures that humans most commonly dream about. Their combat power is generally weak, but the most troublesome aspect is that ordinary bullets are completely ineffective against them. Only mithril bullets can be used. Most soldiers are organized into teams of 10, each equipped with a sniper, who possesses mithril bullets to eliminate these ghost-like nightmare creatures. As for the extraordinary individuals in the army, their tasks are even more arduous. Some powerful nightmare creatures possess extremely high mobility, and can easily climb the high walls. Not to mention the flying nightmare creatures. Chapter 386, The Death of Young Dongqing. Boom. 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 A terrifying pressure squeezed in from all directions, causing the bodies of the nightmare creatures to tremble slightly, followed by what felt like being struck by countless heavy hammers simultaneously. Their bones cracked, and their flesh was crushed like fragile paper. Their eyes bulged, mouths wide open, yet they could not make any sound. Only watching helplessly as their bodies flattened under this terrifying pressure, until with a bang they exploded into a lifeless puddle of meat sauce. The stench of blood and decay spread, and the sea instantly turned into a writhing blanket of flesh. As thousands of nightmare creatures perished, Sumu greedily absorbed the formless evil energy wafting in the air. This evil energy surged into his soul, gradually tinting it with a faint layer of black. Sumu frowned slightly. Demonic heart evil soul had not yet reached perfection. If an ordinary silver extraordinary being killed thousands of nightmare creatures, demonic heart evil soul would have already been perfected. This was due to the strength of his soul. If the soul of an ordinary silver extraordinary being is like a pond, pouring a large bucket of ink into it would turn the water black. But his soul is like a vast ocean, and to darken the ocean, a lot more ink would be needed. Chapter 387, Faking Death to Escape in the Wilderness. An off-road vehicle was speeding rapidly. Inside the vehicle, Yang Dongqing, sitting in the passenger seat, looked worried. Vice Commander Yang. Why did you have me fake my death to escape? Now that we are far from Haiban City, can you tell me? Yang Dongqing asked Yang Moxie, who was focused on driving. Yang Moxie kept his gaze fixed ahead and calmly replied, the commander has major movements planned recently, instructing all members of the Revolutionary Army hidden across the empire to return to headquarters. What major movement? Attack the Kaiyang Empire. Yang Moxie's heavy voice echoed in the vehicle, quickly drowned out by the noise of the engine, but in Yang Dongqing's heart, it sounded like thunder on flat ground, lingering for a long time. Now? Yang Dongqing exclaimed. Yang Moxie nodded, that's right, now. But with the nightmare invasion happening, and humans fighting amongst themselves, won't this? Yang Moxie fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, now is the best opportunity. The Red King is severely injured, and almost all the major military divisions in the Empire have gone to the coastal area, leaving only some cowardly nobles. Moreover, ever since the last time the 7 Deadly Sins candidate caused a ruckus in the noble district, those nobles have been frightened and have started to band together, resulting in almost no defenses in other areas besides the imperial capital. Chapter 388. A great gift for the Revolutionary Army. The name of a person. The shadow of a tree. When arrogance appeared, the spirits of this group of Revolutionary Army leaders immediately tensed up, even though they were in the Revolutionary Army headquarters, surrounded by their own people. Lord Arrogance. Yuying, as expected of the Revolutionary Army's commander, quickly regained composure and respectfully greeted him. I wonder what brings you here this time. What do you think? Sumu replied indifferently. Yuying pondered for a moment, since Lord Arrogance has come just as the Revolutionary Army is about to launch a general offensive. And considering I have had the honor of working with you before, I speculate that you have come for further collaboration. As soon as these words were spoken, the mood of the crowd instantly soared from hell to heaven. The commander actually collaborated with arrogance. With arrogance's help. Wouldn't it be easy for the revolutionary army to overthrow the Kaiyang Empire? However, Sumu's response was, wrong. Just a simple word wrong caused the atmosphere in the room to freeze again. Yuying frowned slightly and tentatively asked, forgive my ignorance. But may I ask what Lord Arrogance's purpose is in coming? Sumu smiled slightly, I have come to deliver a great gift to you. A great gift? May I ask what it is? Naturally, it is nightmare creatures. Chapter 389, The Horror of Golden Power. Sumu bent down to examine the bodies on the ground. And when his spiritual power probed into the corpses, his eyes moved slightly. The souls of these dead individuals had been devoured by something. Under normal circumstances, when a person dies, their soul gradually dissipates. These people had just died not long ago, and their bodies were still warm. Theoretically, their souls could not escape so quickly. But now, only empty shells remained, indicating that the creatures that attacked them had devoured their souls. A mental-type nightmare creature. Sumu's lips curled slightly. Wasn't this just walking into a trap? Captain, did you find anything? Lin Nanxing asked solemnly. Sumu turned around and slowly scanned the tense faces of the crowd. Seeing anxiety, fear, and unease reflected in their expressions. Even though everyone was silver-level nightmare apostles, with varying strengths, the differences were not too great, yet. Their teammates had died right under their noses, unnoticed. Didn't that mean the next could be them? The unknown is always the most terrifying. Only a golden-level being could silently kill 12 silver extraordinary beings in a short time, and currently there were only 2 golden beings in Haiban City. One was Wei Kai Hong, who was guarding Haiban City, and the other was the Golden Nightmare attacking Haiban City. Chapter 390, The Illusion That Deceives. The Golden Wei Kai Hong squinted his eyes and looked at Sumu, his gaze like cold lightning. You must be Marquis Su, right? I've heard that a silver-level nightmare apostle was recently conferred the title of Marquis by His Majesty, enjoying the same treatment as golden nobility. Now that I see you, it's clear you are handsome and extraordinary. Wei Kai Hong appeared to compliment, but in fact, he was mocking Sumu for being undeserving of his title. Relying on his looks to seduce the Red King. Sumu was not angry, instead, he smiled slightly. To him, gold was like an ant. And why would he get angry with ants? I originally only suspected you were colluding with the Golden Nightmare, but now that I see you, it is no longer a suspicion, but a certainty. Ha ha ha, Wei Kai Hong laughed loudly, his expression mocking. Lord Su, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. Or it could cost lives. The smile on Sumu's lips grew wider. He found the small number much more interesting, unlike the large number, where no one dared to speak loudly to him. Your soul has been injured, and there is a trace of nightmare aura mixed in your soul's breath. I have reason to suspect that you have been controlled by nightmare creatures. A trace of panic flashed in Wei Kai Hong's eyes, and his face darkened little by little. His aura like a suppressed volcano about to erupt. Chapter 391, You won't even say you. As his words fell, Wei Kai Hong, who was rushing over, suddenly came to a halt, a look of horror appearing in his eyes. What is this? In his eyes, the world had completely changed. The densely packed soldiers around him had vanished, the pitch-black night sky was filled with blood, and the earth turned grey and white. The whole world was so desolate and lonely. Illusion. This is all an illusion, break it for me. Wei Kai Hong bit his tongue, the intense pain stimulating his tense nerves. But the surrounding environment showed no signs of change. A calm voice echoed between heaven and earth, I am very curious. How does a golden extraordinary being with an injured soul have the courage to stand in front of me? Go to hell. Wei Kai Hong desperately raised the spear in his hand, but then clang, clang, clang. The sound of chains clashing rang out, and he was horrified to look down. Instantly stunned. because he had somehow been locked onto a cross by countless iron chains, and could not move an inch. At this moment, Sumu walked steadily in front of him and said lightly, "There's no need to waste energy. If you can last the next 72 hours, I might consider sparing your life." Chapter 392, Who taught you to weave dreams like this? In the dark cell, Sumu sat on a wooden chair, holding a cup of hot tea, blowing away the steam, and took a sip, looking relaxed. Opposite him was Wei Kai Hong, tightly bound. A powerful mental force silently invaded Wei Kai Hong's soul, gradually distorting his thoughts. After a long time, Wei Kai Hong slowly awakened, his face showing no expression. Only his gaze towards Sumu was filled with fervor. "Chief, tell me about the Golden Nightmare in Hyben City." Sumu crossed his legs, lifted his teacup, and leisurely sipped tea, the dim light in the cell casting shadows on his pale face, sometimes bright, sometimes dark. "Yes, Chief." Wei Kai Hong did not hesitate at all and directly revealed everything. "That golden nightmare is called the Dream Weaver." "What weaver?" Sumu put down his teacup. "The Dream Weaver." "Heh?" A strange smile appeared on Sumu's lips, and he picked up the teacup again. "That's quite fitting." Wei Kai Hong continued, "The Dreamweaver has no physical form and no direct combat ability. Its only ability is to infiltrate dreams, transforming into various terrifying monsters to attack in dreams. Anyone killed by it in a dream will also die in reality, with corresponding injuries appearing. Chapter 393, Dual Path Extraordinary Being. Sumu shut up. Sumu in the coffin suddenly had a fierce expression. His body rose straight from the coffin like a zombie. His eyes exceptionally crimson, filled with unimaginable malice. "You bang." A long, pale hand grasped his neck and pushed him back into the coffin. The Dream Weaver, filled with anger and rage, looked at the gentle man before him, struggling continuously. Its sharp fangs rapidly grew from its mouth, its body turned iron blue, and its twisted nails instantly turned black and elongated. "Come and see what a real dream is like," Sumu said with a gentle smile. Suddenly, he released his hand. The Dreamweaver's eyes flashed with ferocity, and it suddenly extended its dark claws, piercing through Sumu's heart. "The injuries you suffer in the dream will also reflect in reality. Sumu, you are doomed. How dare you question the dream I wove?" The Dreamweaver suddenly froze, as the Sumu pierced through the heart before it shattered like foam and then disappeared. HMPH. Want to run? In dreams, I am invincible. The Dreamweaver jumped out of the coffin, its scarlet eyes searching for Sumu's figure, realizing that this silver extraordinary being was troublesome, as he clearly understood dreams. Chapter 394, Deceiving Heaven. Bagua, is the dual path really that strong? The Crimson King found it somewhat unbelievable. She had always thought that Sumu and her avatar, Suqing, were of similar strength, both reaching the peak of silver, and even able to contend with golden beings. With such strength and the assistance of Bu Bai, defeating a golden nightmare was understandable, but in just a few days, continuously slaying 3 golden nightmares and countless low-level nightmares was too exaggerated. Gong Sun Quan shook his head. It is not the dual path that is strong, but Sumu himself. Some veteran golden powerhouses within the empire also have the strength to slay opponents of the same rank, but strength is one thing, and whether it can be perfectly utilized is another. Reports from the front line show that Sumu's combat talent is extremely high, and his battle experience is incredibly rich. The key point is that he can remain calm in moments of crisis, even when faced with many nightmare creatures attacking. He can always think calmly and make the most favorable judgments in a very short time. An ordinary, extraordinary being can be considered a genius if they can perfectly unleash their full strength, but Sumu can exert 200%. The Crimson King's beautiful eyes sparkled, seemingly enjoying hearing others praise Sumu. Is there more? Say more. Chapter 395, Building a Salvation Organization. Afterward, Sumu experimented for a long time and generally understood the current limits of a Deceiving Heaven's Bagua. In terms of combat power, Deceiving Heaven's Bagua could only exert bronze-level strength. Aside from making abilities flashy, it did not enhance combat power significantly. However, through Sumu's attempts, he discovered the true use of Deceiving Heaven's Bagua. Mimicking other abilities was merely an addition, its real strength lay in illusion. As is well known, illusions create the unreal, no matter how powerful an illusion is. It ultimately cannot escape the realm of the unreal. Even if an illusion creates a world, that world is still false. If the created world is real, then it is no longer called an illusion, but rather a creation god's technique. The greatest function of Deceiving Heaven's Bagua is to enhance illusions, adding reality to them. For example, if Sumu wants to use an illusion to construct a tornado, although it may look lifelike, it is ultimately fake and has no destructive power. However, after adding Deceiving Heaven's Bagua, the tornado becomes real. Deceiving Heaven's Bagua directly deceives the wind, causing it to accelerate in rotation and flow, thus forming a tornado. In short, Deceiving Heaven's Bagua can add real effects to illusions, making them flawless. Chapter 396, Mysterious Strong Being appears moments later. Hongyi arrived with 5 golden disciples. "We have seen the divine envoy, my lord." The 5 shouted in unison, their expressions fervent. Sumu glanced at Hongyi and frowned slightly. "What about the half-step saint level?" Hongyi hurriedly replied, "Lord Messenger, it is indeed me." Sumu looked at Hongyi in surprise. This devout yet sycophantic cardinal in red turned out to be the king of gold. Hongyi seemed to sense Sumu's confusion and explained, "Thanks to Lord Messenger uncovering the blasphemer's conspiracy, there has been no chaos in the church caused by him. And I was able to progress." Sumu understood, without the Pope in the original God Church, Hongyi's power had greatly increased. And with the merit of finding the messenger, he had seized the opportunity to utilize the Church's resources to elevate himself, likely offering numerous sacrifices during this time. "What is your law?" "Wind Phantom. A wind-type king of gold. That doesn't conflict with the 7 kings on the eastern coast of the Kaiyang Empire." Dongfang Yuan stood atop the silver-white high wall, gazing solemnly at the vast, deep ocean in the distance. Behind the silver high wall, countless soldiers were repairing the large holes made by nightmare creatures. The fighting had been so intense that it had never ceased since the moment of the nightmare invasion. Chapter 397, The Hostile Organization of the 7 Deadly Sins, the Sanctuary. He stood atop the half-body skeleton's head, a terrifying aura spreading out, suppressing the half-body skeleton to the point where it could not move a muscle. At that moment, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, and a visible storm formed around the half-body skeleton, engulfing it within. The gale was like billions of indestructible wind blades, instantly shredding the half-body skeleton into fragments. So strong. Dongfang Yuan was shocked. To kill a golden nightmare with one blow, who on earth is this person? The man wearing a dragon-shaped mask coldly glanced at Dongfang Yuan, then shifted his gaze to the colossal sea creature, the son of the sea. Hongyi remembered the teachings of Lord Messenger, not to casually converse with those in dreams, with the main task being to slay those golden-level nightmare creatures. Therefore, he ignored Dongfang Yuan and set his sights on the son of the sea. Boom! A gust of wind surged from beneath him. He soared on the wind, charging straight towards the son of the sea. Dongfang Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly shouted, "Sir, don't engage it in the sea, it has the wind of 1,000 falls." Accompanied by Hongyi's cold shout, a black feather cloak descended from the sky. He extended his right hand, and the surrounding winds surged violently, madly converging into his palm, eventually transforming into a rapidly spinning azure orb of light. Chapter 398, Heaven's Favor. Holy Light City. The cool moonlight streamed through the glass of the original God temple, casting a silver veil over the holy original God statue. Hongyi stood alone in the great hall, gazing at the original God statue. In the next moment, he formed a hand seal, chanting incantations, and a beam of holy light shot from his fingertips, landing on the original God statue. Buzz! An unusual fluctuation arose. And a spatial rift opened on the original god statue, revealing a pitch-black, otherworldly space. Your Holiness. Hong Yi respectfully addressed the spatial rift. An aged voice of the first Red King emanated from within. Did Sumu come looking for me this time? Hong Yi slightly shook his head, no. He merely inquired about your whereabouts, and did not pay much attention. He, the first Red King chuckled coldly, still as arrogant as ever, Mad King. It seems in your eyes, I am always an inconsequential character, unworthy of mention. Your Holiness, please rest assured and recuperate, this place is very safe. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. Sumu would never expect that you are hiding within the original god statue. Chapter 399, Arrogance, you have overstepped. The Dragon King had two bulges rise on his back, and the next moment, two wings covered in golden dragon scales grew out. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Then, at the horizon where the sea met the sky, he saw a figure as towering as a mountain. It was actually a nine-headed human-faced serpent, its body coiled and twisted, each scale glimmering with a cold light, seemingly forged from the hardest black iron. The 9 heads raised high, each snake head embedded with a huge, pale human face mask. The contours of the human face were distorted and exaggerated, with deep-set eye sockets burning with a strange red light, revealing endless greed and brutality. The serpent's tongue occasionally flicked out from its blood-red mouth, the forked tip gleaming with a dark light, each flick accompanied by a nauseating stench, as if even the air could corrode. Damn! It's a monster like the faceless angel. The Dragon King's previously rising ambition to end the nightmare era was instantly extinguished. At this moment, several figures flew in from different directions. They were the remaining 6 kings, all drawn in by the roar of the 9-headed human-faced serpent. Former comrades in arms gathered together, but not a single one displayed joy, only endless solemnity was etched on their faces. Chapter 400, Even the law has been erased. Night Crow. Is this the head of the sanctuary? The 7 kings looked in shock at the black feather cloak in the sky. They had long suspected that the head of the sanctuary, which dared to confront the 7 deadly sins in the nightmare world, must also be a deity. Now, through the other party's actions, they could see some clues to disperse the soon-to-emerge evil Buddha with just a finger. What kind of power is this if not that of a deity? What they did not expect was that the head of the sanctuary's code name was actually Night Crow, a crow in the dark night. Clearly, his subordinates were divine beasts like the azure dragon, white tiger, and Chileen, yet the one commanding them was just a crow. Is there some special meaning behind this? A black mask and a silver-white mask confronted each other in the sky, as if they had known each other for a long time, intertwined with a sense of destiny. Arrogance, this is not a place you should come. Night Crow, you are meddling too much. Calm and indifferent voices intertwined in the air, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze at that moment. 2 unimaginable powers erupted explosively, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the colors of heaven and earth changed. A strange red light surged from Arrogance, blood red, as if illuminating the entire realm, eroding towards Night Crow. Chapter 401, God saves those who save themselves. I think I understand why he is called Night Crow, the Dragon King muttered as he stared blankly at the cold, pale jaw beneath Night Crow's half-mask. Perhaps in the heart of such an existence, everything in the world is not enough to represent him, as long as it is him. Even if he is just a crow in the night, he can still command legendary divine beasts. The Dragon King initially thought that the code name of the head of the sanctuary would be a more powerful divine beast than the azure dragon or Chileen. But after seeing Night Crow, he completely understood that no matter how powerful a divine beast is, it is still just a divine beast, not a god. Arrogance, stop. Continuing to fight has no meaning. Night Crow's calm voice rang out. Arrogance sneered disdainfully, meaning. Meaning is given by the gods. If I say it exists, then it exists. After saying that, Arrogance struck again. The battle between the two instantly ignited, and this time, their figures seemed to rise to an endless height, becoming blurred. The onlookers strained to see, but could only vaguely make out two beams of black and red light colliding continuously in the infinite dimensions. With each collision, visible distortions and annihilations occurred in the void above the dome. In order to save mental energy and reduce flaws, Sumu began to blur the illusions. Chapter 402, The Undying King's Noble Phantasm. Did Night Crow just leave like that? The Red King stared blankly at Night Crow's disappearing figure. What else? Stay and perform a melodrama of a domineering deity falling in love with me. The voice of the Crimson King sounded with a hint of mockery. You? The Red King was furious and glared fiercely at the Crimson King. At this moment, the Crimson King had torn clothing around the waist, exposing large areas of snow-white skin, which even reflected light under the moonlight, paired with disheveled hair and slightly flushed cheeks from the intense battle, making her look not only unbothered, but also adding a touch of sensuality. In contrast, the Red King appeared much more disheveled, with messy hair, a slender left arm exposed and hanging limply, and most importantly, the expression on her face resembled that of an angry puppy, baring its teeth. Are you sick? Why do you always target me? The Red King shouted angrily. She wasn't familiar with the Crimson King, yet every time they met, she was always targeted by the other party. He. The Crimson King tied at her disheveled hair. I wonder who is constantly shouting that she is the most beautiful woman in the world, while allowing the domestic news agency to promote it extensively. Don't you know in your heart who is the most beautiful? The Red King was taken aback. She didn't expect her little antics in the country to be known even by the Crimson King. Chapter 403, Why not let Sumu wear the black feather cloak? What if we directly deploy the Blood Clan's ancestor to the battlefield? The Undying King showed a difficult expression. Her state is already unstable, and if she starts killing rampantly, she might fall into madness, at which point she wouldn't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Moreover, the key point is that under her instincts, she would consume human blood, which means she might only attack humans and not nightmare creatures. Upon hearing this, the kings all frowned. They initially wanted to help the Undying King solve the problem of the noble phantasm, but found it seemingly unsolvable. Thinking about it, if it were easy to solve, the Undying King wouldn't have dragged it out until now. She would have solved it long ago. What about you, Red King? The Dragon King looked at the Red King, who had been silent. The Red King was slightly flustered. My problem is even harder than the Undying King's. If you can't even solve his problem, then what I say is pointless. She was speaking the truth. Although the Crimson Moon was temporarily unusable, at least it was still in her hands. Whereas the Supreme Heaven had long been taken by arrogance, trying to snatch the Supreme Heaven back from a deity. If you really had that strength, you wouldn't even need the Supreme Heaven. How do you know we can't solve it if you don't speak? The Undying King continued to inquire. Having revealed his own noble phantasm problem, he naturally didn't want the Red King to keep hiding hers. Chapter 404, Filial Piety. In the Red Flame Imperial Capital. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was reviewing various intelligence files of the Bureau, organizing and classifying them. The man's name was Du Jingzhe, the head of the Intelligence Department of the Law Enforcement Bureau. As the head, he didn't need to personally organize the files. He could delegate such tedious work to his subordinates, but he still chose to do it himself. It wasn't that Du Jingzhe was so diligent, rather, he had already become a different person inside. A delicate silver ring was worn on his left middle finger, reflecting a faint glow under the light. Looking at the various intelligence reports from recent years, Du Jingzhe pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mad King of the Seven Deadly Sins Hall, what exactly are you plotting? He had memorized all the intelligence, and then gently took off the silver ring on his hand, tossing it out the window, where it traced a perfect parabolic arc and disappeared into the air. Inside the Red Flame Palace, the returning Red King was recuperating in peace. This time her injuries were relatively light, mainly because a Golden King had joined, and the 7 kings had made significant progress in strength during this period. Chapter 405, The Way to Retrieve the Supreme Heaven. Impossible. Shengguan Mingyu said decisively. How could there be an illusion that can deceive the whole world? Shengguan Chen secretly hated. As a holy-level powerhouse, he could naturally see through Sumu's illusions, but the problem was that Sumu had deceived the world for a long time. And the identities of arrogance and Night Crow had already taken root in people's hearts, which could not be shaken by his few words. When everyone in the world believes in a false truth, then he, the only one who is awake, becomes a madman spouting nonsense. After thinking it over, he had to follow Shengguan Mingyue's words. He didn't want to lose the hard-won trust just because he questioned the identities of arrogance and Night Crow. Mingyu. It is highly likely that Sumu is arrogance's avatar. Deities cannot descend to the mortal realm, but that doesn't mean they can't send avatars down. Shengguan Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. This guess had been mentioned by Gongsun Quan before. That's impossible. Arrogance is a deity. What would be the point of creating a silver avatar? There is a point. Shengguan Chen sneered. Right now, you are just the Golden King. There are some methods you are still unaware of, but your father knows clearly that Sumu should be the anchor point left by arrogance in the real world. It is precisely because of Sumu's existence that arrogance can accurately open the passage between the two realms. Chapter 406, Rabid Dog. Upon seeing the words Blood Clan Ancestor, the father and daughter were both stunned. The way to find the Supreme Heaven turned out to be the Blood Clan Ancestor. What does that have to do with the Blood Clan Ancestor? How could it be the Blood Clan Ancestor? There is no such thing as a Blood Clan Ancestor. It's clearly just the first Undying King imitated by the Crimson Moon. Shengguan Mingyu murmured in confusion. At that moment, the dark golden characters in midair changed again, revealing more tiny words like flies, which arranged and combined into more unknown secrets. After reading this passage, both of them were extremely shocked. What is the 7 Kings Barrier? Why is the Supreme Heaven hidden in the 7 Kings Barrier, and how can the Blood Clan Ancestor open the 7 Kings Barrier? Shengguan Mingyu felt increasingly bewildered. Is this still the world she was familiar with? How come she recognizes each word separately, but doesn't understand when they are put together? Shengguan Chen's eyes flickered, his face unable to hide his shock, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. The 7 Kings Barrier. Could this be the truth behind the disappearance of the first kings? Mingyu said that the Supreme Heaven is hidden in the abyss. Yet it seems to be in the mortal realm, while the information obtained through wishes states that the Supreme Heaven is hidden in the 7 Kings Barrier. Could it be? Shengguan Chen's pupils suddenly contracted, realizing something. Chapter 407, Sumu, why did you deceive me? It is indeed me. I didn't expect you to remember me. Did you come to find me on the Mad King's orders? The Blood Clan Ancestor said, slightly taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Who is the Mad King? Why does that name sound so familiar? HMPH. Just a lonely soul left over from the previous era, even the memories are in chaos. Shengguan Chen looked down on her in his heart, but respectfully said on the surface, the Mad King is already dead. I came here this time to seek your help. Oh? The Blood Clan Ancestor responded calmly and then fell silent, seemingly not wanting to continue the conversation. I know you have been searching for your memories. I can help you with that. Upon hearing this, the Blood Clan Ancestor finally reacted, her ruby-like eyes gazing at Shengguan Chen. What do you want me to do? The 7 Kings Barrier. Shengguan Chen slowly stood up straight, his gaze intense as he said, I need you to go to the 7 Kings Barrier and retrieve something. The 7 Kings Barrier. The Blood Clan Ancestor furrowed her brow slightly, seeming to recall something familiar about it. I can help you recover a portion of your memory first. And after the task is completed, I will help you recover all of it. Okay. The Blood Clan Ancestor blankly nodded. Chapter 408, Flirting. Sumu smiled slightly. When have I ever deceived you? The Crimson King flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. At this point, you still want to deceive me. You've been hiding your true identity all along, lurking in the Crimson Flame Empire. I trusted you so much, but I never expected you to be arrogant. Sumu interrupted. Yes, that's right. Are you planning to admit it? Sumu helplessly shook his head. I think I told you I was arrogant a long time ago. And I mentioned it more than once. The Crimson King was taken aback, blinking as images from the past floated in her mind. Back then, in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau, she had seen Sumu wearing the mask of arrogance. If you're arrogant, then I'm still the Crimson King. Ha ha ha. How did I never notice you were so humorous before? I didn't expect you to be quite trendy. Recently, the world has been all about the 7 deadly sins. And you're joining in by pretending to be arrogant. I'm not pretending, I am arrogance. As the memories surged back, the Crimson King became even more stunned. It seems to be the case. For a moment, the Crimson King was at a loss for words, and her frustrated persistence returned. Chapter 409, The Supreme Heavenly Limit released. With this thought, he began to use the original divine art to help the Blood Clan ancestor recover her memory. Brilliant holy light shot out from the silver ring, landing on the Blood Clan ancestor. Under the illumination of the holy light, the emptiness in the Blood Clan ancestor's eyes gradually gained luster. I remember now, I remember everything. I am the first undying king, the creator of the Blood Moon Empire. I rose during the Dark Age. A strange charm gradually appeared on her cold face, and her ruby-like eyes grew even brighter. At this moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Shangguan Chen's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Think carefully, the first undying king has long been dead. She and the other founding kings constructed the 7 Kings barrier with their lives." The original divine art silently activated. And the Blood Clan ancestors suddenly felt a wave of panic. No. I am not dead. I am the first undying king. I cannot die. Stop deceiving yourself. Who was it that died back then while constructing the 7 Kings barrier? You should have memories of death in your mind, right? Shangguan Chen sneered. Yes, I. Since you have memories of death, do you also have memories of resurrection? Chapter 410, Returning Things to Their Owner. HMPH. The Crimson King sneered, with a real and powerful holy-level body, how could I possibly look down on this false body? She slowly took off the Supreme Heaven on her hand, preparing to put it on the original Pope. Then, with her soul in place, it would be completely successful. You think you can? The Crimson King suddenly shouted angrily, her left hand gripping the right hand holding the Supreme Heaven, fiercely fighting Shangguan Chen for control of the body. Shangguan Chen was furious, get back. Ultimately, Shangguan Chen was superior, forcibly suppressing the Crimson King, and finally slowly placed the Supreme Heaven on the original Pope's hand. Thank you. No need to. Huh? Shangguan Chen suddenly looked up, and in an instant, his face changed drastically. Because the person in front of him was not the original Pope, but Sumu. Sumu caressed the dark gold ring on his hand. Feeling the familiar sensation from the soul, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. This is impossible. Shangguan Chen shouted in disbelief. Controlling the Crimson King's body to suddenly strike at Sumu. A scorching golden flame howled out. Bang! Sumu was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, then transformed into the appearance of the original Pope. Chapter 411, Golden Immortal Emperor Sumu. Sumu shook his head. Hongye did not betray you, but he did expose you. A devout fanatic, after receiving the command from the divine messenger, should have searched for your traces without hesitation, rather than using the original divine church to prioritize elevating himself to the Golden King. Even when I arrived, he was still preaching within the church. I think this should have been your instruction to him, right? On one hand, to protect you hiding within the original divine statue. And on the other hand, to wait for me, wanting to know my next move. Shen Guanchen's face turned extremely ugly. He never expected his scheme to have been seen through by Sumu long ago. The thought of being so clever, believing that the most dangerous place was the safest place, and then smugly hiding within the original divine statue, while Sumu pretended not to know, filled him with a sense of extreme humiliation. Every move you make is under my control. I was curious to see what surprise you could give me, so I let you act freely. In the end, you indeed gave me a surprise. It was you who set restrictions on the supreme heaven. And now you personally lifted those restrictions and handed it to me, which is truly surprising. Chapter 4:12, Nightmare. Ha ha ha, how powerful the killing intent is, but in the end, it is merely the weakest golden reverse realm. A cold voice interrupted Shen Guanchen's wild laughter. A miraculous scene occurred, as if time was flowing backward on Sumu's body. The extinguished killing intent reignited, soaring to the sky. Shen Guanchen was taken aback, his face changing drastically. This is impossible. How could it be? Purification light. He summoned the purification light once again, launching it toward Sumu, but the scene repeated itself. And the killing intent that was extinguished by the purification light reignited once more. What kind of ability is this? How could the giant pathway have such power? Shen Guanchen shouted in panic. Sumu smiled slightly. Who told you that my golden law is only giant? Boom! Another terrifying aura, completely different from that of a giant, erupted. That aura was very peculiar, ethereal and uncertain, as if it existed between reality and illusion, making it impossible to distinguish whether it truly existed. After upgrading to Golden Giant, Sumu naturally easily acquired the next nightmare law. Chapter 4:13, Shen Guanchen's Illusion. In a solemn and magnificent hall, Shen Guanchen awoke as if from a dream, staring in astonishment at his surroundings. Yi Linfeng, Xiao Chen, Chu Jun, Shen Yao, those comrades who had fought alongside him under the Mad King, all long dead, appeared one by one in front of him. Their familiar yet strange appearances stirred something deep within Shen Guanchen. He looked down at himself. The pure white robe of the original church had long turned into blood-stained armor. Everyone was half kneeling on the ground, their gazes intensely fixed on the throne, where a slender yet upright figure sat. Shadows swirled around him like loyal guardians, softly wrapping around him, obscuring his face, but adding an air of mystery and ambiguity. He sat quietly there, as if he were the ruler of the entire world. Mad King. What is happening? How did I return to my youth? It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Suddenly, Shen Guanchen stood up from the crowd, his crimson eyes frantically scanning, trying to find Sumu's figure. His actions drew the attention of everyone present. Li Chen. What are you doing? Kneel down now. A stern-faced man shouted. Shen Guanchen felt a moment of confusion, as long-buried memories surged to the surface. It had been a long time since anyone had called him by this name, Li Chen, to the point where he almost forgot his real name. Chapter 4:14, Heaven. When Shen Guanchen woke up again, he saw Sumu. Ha ha ha, you think a mere illusion can deal with me? Shen Guanchen laughed maniacally. Primordial Divine Technique. He directly activated the Primordial Divine Technique, and after a fierce battle, he finally succeeded in obtaining Supreme Heaven. He used the Supreme Heaven to erase Sumu and then controlled the Red King, making the Red King remove Crimson Moon. With 2 kingly artifacts in hand, Shen Guanchen felt invincible. He first sacrificed the Red King to restore his own injuries, then took control of the entire Crimson Flame Empire, sacrificing it entirely to gain power. After regaining the peak of the holy level, he became an invincible existence in the divine dream world, with the entire world trembling beneath him. In the end, he slaughtered all the remaining golden kings, gathered all the kingly artifacts, opened the origin land, obtained the divine inheritance, and ascended to demigod status. On this day, Shen Guanchen donned black armor, 10 halls of Yama, replaced his left hand with the god's left hand, wore supreme heaven on his ring finger, held sword of kingship in his right hand, draped himself in the scarlet cloak and crimson moon, carried starfall divine punishment on his back, and hung red lotus capturing heaven good at his waist. Chapter 4:15. Love struck brain, then everything fell silent, nothing happened. Sumu frowned slightly, looking around, but not seeing any signs of the primordial angel's attack. Did it fail? Or? The next moment, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. In a dimension invisible to the naked eye, the Seven Kings barrier was silently shattering. It turned out that Shangguan Chen had sacrificed everything to attack the Seven Kings barrier. The barrier trembled violently, its originally smooth surface cracking like a shattered mirror, revealing countless cracks that extended infinitely into the void. The trembling soon stopped. The Seven Kings barrier was not completely broken, but the cracks caused by Shangguan Chen's newfound power were not repairing, and with the destruction by nightmare creatures, the cracks showed signs of further expansion. If the Seven Kings barrier could previously withstand a year, now it had less than half a year left. Due to the large number of cracks, more nightmare creatures could invade the divine dream world autonomously without needing the arrogance to open a passage. Chapter 4:16. Evil God in the abyss that resembled a black hole. The substantial darkness surged silently. Gradually, a faint light ignited without warning, followed by a second, third, and more lights igniting like sparks spreading across a prairie. The light grew increasingly bright, revealing pairs of eyes. They varied in size and shape. Some seemed like ghostly fires from the Nine Nether Hell, flickering with a ghostly green light. Some were enormous and murky, with strange crimson swirling in their pupils, while others were surrounded by peculiar runes. The only similarity was that each pair of eyes revealed a sense of indifferent divinity. These eyes were scattered throughout the abyss, some high, some low, some hidden, some visible, with strange murmurs intertwining, resembling thousands of rusty nails scraping across a rough stone slab, or the last gasps of a dying person in pain and despair. The sentences were fragmented yet filled with malice, words and syllables entwined and distorted, like an ancient evil incantation. The evil gods sealed in the abyss seemed to sense something and awaken simultaneously. Countless eyes pierced through time and space, eventually landing their gaze upon the shimmering Seven Kings barrier. Chapter 4:17. Sadness flowing like a river. Notify everyone, prepare for a meeting. Yes, Commander. A man in combat uniform immediately turned and jogged out. 15 minutes later, the high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army gathered together. Most of them were injured, wrapped in thick bandages, their eyes dim, clearly showing that the previous arrogance had dealt a heavy blow to them. Many high-ranking members were lost to fill the vacancies. Some capable mid-level members were promoted, including Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing sat silently in the corner, staring blankly at his palm, where a photograph lay. In the photo was a girl, bright and lovely, nestled against a tall man, with the sunlight shining beautifully that day in the garden. The girl faced the sun, making a peace sign to the camera, exuding youthful vitality. Looking at the sweet smiling girl in the photo, the coldness on Yang Dongqing's face seemed to melt away, and a strange smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh, but forgot how to do so. "Molly, I miss you so much," he whispered, feeling a piercing pain spreading in his heart. The meeting continued, with Shadow planning the tasks. Chapter 4:18. Cult of Suffering. The heavy iron door was pushed open, revealing a blooded person inside, bound to a wooden cross, with chains wrapped around his limbs, blood obscuring his face, making it impossible to see his features. Sumu frowned slightly. "Have you tortured him?" Nan Gongmingli shook her head. "Without your orders, how could we possibly torture him? You might not believe it, but he tortured himself. We were afraid he would kill himself, so we tied him up." Tortured himself? Such an unusual statement surprised Sumu. Clap. Sumu snapped his fingers, and the previously unconscious prisoner instantly awakened, as if he had suffered some stimulus, his eyes filled with bloodshot, resembling a beast. "You damned heretics! The great god of suffering will not spare you." The prisoner shouted excitedly. The next moment, he bit off half of his own tongue. The intense pain causing his eyes to bulge, but soon a mixed expression of pain and pleasure appeared on his face. Suddenly, he was enveloped by an extremely sinister black light, his muscles swelling like tumors, and the chains binding him were directly shattered. At this point, he had completely transformed into a humanoid monster. Chapter 419, I seem to have seen the future. What is this? Nan Gongmingli asked, a puzzled expression on her face. Sumu ignored her and extended his palm, with a supreme heaven shining brightly on his ring finger. Buzz? The dark golden light illuminated the dim dungeon. I wish for Nan Gongmingli to ascend to gold. Buzzing. As the artifact vanished, the dark golden light grew even more intense, eventually slowly engulfing Nan Gongmingli. Nan Gongmingli felt very strange now, as if she were immersed in a deep and boundless darkness, as if she were outside the torrent of time. She could sense countless timelines intricately woven together like threads. In an instant, countless timelines converged before her, gradually weaving into a mysterious golden hourglass. Whoosh! The golden hourglass drilled into her body, and all the anomalies vanished. When she opened her eyes, it was as if she had become a different person. Her aura ethereal and uncertain, as if she did not exist in the world, and the shadow of the golden hourglass appeared in her beautiful eyes. How do you feel? Sumu's gentle voice sounded beside her. Nan Gongmingli looked at her hands in surprise, her long, fair palms constantly clenching and unclenching. I seem to have seen the future. Chapter 420, Fighting the Golden King. Sumu vaguely guessed why the golden upgrade to the Golden King required the blood of a holy-level nightmare creature. It was to change the human body. Simply put, the human body has limits, and to enhance it, one must choose to become less than human. Normal autonomous enhancement would soon hit this limit, and the remaining enhancements could only rely on external forces. Sumu was currently relying on the external force of Supreme Heaven. However, it wouldn't be long before Supreme Heaven would also be unable to continue enhancing. It was necessary to fuse the blood of a holy-level nightmare creature to break the limit. Of course, one could obtain blood through wishes in Supreme Heaven. But it was unnecessary, the cost-effectiveness was too low, and it would be more convenient to directly hunt a holy-level giant troll. I wish to sacrifice all my mental power to enhance my physique. Sumu instantly replenished his mental power, and continued to wish for enhancement. After repeating this several times, when Sumu felt that his physical body had reached its limit, he finally stopped. It was time to take action, but before that, there was a small matter to handle. Nightmare World, Saint Radiant City. Hong Yi greeted the divine envoy. Hong Yi respectfully saluted Sumu. His attitude and etiquette perfect beyond reproach. Chapter 421, Borrowing your royal treasure for a use. Hong Yi drew a long trail of blood mist in mid-air, and then landed heavily. The hard ground seemed like paper, easily torn apart, and the immense inertia caused him to continue sliding on the ground, carving out a shocking massive mark. This time, Hong Yi could no longer stand up. Is this the power I have now? Sumu blew on his right fist, which was stained with some fabric and skin tissue fragments. As an illusionist, isn't it reasonable to kill the Golden King with one punch? Terrifying power, exaggerated speed, his physique had reached the limits of what a human could achieve. His figure flickered and he instantly appeared at Hong Yi's position. At this moment, Hong Yi was still struggling, blood frothing from his mouth as he muttered an unclear incantation, seemingly attempting to activate the original divine art. Sumu ignored the opponent's actions and slowly removed his brown glasses, his deep eyes emanating a crystalline blue light. The brilliance as clear as the sky, reflecting in Hong Yi's eyes. Gradually, Hong Yi's incantation unknowingly stopped, and his pupils were dyed a crystalline blue. Killing a Golden King like this is such a waste. Moreover, he is the Azure Dragon of the Holy Hall. So it's better to turn him into the Azure Dragon forever. Chapter 422, Today this king will let you 7 deadly sins reduce your numbers. The Dragon King smiled slightly, revealing an almost cruel arc, this king is not so low as to rely on weapons to bully someone unarmed. Besides, you have not yet qualified to witness the sword of royal authority. It seems that as your height increases, your confidence swells as well, Sumu said lightly. As the saying goes, insulting someone without touching their sore spot is pointless. Height has always been the Dragon King's pain, and is a topic he is most sensitive about. The moment those two words left his mouth, the Dragon King erupted in fury. You seek death. Today, this king will let you 7 deadly sins reduce your numbers. He suddenly flapped the golden dragon wings behind him. Bang. The sound of an explosion instantly rang out. A fist covered in golden dragon scales slammed toward Sumu's face. The violent power erupting like a dormant ancient volcano, the immense force creating a gust that made the entire hall tremble. Seeing this powerful punch, Sumu's mouth curled into a smile. He was eager to test the limits of this physical body, and the Dragon King, known for his physical prowess due to his dragon bloodline, was a perfect test subject. He did not dodge and threw a punch as well, the surging demonic energy rising to the sky, making him resemble a demon from the abyss. The powerful physique obtained through multiple wishes in supreme heaven, erupting without reservation at that moment. Chapter 423. The sword of royal authority in hand. The 7 deadly sins have suffered in the world for too long. Now that the Dragon King's sword has struck in fury, it undoubtedly injects a strong stimulant into the people of the world. And his fame will echo through the heavens and the earth with the rise of tomorrow's sun. Listening to the tsunami-like cheers of the crowd, a look of self-satisfaction appeared in the Dragon King's eyes, and his mouth curled slightly, although he was already overjoyed inside. He still maintained the demeanor of an unyielding strongman on the outside, standing tall and proudly declaring, "The wrath of the 7 deadly sins is nothing but this. It's just a pity for my palace." Whoosh! A scarlet light flashed before his eyes, and before he could react, he felt empty in his hand. Looking down, he realized that the sheath of the sword of royal authority was missing. What? The Dragon King's expression changed dramatically as he looked toward the scarlet figure that had appeared not far away, a blood-red tailcoat fluttering in the wind like fresh blood. The angry smile on the silver-white mask stabbed into his eyes. At that moment, the Dragon King's pupils suddenly constricted. Crimson Moon. You actually possess the Crimson Moon. How is this possible? He finally understood why Fury hadn't died. It was because of the Crimson Moon. The royal treasure of the Undying King actually ended up in Fury's hands. What about the progenitor of the Blood Clan? Killed by Fury? Impossible. Chapter 424. One pot done. Everyone, this king has called you here today to discuss a strategy to deal with Fury, the Dragon King said solemnly. The other 6 kings fell silent, because they had no countermeasures either. Even the strongest Dragon King had been defeated, which meant that in a one-on-one fight, no one was a match for Fury, and they could only gang up on him. But they couldn't find Fury's location for the group attack. Perhaps we could try contacting the Holy Hall for help, the Undying King suggested. Contact the Holy Hall. HMPH, it's not like we haven't tried during this time. How can we contact the Holy Hall in the nightmare world? And don't you see the Holy Hall's attitude towards us? Whether it is the 7 deadly sins or the Holy Hall, they both act high and mighty, and they can't even be bothered to talk to us. The Heavenly King's words made everyone's heart sink again. The Holy Hall, as the opposing organization to the 7 deadly sins, had long intended to recruit them. But just like the 7 deadly sins, the Holy Hall was elusive and gave no opportunities. The Red King, who had been silent all along, felt a strange sense of superiority, thinking to himself, still looking for the Holy Hall. The Holy Hall and the 7 deadly sins are one family. Seeing that no one could come up with a countermeasure, the Dragon King sighed, for now, we can only gather together, we must not act alone, lest we give Fury an opportunity. Chapter 425. Gather all 7 kings' treasures. Roar. The terrifying roar shattered the clouds in the sky, and the visible sound waves spread like ripples, stirring up a violent wind. The troll seemed to have regained its senses, its brutal eyes fixed on the 7 kings. And it charged at them. Kill. The Dragon King roared, leading the charge, muscles bulging beneath its dense golden scales, as if it wanted to vent its wrath on the troll. Then, bang. The Dragon King was sent flying by a punch from the troll. Don't confront it head-on. The troll definitely excels in strength. The Holy King summoned the left hand of God, and countless chains of order intertwined in the void, firmly locking the troll in place. After multiple coordinated efforts, the 7 kings had formed a preliminary tacit understanding. The Sky King, seeing this, immediately drew his bow, the arrow, condensed from starlight, shot through the air like a meteor, striking the troll's body in an instant. The other attacks followed suit. The hit troll roared furiously. Its injuries did not hinder its movements, but rather seemed to amplify its strength as its anger grew. I can't hold on any longer. The Holy King's veins bulged as the chains extending from the left hand of God snapped instantly, the powerful backlash causing him to grunt and stagger back a few steps. Chapter 426, The King of Gold. The tall, tower-like King of Hell immediately removed the 10 Yama kings he wore. Without the armor to cover him, his skeletal frame was exposed, looking emaciated. It was as if he had shrunk 3 sizes. Sumu was slightly surprised. He finally understood why the King of Hell had always dressed so tightly, even hiding his face. Looking like a bag of bones indeed tarnished the image of a king. He speculated this must be related to the King of Hell's own laws, making him look less human and more skeletal. He didn't bother with the King of Hell's appearance. After taking the armor, he instantly vanished. Along with him, the troll's corpse disappeared as well. This wave was a huge gain. Not only did he acquire the 7 kings' artifacts, but he also obtained the troll's essence blood. He left gracefully. But the robbed 7 kings wore gloomy expressions, exchanging silent glances, resembling lost dogs. In the dream world, Sumu placed the 7 kings' artifacts aside and began to dissect the troll's corpse. Now that he had almost collected all the 7 kings' artifacts except for the Sword of Kingship, he could not yet open the origin of the land, so it was better to advance to the King of Gold first. Although he had just become a golden powerhouse not long ago, in reality, several years had passed. With the help of the Dreamtime House and the wishes from Supreme Heaven, the mere golden laws could be refined in an instant. Chapter 427, The Saint of Suffering. The Blood Moon Empire. Sumu's eyes flickered, and he roughly guessed the reason the cult of suffering could thrive in the Blood Moon Empire. It was precisely because of the Blood Moon Empire, where the cult of suffering developed rapidly due to its special system. With the Blood Clan in power and humans suffering severe exploitation, creating a breeding ground for suffering, allowing the cult of suffering to continuously grow. Sumu nodded. What about the 12 Swords of Kingship? One of the 12 Swords of Kingship, Ashes, has been found by my subordinate, and handed over to Lord Jealousy. So far, Lord Jealousy has collected 6 swords. I see. You may leave. Sumu waved his hand, sending Lin Kanyang away, as he pondered alone above the white mist, counting the Void Devourer and the Mirage in his hands. Along with the 6 swords in Nangongmangli's possession, there were already 8 of the 12 Swords of Kingship collected, with 4 remaining. He had already located all the 12 Swords of Kingship using Supreme Heaven. 11 were in the present world, and the last one was in the Nightmare world, likely taken there by a certain Nightmare Apostle. He had tasked the 7 deadly sins to collect the 11 swords, while the one in the Nightmare world was entrusted to the Primordial God cult. Chapter 428, Love is the Most Hurtful. Upon entering, a bloody and desperate aura assaulted him. Towering black stone walls surrounded him, etched with twisted and grotesque faces, as if they were souls imprisoned and restrained. In the center of the stone walls stood a massive altar made of dark red rock, its surface covered with mottled bloodstains, emitting a nauseating stench of blood, with a gigantic statue of the god of suffering towering high. The statue's face was contorted, its hollow eyes radiating endless pain, and its body was entwined with countless sharp thorns. Surrounding it were believers dressed in tattered, blood-stained black robes, their faces haggard, but their eyes burning with fervent devotion. each bearing self-inflicted scars. Some were missing arms, others had gouged out their eyes, and some had charred skin. Sumu noticed that the closer the believers were to the statue of suffering, the more severe their mutilations seemed. As if they used this method to judge who was more devout. He ignored these insane individuals and continued deeper, soon encountering a building resembling a church. However, upon entering, he found it was more like a prison, filled with narrow, dim corridors, with walls carved out into cells. Chapter 429, Give It Another Chance. In the next moment, the middle-aged man felt a blur before his eyes, a fist wrapped in overwhelming murderous intent magnifying infinitely, too fast for his expression to even change. Boom! An unimaginable force struck the middle-aged man, instantly exploding his head, and turning him into a headless corpse. He still held a wooden sculpture, and a light whisper in his hand. A slender, fair hand slowly withdrew the light whisper from his grasp. As the light whisper was released, the headless corpse could no longer support itself and fell to the ground with a thud, but the wooden sculpture remained intact. As the middle-aged man's hand, even in death, did not let go of it. Why bother? Sumu shook his head, putting away the light whisper and turning to leave. Just then, rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a heavy iron door was blasted open. A slender and graceful woman slowly walked into the treasury, followed by a tide of followers from the cult of suffering. Sumu's gaze lifted slightly and fell on the woman, who was wrapped in black gauze, like a flowing shadow, thin to the point of transparency, perfectly outlining her graceful figure. In terms of figure alone, she was already at the top level, but what attracted more attention than her figure was her face. Chapter 430, Collecting the 12 Swords of Kingship. Since you like illusions, I shall give you a special gift. Sumu smiled gently, like an elegant gentleman presenting a carefully prepared gift to a beautiful lady. The Saint of Suffering wore a twisted smile, and the golden single eye on her forehead suddenly exploded into a flame condensed from the power of the God of Suffering. A flame that seemed to contain all the suffering in the world, faintly echoing the wails of countless wronged souls. The terrifying flame fell upon Sumu. Yet he continued to smile gently, that cultured smile gradually blurred in the flames, ultimately turning to ashes. Is he dead just like that? The Saint of Suffering coldly scanned her surroundings, feeling that Sumu would not die so easily, yet after searching for a long time, she still could not find him. A spatial ring was found only in the place where Sumu disappeared, filled with treasures he had stolen from the treasury. Search for him. At the command of Saintess Jiarong, all the followers sprang into action, thoroughly searching the entire Pain God cult space, yet they found no trace of Sumu. As if he had truly died. In the end, Saintess Jiarong could only leave the matter unresolved. Sumu was like a small interlude in her life, causing little disturbance. Chapter 431, The Terrifying Origin Place. When the 12 Swords of Kings unite, it becomes the final form of the Sword of Kings. Each of the 7 king treasures has its unique use, but the Sword of Kings is undoubtedly the most powerful in offense. The sword energy unleashed by the sheath alone can injure a saint-level being, which speaks volumes about its might. Of course, no matter how strong a treasure is, it depends on the user's strength. The Sword of Kings can display a power stronger than other treasures, partly because the Dragon King is the strongest among the 7 kings. How to unify them? Sumu pondered for a moment, then took out the sheath of the Sword of Kings to give it a try, planning to use Supreme Heaven to make a wish if it didn't work. He aimed the sheath at the 12 Swords of Kings, infusing it with overwhelming power. Buzz! The sheath of the Sword of Kings erupted with a strong humming sound, and a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. For a moment, the 12 Swords of Kings seemed to be affected, beginning to resonate, their blades trembling continuously. Gradually, the 12 Swords of Kings levitated, then transformed into streams of light, swiftly diving into the sheath. Meanwhile, a golden sword shadow continuously took shape within the sheath. As the last sword returned to the sheath, the golden sword shadow was fully formed. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar faintly echoed in the void. A flash of crystal blue light flickered in Sumu's eyes. And an endless demon sound was instantly activated, sealing the sound of the dragon's roar, preventing it from causing too much commotion, otherwise the roar would have reverberated throughout the entire Star City. Chapter 432, Yang Dongqing. Sumu searched for Yang Dongqing in the search bar. After thinking for a moment, he finally spelled out the name. There wasn't any special significance in searching for Yang Dongqing, he just wanted to see if everyone's names were in the folder. And Yang Dongqing was the first extraordinary person he knew, so he searched for it first. As soon as he typed Yang Dongqing, a folder named Yang Dongqing appeared on the screen. Yang Dongqing 1, Yang Dongqing 2, Yang Dongqing 3, duplicate names. Sumu frowned slightly. There must be more than one person named Yang Dongqing in the world, but how did the computer arrange them in order? By strength? Or influence? He tried to open Yang Dongqing 1, and a small window popped up, displaying countless lines of mysterious code. How to differentiate? If everyone is represented by code. He indeed couldn't tell who the Yang Dongqing he knew was from the code. After thinking for a moment, he began to use his mental power to invade. If the folder was a living person, then theoretically, his mental power could invade it. The moment his mental power touched the code on the screen, a buzzing sound resonated in Sumu's mind, and then his perspective suddenly shifted. Chapter 433, the creator. The figure in the bathroom suddenly paused. Nan Gongmingli seemed to stiffen for a moment, then she turned off the faucet. A slender, fair arm reached out from the bathroom, grabbing a towel hanging on the wall. When she walked out of the bathroom, the white towel was already wrapped around her body, and glistening droplets of water fell from her smooth thighs onto her bare feet. She rubbed her damp hair and calmly said, "Peeping is not what a gentleman does." "Sorry," Sumu replied lightly, his tone devoid of any real apology. "I have a question to confirm. How long has it been since we last met?" "More than half a month. Since the last time I handed you the 12 swords of kings I collected, you have disappeared for over half a month. Is there any other question?" "No." "Then can I ask you to leave for a moment? I need to change clothes." "Okay." Sumu exited Nan Gongmingli's folder. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Nan Gongmingli began to dry herself and change clothes. In the computer room, Sumu roughly estimated the time. He had only been in the origin place for about an hour, while half a month had passed outside. It seemed that a day in the origin place equated to a year in the outside world.